council's ability to restrain him. For a moment that stretched like minutes or perhaps like hours, it seemed as though it might actually work. His power expanded exponentially, his cultivation reaching levels it had never attained before. He felt himself ascending, felt the boundaries of his physical form dissolving, felt himself beginning to transform into something more than merely a powerful cultivator, something approaching actual transcendence. The pain and discomfort of the expansion was enormous, but he drove forward through it, refusing to allow the discomfort to stop him. This was his final play, his last attempt at escape. He had to see it through to whatever conclusion awaited him. But then the radiant cannon began to resist him. At first, the resistance was subtle, a slight tension in the flow of power, a minor hesitation in the expansion process. But as he continued to force more and more of the technique's power into his body, the resistance grew stronger. He began to realize, with a creeping sense of horror, that the technique itself was rejecting him, that the original designers of the radiant cannon had encoded some kind of constraint or protection into the technique that prevented it from being used in precisely the way that he was now attempting to use it. The radiant cannon had been designed to serve a community of cultivators, all working in harmony, all supporting each other's advancement. It had been designed to resist appropriation by a single cultivator seeking to use it for personal power and dominance. The original masters, in their wisdom, had embedded protections into the technique that would activate if anyone attempted to use the radiant cannon as a tool of individual amplification rather than communal advancement. These protections, dormant for 500 years, suddenly activated as Zhao Mingyi forced the power beyond its intended parameters. The power of the radiant cannon turned against him. Where it had been flowing smoothly through his cultivation channels, it now became turbulent and destructive. The technique, designed to work in harmony with compatible cultivation methods, began to clash violently with the techniques Zhao Mingyi had developed over 5 centuries of personal cultivation. The collision of incompatible power systems created interference patterns that burned through his cultivation channels like lightning, scorching the delicate structures that carried his internal power. He felt his body convulsing as the power raged through him, felt the fundamental structures of his cultivation base beginning to fracture and crack under the strain. He attempted to release the power, to stop drawing the radiant cannon's energy into himself, but he discovered that he could not. The activation was not under his control anymore. The technique had taken on a kind of autonomous momentum, continuing to flood into him, continuing to destroy him from the inside. In a moment of terrible clarity, Zhao Mingyi understood what had happened. The radiant cannon had never truly been his to claim. He had stolen it, had taken it from those he had destroyed, had used it as the foundation for 500 years of personal power and dominance. But the technique itself maintained a kind of loyalty to its original purposes, to the communal values of the radiant peak masters who had created it. It would not serve a single cultivator's ambition. It had been designed with this constraint exactly to prevent the very scenario now unfolding. A powerful being appropriating the technique for personal use and threatening to distort it into something it had never been meant to be. The power that had sustained him for 500 years, the technique that had allowed him to build the Azure Mandate and maintain its dominance over cultivator civilization, had never actually been his in the way that he had believed it to be. It had been a borrowed power, a tool that he could use only while maintaining a pretense of legitimacy, only while keeping the truth of its theft hidden. Now that the truth had been revealed, the power itself seemed to recoil from his touch, seemed to refuse to acknowledge his claim, seemed to begin the process of undoing everything that he had built with it. He collapsed in his cultivation chamber, his body convulsing violently, his voice crying out in a mixture of pain and recognition. His disciples heard the disturbance and rushed to his chambers, breaking through the seals that he had placed to protect his privacy. They found him racked with convulsions, his body burning with power that had become destructive rather than constructive, his cultivation channels hemorrhaging internal energy at an alarming rate. They brought him medical cultivators, practitioners skilled in the treatment of cultivation injuries and the stabilization of dangerous energy flows. The medical cultivators worked in coordinated teams, using suppression techniques to slow the bleeding of power, using regenerative methods to repair the damage to his channels, using stabilization formations to prevent the full cascade failure that seemed imminent. The work was delicate and exhausting. For hours, they maintained their efforts, slowly bringing the chaos of his cultivation back under some semblance of control. They wove countering patterns through his cultivation channels, slowly neutralizing the residual power of the radiant cannon that was still causing damage. They stabilized his foundation, preventing it from collapsing entirely into ruin. By the time they had succeeded in bringing his cultivation back to something approximating stability, It was nearly time for the council to render judgment. Zhao Mingyi lay in the medical chambers of the Azure Mandate sect, his body weakened and trembling, his cultivation base damaged in ways that would take years to repair, if repair was even possible. The desperation that had driven his attempt had given way to something else, recognition, perhaps, that there was no escape from the consequences of what he had done, that all his power, and all his skill, and all his 500 years of accumulated dominance could not protect him from the simple fact of his own guilt. The power he had stolen had turned on him, and had revealed something essential about him. That without the foundation of the stolen power, without the justification of the maintained lie, there was very little left of Zhao Mingyi at all. He was diminished. He was hollow. He was beginning to understand what it truly meant to face the weight of what he had done. Chapter 75. The warden's statement. The chamber was still and solemn when the council reconvened for final judgment. Zhao Mingyi did not attend, sending word through intermediaries that he was recovering from a serious cultivation injury and requesting that the judgment be delayed. The first counselor acknowledged his message with no visible reaction, then proceeded with the session as scheduled. Before the formal judgment was rendered, Shun Fiyun, the ancient warden of the Void Cage, requested permission to address the council directly. His request was granted with something that seemed like reluctance, as though the council members recognized the need to hear from him, but were uncertain what his testimony might add to what had already been established. Shen Fuyun walked into the grand chamber with the slow, measured pace of someone who has lived for many centuries and no longer has any reason to hurry. His cultivation was evident in his bearing, but it was also evident that his cultivation was of a different character than that of most other powerful beings in the cultivator civilization. It was quieter somehow, less expansive, more introverted, the cultivation of someone who had spent 500 years maintaining a single, focused task in solitude. "I am Shun Fuyun," he said, his voice dry and precise. "For the past 500 years, I have maintained the Void Cage and overseen the imprisonment of Yin Su. I am here to provide testimony regarding my role in this matter and to accept responsibility for complicity in maintaining an unjust imprisonment." The council members were silent, waiting for him to continue. "I became aware, approximately 200 years into the imprisonment, that Yin Su's cultivation power was increasing rather than remaining stable under suppression," Shen Fuyun continued, his tone carefully measured and emotionless. The parameters that had been established for his containment were becoming increasingly inadequate. His ability to challenge the binding structures of the Void Cage was growing at a noticeable rate. "I documented this development in my personal records and reported it through official channels to the Azure Mandate sect representatives who oversaw the Void Cage facilities." "And what was your recommendation regarding this development?" the first counselor asked. "I recommended that we investigate the foundations of Yin Su's imprisonment, that we re-examine the evidence upon which his guilt had been established, and that we determine whether continued imprisonment was justified given the circumstances," Shen Fuyun said. "I provided my documented observations and expressed my concern that if the basis for imprisonment was questionable, then maintaining it despite increasing cultivation strength seemed indefensible from an ethical standpoint." "And what response did you receive to these recommendations?" another council member asked. "I was instructed to continue maintaining the Void Cage according to the original specifications and was advised that raising further questions about Yin Su's imprisonment would be seen as questioning the judgment of the Righteous Council," Shen Fuyun said. "I was further advised that such questions, if publicized, might undermine confidence in the Council's authority and decision-making processes. I accepted these instructions and ceased raising the matter through official channels. Instead, I maintained the Void Cage as instructed and recorded my continued concerns in personal archives that I kept secret from my administrators." He paused, and there seemed to be something in that pause that communicated the weight of what he was about to say. "I am guilty of complicity," he continued. "I possessed knowledge that suggested Yin Su's imprisonment might be unjust. I possessed evidence that should have prompted further investigation. I possessed the power to bring these concerns forward in a way that might have led to re-examination of the case. Instead, I accepted the instruction to remain silent, and I allowed my private doubts to persist without ever translating them into action. That silence was a choice. My complicity was not forced upon me, though I was certainly offered justifications for maintaining it. I chose to remain silent rather than challenge the authority of the council and the judgments that the council had rendered." The first counselor's eyes seemed to soften slightly as Shun Fuyun spoke, and there was a moment in which it appeared that she was about to offer some form of absolution or understanding. But she did not. She simply nodded, acknowledging his testimony without judgment. "Your honesty in this matter is noted," she said finally. "The council accepts your statement of complicity and will consider it in future deliberations regarding the question of institutional responsibility for the injustice that has been revealed. For now, you may withdraw." Shen Fuyun bowed with quiet grace and left the chamber. As he passed through the great doors, he seemed somehow diminished, as though the weight of 500 years of hidden guilt had finally been released into the world and was no longer his burden alone to carry. He had spent 5 centuries maintaining a lie, and in finally speaking his role in that maintenance, something of the burden had shifted from his shoulders to the shoulders of the institution that had required his silence. Outside the chamber, he found Yin Su waiting for him in one of the observation areas. The location was quiet and removed from the bustle of the council chambers, and Yin Su seemed to have positioned himself there deliberately, as though he had known that Shen Fuyun would emerge and would need a place to process what had just occurred. Yin Su bowed, with genuine respect, acknowledging something in Shen Fuyun's testimony that had taken courage to speak. "You did what I could not do," Yin Su said quietly. "You admitted the complicity of the guard as well as the prisoner. You expanded the scope of responsibility beyond Zhao Mingyi to include the institutional actors who maintained the lie. That was necessary, I think, for the full truth to be established. You provided the council with the understanding that the crime extended beyond one man's actions to include the systematic cooperation of others who knew or suspected the truth but chose silence. You do not despise me?" Shen Fuyun asked, and there was something in the question that suggested he had feared this moment for a very long time, had spent 500 years wondering what Yin Su's judgment of him would be if the truth ever became visible. "I despise the system that pressured you into silence," Yin Su said, and his voice carried genuine conviction. "I cannot despise you for choosing to obey it when the cost of disobeying seemed so great. I understand the logic of silence. I have lived the cost of it. And more than that, I recognize the burden that you have carried, the knowledge that you possessed evidence that could have changed everything, and the choice to remain silent despite that knowledge. That is a kind of weight that only those who have carried it can truly understand." Shen Fuyun looked at him with something like gratitude in his expression. "Will you tell me," he asked carefully, "whether you maintained faith throughout all of this? Whether you believed, even after centuries in the void cage, that the truth would eventually emerge?" Yin Su considered the question thoughtfully. "I maintained hope rather than faith," he said finally. "Faith suggests certainty about outcomes that cannot be certain. I did not know that truth would emerge, but I hoped that it would, and I prepared myself to act if the opportunity arose. I listened when Dao Qin first began to investigate. I provided information when it was safe to do so. I refused to accept the established narrative even when accepting it would have made my life more comfortable. And I waited, always waited, for the moment when the truth might finally break through." He paused. "Your testimony today was part of what that hope was waiting for. An institutional actor acknowledging complicity, a guard admitting that he had been pressured into silence. That admission makes the truth more complete, makes the institutional failure more undeniable. That was necessary." Chapter 76. The truth documented. The formal judgment was rendered in the late afternoon of that day, after Shen Fuyun's testimony had concluded and after the council members had devoted several hours to final private discussion among themselves. The first counselor stood as she addressed the assembled cultivators and observers, and her voice seemed to carry the weight not merely of the council's decision, but of the weight of cultivator civilization's reckoning with itself. Zhao Mingyi, sect master of the Azure Mandate sect, has been found guilty of crimes including, but not limited to, the destruction of the Radiant Peak sect, the massacre of its disciples, the theft of its sacred cultivation techniques, the deliberate framing of an innocent cultivator for crimes he did not commit, and the maintenance of a systematic lie regarding these events for the duration of 500 years. She said, "The council renders judgment as follows. Zhao Mingyi is hereby stripped of his authority as sect master and his rights as a cultivator in good standing. His cultivation is to be sealed and his power suppressed such that he may not employ cultivation techniques or draw on cultivation resources. He is to be imprisoned in the void cage that previously held Yin Su, there to remain until such time as the council determines that further imprisonment is no longer warranted. Furthermore, all properties and resources of the Azure Mandate sect are to be transferred to the administration of a neutral third party, pending investigation into which of those properties and resources were legitimately acquired, and which were obtained through the maintenance of the lie regarding Yin Su's imprisonment." The judgment hung in the air of the chamber like a physical presence. Capital punishment had been explicitly avoided. The council had apparently determined that such a final punishment might create more instability than it prevented. Instead, Zhao Mingyi was to be imprisoned, stripped of power, and made to live with the knowledge that everything he had built was being systematically dismantled and redistributed. Furthermore, the first counselor continued, the righteous council formally acknowledges its own complicity in maintaining and enforcing this lie. This council accepted Zhao Mingyi's account of Yan Su's guilt without adequate verification. This council allowed institutional pressure and political considerations to override our obligation to rigorously verify the foundations of our judgments. This council failed in our core responsibility to ensure that justice was served fairly and accurately. We acknowledge this failure. We commit to ensuring that such failures do not occur again within the scope of our institutional authority. She paused, and when she spoke again, her voice was quieter, more personal. The truth regarding these events has been formally documented and placed in the archives of the Righteous Council. This documentation shall be preserved and maintained as a permanent part of cultivator civilization's historical record. The rehabilitation of Yan Su's reputation is hereby declared and proclaimed. Yan Su is recognized as an innocent victim of unjust imprisonment and as a being of exemplary character whose dedication to truth and justice has served cultivator civilization in ways that we are still coming to understand. All prior judgments regarding his guilt are hereby formally vacated and reversed. The first counselor sat down, and the formal proceeding was concluded. The judgment had been rendered. The truth had been established in official record. The cultivator civilization now possessed a clear, documented account of what had actually happened, an account that would persist across all future time and serve as the foundation for any future understanding of these events. In the scribal chambers of the Righteous Council, teams of scholars and calligraphers began the work of creating the formal documentation. They wrote out the testimony of Elder Dao Qin in its complete form. They documented the archives that she had preserved. They recorded the statements of the various council members who had come forward with their own corroborating accounts. They documented Zhao Mingyi's own confession and his explanation of how the lie had been constructed and maintained. They compiled all of this material into a comprehensive historical record that would serve as the official account of the destruction of the Radiant Peak sect and Yan Su's imprisonment. The work took weeks to complete properly. Multiple copies were created, written in different hands to ensure that there was no possibility of a single point of failure, no possibility that the destruction of one document could eliminate the historical record. The documents were sealed with the marks of the 7 founding sects, indicating that they had been verified and approved at the highest levels of cultivator civilization's institutional hierarchy. When the work was finally complete, the first counselor held the original manuscript in her hands and looked at it with an expression of profound solemnity. She had spent 300 years serving the Righteous Council, had participated in countless official decisions and judgments. But this document, this compilation of testimony and evidence and formal acknowledgement of institutional failure, was perhaps the most important thing the council would ever create. This is the record of what was hidden, she said to the scribes who had worked on the project. This is the preservation of truth that was almost lost forever. This is our obligation to the future, to ensure that cultivator civilization understands what actually happened, so that we might avoid such failures again. Chapter 77. The Question of Justice. In the deliberation chambers where the council had discussed the appropriate judgment for Zhao Mingyi, the conversation about consequences had proven to be much more complex than a simple decision about punishment. The council members knew what Zhao Mingyi had done. The crimes were clear and admitted. What was less clear was how justice should look when the perpetrator was still powerful enough to be dangerous, when the victims were 500 years dead, when the entire system of cultivator civilization had been built partially on the lie that Zhao Mingyi had constructed. Capital punishment seems inadequate as well as excessive, one council member had argued during the deliberations. We cannot simply execute him. That would suggest that 500 years of injustice can be corrected through a single act of violence. And yet imprisonment also seems inadequate, because it does not address the fundamental question of how to restore what was taken. What was taken cannot be restored. The first counselor had responded quietly. The disciples of the Radiant Peak sect cannot be restored. Yan Su cannot have 500 years of his life returned to him. The time that was stolen cannot be recovered. The only thing we can do is acknowledge what was taken and ensure that the person who took it must live with that acknowledgement. But what of the Azure Mandate sect? Another council member had asked. Many of its disciples are innocent of any wrongdoing. Many of them joined the sect decades or centuries after the original crimes were committed. They have trained in good faith, believing that they were learning from a legitimate cultivation tradition. What is just for them? This question had led to a much longer discussion about institutional responsibility, about the relationship between individuals and institutions, about whether innocence could be maintained when one benefited from a system built on crimes. The council had eventually decided that the seizure of the sect's properties and resources was the appropriate response, combined with the offer to allow individual disciples to seek affiliation with other sects without bearing permanent stigma, provided that they did so explicitly disassociating themselves from the Azure Mandate's previous narrative and leadership. This still seems insufficient, one of the older council members had said. We are rendering judgment on crimes that are 500 years old. The person who committed them is still alive because of his cultivation power, but his life has become essentially meaningless through the revelation of what he has done. The meaning that he constructed for his existence has been stripped away. Is that justice? Or is it merely the most refined form of cruelty, to force someone to live with the complete destruction of everything they believe themselves to be? If the alternative is to allow him to escape consequence through death, the first counselor had responded, then I would argue that it is justice. He will live in the void cage for as long as the council determines is appropriate. He will live with the knowledge that everyone in cultivator civilization understands the truth about what he has done. He will live with the knowledge that he did not destroy Yen Su. He merely imprisoned him, while Yen Su has proven to be fundamentally indestructible. That seems like an appropriate consequence for someone who attempted to build power through the destruction of those who could not be destroyed. The woman with 4 centuries of judicial experience had leaned forward and offered an additional perspective. There is something that capital punishment would not accomplish, she said. It would not provide the opportunity for genuine reckoning. Zhao Mingyi has admitted his crimes. Yes, but he has not genuinely confronted the magnitude of what he has done. He has not truly integrated the knowledge that his actions destroyed an entire sect, that his lies imprisoned an innocent being for 5 centuries, that his power was purchased through deliberate deception. Capital punishment would offer him an escape from that genuine reckoning. It would allow him to retreat into death before he has completed the work of understanding what he has actually become through his actions. Shin Junyang had considered this perspective carefully. Are you suggesting that punishment should serve a redemptive purpose? He had asked. That justice should include the possibility of Zhao Mingyi achieving some form of genuine remorse or transformation? I am suggesting, the woman had replied, that the most sophisticated form of justice does not separate punishment from the possibility of internal transformation. It does not offer easy escapes. It requires the person being punished to live with what they have done, to contemplate it daily, to integrate it into their understanding of themselves. For a being as powerful as Zhao Mingyi, living with his crimes might ultimately prove more difficult than any execution could be. Another council member had offered a counterargument. But we also risk creating a narrative in which Zhao Mingyi becomes a sympathetic figure, a powerful being imprisoned and suffering in the void cage. Over time, over centuries, people might begin to question the judgment. They might come to believe that Zhao Mingyi has served sufficient time and should be released. We must consider the long-term political implications of any judgment we render. We must ensure that we render a judgment that will continue to be understood as just even 500 years from now. Perhaps, the first counselor had interjected, the cultivation civilization needs to learn to live with uncomfortable ambiguity about justice. Perhaps true justice is not the simple application of a clear punishment, but the complex process of acknowledging wrong, restoring truth, and then allowing the passage of time to demonstrate whether genuine transformation is possible. If Zhao Mingyi, after centuries in the void cage, comes to genuinely understand what he has done and genuinely transforms his understanding of himself, then perhaps that transformation will itself become part of the historical record. And if he remains unchanging, if he refuses to acknowledge the magnitude of his crimes, then that refusal will also be part of the record. Either way, cultivator civilization will know the truth about what occurred and will be able to make its own judgments about whether justice has ultimately been served. The council member who had been most resistant to acknowledging institutional complicity had sighed heavily. You are asking us to render a judgment and then to accept that the judgment might be questioned, might be found insufficient, might require re-examination in the future, he had said. Yes, the first counselor had responded. That is what I am asking. Because true justice does not end with the rendering of a judgment. True justice requires ongoing commitment to truth and ongoing willingness to examine whether what we have decided was actually right. If we render a judgment and then refuse to revisit it, we become like the council that was complicit in Yen Su's imprisonment. We become a rigid institutional body that prioritizes its own authority over genuine justice. The conversation had continued, circling around the fundamental questions of justice and consequence, moving through ethical frameworks and practical considerations, never arriving at a point of complete satisfaction but reaching instead a kind of exhausted consensus that the judgment being rendered was as close to justice as the council could manage given the circumstances of the case. The council members had recognized that they were charting new territory, that there was no precedent for a judgment of this magnitude, and that whatever decision they made would establish a new precedent that would influence how cultivator civilization understood justice and accountability for centuries to come. In the end, the judgment had been rendered, and the question of whether it was truly just was left somewhat unresolved. The cultivator civilization would now have to live with this judgment, would have to integrate it into their understanding of justice and consequences, would have to accept that sometimes justice in cases of ancient crimes comes not as a dramatic correction, but as a slow institutional recognition of what should never have been allowed to persist. The council members dispersed from their deliberation chambers having made a decision, but having also accepted that the decision was incomplete in some fundamental way, that it represented only the beginning of a process that would extend far beyond any single moment of judgment, that it would require the passage of centuries to fully determine whether the judgment they had rendered would ultimately prove to be just. Chapter 78. Yen Su's patience. The judgment had been rendered, but Yen Su made no immediate move to claim any particular position or advantage that the judgment might offer him. He did not enter into immediate discussions with the righteous council about what role he might play in their future proceedings. He did not publicly celebrate the vindication of his innocence or make any particular use of his restored reputation. Instead, he continued to wait, observing the events that were unfolding around him with the same calm detachment that had characterized his behavior throughout the council proceedings. Su Weiniang asked him, a few days after the judgment had been rendered, whether he felt satisfied by the outcome, whether the vindication and the formal acknowledgement of his innocence constituted some kind of closure or resolution to what had happened to him. Yen Su considered the question carefully, as he considered most questions, taking time to think through the full implications of what he was being asked rather than offering an immediate response. He stood motionless for several minutes, his eyes fixed on nothing visible, his awareness turned inward to examine his own emotional landscape. When he finally spoke, his words came with the weight of genuine contemplation. The judgment is important, he said finally. It establishes truth in the official record. It removes the possibility that cultivator civilization might continue to believe that I was guilty. It represents a formal acknowledgement of injustice. These things matter. They matter to me, and they matter to the cultivator civilization's understanding of itself. But I must be honest with you and with myself. The vindication that the judgment represents has no power to diminish what was taken from me. But, Su Weiniang prompted, recognizing the implicit qualification in his tone. But the judgment does not change what was done, Yen Su said. It does not return the time that was taken from me. It does not restore the disciples of the Radiant Peak sect to life. It does not undo the 500 years of imprisonment, though I note that the same imprisonment has now been applied to Zhao Mingyi, which creates a certain symmetry that I do not find unsatisfying. And more than that, the judgment does not change me. I have been transformed by my imprisonment in ways that cannot be reversed by any judgment or any proclamation. I have become something different. And part of me wonders whether vindication is appropriate for someone who has been so thoroughly remade. He paused, looking out from the balcony where they stood toward the distant mountains that surrounded the city. The mountains were eternal, had been present before he was imprisoned, and would continue to be present long after he was dead. The sight of them seemed to offer some kind of comfort or recognition. I have waited 500 years for the truth to be established, he continued. That wait has been perhaps the most significant aspect of my existence. The waiting has taught me things that 500 years of freedom could never have taught me. Freedom would have offered distractions, offered the possibility of running away from what happened, offered the opportunity to reconstruct a narrative in which the destruction of the Radiant Peak meant less than it should. But imprisonment left me no option but to face what had been done, to contemplate it, to integrate it into my understanding of reality. The waiting has taught me patience, which is perhaps the most important skill a being can develop. It has taught me that time operates differently depending on one's perspective, that 500 years in imprisonment is simultaneously infinitely long and almost instantaneous, long enough to reconsider every moment of one's life from every possible angle, yet brief enough that the ending seems to arrive almost before one has finished understanding the beginning. It has taught me that the most powerful thing I can do is simply to persist, to remain intact despite everything that is done to damage me, to refuse to be broken by circumstances that should theoretically break anyone. He turned to look at Su Weiniang directly. His eyes were clear and ancient, and they seemed to hold within them the weight of 500 years of contemplation. The judgment has established that my waiting was justified, that my patience was vindicated. But the most important thing the judgment has established is that I was right to maintain faith in the fundamental nature of truth. That truth, no matter how deeply buried, will eventually be revealed, and that this revelation will reshape reality in accordance with the truth that has been revealed. I did not know this would happen when I was first imprisoned. I did not know whether truth would ever emerge. But I maintained faith in it anyway, maintained faith in the possibility that eventually someone would find evidence, eventually someone would ask the hard questions, eventually someone would be willing to listen to what had actually occurred rather than accepting the official narrative. And I was right. He sat down on the balcony's stone railing, his movements careful and controlled. But I have also learned something else during these 500 years, he said quietly. I have learned that the vindication of one's truth does not restore what was destroyed. I have learned that knowing the truth occurred does not undo it. I have learned that the world reshapes itself around revealed truth, but the world cannot be restored to its previous state, and neither can a being who has been fundamentally transformed by what has happened to them. I am not the being who was imprisoned 500 years ago. I cannot return to that state. The innocence is gone. The certainty about the nature of the world is gone. What remains is something more complex and more profound. An understanding that corruption persists because it is protected by institutions, that injustice continues because those who could speak against it choose silence, that truth requires constant vigilance and constant effort to maintain. What do you mean to do now? Su Weiniang asked. Now that the council has rendered judgment, now that the truth is established? Yen Su was quiet for a long moment, and it seemed as though he was considering not merely what he would do next, but whether there was anything left for him to do, whether the restoration of truth was the end of the story or merely a transition point to something else entirely. There is still one final conversation that needs to occur, he said. Zhao Mingyi and I have not yet spoken since his imprisonment in the void cage. The council has rendered judgment, but that judgment belongs to the institutional system of cultivator civilization. There is a separate accounting that belongs to me, one that can only occur between Yen Su and the man who imprisoned me for 500 years. That accounting has not yet taken place. Will it be violent? Su Weiniang asked, and there was concern in the question, concern for Yen Su and what he might do, concern for what might be unleashed if the two of them finally met without the mediation of the council or institutional authority. No, Yen Su said simply. I have had 500 years to prepare for this conversation. Violence is not the tool that 500 years teaches. Violence is crude and immediate and has already been surpassed by patience and understanding and the kind of power that comes from refusing to be broken. I have had 500 years to contemplate what I will say to Zhao Mingyi, and violence has no place in what I will say. When I meet Zhao Mingyi, I will meet him not with violence, but with truth. I will meet him with the accumulated weight of 500 years of waiting. I will meet him as someone who has already won, who has already defeated him through the simple act of surviving. That is not a victory that violence could ever improve. He stood, and his movement was slow and deliberate, as though he was moving through time itself rather than through space. What troubles me, he continued, is not what I will say to Zhao Mingyi. What troubles me is that I do not yet fully understand what I have become through 500 years of waiting. I do not yet fully understand what I am now, whether I am still Yen Su in any meaningful sense, or whether the being that has emerged from the void cage is something entirely new. That is what the final conversation will help me understand. That is what I need to discover before I can truly move forward into whatever comes next. Chapter 79. Preparations. Yen Su spent the next week making preparations for what he referred to only obliquely as the final conversation. The preparations were not military or violent in nature. They were logistical. They involved determining where the conversation would take place and ensuring that certain witnesses would be present and ensuring that what was said would be recorded accurately for the historical record. He worked with Shun Fuyun to arrange access to the ruins of the Radiant Peak sect, the location where the original massacre had occurred, the place where Radiant Peak had been destroyed, and where the foundational act of Zhao Mingyi's crime had taken place. It seemed appropriate, Yen Su thought, that the final accounting should occur in the place where everything had begun, where the destruction had been initiated, where the foundations of the lie had been established through violence and deliberate acts of murder. The journey to the Radiant Peak ruins took 3 days of careful travel. The location had been deliberately concealed for 500 years, hidden through cultivation techniques and the manipulation of geographical reference points, rendered almost impossible to find for anyone who did not possess the specific knowledge of how to navigate to it. But Shun Fuyun possessed that knowledge. He had visited the location multiple times across his 500 years of maintaining the void cage, and he was able to guide Yen Su to it with precision. The ruins themselves were a place of profound loss and sadness. The buildings had been destroyed carefully, systematically broken down in a way that suggested deliberate effort to ensure that no one could reconstruct the sect from its remains. The cultivation grounds were overgrown with vegetation. The archive buildings had been deliberately burned, leaving only charred stone and ash. The gardens where the disciples had trained and meditated and developed their cultivation practice had been allowed to revert to wild growth. Walking through the ruins, Yin-Su recognized certain locations from the testimony of Elder Dao Qin and from the archival materials that had been preserved. He recognized the remains of the main hall where the massacre had been initiated. He recognized the location of the archive building where the radiant cannon had been preserved before it was stolen. He recognized the meditation gardens where individual disciples might have practiced their cultivation. He was walking through a physical representation of a destruction that had been completed 500 years ago, a destruction that had defined his entire existence. He selected a location at the center of the ruined complex, a place that had once been an open courtyard, but that was now covered with accumulated soil and overgrowth. He worked with several cultivators to clear the space, removing the vegetation and debris, restoring it to something approximating its original appearance. It was important, he thought, that the space be cleared, that the meeting place be restored to some kind of clarity and openness. When the work was complete, Yin-Su stood in the center of the cleared space and looked around at the ruins of what had been destroyed. He thought about the disciples who had trained here, about the culture that had developed in this place, about the specific quality of approach to cultivation that had characterized the Radiant Peak sect. It was almost gone now, preserved only in the memories of those who had studied it and in the fragments that Elder Dao Qin had preserved in her archives. But it had been real. It had been a genuine development of cultivator civilization's understanding of cultivation and of the proper way to pursue advancement. Su Weiniang had accompanied him to the ruins, and she stood beside him now, looking out at the destruction. "Are you afraid?" she asked. The question was direct and simple, without the qualification or equivocation that she might have offered if she had not known him so well. Yin-Su turned to look at her. "No," he said with absolute certainty. "I have been preparing for this for 500 years. Fear would require uncertainty about the outcome. I have no uncertainty. I understand exactly who I am and what I have become through the 5 centuries of imprisonment. I understand exactly what Zhao Mingyi is and what he has become. I understand that I am not the same being who was imprisoned 500 years ago. I have been transformed by wading into something different and something more. When Zhao Mingyi and I finally meet, he will be meeting not the young cultivator he imprisoned, but the being that 500 years of patient endurance has created. That being has no fear." She reached out and touched his arm, and the gesture carried the weight of recognition and something else, the acknowledgement that he had perhaps transcended the normal bounds of human or cultivator experience, that he had become something that could not be easily categorized or understood through conventional frameworks. She did not attempt to offer reassurance or comfort, because she recognized that he was beyond the point where such offerings would be meaningful. Chapter 80. The last warning. On the morning after the ruins had been cleared and prepared, Yin-Su sent a message to Zhao Mingyi. The message was delivered through official channels, through intermediaries authorized by the Righteous Council, sent to the void cage where Zhao Mingyi was imprisoned and where he was recovering from his attempted cultivation amplification using the radiant cannon. The message itself was brief and contained no threat or challenge. The testimony is complete. The truth is established. There is one final conversation before the end. Come to the ruins of the Radiant Peak tomorrow at dawn. Come alone. Come prepared to hear what must be said and to speak what must be spoken. When Zhao Mingyi read the message, sitting in his cell within the void cage, the weight of what was being communicated seemed to settle upon him like something physical. He understood that Yin-Su had reached the point of completion, that the long process of institutional judgment and public revelation was concluded, and that what remained was something entirely different, a final reckoning that belonged to the two of them alone, that could not be mediated by the council or by institutional authority. He did not attempt to refuse the summons or to request that it be conveyed to someone else. He did not attempt to negotiate or bargain or suggest alternative arrangements. He simply accepted that the time for avoidance was over, that the time for hiding behind institutional authority or political maneuvering was concluded, that there was one final conversation that needed to occur between himself and the man whose life he had destroyed. When the guards came to release him from his cell to allow him to travel to the ruins, Zhao Mingyi walked with them without resistance. He did not beg for additional security or for protection. He did not attempt to surround himself with allies or cultivators who might provide support. He walked alone through the corridors of the void cage. past the locations where he had once commanded absolute authority as the overseer of this imprisonment, and he emerged into the light of a new day with the recognition that everything had fundamentally changed, that his time of power was over, and that what came next was beyond his ability to control or direct. He was given permission to leave the void cage for a single day, a permission granted by the first counselor herself, who seemed to understand that this final conversation was necessary, that the accounting between Yin Su and Zhao Mingyi needed to occur without the mediation or interference of institutional authority. He traveled through the day toward the ruins of the Radiant Peak, carrying with him the knowledge that he had built a false empire, that he had destroyed an innocent cultivator's life, that everything he had constructed had crumbled around him, and that now he had to face the being whose destruction he had attempted and who had somehow, through 500 years of patient endurance, defeated him completely. As the sun set on the day of travel, Zhao Mingyi found himself standing at the periphery of the ruins of the Radiant Peak sect. He could see the cleared space in the center of the complex, the location where Yin Su would be waiting for him. He took a long breath, and he walked forward into the ruins, moving through the remnants of destruction toward the location of the final conversation. In the cleared space at the center of the ruins, Yin Su stood waiting, his face illuminated by the light of the setting sun, his expression one of absolute calm and certainty. The 500 years of waiting were finally over. The long preparation was complete. What remained was simply the truth that would be spoken between them, the final accounting that belonged to no institution but to the two of them alone. As Zhao Mingyi stepped into the cleared space and saw Yin Su standing there waiting for him, he understood, perhaps for the first time in 500 years, what absolute power actually looked like. It was not the power of dominance or the power of control. It was the power of someone who had refused to be broken, who had waited 500 years without losing faith in the fundamental nature of truth, who had allowed the world to reshape itself around the revelation of what was true. The two of them stood facing each other in the ruins of the Radiant Peak sect, separated by 500 years of deliberate destruction and 500 years of patient endurance, separated by everything that had been done and everything that had been survived. The moment of final accounting was about to begin. Total word count check * chapter 81. The alliance forms in the weeks following Zhao Mingyi's public confession and Elder Daoqin's testimony before the Righteous Council. The cultivation world fractured along lines of self-preservation. The evidence was overwhelming. Documents showing years of unauthorized killings, testimony from multiple sect disciples confirming Zhao Mingyi's orders to murder rivals and consolidate power, records of thefts from other sects' restricted archives. The confession was undeniable, delivered in Zhao Mingyi's own voice, a recording that had been preserved through cultivation stone technology and was being circulated through every major sect's archive. Zhao Mingyi sat in the Azure Mandate sect's isolation quarters, stripped of rank, stripped of his cultivation base's access to sect resources, awaiting whatever came next. He did not attempt to hide or escape. He seemed, somehow, to have been expecting this all along. He sat in meditation, his face composed, his breathing controlled. He did not speak to anyone. He did not request anything. He simply sat, as though he had been rehearsing this moment for centuries, as though the script had been written long ago and he was merely performing his part. But the very completeness of his fall created a problem that transcended his personal fate and reached into the foundations of how the entire cultivation world understood power and accountability. If a single cultivator could be held accountable for murder, theft, and deception at this scale, if the political machinery could be turned against a leader of his standing, then no sect was truly safe from internal scrutiny. No power structure was immune from being examined for exactly the kinds of things that Zhao Mingyi had done. Every sect leader, looking at Zhao Mingyi's exposure, was asking themselves the same question: what have I done that would look exactly like this if someone bothered to investigate thoroughly? What secrets am I keeping that could destroy me if revealed? What decisions have I made that, in the wrong light, would appear criminal? And that realization terrified the institutions that had built themselves on the assumption of invulnerability. They had believed themselves safe. They had believed that the power they wielded would protect them. They had believed that internal investigations would never reach their level. They had believed that they had arranged things in such a way that they could never be touched. And now they were faced with the proof that such belief was fragile, that it was possible for power to be challenged, that it was possible for the carefully constructed facades to crack and crumble. The news of what had happened spread through the cultivation networks like a poison seeping through water. Not the narrative that the Alliance would later construct, the tale of a vengeful Yin Su acting outside proper channels, but something more honest and far more destabilizing. A man who had been imprisoned for 5 centuries through false evidence had simply walked out into a world that had changed, gathered proof of his innocence with mechanical efficiency, and forced that proof to be acknowledged by the very institutions that had imprisoned him. He had done this not by appealing to the system that had wronged him, not by requesting a review or asking for mercy, but by making the system incapable of ignoring him. He had made himself impossible to deny. The cultivators who heard this story understood what it meant. If Yin Su could do this to Zhao Mingyi, what might he do to others? What other leaders might fall? What other crimes might be exposed? What foundations might crack under the weight of truth? The first meeting was held in the Mountain of Eternal Stone, the northernmost stronghold of the Heaven's Grace sect. The location was chosen deliberately, neutral ground in the sense that no single sect could claim dominion over the gathering, but dominated by cultivators who had sworn oaths to Heaven's Grace centuries ago. Distant from Zhao Mingyi's sphere of influence, yet positioned in a place whose very stones seemed to echo with authority and power. The mountain itself had been cultivated for 3,000 years, its spiritual veins reinforced and preserved, making it a place where the strongest cultivators could feel most secure. The chambers within the mountain were constructed from stone that had been enhanced through cultivation, making it resistant to eavesdropping or magical surveillance. The meeting was designed to be completely secure, to allow perfect candor, to create a space where sect leaders could speak their true concerns without fear of exposure or later use against them. The journey to the mountain was carefully orchestrated. Sect leaders traveled separately, their movements timed to avoid any appearance of coordination. Some arrived in the early morning hours, when the mountain's guards were focused on the transitions between shifts. Others arrived at dusk, when attention was diffuse. Still others arrived at night, moving with cultivation techniques that allowed them to travel silently and invisibly. Each delegation was small, never more than 3 or 4 individuals, and often just the sect leader with a single trusted advisor. The deliberate minimization was not a matter of discretion alone. It was a matter of preventing the appearance of military organization, of avoiding any suggestion that the sects were mobilizing for conflict. If word had spread that armies were assembling, the implications would have been disastrous. Better to move quietly, to arrive separately, to create the fiction that these were individual sect leaders happening to visit the same location at the same time, brought together by coincidence rather than coordination. 3 sects dominated the initial gathering: Heaven's Grace, the Silver Mirror Brotherhood, and the Jade Ascendant sect. Each had experienced their own internal upheavals in recent years. Each had cultivators whose deeds would not withstand scrutiny of the kind now being applied to Zhao Mingyi. Each sect had figures of authority who had made decisions that would seem like crimes if examined through the lens that was now being turned toward Zhao Mingyi. The Heaven's Grace sect had eliminated a rival sect's leadership through methods that were technically legal but morally questionable. They had funded assassins through intermediaries, maintaining plausible deniability. They had orchestrated famines in rival territories by controlling grain shipments through their merchant networks. They had done things that, if properly investigated, would reveal them as no less criminal than Zhao Mingyi. The Silver Mirror Brotherhood had been involved in the systematic suppression of younger disciples who had threatened its power structure. Young cultivators with talent had been quietly reassigned to dangerous territories, to places where they were unlikely to survive. Some had died in mysterious circumstances. Some had abandoned cultivation altogether after being denied advancement, after being humiliated by senior cultivators who saw them as threats. The Jade Ascendant sect had allowed certain atrocities to occur in its border territories, not because it was directly responsible, but because it had known about them and chosen not to investigate, had accepted bribes to look the other way, had permitted crimes to continue because the stability was convenient. The message passed between their delegations was simple and unspoken, carried in the careful positioning of bodies and the weight of eyes meeting across chambers. Yin Su's pursuit of personal justice had to be contained, where every sect leader would spend their remaining years looking over their shoulder, waiting for someone to compile the evidence against them, waiting for the moment when their crimes would be exposed in the same merciless way that Zhao Mingyi's had been. The first to speak was sect leader Chun of Heaven's Grace, a woman in her 12th century of cultivation whose authority had never been seriously questioned. She stood in the circular chamber with 12 other senior cultivators, her frame perfectly still, her presence occupying more space than her body actually required. Her face bore the kind of precision that comes from centuries of negotiation, every expression calibrated, every gesture controlled. She had trained herself over the decades to be impossible to read, which was itself a form of power. When she spoke, her voice was the voice of someone accustomed to being heard without effort or projection. The sound seemed to fill the chamber naturally, as though her words had always been there, waiting to be spoken. "The situation is intolerable," she said, the words carrying through the chamber with the weight of certainty. "One individual, acting on personal grievance, has dismantled a major sect's leadership and forced a confession that implicates dozens of other cultivators. Not through violence alone, though violence was certainly employed, but through investigation, through the relentless compilation of evidence, through making it impossible for the institutional mechanisms to ignore what had been revealed. If this pattern persists, if anyone who feels wronged can pursue their own accounting using similar methods, then civilization itself becomes impossible. We do not have control over who sees themselves as victimized. We do not have the power to prevent others from gathering evidence. We cannot constrain the judgment of those who believe they have been wronged. We cannot protect ourselves from the consequences of our own actions if every action is subject to investigation by those motivated by personal revenge. The power of the institutions to enforce order depends entirely on the power to define what investigation is legitimate and what is not. If that power is taken from us, if anyone can investigate anything at any time, then the entire structure collapses." She paused, letting the silence settle. The cultivators around the chamber murmured agreement. Few of them believed it was really about civilization. They believed it was about themselves. They believed it was about the secrets each of them carried. They believed it was about maintaining the ability to act without consequence, which was the foundation of their power. They believed it was about ensuring that power remained power, that the strong remained untouchable, that the hierarchy that protected them remained solid and unquestioned. Master Fong of the Silver Mirror Brotherhood, a thin man with eyes that never stopped moving, elaborated. His voice carried a particular quality of certainty that came from someone who had made difficult decisions and never regretted them. Yin Su acted entirely outside established channels. He killed a cultivator, a disciple of Azure Mandate, without trial or hearing. He gathered evidence through what amounted to invasion of private records, accessing materials that were sealed by sect sanctity laws. These are sacred protections that have been in place for millennia, protections designed to preserve the integrity of sect operations and prevent external interference. He breached them. He pressured Elder Dao Qin into testimony through psychological manipulation, making it clear that refusing to testify would result in personal consequences for the elder and for those he cared about. These are not the actions of a righteous man seeking justice. These are the actions of a vigilante constructing justification for revenge. If we permit this to stand, if we acknowledge through silence that such methods are acceptable, we are creating a precedent. We are saying to every cultivator in this world, if you feel wronged, if you believe your grievance is legitimate, you have the right to pursue justice through any means available to you. And then we cannot expect them to respect our authority when they decide to pursue their own grievances against us. His voice carried a particular sting because none of this was technically false. Yin Su had indeed acted outside channels. He had killed Liang Bao, though Liang Bao had been complicit in multiple murders. He had obtained evidence through means that were not precisely legal or officially sanctioned. He had made it clear to Dao Qin that the elder's testimony was necessary for justice to occur, which could be interpreted as pressure by those inclined to see it that way. But the truth that none of them acknowledged was simpler and more devastating. Yin Su's methods had worked. The truth had emerged. The guilty had confessed. And because it worked, because it produced truth while the institutional system had failed to produce truth for 500 years, it threatened to become a model that others might imitate. That was the real threat that frightened them. Not that Yin Su had acted improperly, but that his impropriety had been more effective than proper procedure ever was. Sect leader Wu of the Jade Ascendant sect, the eldest of the three, spoke last and most carefully. She was older than Shun, older perhaps than any cultivator still active in the Northern Territories. Her hair was white as winter mist, and her movements carried the precision of someone who had long ago stopped making unnecessary gestures. When she shifted her weight, she did so with a deliberation that suggested each motion was calculated for maximum effect. She had cultivated for so long that she barely seemed to be in the world anymore, but rather to be observing the world from a great distance and occasionally commenting on it. Her eyes had the quality of someone who had seen empires rise and fall, who understood the patterns of power across centuries. When she spoke, her voice was so quiet that the chamber seemed to lean in to hear it. The words emerged slowly, each one weighted with meaning, each one chosen with the care of someone accustomed to having her words become doctrine. "We must act with clarity and decisiveness," she said, her words carrying the weight of someone who had made difficult decisions across centuries. "Not from fear of Yin Su, we are not afraid. We are not children who tremble at shadows. We are cultivators who have survived for centuries through our strength and wisdom. We act from commitment to proper order, the order that has allowed civilization to flourish across generations. The proper response is to establish that justice proceeds through institutional channels, not through individual action. We will offer ourselves as arbiters. We will hold a formal tribunal. Yansu will be offered the opportunity to explain his actions before a fair and impartial body composed of representatives from multiple sections. If he cooperates with this process, we demonstrate that the system works. We demonstrate that legitimate justice emerges from institutional process. If he refuses, we demonstrate that he is indeed a vigilante, a threat to all of us, not a seeker of truth. His refusal will be his own condemnation. The brilliance of Wu's suggestion lay in its perfect inversion of truth into appearance. By positioning themselves as guarantors of fairness, they could frame their true purpose, protection of the status quo, as justice. By offering Yansu a trial, they could make his refusal look like intransigence, like the behavior of someone who knew they could not win through legitimate means and therefore rejected legitimacy itself. And if he did refuse, or if he simply walked away from their tribunal, they would have purchased something invaluable: time. Time to prepare defenses, time to coordinate, time to construct a united front that could not be ignored or disrupted, time to arrange things so that whatever happened next could be framed within the narrative they controlled. They would control the story, and in the cultivation world, controlling the story was almost as important as controlling power itself. She set down her cup of tea with a deliberate motion. Consider the alternative, she continued. If we do nothing, if we allow Yansu to pursue his accounting against Zhao Mingyi without institutional oversight, we send a message to every sect in the cultivation world that individual action is acceptable. Within a year, we will have countless individuals pursuing their own vengeance, their own accounts, each one believing their cause is just, each one believing they have sufficient justification to act outside proper channels. The result will be chaos. Sects will turn on their own leadership. Young cultivators will challenge their elders. The entire structure that has allowed us to maintain civilization will collapse. Is that what we want? Or do we want to present a united front that says, justice is important, truth is important, but it must be pursued through legitimate channels, through proper process, through institutional mechanisms that have been refined over centuries to ensure fairness? Over the following week, more sects joined the initial three. Not all of them were genuinely afraid of Yansu. Some simply recognized the utility of the righteous alliance, as they named themselves, as a mechanism to address other grievances and consolidate power against other rivals. Several had their own problems they hoped the cover of official process could hide. One sect leader joined because he had received quiet assurances that the alliance would help with a succession dispute he was managing. Another joined because the alliance offered cover for actions his sect had taken against smaller sects that might otherwise be questioned. Another joined simply because remaining outside the alliance would mark her as unreliable, as potentially aligned with Yansu, which was politically untenable. The alliance grew not from principled agreement, but from the universal cultivation instinct to maintain the hierarchy that kept you safe, the hierarchy that protected those in power from those below them, the hierarchy that prevented the kind of scrutiny that had destroyed Zhao Mingyi. The alliance held a formal meeting in a neutral city at the edge of the cultivation territories. 23 sects sent representatives. 17 others expressed written support. The message was clear. This was not a small coalition. This was the institutional cultivation world speaking with a unified voice. Any sect that had not joined was vulnerable to being positioned as aligned with Yansu's vigilantism, which was politically and socially untenable. The pressure to join was immense. Those who remained outside the alliance suddenly found their trade routes more difficult. Their younger disciples received fewer offers of marriage alliances from the alliance sections. Their grievances, which previously might have been mediated through neutral channels, suddenly received no attention. The cost of independence became too high, and one by one, the remaining sects submitted to the inevitability of institutional pressure. The alliance was not imposed by force. It was imposed by the subtle, constant pressure of social and economic reality, the pressure that accumulates when you stand alone against a unified institutional front. By the end of the week, they had 41 sects pledged to the alliance's cause. They drafted a manifesto, crafted by their most skilled political writers, every word chosen to create an appearance of justice and fairness while maintaining the underlying purpose of obstruction. They established a formal tribunal, creating the appearance of due process. They sent delegations to multiple locations, attempting to locate Yansu and deliver a summons. And throughout all of this, they told themselves they were protecting civilization itself, that they were acting in service of principles, that they were the righteous ones, and Yin Su was the threat. The self-deception was complete and sincere. They truly believed what they were telling themselves. That was the most dangerous thing about institutional power. Not that it was deliberately evil, but that it could convince itself of its own righteousness while crushing anything that threatened its existence. The cultivation world waited to see if Yin Su would honor the summons. Chapter 82. The Official Position. The Manifesto of the Righteous Alliance was released simultaneously in major cultivation cities across 3 provinces. It appeared on notice boards maintained by neutral merchant collectives. It was transmitted through communication arrays maintained by the Unified Registry, devices that could send messages across vast distances in moments, powered by the spiritual essence of crystals that had been harvested from deep within the earth. It was written in the careful, measured language of institutional power, the kind of language that made oppression sound like prudence, coercion sound like process, and the maintenance of hierarchy sound like commitment to universal principles. It was language designed to convince people that they were reading something that had been created by the wise and righteous, something crafted to protect them rather than to protect the powerful. The manifesto was read in temples and meditation halls. Cultivators discussed it over tea. Young disciples debated it in their training grounds. By the time anyone understood what it truly meant, the message had already been absorbed into the culture. The text began with a preamble about the importance of order and the dangers of unchecked individual action. It praised the recent exposure of Zhao Mingyi's crimes and thanked those who had participated in gathering evidence. It acknowledged that justice for wrongs committed was necessary and right. It framed Yin Su as having done a service by investigating, as having provided useful information. The opening was designed to seem balanced, fair, even progressive. Those who skimmed it would believe they were reading a reasonable document written by reasonable people trying to do a difficult job. Those who read it carefully would notice the carefully constructed implications underneath every sentence. It was language designed to work on multiple levels, to be resistant to criticism. Anyone who objected to the manifesto could be accused of not understanding its nuance, of reading it too literally, of misinterpreting the author's careful and measured tone. Then came the pivot. The moment when the manifesto shifted from appearing to praise Yin Su to subtly positioning him as the real problem. The manifesto stated that while Yin Su's grievances were understandable, the word understandable itself a subtle dismissal, suggesting that grievances were emotional reactions rather than legitimate claims. The response to those grievances had violated fundamental principles of cultivator society. Specifically, the killing of Liang Bao, a disciple of Azure Mandate, represented murder committed outside legitimate channels. No matter that Liang Bao had participated in Zhao Mingyi's crimes, had ordered killings, had been complicit in decades of murders. The act of killing without authorization was painted as the real transgression, the thing that mattered more than the truth. The seizure of private records from the sect represented violation of sanctuary, the sacred right of sects to maintain their internal affairs without outside interference. The methods used to extract testimony from Elder Dao Qin, while not explicitly detailed, the authors were careful not to specify, because any true description of the conversation would have sounded like a reasonable appeal to truth, represented psychological coercion of a witness. They did not acknowledge that the testimony Dao Qin had given was truthful. They focused entirely on the method of obtaining it, as though method was more important than truth. Therefore, the Righteous Alliance declared, for the sake of everyone's security and the maintenance of legitimate order, words chosen to invoke fear, to suggest that chaos would result if they did not act. Yin Su must submit to a formal tribunal. This tribunal would be composed of representatives from the 23 allied sects, with rotating chairs to ensure impartiality. Yin Su would be permitted to present his case. He would be afforded every courtesy and respect. The tribunal would examine whether his actions, though they resulted in important truths being revealed, a concession designed to appear generous, could be permitted under cultivator law. The document described procedures in meticulous detail, each one designed to seem fair and reasonable, each one actually designed to constrain Yin Su's ability to speak freely or challenge the tribunal's authority. The language here was masterful, refined through centuries of institutional development. It acknowledged that Yin Su's actions had produced truth. It acknowledged that truth was valuable. And then it subtly reframed the issue. The question was not whether the truth was important, but whether the manner of obtaining it was permissible. By this move, they separated the truth value of Yin Su's evidence from the legitimacy of his methods. One could be right about what happened while still being wrong about how one went about proving it. One could be a victim of injustice while still being a criminal for how one responded to that injustice. The logic was seductive, Even the guilty have rights to proper process, and even those seeking justice cannot be allowed to violate procedure. If Yin Su was found to have acted within legal parameters, he would be exonerated. If he was found to have violated those parameters, the tribunal would determine appropriate consequences. The fairness was built into the structure of language. What was not mentioned was that the tribunal's own members had every reason to redefine those parameters in ways that would lead to violation. What was not mentioned was that the tribunal itself had been constructed not to examine whether justice had been served, but to ensure that no single individual could serve it, that all power remained concentrated in the hands of institutions. What was not mentioned was that the tribunal represented the very system that had failed Yin Su for 500 years. What was not mentioned was that the tribunal would benefit greatly from a conclusion that individual action outside channels was never justified, under any circumstances, no matter how badly the system had failed. The manifesto concluded by stating that the alliance was not acting from any desire for punishment. It was acting from commitment to the principles that allowed cultivator civilization to function. It was acting as a guarantor that even one individual, no matter how powerful, could not simply impose their will upon society without accountability. Every word was technically true. The principles did allow civilization to function. The principles of hierarchy, of deference to established power, of the assumption that those in charge were making good decisions. The alliance was indeed acting as a guarantor that no one could impose their will without accountability. Accountability, conveniently, defined as answering to the alliance, to the very institutions that had benefited from Zhao Mingyi's crimes. The manifesto was a masterwork of language. It would be studied in schools for centuries as an example of how to craft persuasive arguments. It would be praised as a model of institutional wisdom. It was, in truth, a cage designed to look like an invitation. It was a masterpiece of institutional language, which is to say, it was a masterpiece of lies crafted so carefully that they appeared to be truth. The news reached Su Wenying in the temple courtyard where she was practicing sword forms, the weapon moving through the air in patterns refined through years of discipline. Each movement flowed into the next with perfect control, each strike designed to be efficient and precise. The forms existed in a state between meditation and combat, maintaining both awareness and relaxation simultaneously. A messenger from the Unified Registry arrived on foot, breathing heavily from the exertion of rapid travel, and handed her a copy of the manifesto. She accepted it without stopping her practice, finishing her form while the messenger waited. The sword movements became slower, more deliberate. The messenger could see her processing the implications as she moved through the final sequence. Only when the pattern was complete did she set the sword aside and read the document. She read it twice, her expression not changing, her breathing perfectly controlled. The second reading revealed the careful construction that the first reading had obscured. She understood what she was looking at, not a legal document, but a trap fashioned to look like fairness. It was the kind of thing that seemed reasonable until you realized that compliance with it meant accepting your powerlessness. She understood what the manifesto represented: the closing of a door, the sealing of an exit, the creation of a space where every path led to the same destination. Institutional control. She found Yin Su in the library of the temple, exactly where she expected to find him. He was reading one of the medical texts that had been compiled during the period of his imprisonment, a document describing advances in healing cultivators that had emerged over the centuries he was gone. The text discussed new techniques for mending cultivation disruptions, methodologies that had been developed through the painstaking work of thousands of cultivators over centuries, each one building on the knowledge of those before them. The accumulation of human effort toward healing, toward the preservation of life, toward the understanding of the human body and spirit. He set it aside when she entered, marking the place with a piece of cloth with the same care he used for everything. The movement was precise, careful, respectful. He treated the books with the reverence of someone who understood that knowledge was something that had to be preserved deliberately, that it represented the collective effort of generations and should be honored as such. "They've summoned you," she said, placing the manifesto on the table in front of him. She did not bother with the courtesy of asking permission to place it there. This was a document he needed to read, a thing that had been created for him to receive. She felt the weight of it in her hands, the expensive paper, the carefully pressed seals. She felt the power that had gone into its creation, the coordinated effort of 23 sects, the institutional machinery brought to bear on a single individual. Yin Su read it without comment. His eyes moved across the text with the same steady attention he gave to everything. He did not skip passages. He did not skim. He read each word, processing not just the explicit meaning, but the structural logic underneath, the assumptions it was built on, the implications it carried. The document seemed to take him a long time to read, though it was not particularly long. He was simply reading it completely, allowing every carefully constructed word to impact him, understanding not just what the manifesto said, but what it revealed about the minds that had created it. When he finished, he set it aside with the same care he had given the medical text. "They're frightened," he said. It was not a question. It was a statement of his understanding of what had created this document. They're frightened in a way they haven't been frightened before. They're frightened in a way that goes beyond the fear of Yen Su. They're frightened of what Yen Su represents. The possibility that power can be challenged from below, that institutional authority can be overturned by individual determination and sufficient cultivation strength. That is what truly terrifies them. Yes, Su Weiniang agreed. She sat across from him, and the library was quiet around them. The books on the shelves seemed to hold centuries of accumulated knowledge, watching them silently. She could feel the weight of that knowledge, the presence of human learning and effort compressed into bound paper. But they found a tool that frightens them less. A process, a procedure, something that feels like it has rules. Rules they control. They believe that procedure can contain power, that law can constrain force, that institutional authority matters more than truth itself. "It's a cage," Yen Su said. His voice was even, measured, carrying no anger or contempt. Just the simple statement of fact from someone who understood the machinery of institutional control with absolute clarity. But they're hoping the bars are made of words rather than iron. They're hoping I'll see the cage and stop walking, that I'll accept the premise that I need their permission to act. They've constructed it carefully, every bar justifiable under cultivator law, every restriction defensible as procedural necessity. But it's still a cage. The purpose is the same even if the material is different. The purpose is to contain. The purpose is to prevent. The purpose is to make it impossible for me to do what needs to be done without their approval and validation. He rose from his seat and moved to the window, looking out across the temple grounds. For 500 years, I was held in a cell by institutional authority. I learned during those 500 years that institutions have one primary purpose: to ensure that power remains power, that those at the top remain at the top, that the hierarchy that protects them is never questioned. The tribunal they're offering is not genuinely designed to determine truth or justice. It's designed to reassert institutional control, to make clear that even individual action motivated by legitimate grievance must be mediated through institutional approval. If I submit to their tribunal, I accept that institutional approval matters. I accept that their process is legitimate. I accept the very system that failed me for 500 years and left me in a cell while a murderer walked free. That is what they want from me, and that is what I will not give them. Will you attend? Su Weiniang asked. She watched him at the window, silhouetted against the afternoon light. She saw the absolute certainty in his posture, the complete acceptance of what he intended to do. "I will address them," he said, turning from the window to face her directly. "But not as a defendant, not as someone seeking their permission or their approval. I will appear before them as a declarant of truth. I will tell them what happened. I will make clear what will happen next. And I will demonstrate why it is futile to attempt to contain me. They need to understand that some things cannot be contained through procedure or process. Some things move according to their own logic, their own necessity. And I am one of those things. I am inevitable. I am the consequence of their own crimes finally coming due. And no amount of institutional machinery will prevent that accounting from occurring." Chapter 83, The Summons. The envelope arrived on a frost-clear morning at the Dawning Peak Monastery, carried by a silver-sashed official from the Righteous Alliance. The monastery sat high in the Guo Mountains, at an altitude where the air grew thin in the afternoons, and the morning mists clung to the stone buildings like living things. The peaks surrounding it rose in succession, their slopes dense with pine forest that grew darker toward the summit. It was the restored seat of the Radiant Spirit sect, rebuilt from rubble and memory by people who remembered what had been destroyed. The official was young, no older than 50 in cultivator years, which meant his true age was impossible to calculate. He had the careful posture of someone trained to deliver difficult messages to dangerous people, spine straight, hands visible, movement deliberate and non-threatening. His silver sash marked him as a servant of the consolidated authority, not the representative of any single sect. He had been chosen, Yen Su understood immediately, because his neutrality would make the message seem more official. Yen Su was in the main meditation hall, reviewing the restored archives. The original library had been burned 500 years ago, Zhao Mingyi's work, as it turned out, along with everything else. So these volumes were reconstructions, gathered laboriously from scattered sources. Some had been copied from texts held in other sects' libraries. Others had been painstakingly recreated from the memories of disciples who had studied them decades or centuries ago. The work was ongoing, likely to continue for the rest of Yen Su's life. He was reading a meditation scroll written in the hand of his old master, Master Chun of Radiant Spirit, when the official was announced. Yen Su set the scroll down with the same deliberate care he applied to everything in the world now, as if each object deserved to be treated with reverence, as if permanence itself was a courtesy extended to physical things. He gestured for the visitor to enter. The official approached, bowed with precision that indicated long training in formal protocol, and extended a heavy envelope sealed with the triple sigil of the Righteous Alliance. The seal showed 3 sect symbols interlocked: the Gate of Heaven, the Azure Mandate, the Luminous Way, unified in a way that had only recently become possible. Political marriages took centuries to arrange in the cultivation world, and alliances even longer. The fact that 3 major sects had bound themselves together was significant enough. The fact that they had done so specifically to address Yen Su's existence was another matter entirely. Yen Su received the envelope without comment and broke the seal. The paper inside was heavy, of high quality, made from the inner bark of moonveil trees, the kind that took years to prepare properly and cost significant resources. Someone had taken time with this document. Someone had wanted it to feel weighty, important, official. He began reading, his eyes moving across the formal script with the same steady pace he applied to everything. The opening lines were predictable. Yen Su, former disciple of the Radiant Spirit sect, hereby summoned to appear before the Righteous Alliance Tribunal. But as he continued, the language became more specific, more damning. The charges were carefully constructed: murder of disciples of the Azure Mandate sect, destabilization of a major sect structure, refusal to submit to lawful investigation, operating outside the established mechanisms of institutional justice. Su Weiniang found him still reading the summons perhaps 10 minutes later. She had been in the secondary meditation hall, working on the preliminary catalog of recovered texts, the slow, methodical task of inventorying what had survived and what had been lost. She appeared silently beside him, her movement as quiet as her presence had always been, even before she had learned formal cultivation techniques. Her eyes scanned the open document across his lap. "The summons," she said. It was not a question. "Yes." Yen Su continued reading, his eyes tracking across the remaining paragraphs. She read it over his shoulder, not needing to ask permission because by now their understanding was complete enough that such permission was implicit. Her lips tightened as she progressed through the charges. Murder, destabilization, operating outside legal channels, refusing lawful directive. The language was very precise, very carefully written to make Yen Su sound like a rogue killer rather than a man attempting to accomplish a necessary accounting. "Will you go?" Su Weiniang asked when she finished reading. Yen Su set the document down on the reading table with extraordinary care, as if the paper itself was fragile, as if the summons deserved to be treated as seriously as the authority that had issued it. He turned the document in his hands, studying it from different angles, examining the quality of the lettering, the consistency of the ink, the care taken in its composition. "Yes," he said finally, "I will address the alliance." Su Weiniang's breath caught slightly. "As a defendant?" "No." Yen Su set the summons down precisely on the table, aligned with the edges of the reading surface. "As a declarant." "That distinction won't matter to them," Su Weiniang said quietly. There was worry in her voice now, not fear for herself, but concern for him, for the weight he was choosing to carry. "They'll call you what they want. They'll frame this however serves their narrative. The distinction matters to me," Yen Su said. He stood and walked to the window of the hall, and Su Weiniang followed him, sensing that this explanation was important. A defendant accepts the tribunal's authority over his person and his actions. He concedes, by his very appearance in that role, the legitimacy of their judgment before he speaks a single word. He has already surrendered something fundamental. A declarant uses the tribunal as a venue, a place with the necessary auditorium, the necessary witnesses, the necessary official status, to state facts that everyone present will hear simultaneously. The court is not his judge. It is his podium. He stood looking out across the mountains, and Su Weiniang could see the thought moving behind his eyes, careful and precise. "They have written this very carefully," he continued, gesturing slightly toward the summons still lying on the table. "They are attempting to contain the narrative before I even enter their hall. If I go as a defendant, I am contained from the moment I arrive. The story is fixed before I speak. Here is a rogue cultivator. Here is the proper authority challenging him. Here is the moment where the system reasserts itself over an individual and order is restored. But if I go to declare the facts as I know them, if I stand in their hall and speak from a position of someone informing them rather than someone defending himself. He trailed off, but Su Weiniang understood the implication. If he went as a declarant, the power dynamic shifted. Not obviously, not in ways that would be written about in the official records, but in ways that everyone in the hall would feel. They won't accept that framework, she said. No, Yin Su agreed. They will not. But their acceptance is not required for it to be true. He moved through the monastery with that same calm precision over the following days, making arrangements for his absence. He spoke with Gu Ronghui, the sect's acting leader, a cultivator who had been only a junior disciple when the original sect fell into ruin. Yin Su left detailed instructions for the care of the monastery and the continued reconstruction work. He designated responsibilities, allocated resources, ensured that the momentum of rebuilding would not stall during his absence. He packed very little. A single change of robes, the documents that proved Zhao Mingyi's crimes beyond any refutation, a meditation sphere of old jade that had been returned to him weeks before, its surface worn smooth by 500 years of handling. Each item was placed in a simple cloth bag. Everything he owned fit in his hands. On the morning of his departure, Su Weiniang walked with him to the monastery gate. The mountain air was still cold, even though spring was coming, even though the peaks around them were beginning to show the first faint greening of early leaf. The world was opening itself up in small ways, systems returning to growth after the pause of winter. What happens when they try to contain you? Su Weiniang asked as they walked along the stone pathway that led down from the monastery. The path had been rebuilt after Zhao Mingyi's initial attack, and the new stones had not yet weathered to match the ancient ones. They will try, Yin Su said simply. His pace did not change, and neither did hers, and they moved together in perfect synchronization. Whether they succeed will depend on whether they are willing to do what containment actually requires. Which is, he did not answer immediately. The monastery gate was approaching, and the world beyond it was still large and uncertain. They had reached the threshold where the mountain sanctuary ended and the wider cultivation world began. Death, Yin Su said finally. Genuine containment requires killing me. I suspect they will discover they do not have the collective will for it. Su Weiniang's jaw tightened, but she said nothing. She had learned, over the months of rebuilding alongside him, that there was no point arguing with Yin Su about conclusions he had already reached. He had 500 years of time to have thought things through. Whatever he had decided thoroughly. Stay here, Yin Su told her when they reached the gate. A plain wooden carriage waited outside, deliberately unmarked, without insignia. Finish the catalog. When this is resolved, the sect will need it. He paused, and something almost like warmth crossed his face, subtle, easy to miss if you were not watching carefully, if you had not spent months learning to read the minute shifts in his expression. I will return. He climbed into the carriage, settled himself in the interior with the same methodical grace, and the driver began the long journey down the mountain road toward the capital city where the Righteous Alliance maintained its grand hall. Su Weiniang watched the carriage disappear into the pine forest, watched until she could no longer see the dust of its wheels, and then returned to the monastery to continue the work of rebuilding. Chapter 84. The Grand Hall of the Righteous Alliance had been constructed over the course of 3 centuries, expanded and refined with each generation as the Alliance's power and influence grew. The original structure had been built in the founding era, when 3 sects had first begun regular coordination. Successive generations had added to it, each generation building with the assumption that their expansion would be the last, that this would finally be the hall adequate to the Alliance's historical importance. But it had never been adequate. History kept growing. Significance kept multiplying. So the hall had kept expanding, becoming cavernous, becoming sacred in its proportions. The main chamber was vast enough to hold 3,000 cultivators comfortably, and could be compressed to hold half again that many if necessary. The galleries rose in tiers along the walls, with the best positions reserved for high-ranking cultivators and sect officials. The floor was a single piece of stone, somehow quarried and transported, inlaid with patterns that had been laid down over centuries. The ceiling was vaulted and painted with scenes of founding sages establishing order out of chaos, their hands joined in unity, their faces serene with the certainty of people who believed they were serving history itself. By the time Yin Su arrived, the chamber was nearly full. Not quite at capacity, but close enough to create a crush of bodies, a density of presence that turned the hall into something almost alive. The crowd had been gathering for days. Cultivators from allied sects had sent representatives, carefully selected to ensure their sect was present but not overrepresented. Disciples had been assigned to watch and report back to their masters. This was a moment of historical significance, and everyone wanted their account of what happened, their perspective on what it meant. Some came out of genuine curiosity about Yin Su, about the rumored monster who had been imprisoned for 500 years. Others came to ensure their sect was seen as firmly on the side of institutional order, as committed to the maintenance of proper process and authority. There was an energy in the hall, not quite anticipatory, not quite fearful, but something complex that existed in the space between those two states. The cultivators knew, with the deep knowledge that comes from participation in large systems, that they were present for something that would be remembered, that their presence here would matter, would be recorded, would shape the narrative of what was about to occur. The three Alliance sect leaders sat elevated on a dais at the far end of the chamber, separated from the crowd by a space deliberately left empty. The center space. That was where Yin Su was expected to stand, like an insect mounted on a display board. The doors at the far end of the hall opened. The sound carried through the entire chamber, a deep wooden creaking that drew every eye toward that threshold. Yin Su entered alone. There were no attendants, no escort, no cultivators walking beside him. He came from the darkness of the entrance corridor into the brilliant light of the hall, and for a moment he was silhouetted against that transition, a figure between darkness and illumination. Then he stepped fully into the light. He walked forward. The crowd had been anticipating something, some gesture of deference, some bow of submission, some visible expression of his power radiating outward to impress or intimidate them. They had spent days theorizing about what Yin Su would look like, how he would move, what kind of presence a 500-year-old cultivator would carry into their hall. What they found was this. He was a man who walked. He moved at a measured pace, neither hurried nor lingering. He was dressed plainly, in robes of undyed linen that had once been the color of mourning but were now simply old. He wore no sect insignia, no marks of rank or achievement. He carried nothing in his hands. The only thing remarkable about him was the absolute stillness with which he moved, as if each step was perfectly calculated, as if all of his focus was devoted to the simple act of placing one foot in front of the other, with complete accuracy and complete intention. The crowd parted before him. The press of bodies that filled the lower galleries began to shift and compress, drawing back without any word being spoken, without any visible signal. It was instinctive, unconscious, the same reflex that makes prey animals scatter before a predator, even if the predator has not yet acknowledged their presence, even if the predator is moving in a completely different direction. The humans in the hall did not consciously decide to move. They simply found themselves moving, found themselves creating space, found themselves unable to remain in his path. The whispers began as he walked. They started in the upper galleries, where younger disciples gathered, excited conversations suppressed to hisses and murmurs that carried down through the layers of observers. Did you see how he moved? No wasted motion. Is that his full power, or is he concealing it? I heard he was imprisoned for 500 years. 500 years. That's longer than some sects have existed. Do you think he's as powerful as they say? Someone said he killed 8 disciples of the Azure Mandate with his bare hands. 8? That's impossible. My teacher said it was 12. No, that's just how stories grow with the telling. The whispers spread through the crowd like a ripple across water. By the time they reached the lower galleries, they had accumulated weight and variation, had branched into a dozen slightly different versions of the same core facts. Some cultivators looked at Yin Su with something like fear, a primal recognition of danger. Others with calculation, trying to assess his power by external signs, by the way he held his shoulders, by the depth of his presence. Some simply stared, as if they were trying to memorize the moment, as if they understood that this was a threshold moment and they wanted to remember exactly how it felt to stand on this side of it. Yin Su reached the center of the empty space and stopped. He positioned himself in the exact center, equidistant from the dais where the sect leaders sat and from the galleries where the observers watched. His hands hung at his sides. His face was neutral, composed, showing nothing. He did not look at the judges. He did not look at the crowd. He did not look at anything in particular. He simply stood, present in the moment, waiting for whatever would come next. The silence that followed was profound. It was not the silence of people holding their breath, though many were doing that. It was deeper than that. It was the silence of a room full of 3,000 cultivators, all suddenly understanding that something was wrong with their previous assumptions, that the script they had written in advance would not run as expected. In the upper galleries, a young disciple from the luminous way realized his hands were shaking. He could not explain why. The figure in the center of the floor was not moving, was not radiating hostile intent, was not doing anything that should have caused fear. Yet something about Yin Su's stillness, the absolute completeness of it, the sense that he was not simply standing but was consciously, deliberately choosing to stand, created an instinctive response in everyone present. The body recognized something that the conscious mind had not yet articulated. Sect leader Jiang studied the man at the center of his hall with the eyes of someone who had spent 60 years learning to read people. What he saw was not what he had expected. He had been prepared for anger, for the barely contained rage of someone who had been wronged. He had been prepared for defiance, for the arrogant self-certainty of a powerful cultivator who believed himself above institutional authority. He had been prepared for calculation, for the careful assessment of odds and possibilities that a strategist would make when entering an enemy hall. What he saw instead was none of these things. He saw calm. He saw acceptance of the situation that was so complete it bordered on resignation. Not the resignation of someone who had given up. Jiang was experienced enough to know the difference between surrender and acceptance. This was something else. This was the stillness of someone who had already made a decision, who had accepted all possible consequences, who was simply waiting to see what would happen next. It was unsettling in a way that Jiang could not quite articulate. The sound of the doors closing behind Yin-Su seemed very loud in that silence. The two massive wooden doors sealed with a solid thud, cutting off the corridor beyond, creating a sense of enclosure. 3,000 cultivators and one man in a chamber that suddenly felt smaller, more intimate, despite its vast proportions. The chief sect leader took a moment to compose himself. This was theater, he reminded himself. Everything that happened in this hall was a performance as much as a proceeding. The cultivators in the galleries had come to witness a certain narrative. The Alliance had a responsibility to provide that narrative, to demonstrate the functioning of institutional authority. The beginning had not proceeded exactly as planned, but it was still early. There was time to establish the proper framework. He gestured to one of his assistants, and the chief prosecutor, Master Chun, rose to present the formal charges. Chapter 85. The accusation sect leader, Chun tapped a gavel made from cultivator stone, and the sound echoed through the chamber with more force than its size would suggest. "We are gathered to examine the case of Yin-Su," she intoned, her voice carrying through the space with the authority of someone accustomed to having her words become binding. "The Righteous Alliance has convened to determine whether the actions taken by the defendant in his pursuit of justice against Zhao Mingyi can be permitted under cultivator law and institutional practice. The defendant is invited to provide testimony and to address the charges that will be presented. The tribunal will hear evidence from both the prosecution and the defense. Then the tribunal will render judgment on the following question. Was the defendant justified in his actions, considering both the motivation behind those actions and the methods employed?" She set the gavel down with another resonant sound. "Let the prosecution present its case." The lead prosecutor, a cultivator named Elder Shao from the Heaven's Grace sect, rose from his position. He was a thin man with precise movements and a voice that carried clarity without effort. He had prepared his case with meticulous attention to detail, aware that he was not trying to convince people that Yin-Su was evil. Everyone understood that Yin-Su had been wronged. What he was trying to do was convince people that the manner of Yin-Su's response was unacceptable, that it violated fundamental principles that, if abandoned, would destroy the very institutional structures that protected cultivator civilization. He had rehearsed his arguments, testing them against possible counterarguments, refining them until they achieved a perfect balance between strength and plausibility. He had consulted with legal experts from multiple sects, had gathered precedents from centuries of legal history. Everything was prepared to devastating effect. He began by acknowledging Yin-Su's legitimate grievances, his voice carrying a tone of generous understanding. Zhao Mingyi had indeed imprisoned him falsely. Zhao Mingyi had indeed committed crimes. Yin-Su's anger was not only understandable, but righteous. No one in this chamber would deny the justice of his cause. He made this acknowledgement with a kind of generous certainty, as if he was offering Yin-Su a gift by admitting these truths. The generosity was calculated. It made him seem fair, made the tribunal seem fair, made the entire process seem balanced and impartial. It was a rhetorical move designed to make everything that followed seem like a regretful necessity rather than an attack. However, Elder Shao continued, and his voice carried the careful precision of someone making a devastating argument. The cause itself does not justify any and all methods in pursuit of it. If we permit that logic, if we accept that righteous anger excuses the violation of all established procedures, then we have created a standard that applies to everyone. Every cultivator who believes themselves wronged will have justification for pursuing their own account outside institutional channels. Every sect that feels threatened will have justification for taking unilateral action. Every individual will become a law unto themselves, justified by their own conviction that they have been wronged. And the result will not be justice. It will be chaos. It will be the complete dissolution of the frameworks that allow us to live together as cultivators. We will descend into a state of nature where might makes right, and the strong simply take what they want from the weak, without any institutional constraint whatsoever. He produced documents from the case, holding them up so the tribunal could examine them. The papers were expensive, official, bearing the seals of various sections. His hands moved with theatrical precision, making sure that every cultivator in the chamber understood the weight of what he was presenting. The defendant killed Liang Bao, a cultivator of the Azure Mandate sect. The defendant entered this killing on his own authority, without trial, without hearing, without any legal process. We do not deny that Liang Bao was complicit in crimes. But complicity is not the same as guilt, and even those complicit in crimes have rights to defense and to legal process. The defendant violated those rights. He became judge and executioner based entirely on his own determination of guilt and his own calculation that execution was justified. This is not justice. This is vigilantism. This is the very thing that we have institutional processes to prevent. Once we accept that individuals can make these determinations and act on them, we have abandoned any pretense that law governs our world. We have said that power, applied by those confident enough to believe themselves righteous, is all that matters. Another set of documents. The defendant obtained evidence through invasion of sect archives. He accessed materials that were sealed by sanctuary laws, laws that have protected sect autonomy for millennia. These laws exist for important reasons. If any individual can simply invade sect privacy whenever they believe they have justification, then no sect is safe. No sect can protect its internal processes. No sect can maintain the sanctity of its own operations. The defendant breached sanctuary. He accessed materials he had no right to access. And he did this without seeking permission, without applying through legal channels, without respecting the institutional frameworks that exist to govern such matters. The precedent this sets is catastrophic. It says to every cultivator in the world, if you feel wronged, if you believe you have justification, you may violate the most sacred protections that sects have established. You may invade their privacy. You may steal their secrets. You may examine their hidden records. And there will be no institutional consequence for these violations, because your righteousness justifies your actions. And finally, his voice dropping to a more intimate tone designed to seem reasonable and concerned, like a trusted advisor expressing genuine worry rather than launching an attack. The defendant pressured Elder Dao Qin into providing testimony. Whether we call this psychological coercion or simple persuasion depends on our point of view, but the objective facts are clear. The defendant made it clear to the elder that refusal to testify would result in consequences. The defendant, through the implicit threat of his own power, extracted testimony that might not have been volunteered. This is not legitimate investigation. This is coercion. Even if the testimony was truthful, and we do not deny that, the method of obtaining it was improper and outside legal channels. We cannot allow individuals to use their power to force other individuals to testify, regardless of how righteous their cause might seem. We cannot accept that power can be used as a tool of persuasion. We cannot permit the strong to simply compel the weak to serve their purposes through the threat of their strength. He set the documents down with a gesture that suggested they spoke for themselves. We do not dispute the defendant's righteousness in wanting to expose the truth about Zhao Mingyi. We do not deny that the truth needed to be exposed, but the manner of its exposure violated fundamental principles of cultivator law. If we permit this, we are saying that individual action outside proper channels is acceptable. We are saying that those with sufficient power can simply take what they want, investigate what they want, and kill what they want, provided they believe their cause is just. The defendant may be righteous, but he is also a precedent. And if we permit his precedent to stand without institutional constraint, we have failed in our duty to preserve the order that allows all of us to live together as cultivators. The question before this tribunal is not whether Zhao Mingyi was guilty. He was. The question is whether individual action of this kind can be permitted in a civilized cultivation world. And the answer must be no. The answer must always be no, because the moment we say yes, we have accepted that institutional authority no longer matters, that law no longer matters, that only individual power and individual judgment matter. And that is the death of civilization itself. The cultivators in the chamber seemed to nod in agreement. The logic was sound. The argument was compelling. The evidence was overwhelming. Yen Su had indeed acted outside channels. He had indeed violated established procedures. He had indeed killed without authorization. All of this was true, and all of this was irrelevant to whether what he had done needed to be done, but the tribunal was not concerned with necessity. It was concerned with process, and by that measure, Yen Su had violated process at every step. Chapter 86. The response. The Alliance's formal accusations had been lengthy, detailed, and meticulously constructed. They had taken 2 full hours to recite, with supporting testimony provided by surviving disciples of the Azure Mandate sect. Young cultivators who described the moment Yen Su had appeared in their sect's training grounds, described the terror of watching their senior disciples fall, described the precision and efficiency of his movements. Documentation had been presented, records of the damage to their sect's facilities, the economic impact of the losses, the disruption to their advancement schedule. Expert witnesses had been called, cultivators trained in the assessment of strength and techniques, people who could speak with authority about what level of cultivation would be required to accomplish the damage described, the speed, the efficiency, the absolute lack of mercy. The case was well constructed. It had the quality of something put together by people trained in the mechanics of institutional argument, people who had spent decades learning to win cases through the careful accumulation of evidence and the persuasive framing of facts. The Alliance's prosecutors were experienced enough to know that while individual pieces of evidence could be questioned, the accumulated weight of all the pieces together created a narrative that was difficult to escape. The accused, any accused, would spend hours trying to refute details while the larger case remained undisputed. When the final testimony ended, the sect leaders looked to Yen Su expectantly. They had given him the opportunity to respond, had been generous with their time, had provided the due process that civilization required of them. Now he would explain himself, and they would listen with the appearance of fairness, and then they would convict him of the charges, and the Alliance would have served the function of institutional order reasserting itself over individual action. Yen Su had been absolutely still throughout the entire proceeding. He had not moved, not shifted his weight, not changed his expression even slightly. He had simply stood in the center of the empty space and listened, giving each word the same weight as all the others, the same attention, the same careful consideration. Observers had found themselves uncertain whether he was even paying attention, whether the accusations mattered to him at all, whether anything of significance was occurring in his mind as the evidence against him accumulated. Now, as silence descended over the chamber, as the prosecution rested and the Alliance officials turned their focus toward him, Yen Su took a measured breath. The breath was deliberate, visible. It was the only thing about him that moved. The motion of his chest rising and falling, the air entering his lungs and leaving again, became suddenly, inexplicably, the most significant thing happening in the entire chamber. 3,000 cultivators found themselves paying attention to the rhythm of his breathing. When he released the breath, he began to speak. Zhao Mingyi murdered my sectmates, he said. His voice was quiet, not loud, not amplified, not forced through any cultivation technique. But somehow it carried through the entire chamber with perfect clarity, reaching the highest gallery as clearly as if he had been standing directly beside each listener. He stole our scripture. He framed me for his crimes and imprisoned me for 500 years. The truth is now documented and witnessed. The accounting cannot be delayed by bureaucratic process. The silence that followed was absolute. It was not the silence of people holding their breath. It was deeper than that. It was the silence of a room full of 3,000 people suddenly understanding something fundamental about the situation they were in, or perhaps understanding with sudden clarity that understanding would require a reckoning with reality that they were not prepared for. One cultivator in the upper gallery began to speak. A junior official from the Azure Mandate, perhaps trying to refute the implication that they had presented a case against an innocent man. But his neighbor grabbed his arm and pulled him silent. The words died, unspoken, in the still air of the grand chamber. Su Wenying stood in the middle gallery, about halfway up the eastern wall, her hands clasped tightly together. She had requested permission to attend the tribunal, and the Alliance had granted it, understanding that she was a material witness to the truth of Yen Su's narrative. She stood in her designated spot and watched Yen Su's back as he delivered those sentences. She watched the way he stood, the absolute stillness of his form, the completeness of his conviction. In that moment, watching him speak 5 sentences that contained the entirety of his case, she felt something shift in the chamber. The power dynamics had not changed. The Righteous Alliance still controlled the hall, still held the institutional authority of 3 united sections. They still possessed the resources, the formal legitimacy, the accumulated weight of centuries of tradition behind them. But something had shifted nonetheless. A subtle realignment. As if the room had rotated on its axis by a degree or two, just enough that everyone could feel the tilt. Just enough that everyone could understand. At some level they could not quite articulate, that the outcome of this proceeding was no longer uncertain. The Chief Alliance spokesperson, A cultivator named Master Chun, who had served as the primary prosecutor for the formal charges, straightened himself. He had been doing this work for 40 years. He had prosecuted dozens of cases. He had secured convictions against violent cultivators, against those who had violated the codes of society. He knew how to respond to emotional testimony. He knew how to redirect a narrative that had begun to slip away from the official version. He was experienced enough to understand that he would be remembered for how he responded to Yin Su's statement. "These claims are already before us," he said carefully, his voice carrying the measured tone of someone walking across thin ice, trying not to crack it with his weight. "The documentation you refer to has been reviewed. The council acknowledges the facts you have stated. However, the facts are not in question," Yin Su said. His interruption was gentle, almost apologetic, the tone of someone who did not wish to be rude but felt compelled to point out a logical error. "Therefore, there is nothing more to discuss." Master Chen's mouth opened, closed. He looked down at his notes, as if they might provide guidance for a situation he had not anticipated. He looked toward the sect leaders, and Yin Su watched the precise moment when the calculation happened in the older man's face. The prosecutor had been preparing this response all along. A philosophical argument about law and order, about the importance of civilization requiring the system to be respected, about why individuals could not be allowed to serve as their own judges. It was a good argument. It was the correct argument. It was the argument that would have worked if the opposing party had been willing to engage with it. But Yin Su was not going to engage with it. "Surely you understand." Master Chen tried again, and his voice had taken on a slightly desperate quality, the tone of someone who suddenly realized that the tools he had always relied upon were not going to work in this situation, that the alliance must maintain some oversight of. "I understand," Yin Su said, his tone unchanged, his expression unchanged, "that you are attempting to delay an inevitable conclusion with procedural arguments. I understand that institutional authority feels like justice to those who benefit from it. I understand that you believe this is necessary. I understand that you have spent your career in service to the system, and that criticism of the system feels like a personal attack. Understanding these things does not change what will occur." Master Chen looked as if he might speak again, but the words died before they formed. He was experienced enough to know when a conversation had reached its conclusion. This was not an ending where he could claim rhetorical victory, where he could move to the next point on his prepared notes. This was an ending where his prepared framework had simply ceased to apply. In the galleries, observers exchanged glances. Some cultivators had begun taking notes, preparing reports for their sect leaders. They understood that they were witnessing something that would be analyzed, discussed, and referenced for generations. Every detail mattered. Every inflection of Yin Su's voice, every silence that followed his words, every moment where the sect leaders appeared uncertain. Yin Su's statement had taken perhaps 90 seconds to deliver. It had contained no rhetorical flourishes, no appeals to emotion, no attempts at persuasion. It was not the kind of testimony that would traditionally sway a court, but it had done something more fundamental. It had shifted the conversation from the abstract realm of institutional authority into the specific realm of accomplished fact. The cultivators in the gallery were no longer debating whether the charges against Yin Su were valid. They were beginning to accept, at some deep level, that whether or not the charges were valid was increasingly irrelevant to what would happen next. Su Weiniang could see the moment this realization began to spread through the hall. It moved like a ripple, starting from the observers nearest the central floor and spreading upward through the galleries. Not everyone understood what was happening. Some of the younger disciples still seemed uncertain, but the more experienced cultivators, the ones who had spent centuries in positions of institutional authority, began to understand that the proceeding was no longer a trial. It had become something else. A demonstration, perhaps. A moment of transition where the old forms were being maintained, but their substance was already changing. Chapter 87. The Legal Impasse. It was sect leader Zhang himself who spoke next. He was the oldest of the three alliance leaders, with white hair bound in the traditional scholar's knot and a body that moved with the careful precision of someone whose cultivation had extended his life far beyond the normal human span. He had been leading the Heavenly Gate sect for 60 years. He had dealt with difficult situations before. He had survived wars, internal betrayals, the gradual shifts in power that occurred across centuries. He had the weight of decades of leadership behind him, and the confidence that came from being obeyed consistently for that entire period. He set aside the formal documents and rose to his feet, a gesture that drew absolute silence from the chamber. "Yin Su," he said, and his voice carried the kind of authority that came from being listened to for 60 years, that came from having made decisions that affected thousands of people and having those decisions prove correct over the span of decades. "You are not alone in suffering injustice. The cultivation world would descend into chaos if every wronged cultivator could become judge and executioner in their own cause. Civilization itself depends on institutions, on process, on the belief that order can be maintained without descending into cycles of violence. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle over the chamber. It was a good argument. Yin Su understood this with complete clarity. It was a right argument, or at least it would be right in different circumstances, in a world where the system actually functioned as a mechanism of justice rather than as a mechanism of delay and obfuscation. In a world where the system had not failed him for 500 years. Jiang continued, building his case with the precision of someone who had spent decades learning to construct arguments that would persuade intelligent people. We must consider precedent. What message would it send to other wronged cultivators if they saw you succeed in your own accounting? If they witnessed the system being bypassed because one individual deemed it inadequate? If strength alone was sufficient to justify acting outside the established mechanisms of justice? He turned slightly, addressing the entire chamber now, making this appeal not just to Yin Su, but to all 3,000 observers. The social fabric of the cultivation world depends on stronger cultivators choosing not to simply prey on weaker ones. That restraint is what prevents our world from becoming a realm of pure chaos, where might makes right, and there is no safety except for the most powerful. The system prevents this. The system says that even a cultivator as strong as Yin Su must submit to process, to institutions, to the belief that order can be maintained through mechanisms other than raw power. His voice grew stronger, more convinced, as he moved deeper into the argument. I have served as sect leader of the Heavenly Gate for 60 years. I have seen cultivators come before me full of anger, convinced of their own rightness, certain that they alone understood what needed to occur. Do you know what I have learned in those 60 years? I have learned that individual certainty, no matter how genuine, no matter how well-founded, is insufficient justification for breaking the systems that civilization requires. I have learned that there is a reason we have institutions. There is a reason we have process. He paused, and in that pause, it was clear that he believed every word. This was not rhetoric to him. This was the fundamental truth around which he had organized his entire life. When Yin Su's response came, it was after a brief silence. He had listened to the full argument without interrupting, giving Jiang the courtesy of hearing him completely. The courtesy was not lost on the sect leader. It was, paradoxically, more disturbing than interruption would have been, because it suggested that Yin Su had found the argument worth considering, and had found it, ultimately, insufficient. I do not require the system's permission, Yin Su said simply, his voice quiet and final. I require only that you understand the consequence of obstruction. The words landed in the chamber like stone dropped into still water. They created ripples. They displaced everything around them. Sect leader Zhang's jaw tightened perceptibly. The other two sect leaders exchanged glances, rapid, communicative glances that conveyed understanding without need for words. That sounds like a threat, Jiang said carefully, his tone controlled but with an edge that had not been there before. It is information, Yin Su replied. His hands remained at his sides. His body remained perfectly still. Threats and information both convey the same content when the outcome is inevitable. The distinction is only semantic. The outcome does not change based on the language used to describe it. And what? Asked sect leader Mei from the Azure Mandate sect, her voice sharp with sudden anger. What obstruction look like to you? What actions on our part would you classify as justifying, whatever response you are implying? Anything that prevents me from completing the accounting, Yin Su said. His eyes moved to her, and for a moment the full weight of his attention focused on the sect leader. Detention, legal process, negotiation, any mechanism intended to delay or prevent the necessary conclusion. I am being specific in order to eliminate ambiguity. I am not interested in there being misunderstanding about where the boundaries lie. You understand, Master Chen began again, his voice taking on a desperate edge, that the Alliance cannot simply allow you to kill a cultivator simply because you believe Zhao Mingyi murdered my sectmates. Yin Su interrupted, and for the first time, there was something in his voice that was not calm. It was not anger. Yin Su was not capable of anger anymore. Or if he was, he had learned to set it aside so completely that it no longer existed as a functioning part of his personality. But it was something else. Something harder. Something that suggested the limits of his patience, the boundaries of his tolerance for continued argument. Something inevitable. He murdered them with deliberate intention. He murdered them knowing they were innocent. He murdered them to cover his own crimes. He murdered my sectmates, and I was imprisoned for 500 years for his crimes, and I do not require your understanding or your permission for what happens next. I require only that you do not attempt to prevent it. That is the only obstruction I am warning you against. The heat in his voice faded. When he spoke again, he was quiet once more, controlled, measured. I do not plan to kill anyone. I plan to confront Zhao Mingyi with the evidence of his crimes and with his own choices. What happens after that depends entirely on what he does in response. I am not the source of violence here. I am only the consequence of violence that has already been committed. I am what happens when the system fails so completely that there is no alternative but individual accounting. Sect leader Jiang leaned forward. The Alliance has significant military resources at its disposal. You should be aware of that. There are dozens of cultivators in this very hall who could, if given the order, attempt to restrain you. Yes, Yin Su said. I am aware. And that does not concern you? It is of academic interest only, Yin Su said. Concern implies that I believe they might succeed. I do not believe that. So concern would be irrational. The bluntness of it, the simple, measured assessment that he did not think they could stop him, hung in the air of the grand chamber like a smell that everyone could perceive, but no one wanted to acknowledge. Some of the cultivators in the galleries began to whisper again, their voices more urgent now, carrying a different quality. The sect leaders' expressions had become very still. They were calculating. They were understanding, perhaps for the first time, that this proceeding had moved beyond rhetoric into the realm of practical decision-making. Sect leader Jiang appeared to be considering how to proceed, trying to determine if there was any remaining argument that might persuade Yin Su. But before he could speak, before he could form whatever response was developing in his mind, Yin Su did something unexpected. He bowed. It was a simple bow, a brief dip of respect from the shoulders, executed with the same precise care he applied to everything. The bow was brief, barely a moment of duration, but it was complete, genuine, unmistakable. In the context of what had just transpired, in the context of Yin Su telling them he would not accept their authority, that they could not stop him, that their concerns were meaningless, the bow was devastating. It was not a bow of submission. It was not a gesture of deference or subservience. It was a bow of courtesy. It was the gesture of someone closing an uncomfortable conversation with people he had to live among, acknowledging their position, their authority, their legitimacy as institutions, while simultaneously and irrevocably declining to be moved by any of it. It was possibly the most insulting thing he could have done, not through rudeness, but through politeness. Not through dismissal, but through courtesy. The Alliance has made its case, Yin Su said when he straightened. I have made mine. Anything further is repetition. I do not require anything more from this proceeding. Chapter 88. The demonstration begins. The silence that followed was different from all the previous silences. It was the silence of people suddenly understanding that they were not going to persuade him through argument, through threat, through institutional weight, or through procedural mechanism. The Alliance had played all their cards. They had brought forth their best arguments, their most experienced prosecutors, their most authoritative leaders. They had invoked precedent, philosophy, the necessity of civilization, the practical dangers of allowing individuals to serve as judges in their own causes. They had threatened. They had reasoned. They had tried compassion. And Yin Su remained unmoved. Sect leader Jiang stood. The gesture was slow, deliberate, clearly communicating that he was making a decision of historical significance. The other two sect leaders rose as well, presenting a unified stance, a visual representation of unified institutional authority. The movement was simultaneous, coordinated, the product of understanding that had not required words. They had reached the same conclusion at the same moment. Then the Alliance must conclude these proceedings, Jiang said, his voice carrying a tone that suggested he had expected to reach this point all along, that he had been preparing for it even as he hoped to avoid it. Yin Su, you are herein declared a threat to the stability and peace of the cultivation world. You are remanded into the custody of the Alliance. Pending further, Yin Su turned. He did not wait for the conclusion of the sentence. He did not permit the sect leader to finish the formal declaration. He simply turned from the dais and began to walk toward the exit, his movements as calm and measured as all his other movements, as if he was not interrupting anything important, as if he was simply continuing in the direction he had been heading all along. The act of turning was itself an assertion. It was a refusal to wait for permission to move, a refusal to treat the sect leader's words as instructions that required acknowledgement. But it was done with such absolute courtesy, such complete lack of aggression, that it was impossible to call it disrespectful. He was simply walking. The fact that he was walking despite the sect leader's declaration was almost incidental. The cultivators in his path shifted instinctively, moving aside. Some stepped backward. Some pressed themselves against the gallery walls. The instinct was universal. They did not want to be in his way. In fact, Most of them found themselves moving before they had consciously decided to move, as if their bodies understood something their minds had not yet articulated. The path opening before him as he walked seemed almost natural, almost inevitable. 3,000 cultivators unconsciously creating space, unconsciously acknowledging something about his passage that transcended the formal authority structures of the hall. It was a small thing, but it was a thing. But Zhang's voice rang out across the chamber. Hold him. The command was sharp, crisp, carrying the weight of absolute institutional authority. It was the voice of a sect leader accustomed to instant obedience, accustomed to having his orders followed without question. The order galvanized something. The cultivators in the lower galleries, those positioned at the exits and around the perimeter, began to move. They had been waiting for this signal, had positioned themselves in advance, had prepared their formations and their responses. It was not hesitation they felt. It was the moment of transition from potential to kinetic, from readiness to action. And as they moved, the cultivators in the upper galleries, those who had been holding interdiction arrays in readiness, maintaining them in a state of potential activation for the entire length of the proceeding, released their control and let the formations flower into existence. It was a coordinated action, prepared in advance, executed with the precision of a system that had been designed specifically for this moment. They had been waiting for this. They had prepared for this. This was the contingency plan if rhetoric failed and force became necessary. The timing was excellent. The cultivators in the lower galleries had moved no more than 3 steps toward Yin Su's position before the formations activated, creating an instantaneous cage, a barrier of energy that would prevent anyone inside from escaping. The Alliance had learned, centuries ago, that timing was everything in a containment operation. You could not give your target time to react, time to gather power, time to prepare a counterattack. Everything had to happen simultaneously, overwhelming in its completeness, leaving no opportunity for resistance. The ceiling of the grand chamber suddenly bloomed with radiance. Interdiction arrays activated across the entire space, brilliant lines of light forming grids of containment, forming geometric patterns designed to trap and hold anything that might try to move against them. The light was blinding, painful to look at directly, the intensity suggesting that significant resources had been devoted to these arrays, that the Alliance had committed to this attempt with serious preparation. The arrays had been built centuries ago, maintained continuously, tested regularly. They were some of the most powerful binding formations in the cultivation world, capable of holding even a cultivator of substantial strength. The floor beneath Yin Su's feet began to glow. A circle of binding runes spread outward from beneath him in concentric rings, designed to anchor anyone caught within them to the physical space. The runes were intricate, layered, complex, the work of multiple cultivators, each contributing to the overall structure, each adding their power to the unified whole. They glowed with deep blue light, the color of late evening sky, the color associated with containment and binding in the cultivation world. The runes covered an area perhaps 20 paces in diameter, creating a circle that was large enough to contain a cultivator of significant power without being so large as to allow meaningful movement. The binding runes were particularly sophisticated. They did not simply trap movement. Any cultivator strong enough could usually overcome a simple spatial restraint through raw power. Instead, they bound not just position but intention. They created a space where the very concept of moving away from the center became difficult to maintain, where the desire to leave began to feel exhausting after a few moments. They worked not just on the body but on the cultivator's spiritual sense, making escape feel increasingly difficult, increasingly impossible. The sound was extraordinary. It was the shriek of spiritual energy being forced into patterns, the harmonic resonance of multiple formations activating in sequence, creating layers of containment, stacking one upon another. The air itself seemed to vibrate with the strain of supporting so much imposed structure. It was the sound of 3 sects using significant resources all at once, coordinating every cultivator they had positioned for this exact moment, executing a plan that had been prepared in advance, waiting only for Yin Su to give them the excuse they needed to activate it. Yin Su paused mid-stride. The pause lasted only a fraction of a second, but in that fraction of a second, several things happened simultaneously. He assessed the formation patterns being activated, calculated their positions and power levels, understood the scope of what was being attempted. All of this occurred in the space of a heartbeat, in the space of his breath. He did not turn around. He did not accelerate toward the exit, attempting to break through the forming containment before it could complete. He did not attempt any defensive maneuver, any gathering of his own power to counter the activation of the interdiction arrays. He simply stopped walking, planted his feet firmly in the center of the binding circle, and waited for the formations to complete their work. His stillness was absolute. His acceptance of the situation was complete, and more than that, there was an element of inevitability to it, as if he had known all along that this was how the proceeding would end, that this moment was not a surprise but a confirmation of something he had anticipated. He did not resist. He did not struggle. He did not make any attempt to interfere with the formations as they activated. He simply stood and waited, patient and still, allowing the alliance to complete their containment. For a moment, just a moment, the vast chamber held its breath. The formations continued to light up, layer upon layer, surrounding the motionless figure in increasingly brilliant rings of luminescence. The ceiling erupted with geometric patterns of brilliant light, each intersection of energy lines creating small starburst explosions of radiance. The interdiction arrays completed their geometric patterns, forming a cage of light that was so elaborate, so intricate, that merely looking at it was painful. The binding runes finished their concentric circles on the floor, and the very air within the containment seemed to solidify, to become thick and resistant. The containment was complete. It was a demonstration of power, a display of the Alliance's resources and preparation. It was also, whether the sect leaders realized it or not, a demonstration of confidence. They were so certain in their power that they could afford to use this much of their accumulated strength all at once. The cultivators in the galleries made small sounds, gasps, whispers of amazement, comments barely audible over the shriek of spiritual energy settling into its new configuration. This was the climax they had come to witness. This was the moment where the system reasserted itself. This was the moment where individual strength would prove insufficient against institutional might. Su Weiniang stood in the middle gallery, her hands still clasped tightly together, her knuckles white with tension. She watched Yen Su's back as he stopped, as the formations completed their encirclement, as brilliant lines of light formed a cage around his motionless form. The light reflecting off his still figure created strange shadows, made him appear almost ethereal, almost like a painting rather than a living person. Around her, cultivators were whispering urgently, some excited by the spectacle, some horrified by the raw display of power, all of them suddenly very present in the moment, suddenly understanding that something irreversible had occurred. This was not going to be resolved through rhetoric. This had moved into the realm of direct confrontation between institutional power and individual strength. Su Weiniang felt something settle in her chest. It was not fear. She had learned, knowing Yen Su, that fear was often irrational, that it was based on incomplete information. It was something closer to recognition. She thought about 500 years. She thought about the weight of 500 years of imprisonment, 500 years of injustice, 500 years of truth buried under the accumulated weight of institutional lies that had been carefully constructed, lovingly maintained, fiercely defended. She thought about Yen Su walking out of his prison, moving through a world that had moved on without him, into a truth that everyone had carefully buried and sealed over with official documents and institutional silence. She thought about the careful, measured way he had moved through every conversation since his freedom, never angry. She had never seen him angry, had begun to wonder if anger was even still available to him as an emotion. Never even particularly urgent, simply proceeding forward as if he had all the time in the world to do what needed to be done, as if efficiency was less important than correctness. And she understood, watching him stand in that containment circle, completely still, surrounded by thousands of people and layers of binding formations designed to hold even a cultivator of his strength, that this was exactly the moment he had been expecting, that this was, in some fundamental way, what he had been waiting for, that his patience through the negotiations, through the legal documents, through the meetings with sect officials had all been leading to this moment. Not a moment of conflict, not a moment of violence, but a moment of clarity, where the Alliance's response would reveal something essential about institutional authority and its limits. His patience had not been the patience of someone hoping to avoid conflict. It had been the patience of someone waiting for conflict to develop in exactly the way that would reveal the truth about the people arrayed against him. The truth that they could not contain him without doing something they did not truly want to do. The truth that institutional authority had limits. The truth that there were some things that could not be delayed indefinitely through process and bureaucracy. The containment held him. The binding formations glowed around him. And he stood still in the center of all that light, waiting for the next move, waiting for the Alliance to understand what they had just committed themselves to. The containment formations held. The binding runes glowed brightly, designed to anchor a cultivator to the spot, to prevent movement, to trap even thoughts within the prescribed boundaries. Layers upon layers of spiritual energy, the combined work of hundreds of cultivators, all focused on a single individual who stood in the center of it all, motionless, making no attempt to break free, showing no sign of strain or effort. The sect leaders watched from their dais, waiting to see what would happen next. Would he attempt to force his way out? Would he display the power they had heard rumors about? Would he prove them right in their assessment that he was a threat too dangerous to remain free? The cultivators in the galleries watched. Su Weiniang watched. And Yen Su stood in the center of the cage of light, perfectly still, perfectly patient, waiting for the righteous alliance to understand what they had just done, and more importantly, waiting for them to understand what they would have to do next if they wanted to proceed. The answer to that question, he knew, would determine everything that followed. Chapter 89. The containment fails. The 9-layered binding formation had been constructed over 3 days by the Alliance's most experienced formation masters. It was a work of deliberate redundancy. 9 nested circles of interlocking spiritual geometry, each layer theoretically capable of standing alone, together forming a cage so comprehensively sealed that a nascent immortal in their prime could not pass it without exhausting themselves unto death. The formation lights burned in steady colors, deep indigo at the outer rings, transitioning through crimson and gold to the pale white heart that held the imprisoned figure. Yen Su stood at the center of the 9th ring, his hands at his sides, his expression unmarked by any particular thought. The tribunal hall stretched around him in perfect silence. The formation holders, 60 cultivators distributed across 6 substations around the hall's perimeter, had been briefed thoroughly. Hold the formation steady. Report any instability immediately. Do not break focus for any reason. The senior formation master, an old woman named Chung from the Thousand Peak sect, had personally walked each station through the maintenance protocols. The formations would hold. They always held. Then Yen Su began to walk toward the east exit. It was not a dramatic movement. His pace was neither hurried nor slow. His breathing remained steady. There was no surge of power, no accumulation of murderous intent, no visible technique being drawn. He simply walked, as a man might walk through a garden, or across a field, or toward a door he intended to open. The light at the first ring, the outermost defense, flickered. For Chung, sitting in her meditation posture at Station 3, with 17 formation holders under her direction, the flicker registered first as a minor aberration in the network of spiritual pathways she was maintaining. The chi flowing through the formation should have moved like a river, constant and predictable. Instead, for a fraction of a second, it had hiccuped. She opened her eyes and looked at the master display array in front of her, a complex mandala of stone and crystal that mirrored the spiritual state of the 9-layered binding. One of the outer segments of the 3rd ring had dimmed. Rebalance, she said quietly. Minor flux at outer 372. Her formation holders adjusted their attention. The segment brightened again. Chung watched as Yen Su completed another step. He was perhaps 15 paces from the 1st ring's geometric boundary. The 2nd ring flickered. Then the 1st ring again. And the 3rd. Cheng's stomach, which had been perfectly calm moments before, began to tighten. The problem was not that the formations were being attacked. She would have understood an attack. An attack could be defended against, countered, managed. An attack was a dialogue conducted in the language of spiritual power and technique. This was different. This was as if Yen Su's mere presence was a kind of sonic frequency that destabilized the precise harmonic balance the formations required. The chi around him was beginning to move chaotically, not because he was forcing it, but as if his fundamental nature was incompatible with the existence of structured, controlled spiritual energy. Station 4 reports destabilization. A junior cultivator called out. Panic just barely held in check beneath the words. Station 2 is experiencing cascade degradation, came another voice. Cheng's mind was moving very quickly now, calculating variables, attempting to model what was happening. If Yen Su were attacking the formations, the attack would have a vector, a method, a technique signature she could recognize and respond to. She could strengthen the formation in the direction of attack, divert his power, siphon it away into grounding anchors designed for precisely this purpose. But Yen Su was doing nothing. He was simply walking, and the formations were falling apart anyway. Hold, she commanded, her voice carefully level. All stations, increase the flow through primary channels. We're compensating for localized drift. The formation holders obeyed. Chung felt the surge as they fed more of their own spiritual reserves into the maintenance pattern. For a moment, the mandate worked. The flickering stabilized. The degrading sections brightened again. Yen Su took another step. This time the entire 3rd ring flickered out of existence in the space between one heartbeat and the next. Cheng's eyes widened. She was a formation master with 47 years of experience. She had never seen a formation simply cease to exist without a specific act of unmeshing. And yet there it was. Where the third ring had been a moment before, there was now nothing but empty air. Third ring is gone, she heard herself say. Her voice sounded very far away. Yen Su continued walking. He was between the boundary of the old second ring and the space where the third ring had been. The second ring's light patterns were becoming irregular, like a heart that was skipping beats. Segments would brighten and dim out of sequence. The master display in front of Chung looked as if it were having a seizure. He's not attacking, someone said. Chung realized it was her own voice, speaking a realization she had not quite finished processing. He's not attacking the formations at all. She understood, then, with the crystal clarity of a revelation. The formations were not designed to hold against something that simply unmade the fundamental principles they were built on. The 9-layered binding was built on the assumption that spiritual energy could be channeled, directed, controlled, that there was a basic harmony underlying all cultivator power that could be used as a framework for containment. Yen Su's presence suggested that in his vicinity, that harmony ceased to exist. The spiritual energy wanted to tear itself apart just from proximity to him. The fourth ring flickered and died. Abandon Station 2 and 3. Chung heard herself commanding. Station 5, can you maintain the fifth ring alone? Not sustainable, came the response. The load is increasing exponentially. Each ring that fails seems to accelerate the degradation in the next layer. Yen Su continued walking. He was not moving quickly, but he was moving with absolute purpose. The formations around him were collapsing like a house of cards in a wind that only he could see. The fifth ring began to fragment in earnest now. Not individual segments flickering out, but entire portions of the geometric pattern becoming corrupted, warping as if the spatial dimensions it was drawn in were no longer consistent. Chung watched in helpless horror as the beautiful, precise mandala she had spent 3 days constructing began to warp and twist. Withdraw, she commanded. All stations, break your connections to the network now. The formation holders disconnected their spiritual pathways from the master array. Almost immediately, the strain that had been building in the system released like a dam breaking. The light throughout the hall surged violently as the formations, suddenly deprived of direct control but still attempting to maintain themselves, destabilized catastrophically. The sixth ring shattered. Then the seventh. The eighth and ninth rings, the innermost defenses, collapsed almost simultaneously, as if they could not bear the weight of the failure cascading down from the outer layers. The entire 9-layered binding formation that had taken 3 days to construct and 60 cultivators to maintain simply ceased to exist in the space of perhaps 30 seconds. The light in the tribunal hall was suddenly ordinary again. The white brilliance that had filled every corner for days was gone, leaving only the dimmer lanterns that hung from the ceiling. Yen Su was standing in the middle of the hall, equidistant from all the exits. He appeared to be entirely unaffected by what had just occurred. From her position at Station 3, Chung felt her hands shaking. She was not injured. Her spiritual meridians were not damaged. She had broken her connection to the formation network before the final cascade, and so she had avoided the worst of the backlash. But she could not seem to stop trembling. One of her formation holders, a young man named Shu Wei who was in his 3rd decade of cultivation, began to weep quietly, not from pain, but from the sheer magnitude of what he had witnessed. The formations that had seemed so solid, so comprehensive, had ceased to exist as if they had never been built at all. From the raised dais at the north end of the tribunal hall, Alliance Chief Speaker Dorn sat in absolute silence. He had watched the formation holders' reports coming in, had watched the flickering lights begin to fail, had watched Yen Su walk toward the exit with the same expression on his face that he might have worn walking through a marketplace. Dorn had commanded the seizure of the radiant cannon and the imprisonment of Yen Su 500 years ago. He had made the decision when the evidence seemed so clear, and he had made the decision again more recently to pursue the tribunal, to build the containment formations, to attempt what he had believed was the final confrontation that would settle the matter of Yen Su once and for all. Watching the 9th ring collapse, Dorn felt something inside his chest that he had not felt since his own ascension to the realms of power. He felt fear. Not the fear of a young cultivator facing an unknown enemy, but the fear of an aged man watching his understanding of the world's fundamental nature shatter. The formations had failed not because they were weak, but because they were built on principles that Yen Su's mere existence invalidated. In the gallery of observers, the mid-level cultivators who had been permitted to witness the tribunal as representatives of neutral sects and interested parties, a young woman named Miao Lin stood with her hands pressed against her chest. She was barely into her 3rd century, still new enough to the cultivation world that much of what she experienced carried the weight of revelation. She had come to the tribunal believing that she would witness power, a spectacular exchange of techniques, perhaps, or at least a demonstration of strength that would explain why the Alliance had felt compelled to mount this entire production. Instead, she had witnessed something that she knew she would spend decades trying to process. She would tell this story for the rest of her life. She would tell it to her students, to her sect mates, to anyone who asked what she had seen at the Righteous Alliance Tribunal when Yin Su walked free. And she would tell them this. He did not have to do anything at all. He simply walked, and every layer of containment the most powerful cultivators in the world could construct simply ceased to exist. Not broken, dissolved, invalidated. Miao Lin understood, with the clarity of someone watching a fundamental principle of reality being rewritten before her eyes, that the cultivation world had just changed. Whatever would come next, it would not be the world she had been living in this morning. Chapter 90. Precision without cruelty. Yin Su took exactly 3 more steps before coming to rest near the eastern exit of the tribunal hall. The formation holders were standing now, abandoning their meditation postures, their hands still trembling slightly from the rapid disconnection of their spiritual pathways. The Alliance sect leaders on the dais were conferring rapidly in low voices. The cultivators in the gallery had begun to stand as well, a rustling motion of robes and shifting bodies as thousands of people attempted to process what they had just witnessed. And in that moment, suspended between the collapse of the containment formations and whatever would come next, something shifted in the collective understanding of everyone present. It struck Chung first, and the realization made her sit down abruptly. Yin Su had not harmed a single person. The formations had collapsed, yes. The careful work of 3 days had been undone in 30 seconds. The spiritual meridians of every formation holder who had been connected to the array were surely strained and aching. But no one had been killed. No one had been injured. Not even a single cultivator had been struck by falling debris or caught in a backlash of raw spiritual power. Cheng's hands continued to shake as this understanding crystallized into certainty. She had expected, if she had allowed herself to think about what would happen if the containment failed, she had expected destruction. A cultivator as powerful as Yin Su, suddenly released from carefully constructed restraints, should have lashed out in instinctive fury or premeditated vengeance. Her knowledge of cultivator behavior, accumulated across 47 years of work with the most powerful practitioners of the craft, insisted that an eruption of violence was not just likely but inevitable. And yet there was no violence. There was not even an accident, the kind of collateral harm that might occur when power this immense was unleashed regardless of intent. Yin Su had simply walked. The formations had unmade themselves rather than being shattered by his power. And in doing so, he had guaranteed that not a single person in this hall would suffer even the smallest injury from the process. The understanding that this required more control than destruction would have required. This understanding seemed to lodge itself in Cheng's chest like a stone. She had been a formation master long enough to know the mathematics of power. To attack something was easy. The attacker's power moved outward in whatever shape and intensity they chose. To not attack something, to allow destructive forces to gather and dissipate without harming anything in the vicinity, that required discipline at a level Chung had never encountered before. She realized, sitting there in the dim light of the failed tribunal hall, that she had never truly understood what power was. She thought she had. She had been respected in her field, honored for her mastery of complex formations, consulted by sect leaders and alliance strategists. But watching Yin Su stand there, untouched and unmoved, she understood that she had been a child playing with toys, convinced of the sophistication of her designs, while remaining entirely unaware of what real power looked like when it was being withheld. It would have been trivially easy. The same force that had invalidated the 9-layered binding formation could have swept through the tribunal hall and destroyed everyone in it. A cultivator of Yin Su's level could have leveled the entire structure with a gesture. He could have made an example of the Alliance sect leaders, of the formation holders, of the observers who had come to witness his containment. He could have rewritten the political landscape of the cultivation world in blood and violence. He had chosen not to do any of these things. From the gallery, Miao Lin felt the distinction settle into her chest like a stone dropping into still water. Everyone in this hall, including the most powerful cultivators present, had just experienced something they would not have survived if Yin Su had chosen violence. They had stood in the presence of someone who could kill all of them and had walked away without touching a single thread of any of their lives. This was not mercy granted to the weak and pitiful. This was something infinitely more sophisticated. This was mercy extended from a position of absolute capability. Every person in this hall now knew, beyond any possibility of doubt, what Yin Su could have done. They had felt the power that unmade formations simply by him walking. They understood, with a clarity that no amount of explanation could provide, that choosing not to harm them required more capability than harming them would have. The insight was so complete that it seemed to reshape Miao Lin's understanding of what power actually meant. She had been trained since childhood to believe that the greatest strength lay in the capacity to inflict the most damage, that a cultivator's rank and station were determined by their ability to annihilate their enemies. But what she had witnessed here suggested something far more true and far more terrible. The greatest power was not the power to destroy, but the power to choose not to destroy when destruction would be effortless. Yin Su had demonstrated this power perfectly, and in doing so, he had made every single person in this hall face the fact that their lives, all of them, from the lowest formation holder to the most senior sect leader, their lives were being spared by choice. If Yin Su had wanted them dead, they would have been dead. There was nothing they could have done to prevent it. The formations had failed. Their techniques would fail just as thoroughly. Their swords, their spells, their most powerful secrets, all of it would be worthless. And he was not angry at them. This was perhaps the most terrifying aspect of the whole realization. Yin Su's face had not changed. His expression had not darkened with the kind of rage that might justify a violent response. He had simply walked, calmly and deliberately, through the walls that the most powerful cultivators in the world had constructed to contain him. He had invalidated their efforts not with fury, but with what appeared to be complete emotional indifference. Miao Lin understood that she would never be able to explain this to someone who had not been here to witness it. The words existed, yes. She could tell people that Yin Su had walked through the formations without harming anyone. She could describe the collapse, the fear, the realization that they were all standing before something utterly beyond their ability to contain or control. But the full weight of it, the crushing recognition that mercy did not require forgiveness, that restraint did not require compassion, this was something that could only be understood by experiencing it directly. Chief Speaker Dorn sat perfectly still on the dais. The conversations around him had ceased, and he realized the others were looking at him, waiting for him to say something, to make some kind of statement, to respond to what had just happened. His mind moved through several different possibilities, several different rhetorical approaches he might take. None of them seemed adequate to the moment. The truth was simple and terrible. The righteous alliance had been positioned to fail. Not because the formations were insufficient or the plan poorly executed. Not because there had been some oversight or miscalculation. They had been positioned to fail because the fundamental assumptions underlying the entire endeavor had been proven false. The assumption that sufficient power applied in a coordinated manner could contain Yin Su had been invalidated. The assumption that he could be threatened had been invalidated. The assumption that the alliance's authority, built on the collective power of a dozen of the most important sects in the cultivation world, meant anything in the presence of his actual capability had been shown to be an illusion. And worst of all, he had done this without anger, without malice, without any apparent judgment or condemnation. He had simply walked, with the same expression on his face that a cultivator might wear walking through an empty corridor. This was not a victory achieved through superior power or brilliant technique. This was not even a victory, really. It was something far more fundamental. It was the simple assertion of a reality that nothing in the Alliance's worldview could accommodate. Dorn's own hands felt cold. He had been 83 years old when he had first learned to cultivate, back in an age when the Radiant Canon was still considered the most authoritative scripture in the entire cultivation world. He had been part of the council that had decided Yin Su's fate 500 years ago. Not the only voice, but a crucial one. He had believed in that decision the way one believes in the sunrise, with the unthinking certainty that came from absolute conviction that the decision was correct and necessary. Now, watching Yin Su stand near the exit, he felt the weight of 5 centuries press down on him in a way that it had not done in centuries. The formations had failed. That part was clear. But what troubled Dorn most was not the failure of the containment. It was the recognition that Yin Su had, in a single act of perfect restraint, revealed the bankruptcy of every principle on which Dorn's entire life had been founded. Dorn had always believed in the power of coordinated action, in the strength that came from unity, in the principle that an alliance of strong entities could accomplish what no individual could. This had been the core assumption underlying all of his political work, all of his strategic thinking, his entire worldview. And Yin Su had just demonstrated that this assumption was fundamentally false, not by attacking the alliance, but by simply existing and walking, thereby causing the carefully constructed defenses to collapse under the weight of their own internal contradictions. There was a kind of elegance to it that Dorn found almost unbearable to contemplate. If Yin Su had attacked, if there had been blood and fury and a dramatic struggle, Dorn could have accepted that. He could have understood that he had been beaten by superior power, that circumstances had been against him, that better luck or better planning might have resulted in a different outcome. But this was not a defeat that could be attributed to contingency or bad fortune. This was a defeat that called into question the fundamental nature of power itself. Su Weiniang stood at the back of the gallery, in the area reserved for observers from sects that had neither joined the alliance nor committed to remaining neutral. She had come to the tribunal as a witness and a statement. Her presence itself was a form of political signal to those watching the cultivation world carefully enough to notice. She had been instrumental in exposing the truth about Zhao Mingyi, about the Radiant Canon, about the crimes that had been attributed to Yin Su 500 years ago. She had done this work at great personal risk, accumulating evidence, challenging the official narratives, building a case that could not be ignored by cultivators who cared about the actual truth more than the comfortable lie. Watching Yin Su stand near the exit, untouched and unmoved, she felt something in her chest that she had not anticipated. It was not admiration exactly, though she felt that too. It was not fear, though she was not naive enough to imagine she would stand against him if he turned his attention toward her. It was something more complicated. It was a kind of sorrow and a kind of terrible clarity. It was the realization that restraint required more power than violence. That Yin Su could have killed every person in this hall, and instead had chosen to prove a point that required him to do nothing at all. He had not needed to fight. He had not needed to prove superior strength or technique. He had simply needed to exist in the space the Alliance had tried to contain him within, and his existence was enough to unmake all their carefully constructed defenses. This was a form of mercy that Su Weiniang had never encountered before. It was not the mercy of a weak person forced to spare someone stronger. It was not the mercy of a merciful person choosing to forgive. It was the mercy of someone so absolutely capable that harming those around him would be a choice, a deliberate commitment to violence, rather than the inevitable outcome of his presence. And he had chosen not to make that commitment. Su Weiniang had spent years investigating Yin Su's case, learning his story, coming to understand the injustice that had been done to him. But understanding injustice from a distance was not the same as standing in the presence of someone who had suffered it. She had expected that when she finally saw Yin Su free, she might see anger, bitterness, a determination to make those who had wronged him pay for their crimes. Instead, she saw someone who had simply walked through an impossible containment and spared every single person who had been involved in creating it. The mercy was not weak. It was not forgiving. It was simply the expression of someone whose power was so complete that violence would have been beneath him, and so Yin Su had chosen not to engage in it. She understood, watching him stand in the dim light of the tribunal hall, why the cultivation world would have to recalibrate. This was not a political victory that could be counteracted by forming a larger alliance or recruiting more sections. This was a demonstration of a fundamental reality that no alliance, no matter how extensive, could overcome. The question was not whether the alliance could contain Yin Su. The question was what the alliance would do now that it had been proven, irrevocably, that it could not. And more than that, the question was what kind of world would emerge from the recognition that someone like Yin Su could choose not to destroy it. The alliance had chosen violence and imprisonment. Yin Su was choosing something else. Su Weiniang did not know what that something else would look like, but she understood that the entire cultivation world would be shaped by whatever Yin Su decided to do next. Around the tribunal hall, the cultivators in the gallery were processing this realization in their own ways. Some with fear, some with a strange kind of respect for the restraint they had just witnessed, some with the cold calculation of those whose primary interest was in their own survival and advantage, and who were beginning to mentally reposition themselves in a political landscape that no longer contained the righteous alliance as a force that would actually enforce its declarations. The silence stretched. No one moved. No one seemed quite ready to acknowledge what had just happened or what it meant. Then Yin Su turned toward the exit. Not quickly, not in any dramatic gesture. Simply turning, simply walking, simply leaving through the door that opened onto the street beyond the tribunal hall. His presence had unmade the formations. His absence, it seemed, was the only mercy being extended. Chapter 91. The retreat, the sealed chamber on the third floor of the tribunal complex, had been prepared for exactly this kind of private meeting. The walls were lined with silencing formations that prevented even cultivators at the immortal level from overhearing conversations conducted within. It was meant to be a space where the Alliance leadership could discuss delicate matters without fear of their words spreading across the cultivation world before they had properly decided on a unified response. The room itself was austere and carefully chosen to project authority. A long table of aged dark wood dominated the center, its surface polished to a mirror shine that reflected the pale light of the lanterns hanging from the ceiling. The walls were bare except for the intricate formation patterns that provided the silencing effect. This was not a room designed for comfort, but for the serious work of power and decision. Chief Speaker Dorn sat at the head of the long table, his aged frame suddenly seeming frilier than it had moments before. Around him were arrayed the leaders of the 11 sects that had formally committed to the Righteous Alliance. The Thousand Peak sect, represented by an aging sect master who had been cultivating for 600 years. The Bright Phoenix Order, led by a sharp-featured woman in her 4th century. The Disciples of the Eternal Flame, the Jade Tower, the Mountain Gate, the Azure Pavilion, the Mirror Sea sect, the Stone Citadel, the Cloud Ascending Lineage, and 2 others whose names Dorn had to consciously recall because his mind was not quite functioning at its normal clarity. The shame of that, needing to search his memory for names of leaders he had worked with for months, struck Dorn as a small detail that contained somehow the whole of what had happened to him in the tribunal hall. His concentration, his focus, the sharp mental clarity that had served him for so long, were all beginning to fray at the edges. "We should have known," someone said. It was one of the younger sect leaders, from the Mirror Sea sect, and his voice carried an edge of barely controlled panic. "We should have known that formations of that magnitude would not be sufficient." "The formations were not the problem," another voice said coldly. This was Master Chun of the Thousand Peak sect, her ancient face creased with anger. "The formations were perfectly adequate if Yin Su were a normal cultivator, even a normal immortal. The problem is that Yin Su is not a normal immortal." "Then what do you propose?" the Bright Phoenix leader asked. "That we simply accept that the tribunal is finished and dissolve the alliance?" The silence that followed this question seemed to expand and fill the entire chamber. It was the silence of people who all understood the same terrible truth and were all hoping that someone else would deny it first. The answer was yes. Everyone present knew that the answer was yes. The Righteous Alliance had been constructed on the assumption that coordinated power could accomplish what individual power could not. It had been built on the premise that they were strong enough to impose their collective will on anyone, including Yin Su. This premise had just been disproven so thoroughly that there was no recovery from it. But no one wanted to be the one to say it directly. To say it directly would be to accept not just the failure of the alliance, but the failure of the fundamental principles on which all of their individual power bases were built. If the alliance could not contain Yin Su, then perhaps nothing could. Perhaps the world was not, in fact, ordered by the principle that sufficient power could accomplish any objective. "We could restructure," someone suggested weakly. "Recruit more sections. Make the alliance larger, stronger." "No," Chief Speaker Dorn said quietly. Everyone looked at him. His voice had been pitched low, almost gentle, which somehow made it more authoritative than any amount of shouting could have been. "No, we could not. We have just witnessed what the most coordinated power we could assemble would not accomplish. Recruiting additional sects would not change that fundamental fact." The sect leader who had made the suggestion, someone from the Jade Tower, Dorn thought, or perhaps the Mirror Sea sect, his mind was not working clearly, seemed to collapse inward slightly, as if the weight of Dorn's words had struck him physically. "Then we are finished," Master Chen said. It was not a question. Dorn nodded slowly. His hands were resting on the surface of the table, and he could see that they were trembling slightly. He made no effort to hide the tremor. Perhaps it was better if they saw that even he was shaken by what had occurred. "The tribunal is finished. The containment has been shown to be impossible. The imprisonment of Yin Su cannot be maintained. The conditions under which we could justify the alliance's continued existence have been invalidated. There must be something we can do," the younger sect leader from the Mirror Sea sect said. His voice had a desperate quality to it, the sound of someone grasping at arguments he himself no longer believed in. "Some alternative approach, some strategy we have not yet considered." Master Chun, ancient and merciless, turned to regard the younger cultivator. "What strategy could you possibly propose that has not already been attempted by the collective intelligence of this alliance? We have the most advanced techniques, the strongest cultivators, the best strategists in the world." All of this was insufficient. What additional strategy could possibly make a difference? The younger sect leader fell silent. There was no answer to that question. "What will we tell the other sects?" the Bright Phoenix leader asked. "The sects that have been waiting to hear the outcome of the tribunal. Some have altered their own policies based on the assumption that the alliance would prove effective." This was the question that would haunt the next hours and days, Dorn knew. The sects that had remained neutral were already considering which way the political winds were blowing. The sects that had formally joined the alliance would now have to decide whether the alliance was worth maintaining or whether it had become a liability. The sects that had opposed the formation of the alliance would be readying their messaging about vindication and the folly of collective action against a threat they had always said could not be managed through conventional means. The weight of that knowledge pressed against Dorn like a physical force. He had committed his reputation and the reputation of his entire sect to the success of the alliance. He had convinced other sect leaders to commit their own reputations, their own resources, their own credibility. And now all of that commitment had been proven to rest on a foundation that did not exist. "We prepare a formal statement," Dorn said, his mind already beginning to work through the necessary language. "We note that the tribunal has accomplished its goal of establishing truth. We note that the circumstances regarding Yin Su's original imprisonment have been clarified. We note that continued containment efforts have been determined to be impractical given the situation's complexities. And we recommend that the Righteous Alliance be dissolved pending a review of whether future coordinated action might be appropriate under different circumstances." It was a masterpiece of political language. It admitted nothing while saying everything. It suggested that the tribunal had been a success while acknowledging that the containment had failed. It recommended dissolution without saying directly that the alliance was being disbanded because it had proven to be worthless. Dorn had spent centuries learning to construct sentences like this one, language that could carry multiple meanings depending on the listener's disposition and prior beliefs. It was also, he understood with a bitter clarity, a lie. And everyone in this chamber knew it was a lie. But the lie was the only thing that stood between the alliance and total dissolution into open recrimination and blame-shifting. The sect leaders around the table exchanged glances. Master Chen nodded slowly. The others, one by one, followed suit. Not because they believed the language of the proposed statement, but because they were all sufficiently sophisticated in the arts of political survival to understand that unified messaging was the only thing that would allow them to salvage anything from this catastrophe. "I will draft the formal statement," Dorn continued. "It will be prepared and released before sunset today. I recommend that each of you prepare your own messages to your respective sects explaining the Alliance's decision to step back from active confrontation with Yin Su." The phrasing was important. Not step back from, as in retreat, but as in adopt a posture of restraint relative to. The cultivation world would understand the subtext perfectly. The Alliance was stepping back because it had no choice, because Yin Su had made it abundantly clear that opposition was futile. The meeting concluded with a unanimity born not of agreement, but of shared defeat. By the time the sect leaders had filed out of the sealed chamber and returned to their respective quarters, the Righteous Alliance had effectively ceased to exist as an active political force. It would take several more hours for the formal paperwork to be prepared, several more hours for the official statements to be drafted and released. But the real dissolution had happened in that sealed chamber, in the moment when it became clear that no one present had any remaining argument for maintaining the illusion that they could do anything about Yin Su. The only question now was whether the various sects would accept this dissolution gracefully or whether they would respond with accusation and blame. Dorn suspected he would know the answer to that question by morning. Outside the sealed chamber, in the corridors of the tribunal complex, the cultivators who had been waiting for word from the leadership noticed the change immediately. The shock that had been visible on the sect leaders' faces when they had emerged from the chamber was unmistakable. Something had been decided. Something fundamental had shifted. By the evening, the cultivators in the gallery had begun to disperse. They had seen what they had come to see. There was nothing left to witness. The formation holders had abandoned their stations and were returning to their sects in various states of physical and emotional distress. The junior cultivators who had been brought to the tribunal as part of their education or as a show of force were now beginning to understand that they had witnessed something that would define their generation's understanding of power. The official statement from Chief Speaker Dorn was released just before sunset. The Righteous Alliance would be dissolved. The tribunal would be postponed pending further deliberation, a phrasing that everyone understood to mean the tribunal was finished and would never be reconvened. The matter of Yin Su would be referred back to the individual sects for their own determination of how to proceed. By morning, the first of the formal withdrawal letters would begin arriving at the tribunal complex. By the end of the week, the Righteous Alliance would exist only as a name written on documents that were being carefully filed away in archives where no one would have to look at them. Chapter 92. Political fallout word traveled across the cultivation world on wings of messenger birds, through spirit teleportation networks, in the whispered conversations of cultivators who had been present or who had contacts who had been present. By the time a full day had passed, every significant sect in the cultivation world had received some version of the story. By the time 3 days had passed, the narrative had solidified into a form that would persist for centuries. The Righteous Alliance had attempted to contain Yin Su. The containment had failed without Yin Su even needing to engage in direct combat. He had simply walked, and the formations had collapsed. The alliance had dissolved. In the capital city of the Eternal Flame sect, located in the heart of the Central Mountain Range, Sect Master Li received the news while reviewing supply reports from the sect's outer territories. Her administrative assistant, a cultivator in her 5th century of practice, delivered the message with the careful neutrality of someone conveying information that she knew would have significant implications. Li read through the report twice, then set it down on her desk and stared into the middle distance for a long moment. The afternoon light was streaming through the tall windows of her chamber, illuminating dust motes that hung suspended in the air like tiny stars. Li found herself watching these motes, focusing on their slow, random dance. It was easier to watch them than to process the implications of what she had just read. The Eternal Flame sect had remained strictly neutral during the Righteous Alliance's formation. Li had believed, correctly, as events had proven, that committing to the alliance was a mistake. But remaining neutral was not the same as being unaffected by the political landscape. The alliance's declared purpose had been to manage the threat of Yin Su. Its dissolution meant that threat was no longer being actively managed. It meant that the cultivation world would have to find a new equilibrium. Li picked up the report again and scanned it for specifics. The testimony from the witnesses was remarkably consistent. Yin Su had not attacked the formations. The formations had simply failed in his presence. The alliance leadership had recognized the futility and dissolved the organization. No blood had been spilled. This last detail was the most significant, Li understood. A violent confrontation would have simplified the moral calculus. The alliance would have been defeated, but there would have been deaths, destruction, casualties to explain. Instead, Yin Su had managed to invalidate the entire alliance's purpose without harming anyone. This was a demonstration of capability so thorough that no amount of additional military preparation could counter it. Li's mind was already moving through the various scenarios that would play out over the next weeks. Some sects would attempt to restructure their relationship with the central power structure, positioning themselves as close allies of whatever emerged to replace the alliance. Others would attempt to maintain neutrality, a more difficult path now that explicit non-interference was clearly the only viable policy. A few might attempt to forge some kind of direct relationship with Yin Su, though this seemed extraordinarily risky given how little anyone understood about his actual intentions. Li made a note to herself. Begin communication with other neutral sects regarding coordinated non-interference in matters related to Yin Su. The phrase was carefully chosen to suggest cooperation without explicitly admitting that they were taking sides against the alliance. In the cultivation world, the phrasing of such communications could mean the difference between being seen as forward-thinking and strategic or being seen as backstabbing and opportunistic. 3,000 li to the east, in the headquarters of the Jade Tower sect, a much younger sect master was processing the same news in a very different way. Sect Master Wei had been considering whether to petition the Righteous Alliance for membership just before the tribunal convened. The Jade Tower had been building strength rapidly, recruiting talented disciples, accumulating spiritual resources, establishing itself as an emerging power in the cultivation world. Wei had thought that joining a powerful alliance would accelerate their path to greater influence. The news that the alliance had dissolved without accomplishing any of its stated objectives changed that calculation entirely. Wei sat in his private chamber, reading the report for the 3rd time, making certain he understood the implications correctly. Yin Su had walked through the containment formations without breaking a sweat. The alliance had then dissolved itself rather than attempt a second approach. This was not a temporary setback. This was a fundamental invalidation of everything the alliance had represented. Wei made a note to quietly cancel the letter to Chief Speaker Dorn that had been sitting on his desk waiting for final approval. There was no benefit now to being associated with a failed organization. In fact, there was significant risk. Any sect that had committed to the alliance would now be viewed as having backed the wrong side, as having placed its faith in a coalition that had proven to be fundamentally ineffectual. Instead, Wei began to draft a new kind of message, one that emphasized the Jade Tower's commitment to thoughtful engagement with the new realities of the cultivation world and working toward harmony rather than confrontation. The language was carefully chosen to suggest that the tower had never actually been committed to the alliance in the first place, just considering its options and ultimately making the wise choice to remain independent. In the central meditation chamber of the Azure Pavilion, an elderly sect master named Qin sat in meditative trance as the news was delivered. When she emerged from her meditation 2 hours later, she had already made the decision that her sect would formally withdraw from the Righteous Alliance. The decision had come to her in the stillness of her meditation. A kind of clarity that suggested the right path forward was now obvious. The message that the pavilion would send would be polite but clear. They were reorienting their foreign policy toward a posture of complete non-interference in matters related to Yensu. Qin would frame this withdrawal as a philosophical recalibration rather than a panicked retreat. The tone would be one of someone who had always questioned the wisdom of the alliance's approach and had finally been proven right by events. Across the cultivation world, similar conversations were happening in the private chambers of sect leadership. In quiet halls and meditation chambers, in formal council meetings and private consultations, sect leaders were processing the information and recalibrating their strategies. The conversations followed similar patterns. First, the shock of learning that the containment had failed. Second, the immediate recognition that remaining allied with a failed organization was a liability. Third, the subtle shift away from the alliance and toward explicit or implicit non-interference. The cultivation world had not suddenly moved to support Yensu. Most sects still did not trust him. Most sect leaders still harbored concerns about his ultimate intentions and his potential threat to their own power bases. But the movement away from active obstruction was becoming general. The alliance had been the rallying point for organized opposition. Without it, organized opposition simply ceased to be a viable option. Each sect leader understood, in their own way, that the cultivation world had just entered a new era. The age of coordinated opposition to Yensu was over. What would replace it was still uncertain. But the old certainties, that the alliance was strong, that opposition could be organized, that resistance was possible, these certainties had been unmade. By the end of the first week, the political landscape had shifted more than it had shifted in any single period in the previous 2 centuries. The righteous alliance, which had been announced with great ceremony just months earlier, had become a liability to be associated with. The sects that had been considering joining were now quietly canceling their overtures. The sects that had already joined were beginning to draft their withdrawal letters. The cultivation world was recalibrating itself around a new reality. Yensu could not be contained. Yensu could not be threatened by conventional means. Yensu could only be managed by choosing not to oppose him directly. What would eventually emerge from this new equilibrium remained to be seen. Would sects seek accommodation with Yensu, hoping to gain some benefit from his favor? Would they attempt complete non-involvement, hoping that his attention would turn elsewhere? Would they attempt to rebuild some form of opposition once enough time had passed and the shock of his power had worn off? The answer, each sect leader understood, would depend not on what they wanted, but on what Yensu wanted. For the first time in centuries, the cultivation world was waiting to see what someone else would do, rather than assuming its own actions would determine the future. This reversal of agency, this shift from being the actors in the story to being the witnesses of someone else's actions, was perhaps the deepest implication of Yensu's demonstration. Chapter 93. The sect withdrawals. The first formal withdrawal letter arrived at the tribunal complex 4 days after the containment had failed. It came from the Stone Citadel sect, a mid-tier organization that had joined the Righteous Alliance somewhat reluctantly, mostly because their sect master had been concerned about the political consequences of standing apart from such a prestigious coalition. The letter was masterfully written in the language of diplomatic noncommittal. It cited changed circumstances and evolving strategic considerations. It thanked the alliance for the opportunity to participate in this important initiative, while noting that the Citadel's own responsibilities to their disciples required them to prioritize stability and non-involvement in matters that might destabilize the delicate balance of the cultivation world. It did not mention the failed containment. It did not mention Yensu by name. It did not acknowledge that the sect master had made a terrible mistake in joining in the first place. It simply, gracefully withdrew. The letter was placed on Chief Speaker Dorn's desk by his assistant, who had learned long ago not to comment on such matters. Dorn read it once, then set it aside without changing expression. But internally, he felt something like relief. The first withdrawal was the hardest. Once one sect had found a way to leave without losing face, the others would find it easier to follow. The language of the Stone Citadel letter was good. It provided a template that other sects could use to escape the alliance without admitting that they had ever believed in it in the first place. And indeed, within 2 days, the second withdrawal letter arrived. This one came from the Mirror Sea sect, and the language was virtually identical to the Stone Citadel's letter, with only the names and specific justifications slightly altered. It was as if the 2 sect leaders had agreed on a script beforehand, or more likely, as if they had both simply recognized the same diplomatic solution simultaneously. By the end of the second week, 5 of the 11 sects that had formally joined the Righteous Alliance had submitted withdrawal letters. The language of these letters was becoming progressively less apologetic. The first few had been elaborate explanations of strategic necessity, pages-long justifications that attempted to frame the withdrawal as a difficult but necessary decision made after careful consideration of all relevant factors. The more recent ones had taken on a tone that suggested the withdrawing sects barely felt the need to justify themselves at all. The sixth withdrawal letter, from the cloud ascending lineage, simply stated that the lineage was reconsidering its strategic commitments and would be pursuing a policy of non-interference in external matters. It was barely 2 paragraphs long. The tone suggested not a sect that was reluctantly abandoning an alliance, but a sect that had always been somewhat skeptical of the whole enterprise and was now vindicated in that skepticism. The effect of each withdrawal was to make the next withdrawal easier. It was as if there was a critical threshold beyond which the alliance's authority began to collapse rapidly. Once more than half the member sects had withdrawn, remaining in the alliance became a liability rather than an asset. The sects that remained began to be seen, by those who had already withdrawn, as either foolishly committed or actively hostile. Sect masters who had been wavering about whether to withdraw suddenly found that wavering was no longer affordable. If they remained too long, they risked being identified as hostile to Yin Su's interests, and by extension, hostile to whoever among the other sects would be first to build a constructive relationship with him. If they withdrew too early, they risked appearing to have been disloyal to the alliance, thus damaging their reputation within the sect and among those few remaining alliance members. The sweet spot for withdrawal was right now. In that narrow window when enough sects had already left that leaving seemed like a reasonable response to changed circumstances, but not so many had left that the act of leaving seemed like swimming with the tide. Each sect leader was acutely conscious of this timing, and the cascade of withdrawals that followed was less coordinated than it appeared. Rather, it was the result of dozens of individual leaders reaching the same conclusion at roughly the same moment. The time to act was now. Master Chun of the Thousand Peaks sect submitted the sect's withdrawal letter on the 18th day after the tribunal. It was a single page, and it cited irreconcilable differences in strategic vision between the Thousand Peaks sect and the current direction of the Righteous Alliance. It was the first letter that actually acknowledged, however indirectly, that the alliance's vision had been fundamentally undermined by Yin Su's demonstration. The phrasing was subtle enough to suggest that the problem was not Yin Su's power, but the alliance's poor judgment in how to respond to that power. The Bright Phoenix Order withdrew 2 days later. The Mountain Gate sect withdrew on day 21. The Eternal Flame sect, which had never truly committed to the alliance despite its official membership, submitted a withdrawal letter that somehow made it sound as if they had been planning to leave all along and the tribunal had merely accelerated their timeline. The artfulness of this letter, its suggestion of a sect that had always been too wise to fully invest in the alliance's enterprise, suggested that sect master Li was a master politician who would emerge from this crisis with her reputation enhanced rather than damaged. By the end of the 3rd week, all of the sects except the Azure Pavilion, the Jade Tower, and the Mirror Sea sect, whose withdrawal had been among the earliest, had formally withdrawn from the Righteous Alliance. The flow of withdrawal letters had become so routine that Dorn's assistant had stopped bringing them to him personally, simply filing them in a dedicated folder for his later review. The Jade Tower's withdrawal letter, when it finally arrived, was notable primarily for its brevity and its tone. A single sentence: "The Jade Tower sect is withdrawing from the Righteous Alliance effective immediately." It was signed and sealed, with no explanation or justification. Dorn read this letter and allowed himself a grim smile. The Jade Tower sect master was a direct individual, it seemed. Or perhaps Wei had been planning to withdraw all along and the collapse of the alliance had simply made the matter urgent. Either way, this was the withdrawal letter of someone with nothing to prove and no apologies to offer. The final withdrawal came from the Azure Pavilion, and with it came the formal dissolution of the Righteous Alliance. By its own charter, which had been drafted with great care months earlier, the alliance could only maintain its existence if it retained membership from a minimum of 3 sections. With the Azure Pavilion's withdrawal, this threshold was breached. The alliance ceased to exist not with a dramatic collapse, but with the quiet crossing of a threshold that had always been in the document, waiting to be triggered. Dorn prepared the final official statement. The Righteous Alliance, having served its purpose in establishing the truth regarding the matter of Yin Su and the Radiant Canon, was being formally dissolved. The sects that had comprised the alliance would continue to maintain cordial relations with one another, it was suggested, though the alliance itself would cease to exist. This final statement was as carefully constructed as the initial statements had been, and it served as the diplomatic capstone that allowed all the participating sects to claim some degree of success even as they fled the sinking ship. The document was released on the 23rd day after the tribunal. By that evening, it had been distributed to every significant sect in the cultivation world. By the next morning, it had become ancient history. Other matters were already asserting themselves as priorities. Sects were beginning to think about their own relationships with Yin Su, about whether there might be opportunities in a world without the alliance's opposition, about whether there might be risks in being identified as too hostile. The Righteous Alliance, which had been announced with great ceremony just months before, which had been presented as a coalition of the most powerful sects in the cultivation world, which was to be the instrument of Yin Su's final containment, had simply ceased to exist. It had not been defeated in glorious combat. It had not dissolved in open conflict. It had simply been revealed to be built on assumptions that no longer held true, and so it had folded, as something built on false premises must eventually fold. In the archives of the tribunal complex, the documents relating to the Righteous Alliance were carefully filed away. The messages, the minutes from meetings, the formation diagrams, the strategic analyses, all of it was preserved in careful order, organized by date and subject, ready to be retrieved by historians who would eventually want to understand how the most coordinated opposition to Yin Su had been constructed and then dissolved in the space of a single month. No historian would ever need to retrieve those documents. The cultivation world had moved on. The Righteous Alliance had become a footnote in the larger story of Yin Su's emergence as a force that could not be opposed by conventional means. The sects that had comprised it had returned to their individual concerns, their own internal politics, their own strategies for navigating a cultivation world that now contained, as a fundamental fact, the existence of someone who could not be threatened or contained. The matter was settled, not through combat, not through blood, not through violence of any kind. Simply through the demonstration of a reality that no amount of coordinated power could overcome. Yin Su had not needed to strike a single blow. He had only needed to walk, and in walking, he had remade the political landscape of the entire cultivation world. Chapter 94. Zhao Mingyi's final isolation. The Azure Mandate sect was dying, and Zhao Mingyi could hear it in the silence. He walked the eastern corridor in the hour before dawn, his footsteps the only sound in a passageway that had once been crowded with disciples hurrying between cultivation chambers and study halls. 3 tapestries hung along the walls, silk screens depicting his legendary ascension to sect master, his triumph over the northern clans, his spiritual communion with heaven itself. In the dimness, the painted figures looked almost mournful. There should have been acolytes here. There should have been the soft percussion of morning bells, the murmur of younger cultivators preparing for dawn meditations. The radiant cannon was kept in the library at the far end of this corridor. Disciples rotated through in shifts, spending hours tracing their consciousness through its passages, absorbing the wisdom that Zhao Mingyi had painstakingly cultivated into an instrument of dominance. The scripture had become the cornerstone of the sect's reputation, a cultivation manual that accelerated advancement beyond any other school in the Eastern Territories. Senior sects sought partnerships. Lesser sects sent tribute. Everything was built on the radiant cannon. Everything was built on a lie. Zhao Mingyi had known this for 5 centuries. The knowledge had not diminished with time. If anything, it had grown heavier, accumulated like sediment at the bottom of a lake. But knowledge was different from acknowledgement. For 500 years, he had maintained the distinction with the precision of a craftsman separating gold from dross. He knew the radiant cannon was stolen from the Jade Gate sect. He knew Yin Su was innocent. He knew the sect was built on the corpses of his murdered sectmates. And yet, and this was the crucial lacuna that had permitted 5 centuries of operation, he had never quite allowed these facts to cohere into their obvious conclusion. He had never allowed himself to stand in a moment like this and think, simply, I am a thief and a murderer, and everything I have made is forfeit. Until now, the library doors stood partially open. Zhao Mingyi could see the organizing tables, the cultivation recording apparatus, the precise arrangement of study cushions. 3 disciples were inside. He could sense their presences, their cultivation signatures distinctive as faces. They had been assigned to the library for a month-long rotation. It was their duty to maintain the Radiant Canon collection. They sat in perfect stillness, engaging with the scripture in the way they had been trained to do. When Zhao Mingyi stopped in the doorway, their awareness flickered toward him, but they did not turn. To interrupt a cultivator during scripture meditation was a grave breach of protocol. They remained immobile, their consciousness still threaded through the passages of the stolen canon. Zhao Mingyi did not enter. He continued past. By midday, he had toured half the sect. The numbers had already begun changing a week ago, when the news of the Alliance's dissolution reached every corner of the cultivation world. The grand dining hall, which had once seated 300 disciples at evening meals, now hosted perhaps 30. The training grounds were empty, previously filled with the sounds of sparring sessions and form practice, now silent except for the wind moving through the observation pavilions. The outer dormitories, which had housed 500 junior disciples, were closing off wings. Servants moved through the abandoned chambers with the expressions of people dismantling a life they had built for generations. 16 senior disciples remained. This was worth noting. Zhao Mingyi thought with something that might have been respect. Out of 500 cultivators of notable advancement, 16 had chosen to stay. He did not need to interview them to understand their reasoning. Some had been disciples since they were children. The sect was the only life they knew. Some had achieved status through their connection to him and could not afford to start again in a lesser school. Some, perhaps 3 or 4, genuinely believed in him. The rest were trapped by logistics, by the sunk cost of 50 or 60 years of dedicated cultivation, by the simple paralysis of having nowhere else to go. He did not despise them for it. He had been moved by smaller loyalties himself, once. The central meditation hall was where Zhao Mingyi finally sat. This was the heart of the Azure Mandate sect, a soaring chamber with a ceiling that opened to the sky, its walls lined with inscriptions of his own design. He had spent years refining the configuration of chi channels through the walls, creating an environment of such precise spiritual resonance that cultivators who meditated here could feel themselves lifted, buoyed on currents of accumulated power. The effect was intoxicating. Disciples reported moments of clarity, breakthrough instants where their cultivation leaped forward. Zhao Mingyi had achieved this through decades of meticulous work in the stolen radiant canon. Every insight he had incorporated into these walls was knowledge that belonged to Yin Su's sect. He sat in the center of the hall, in the exact spot where he had sat for 500 years. The light fell through the open ceiling in a column that seemed almost solid, a pillar of illumination descending from the sky. Zhao Mingyi positioned himself at its heart and did not move. The memory that came to him was not new. He had returned to it countless times, though he had never permitted himself to fully inhabit it. The night of the murders. The Jade Gate sect's moon gate had been open. They had welcomed him as a potential ally. He had walked the gardens with Yin Su, who had been young then, still believing in the possibility of lasting friendship, still extending trust like someone laying out silk for another person to walk upon. The night had been perfect. Autumn. The kind of clarity in the air that made you feel like you could see forever. Zhao Mingyi had waited until Yin Su was in the library, communing with the radiant canon. Then he had begun. One by one, the senior disciples had scattered throughout the sect, in meditation chambers, in their quarters, in the central cultivation nexus. He had killed them with precision, with a kind of surgical care. And when Yin Su had sensed the deaths, when his consciousness had erupted outward in horror and desperate power, Zhao Mingyi had already been spinning the narrative. Bandits, he had said. A coordinated attack by rivals seeking to destroy the Jade Gate line. He had wept while he said it, and his tears had been genuine, because even in that moment he had believed in his own construction. He was a savior, he had told himself. A friend tragically too late to prevent catastrophe. And the scripture. The scripture was too valuable to lose. He would preserve it for Yin Su. He would safeguard it. He would use it to build something magnificent that would ensure the Jade Gate line was never forgotten. The line had come so easily. 5 centuries of it. 5 centuries of using the stolen scripture to advance himself, to build a sect that other sects envied, to construct a narrative where Yin Su became the villain, the rogue cultivator driven mad by loss, the one who turned to demonic practices to achieve his revenge, the one who had to be imprisoned for the safety of all. 5 centuries of teaching disciples to believe in his legitimacy. 5 centuries of walking these halls as their rightful master. And now Su Weiniang had brought forward the records. The sealed documents from the Azure Mandate's deepest archives that proved everything. The disciples she had cultivated within his own sect, feeding her the information she needed. The physical evidence that the Radiant Canon's progression patterns matched the Jade Gate sect's unpublished manuscripts. The testimony of cultivators who had been present at the murders and had, by accident or providence, left evidence of Zhao Mingyi's presence at the scenes. The truth had accumulated like sediment at the bottom of a lake. When night fell, Zhao Mingyi was still sitting in the meditation hall. He did not rise. He did not eat. He simply remained in the column of darkness that marked where the light had been, and he permitted the thought that he had been deferring for 500 years. I am exactly what Yin Su believes I am. I am exactly what the truth says I am. Everything I have built is founded on murder and theft. Everything I have constructed is forfeit. The thought did not bring relief. It did not bring any particular sensation at all. It simply was, like sitting in darkness, like breathing, like the passage of time that had finally, inexorably, caught up with him. By dawn, Zhao Mingyi had made his decision. He would not flee. He would not hide. He would sit in the Azure Mandate sect, in the meditation hall, or in his personal chambers, or in any space that felt fitting, and he would wait for Yin Su to arrive. There was no dignity in flight. There was only dignity in remaining, in acknowledging the truth that had been true for 500 years, in accepting the ending that had been written into the foundations of this sect from the moment he had spilled the first of Yin Su's sectmates' blood. He rose at last as the sun crested the eastern mountains. The disciples who had remained gathered in the outer courtyard, sensing that something fundamental was shifting. Zhao Mingyi walked past them without speaking. They parted before him like water dividing around a stone. The Azure Mandate sect had been dying for a week. Now it simply waited to see who would be present when it finally fell. Chapter 95. The preparation. The ruins of the Jade Gate sect covered a hillside that had once been cultivated into pristine terraces. Now the terraces had collapsed into one another, and the overgrowth was absolute. Yin Su stood at what had once been the main gate. The stone pillars were still there, still carved with characters that identified the sect, though weathering had rendered them nearly illegible. The gate itself had long since rotted away. He had been standing here since before dawn. The sun was now directly overhead, and he had not moved. The Jade Gate sect had been his entire world. From the age of 6, when he had been brought to the sect as a junior disciple, until the age of 27, when the murders had occurred and everything had been taken from him. 21 years of learning, of belonging, of building a particular kind of excellence that could only flourish in a community of like-minded cultivators. He had been good at it. Not exceptional. There were cultivators in other sects with raw talent that exceeded his, but genuinely, consistently good. He had expected to spend his entire life here, advancing through the ranks, eventually training the next generation in the methods he had refined. The site told the story of 500 years passing. What had been buildings was now scattered stone. What had been cultivation chambers was now foundations partially reclaimed by earth. The central library, where he had spent countless hours in communion with the radiant canon, was a depression in the ground. After 500 years, it was hard to imagine that any of this had ever been solid, that people had lived here, that the particular kind of spiritual resonance the Jade Gate sect had cultivated had once filled these spaces with presence. Nature did not preserve human structures. It simply waited for them to dissolve, and then it continued. Yin Su had returned here 17 times since his release from imprisonment. Each time, he discovered something new had changed. Trees he didn't remember were now massive. Stones had shifted. The particular configuration of ruin had evolved. Each time, he had found himself looking for evidence that the Jade Gate sect had existed, that it was not a dream he had constructed during 500 years of isolation. But he did not need to search anymore. He had come to gather something else. He descended the hillside carefully, moving through the overgrowth until he reached what had been the central cultivation nexus. This was where the sect's senior disciples had spent their time coordinating the spiritual work, where the collective energy of the sect had been amplified and directed toward greater projects. Yin Su knelt in the center of the space and placed his palms flat on the earth. For 500 years, he had imprisoned himself in a cell of pure consciousness. The physical dungeon had been merely the container. He had used those 500 years to construct something that had no name in the cultivation world, a system of power that did not rely on external scriptures or sect lineages or the accumulated knowledge of past generations. He had built it from nothing, from the raw materials of his own devastation, from the particular kind of clarity that suffering imposes when you do not look away from it. The demonic sovereign system. That was what the cultivation world called it now, the traces they had discovered in his life during the investigation. But it was not demonic in the way they meant. It was not unnatural. It was simply honest. It was power built on acknowledgement rather than denial, on the clear-eyed assessment of what he had experienced and what he had learned from it. Yin Su had documentation. 7-step files containing the methodology, the progression, the precise techniques. He had reviewed them yesterday, checking each component the way a craftsman might inspect an instrument before performance. The system was complete. It was exactly what he would need. He rose and moved deeper into the ruins, toward the area that had once been the storage caverns. Here, beneath overhanging stone, there were spaces where the decay progressed more slowly. And here, buried under 5 centuries of accumulated soil and debris, were the sealed documents that proved what Su Weiniang had discovered, records that the sect had maintained regarding the radiant canon structure, its progression, its unique signature in terms of cultivation methodology. Yin Su had already memorized these records. He did not need to read them again, but he had wanted to stand in this place. He had wanted to acknowledge what had been true, what had been stolen, what had been denied. The overgrowth surrounded him. He was standing in a tomb made of the natural world, a space where what had been vital was now returning to Earth. Su Weiniang arrived just after sunset. Yin Su sensed her approach before he heard or saw her. The particular signature of her cultivation had become familiar over months of collaboration. She descended the hillside with careful steps, navigating the treacherous terrain with the competence of someone who had spent years in field work. When she found him, Yin Su was sitting on a fallen stone that had once been part of the sect's outer wall. The inscriptions carved into its surface had weathered almost completely. "The ruins haven't changed," Su Weiniang said. She was breathing slightly heavily from the climb. "I wasn't sure if they would. I thought perhaps you would have changed them." Yin Su completed. "Reclaimed them." "Yes." "No." Yin Su looked out over the collapsed terraces. "They are a monument. To let them become anything else would be to place something of mine over something of theirs. The sect is gone. The ruins are what remains. That is sufficient." Su Weiniang sat beside him. She had brought tea in a sealed container, still warm. She poured 2 cups without asking and handed one to Yin Su. The smell of it, something floral, something she had likely prepared that morning, was grounding in a way that made him realize how long he had been standing among the ruins, how thoroughly he had permitted himself to be absorbed into the weight of the place. "Tomorrow," Su Weiniang said. It was not a question. "Tomorrow," Yin Su confirmed. They drank tea in silence for a long while. The light was fading now, the sky shifting from blue to purple to the deeper purples that preceded darkness. Around them, the ruins gradually became less distinct, their edges blurring as the day ended. "You've been perfect," Su Weiniang said eventually. "Throughout all of this. The way you presented the evidence, the way you waited for confirmation, the way you let the Alliance examine everything and come to their own conclusions. You could have called for his execution immediately. You could have made this about revenge. Instead, you made it about truth. Because it is about truth," Yin Su said. "Everything else would have been secondary. Most people would have wanted more than truth. Most people who had been imprisoned for 500 years, who had watched their sect destroyed, who had lost everything. Most of them would have wanted him dead in a specific way, for a specific reason, with witnesses and ceremony and acknowledgement of their suffering. I am not most people." "No," Su Weiniang agreed. "You're not. That's why this works." She was quiet again. Yin Su could sense the shape of what she wanted to ask, but was not asking. The question was there in her posture, in the particular way she was holding her cup, in her ongoing presence in this place of ruin as the light died around them. "How do you feel?" she finally asked. "Complete," Yin Su said. "Like a mechanism that has finally come to the end of its assembly. Every piece is in place. Everything checks the way it should. I am ready to activate it. That's not the same as feeling ready emotionally. That's not the same as being afraid or angry or, no." Yin Su turned to look at her. "I am not afraid. I am not angry. I was those things at different points across 500 years. But this particular moment has been waiting for so long that it has transcended emotion. It is simply what comes next." Su Weiniang studied his face in the deepening darkness. He could see her trying to understand, trying to inhabit what he had described. After a moment, she seemed to surrender the attempt. "Tomorrow he will have disciples there," she said. 16 senior cultivators, and however many lesser disciples have remained. The Alliance will have observers. The cultivation world will be watching. I know. He's still dangerous. His cultivation is formidable. Whatever happens tomorrow, I know," Yin Su repeated gently. Su Weiniang did not seem satisfied with this. She set down her teacup with more force than was necessary, and the sound of it against the stone was sharp in the growing darkness. "I helped establish the truth," she said. "I was present for all of that. I watched you accept the weight of what was proven about Zhao Mingyi, about your sect, about what was stolen from you. And I've been waiting for this moment thinking I understood something about what it meant. But now that it's here, now that tomorrow is actually going to happen, I realize I can't follow you into this. Whatever you do, whatever happens between you and Zhao Mingyi, it's going to be something I can observe from outside. Something I can witness, but not participate in. And that's strange because I've been so close to this for so long." "You established the truth," Yin Su said. "Everything that follows is consequence. The consequence is mine to enact. Will you still be yourself after it?" "Yes and no," Yin Su said carefully. "I will be myself in a way that is not possible before tomorrow. The particular version of myself that has been waiting. The prisoner waiting for release. The son of a murdered sect waiting for justice. The cultivator waiting for the completion of 500 years of clear purpose. That version will no longer exist. But there will be another version of Yin Su that emerges. Whether I understand it yet, I cannot say." Su Weiniang picked up her cup again and drank the tea that had begun to cool. The darkness was nearly complete now. They were silhouettes against the ruins, two figures sitting in the tomb of a sect that had been destroyed 500 years ago. Be careful tomorrow, Su Weiniang said quietly. I will be precise, Yin Su replied. Careful is not quite the same thing. She did not contradict him. Instead, she rose, brushing dust from her robes, and prepared to leave. At the edge of the ruins, she paused and looked back. Yin Su, she said. For what it's worth, I think what you've done, the way you've handled this, I think it matters. I think you're doing something important beyond just settling a personal account. I know, he said. That knowledge does not make it easier. After she left, Yin Su remained among the ruins until well into the night. The stars emerged overhead, the same stars that had shone 500 years ago, indifferent to the human structures that rose and fell beneath them. He sat with his own thoughts, checking the components of the demonic sovereign system one more time, confirming that everything was precisely aligned. By the time he finally left the ruins and began his journey back, he knew he would not return to the Jade Gate sect again. Whatever happened tomorrow, the ruins would continue their slow dissolution. And that was as it should be. The sect had been a life, and life moved forward. There was no point in preserving what had already ended. Chapter 96. The calm Su Weiniang found Yin Su in the hour before dusk, sitting on a flat stone beside a stream that bordered the territories controlled by the Azure Mandate sect. He was motionless, his hands resting on his thighs, his eyes fixed on the water in a way that suggested he was not seeing it so much as occupying the same space as it, like two things existing in parallel without attempting to interact. She had expected to find him in meditation. Instead, a kind of perfect stillness that was more like rest than anything active. She sat beside him without speaking and watched the water move. The stream was shallow here, flowing over smooth stones worn into their current shape by years of accumulated current. It was the kind of water that had no ambitions, that simply moved downward and onward because of the shape the world provided, following the path of least resistance with a kind of graceful persistence. Su Weiniang found herself watching it with the same attention that Yin Su seemed to be giving it. You're still here, Yin Su said eventually. I thought you would have returned to the Alliance gathering. They don't need me, Su Weiniang replied. The observers are prepared. The documentation of the investigation is complete. Tomorrow is really just a matter of witnesses being present while history concludes itself. History. Yin Su's mouth curved slightly, not quite a smile. Is that what this is? Isn't it? The last sect master who ruled through falsehood being confronted by the person he framed. The dissolution of a 500-year lie. The cultivation world watching to see what happens when truth actually has teeth. It is history only if the witnesses are accurate in recording it, Yin Su said. Otherwise it is merely incident. Su Weiniang pulled off her shoes and extended her feet toward the stream, not putting them in the water but leaving them near its edge, exposed to the cool air that rose from the current. The evening was warm, and the contrast was pleasant. How did you sleep? She asked. I didn't. There was no need to. Are you tired? No. Are you nervous? Yin Su turned to look at her directly. His expression was entirely clear, entirely open. There was nothing performative in his stillness. He was simply present in the way that some things in nature are present. A stone, water, sky. No, he said. I am ready. There is a difference. Describe it. Readiness is a state of preparation that is complete. Everything is positioned. The mechanism is aligned. The only thing waiting is the moment of activation. Nervousness would be a failure of preparation, a sense that something is still missing. I lack that sense. Everything that needs to be in place is in place. Su Weiniang withdrew her feet from the edge of the stream and pulled her knees up, wrapping her arms around them. This was a posture of self-containment, of gathering herself inward. She held this position and observed the water. I've been thinking about what happens after tomorrow, she said. Have you? Yes. And? I do not know. The after is not yet written. But you've imagined possibilities. You've considered different outcomes. Yes, Yin Su acknowledged. But imagining and knowing are not the same. The specific form that tomorrow takes will determine what comes after. I have prepared for tomorrow. I have not prepared for after because I cannot know what it will require until tomorrow has concluded. That sounds lonely, Su Weiniang said quietly. Yin Su did not respond immediately. He returned his gaze to the water, watching the small variations in its flow as it navigated the stones. 500 years of imprisonment is lonely in a particular way, he said eventually. It is a loneliness so complete that it ceases to be a feeling. It simply becomes the condition. You exist inside it. You do not experience it any more than a stone experiences the pressure of earth around it. After 500 years, the loneliness is not a circumstance you notice. It is simply the substance of what you are. And now I am at the edge of a different kind of loneliness. Tomorrow I will enact something that no one else can enact. I will walk into a confrontation that no one else can walk into. Whatever happens in that moment, the choices I make, the power I employ, the conclusion I reach, all of that is mine alone to determine. And in that moment, the loneliness of it will be acute in a way it has not been during the 500 years. But it is the loneliness of the final act of a play. It is not a state one remains in. It is a state one moves through. Su Weiniang tried to imagine this, tried to sit inside the conceptual space he was describing. She attempted to feel what it might be like to stand at the threshold of something so final, so singular, so completely one's own responsibility. She found that she could not quite achieve it. There was something in Yin Su's existence that had become too concentrated, too precisely focused, for her to occupy. I want to help, she said. You have helped. You found the truth. You brought it into the light. You forced the Alliance and the cultivation world to reckon with what Zhao Mingyi is. None of tomorrow is possible without what you did. But I can't follow you tomorrow. I can't step into that moment with you. No, Yin Su agreed simply. You cannot. Su Weiniang felt something shift in her understanding. It was not disappointment exactly, though it contained an element of that. It was more a recognition that certain kinds of completion could not be shared, could not be witnessed in the way that other kinds of completion could be. She could stand outside and observe. She could record what she saw. But the essential thing, the interior experience of Yin Su moving through that final moment, would be entirely his. She would know the facts of it afterward. She would never know what it felt like from the inside. Tell me something, Su Weiniang said. When you were in the prison, when you were building the demonic sovereign system over 500 years, were you building it specifically to defeat Zhao Mingyi? No, Yin Su said. I was building it to survive, to make sense of what I had experienced, to transform the suffering into something that had structure and meaning, that it is now positioned to accomplish what I need to accomplish with Zhao Mingyi is consequence, not design. The system was built for myself, not for him. Do you think he knows that? I think Zhao Mingyi knows a great many things. Whether he knows that in particular, whether he understands that his own fall is not the center point of my 500 years, I cannot say. But it is true regardless of whether he knows it. The sun was touching the horizon now, turning the sky into gradations of orange and purple. The light that fell on the water changed its color, made it gleam in specific ways that it did not gleam in daylight. Su Weiniang watched the transformation and thought about the difference between being at the center of someone's purpose and standing at the periphery of it. She thought about how Zhao Mingyi had lived for 500 years assuming that Yin Su's existence was defined by him, that Yin Su's 500-year imprisonment and suffering had been designed by fate specifically to create the conditions for Yin Su's eventual vengeance. And she thought about how entirely wrong Zhao Mingyi was, how thoroughly he had misunderstood the nature of Yin Su's journey. When you confront him tomorrow, Su Weiniang said, will you tell him that? Will you explain to him that his own fall is not the center of your story? I do not know, Yin Su said. It depends on what feels necessary in the moment. If he asks, I will tell him the truth. If he does not ask, then there is no point in speaking it. Su Weiniang rose and put her shoes back on. The evening was shifting toward night, and the temperature was beginning to drop. Yin Su remained motionless on his stone. I should leave, she said. You should rest, if you can. I will rest, Yin Su agreed. Not because I am tired, but because it is the correct preparation. Yin Su, Su Weiniang said. Tomorrow, when you step into that moment, when you're completely alone with him, I want you to know that what you've done matters. Not just the confrontation, but everything that led to it. The way you chose to pursue truth instead of immediate vengeance. The way you moved through the process. That matters. That changes things. Yin Su turned to look at her one final time. There was something in his expression that was almost tender, though it was not tender in any way that was soft or gentle. It was tender the way a blade is tender, finely honed, perfectly aware of its own edge, at peace with what it is designed to do. Thank you, he said simply. After Su Weiniang left, Yin Su remained beside the stream as night fully descended. He did not move. He did not meditate in any formal sense. He simply sat in the darkness, listening to the water flow over the stones, completely still in a way that was entirely different from stillness that is waiting. This was the stillness of something that had come to rest, that had completed its journey, that was now simply occupying the final moment before everything changed. By midnight, he rose and began the walk toward the Azure Mandate sect. The path was marked in his consciousness with a clarity that did not require sight. He moved through the darkness with the sureness of someone walking a road they had traveled countless times before. Tomorrow waited at the end of it, and Yin Su walked toward it the way water flows toward the sea, not because he chose the path, but because it was the only path available, the only direction that was possible given the shape of the world. Chapter 97. Zhao Mingyi's last days. Zhao Mingyi did not sleep. He sat in his primary cultivation chamber, a space that had been designed specifically for him, rebuilt 4 times across his 500 years of rule, modified countless times to reflect the changes in his understanding, and he permitted himself a single night to review exactly what he had done. The murders came back to him with crystalline clarity. The night itself was a thing he could still inhabit perfectly, as though it had not been 500 years, but rather 5 months, as though the memories had been preserved in some kind of spiritual amber that kept them fresh and precise and painfully immediate. He had walked the gardens first. This was deliberate, a kind of reconnaissance in which he was supposedly strengthening his partnership with the Jade Gate sect, while actually identifying the disposition of the disciples. The gardens were cultivated in such a way that they created spaces of isolation, groves where the sound of the main sect could not reach, water features that obscured approach, architectural features that created pockets of shadow, even under moonlight. Zhao Mingyi had been cataloging these spaces in his mind, noting which would be ideal for what he intended to do. Yansu had shown him everything. This was the part that had always stuck with him, the part that had prevented the memory from ever becoming comfortable. Yansu had walked the gardens with him as a friend, pointing out features he was proud of, explaining the spiritual philosophy behind specific design choices, showing Zhao Mingyi the places where disciples went to meditate, because the resonance there was particularly clear. Yansu had been wholly unsuspicious. He had trusted a cultivator he barely knew simply because Zhao Mingyi had presented himself with enough courtesy and flattery. The trust had been complete and naive and absolute. The actual act of killing them had been methodical. Zhao Mingyi had returned after full darkness fell. Each disciple he targeted had a cultivation signature unique as a face, and he had learned those signatures during his daytime visit. The first had been Li Chun, a senior disciple with particular aptitude for defensive techniques. Zhao Mingyi had found him in the southern meditation chamber and had ended his life so swiftly that there had been no time for fear or resistance. The second had been Mei Feng, Li Chun's partner, who had been cultivating in the library. She had sensed him coming and had begun to rise, but Zhao Mingyi had already begun the technique, a cultivation method he had spent years developing specifically for lethality, something that would cut through defenses without leaving the kind of visible wound that would later raise questions about how he could have failed to prevent the attack. One by one, 7 disciples, 1 senior teacher, his oldest friend in the sect, by the time the murders were complete, all of them dead in the space of 3 hours. When Yansu had sensed the deaths, and Yansu would definitely sense them, because Yansu's consciousness was calibrated to the particular signature of every person in his sect, his power had erupted outward like a blade breaking from a sheath. Zhao Mingyi had already positioned himself precisely where he needed to be, in the library, standing before the radiant cannon, his face arranged in the expression of someone who had just arrived at a scene of catastrophe. And the lie had been perfect because it was so simple. Bandits. Coordinated assault. He had tried to stop them, but there were too many. The sect master, Yansu's father, was dead. The senior disciples were dead. Everything had fallen apart in the space of minutes. What remained was what Zhao Mingyi had built from those lies, a 500-year structure of power and influence, erected on a foundation of stolen scripture and murdered innocence. Every advancement he had made, every disciple he had trained, every sect leader who had sought his alliance, every cultivation breakthrough he had achieved, all of it was built on the corpses of the Jade Gate sect and the false imprisonment of their son. The rationalizations, the ones that had permitted 500 years of operation, began to crack now. In the darkness of his cultivation chamber, with nothing to distract him, with morning approaching and the certainty of the confrontation drawing inexorably closer, Zhao Mingyi found that the carefully constructed justifications no longer held their shape. He had told himself that what he was doing was ensuring the radiant cannon's preservation. Yansu could not be trusted with such a powerful scripture. The murders had proven that he was unstable, that his grief was driving him toward darkness. Someone had to protect the knowledge. Someone had to ensure it did not fall into destructive hands. This story had sustained him for a very long time. But it was a story, and he was capable now of recognizing it as such. The truth was simpler and far darker. He had wanted the radiant cannon. He had wanted the power it contained. He had wanted to be the one who wielded it, who built a sect around it, who became the master of something transcendent. He had murdered innocent people to achieve that desire. The deaths of the disciples had not been a tragedy he minimized through theft. The theft had been the motivation, and the deaths had been the price. The distinction mattered. 500 years of lies depended on maintaining the distinction. But Zhao Mingyi was sitting in his cultivation chamber the night before his own likely death, and the distinction no longer seemed sustainable. He had expected, at some point across these 5 centuries, to feel guilt. He had expected there to be a moment in which the weight of what he had done became unbearable, in which he would crumble under the recognition of his own monstrosity. But that moment had never come. Guilt was a feeling that required a certain kind of active engagement with your own crimes. Guilt was something that happened when you actively chose to confront what you were. Zhao Mingyi had, instead, chosen the path of systematic compartmentalization. He had locked the murders into a sealed chamber of his consciousness and had not opened it. He had built 500 years of success on top of that locked door, as if enough time and enough achievement could make you forget what was underneath. Now, sitting in darkness, he opened the door. There was no guilt. There was something stranger, a kind of flat acknowledgement. The murders were real. The theft was real. The lies were real. And Zhao Mingyi was real in a way he had never fully permitted himself to be. Simply a person who had committed these acts, who had lived with the consequences, who was about to face a reckoning. When morning came, Zhao Mingyi rose and dressed himself carefully. He selected robes that had been woven specifically for him, dyed in colors that represented his sect's particular cultivation philosophy. He ate a breakfast that his servants prepared, and he ate it slowly and completely, tasting each element. He walked the corridors of the Azure Mandate sect, passing the remaining disciples. They bowed or stepped aside, and he did not speak to any of them. What was there to say? That their master had built their sect on false foundations? That the scripture they had spent their lives cultivating was stolen? That the achievement they thought they were part of was a monument to murder? He came to the meditation hall in the hour before noon. This was where he had spent so many days, so many years, sitting in the spiritual resonance he had built into the walls, feeling the accumulated power of his own creation. The light was exactly the same as it had always been, the sun moving through the opening in the ceiling, creating that pillar of illumination that had seemed like such a miracle when he was younger, when he believed he had engineered it himself. The light did not care about his sins. It fell the same way it had always fallen. Zhao Mingyi sat in the center of that light and waited. He did not meditate. He did not cultivate. He simply sat in the moment between what he had been and what was coming, and he permitted himself to acknowledge the truth of who he was. A man who had stolen and murdered his way to greatness, and now had nowhere left to go but forward into confrontation with the person whose entire life he had destroyed. When the disciples came at midday to inform him that witnesses were gathering outside the sect, that the cultivation world was assembling to watch, that the moment was approaching, Zhao Mingyi simply nodded. He did not rise immediately. He allowed himself a few more minutes in the light, his eyes closed, his consciousness empty of everything except the awareness that this light, this seat, this sect, all of it was ending. Then he stood, smoothed his robes, and moved toward the doors that would open onto his own dissolution. Chapter 98. The messenger was a young cultivator, perhaps 30 years old, though cultivators aged differently than normal humans, and this one could have been any age between 20 and 60. She carried herself with the formality of someone who had been selected for an important task and was determined to execute it correctly. She approached the gates of the Azure Mandate sect as the afternoon was turning toward evening, and the disciples stationed there immediately recognized that this was not a social call. The message she carried was sealed in a jade case inscribed with particular symbols that marked it as official correspondence from the alliance itself. She presented it with a formal bow and stated that it must be delivered directly into the hands of Zhao Mingyi, the current master of the sect. The disciples who received her brought her to the meditation hall, where Zhao Mingyi was still sitting in the light. He had moved during the day, he had eaten again, taken water, occupied different rooms of the sect, but he had not done anything that required significant decision-making. He had simply been present, marking time, waiting for the moment that was coming. When the messenger presented the case, she did so without elaboration. She bowed again, stated her task was complete, and withdrew. She did not wait to see him open it. She did not attempt to observe his reaction. She simply left the meditation hall and returned to the gates, where she would report that the message had been delivered and then make her way back to the alliance gathering. Zhao Mingyi took the case and broke the seal. The message was written on paper of exceptional quality, the kind of paper that was made only for important documents. The characters were rendered in ink that had been mixed with particular spiritual compounds so that the words seemed to glow slightly in the light of the meditation hall. The handwriting was Yen Su's. The time has come. Prepare yourself. I am coming to finish what you began 500 years ago. That was all. 13 characters in the main body. A complete sentence. A formal declaration of intent. Zhao Mingyi read it several times, examining the particular structure of the script, the pressure points in the brushwork that revealed something about the state of mind of the person who had written it. The script was steady, completely steady. There was no wavering, no suggestion of anger or haste or emotional turbulence. It was the script of someone who was simply stating a fact. The discipline required to maintain such precision while composing a message to someone you had every reason to fear or hate. That spoke to something about Yin Su that Zhao Mingyi recognized and understood. It was the discipline of someone for whom the message itself was less important than the way it was delivered. Form and content aligned perfectly. The paper of the message was expensive, the kind of material that was reserved for communications between major sect leaders and the alliance itself. Yin Su had not written this casually. He had selected the materials with care, had composed the words with precision, had ensured that the physical artifact itself would convey something about the seriousness of what he was communicating. It was a kind of respect, in its way, treating the confrontation as something significant enough to warrant formal preparation. I am coming to finish what you began. That phrasing was specific. It was not, I am coming to finish you, or I am coming to destroy you, or any of the other formulations that would have been direct accusations. Instead, it was framed as a completion, as though Yin Su was simply continuing a story that Zhao Mingyi had begun. The murders were what you began. The imprisonment was a natural continuation. The confrontation was the logical ending. It was a subtle reframing, but it was complete. The message placed Yin Su in the position of someone responding to circumstances rather than initiating them. It denied Zhao Mingyi the dignity of having his actions be primarily about him. Zhao Mingyi set the message aside on the stone in front of him. He did not destroy it. He did not crumple it, or burn it, or treat it with any kind of violence. He simply left it there, resting against the light that continued to fall through the opening in the ceiling. In a way, the message was a gift. It gave him certainty. It eliminated the long and exhausting process of waiting without knowing when or how the confrontation would occur. Now he knew. Tomorrow. Perhaps at dawn. Perhaps at noon. But tomorrow. The disciples who had witnessed the delivery of the message did not ask what it had said. They understood, with the particular understanding that comes from knowing your master's history, that the moment was accelerating. They withdrew into the deeper regions of the sect, leaving Zhao Mingyi alone in the meditation hall. The word spread through the sect's corridors on wings of cultivation signature and whispered conversation. Yin Su was coming. The confrontation that everyone had known was inevitable was now placed into a specific timeline. It was no longer something distant and abstract. It was something that would happen tomorrow. The sect moved through the evening like a body bracing for impact. Zhao Mingyi sat in the meditation hall as darkness fell, the message still resting on the stone beside him. He did not attempt to respond. What would be the point of a response? There was nothing left to say that words could accomplish. When night was fully established, he rose and walked to the sect's primary library, where he spent several hours reviewing the radiant canon. He did not cultivate. He did not attempt to deepen his understanding of the scripture. He simply read it, and in reading it, he acknowledged what he had always known, that this was not his scripture, that every advancement he had made, every technique he had mastered, every power he had accumulated had been built on knowledge that belonged to someone else. The radiant canon's passages seemed to glow in the lamplight, the particular brightness of paper that had been treated with cultivation compounds. Each page was a reminder of theft, each technique a reminder of murder. Zhao Mingyi moved through the scripture slowly, deliberately, as though committing it to memory one final time. In the morning, he would not need it anymore. The scripture belonged to Yin Su, had always belonged to Yin Su, and it would return to its rightful owner. Whether that return would happen through inheritance or through some other mechanism, Zhao Mingyi did not know and did not particularly care. What mattered was the acknowledgement that it was not his to keep. The scripture was extraordinary. This much was true. The radiant canon was capable of producing breakthrough after breakthrough, of accelerating cultivation in ways that no other single text could accomplish. This was why he had stolen it. This was why the theft had seemed justified in the moment. When you possessed something this powerful, when you could see the path to dominance that it opened, it seemed foolish to permit it to fall into the hands of someone who might not understand its value. But foolishness was not the same as innocence. And understanding the value of a thing did not justify murdering its rightful possessors. This was the thought that Zhao Mingyi returned to again and again as he moved through the radiant canon's pages. He could see every technique that he had extracted, every progression that he had mapped, every discovery that he had made. All of it was his own work, the work of taking what belonged to someone else and refining it, understanding it, integrating it into a system of power. But the foundation was not his. The foundation belonged to Yin Su, or more precisely, to the Jade Gate sect, and the person Yin Su's father had been when he first composed the scripture. By the time morning approached, Zhao Mingyi had made peace with the reality of his situation. He was not about to win a confrontation with Yin Su. His cultivation was formidable, but Yin Su's was unknown, and whatever the demonic sovereign system was, it had been constructed over 500 years by someone who was far more brilliant than Zhao Mingyi had ever been. The demonic sovereign system was a mystery to the cultivation world. There were no records of it, no teachings about it, no precedent for it. Yin Su had created it in complete isolation, had refined it across 5 centuries, had produced something that the cultivation world's greatest minds could not fully understand or predict. That was not something that could be defeated through conventional cultivation methods. Yin Su had been imprisoned because he was a threat. That had always been the basis of the framing, and it had always been true. And now, released and proven innocent, that threat had only been amplified. 500 years of solitude and clear purpose had made Yin Su into something that perhaps had no equal in the entire cultivation world. There was no version of this confrontation in which Zhao Mingyi emerged victorious. There was no scenario in which the Azure Mandate sect survived as a functioning organization. There was no path forward from this moment except dissolution. But he could face it. He could look Yin Su directly in the eye and acknowledge the truth of what he had done. He could stand in the moment of his own ending without flinching away from it, without attempting to rationalize or minimize or reframe. He could meet the consequence of 500 years of crimes without pretending that he was anything other than what he was. And perhaps that was enough. Perhaps that was the only dignity that remained to him, to face his ending with clear eyes and an honest acknowledgement of what had brought it about. When the sun rose, Zhao Mingyi dressed again in his sect master's robes, and he took his position in the meditation hall, in the center of the light that had always seemed so perfect, so engineered, so much the product of his own vision. And he waited for Yin Su to arrive. Chapter 99. The Gathering. The Azure Mandate sect's walls extended for nearly a mile in every direction, encompassing not just the primary buildings, but also the training grounds, the gardens, the cultivation pavilions, and the mountain features that had been incorporated into the sect's overall design. Outside these walls, in the open spaces and the forested areas that surrounded the sect, a gathering accumulated. The first to arrive were the official observers sent by the Alliance itself. They came in the early morning, established a perimeter, and marked out observation posts where witnesses would later assemble. These observers carried credentials that marked them as representatives of the Unified Alliance, and they moved with the efficiency of people executing a formal task. They marked distances. They confirmed sight lines. They ensured that documentation equipment was properly positioned. By midday, sect masters and their entourages began to arrive. The major sects sent delegations, leaders who had been part of the investigation, cultivators who had supported the dissolution of the alliance, various faction leaders who felt obligated to witness what was happening. With them came their followers, their security personnel, their record keepers. The landscape around the Azure Mandate sect began to fill with encampments, tents erected, fire pits established, cooking implements arranged. Some of the arrivals were straightforward. Sects that had suffered under Zhao Mingyi's political maneuvering over the centuries came to watch their enemy fall. These delegations carried themselves with a particular kind of satisfaction, not quite jubilant, but clearly relieved that the power that had constrained them for centuries was about to be dismantled. Others were more complicated. Sects that had benefited from alliance with the Azure Mandate sect arrived in a posture of awkwardness. They felt obligated to witness the end, but carried with them the weight of their own participation in a system now recognized as false. Their sect masters moved through the gathering with careful neutrality, attempting to position themselves as neutral observers when in fact they were complicit in a lie that had persisted for 500 years. Still others came simply because this was an unprecedented event. A 500-year lie exposed. The imprisonment of the innocent confirmed. A public confrontation with both major parties available for observation. For these cultivators, the ethical complexity of the situation was secondary to its sheer historical significance. It was an event of historical significance, and the cultivation world understood that. The documentation teams had been carefully selected. They would record everything. The moment Yin Su entered the sect, the exchange between him and Zhao Mingyi, the conclusion. These records would be preserved in the Alliance archives and would eventually be transmitted to other sects, creating a permanent record of what transpired. No one would be able to deny it, rewrite it, or minimize it 500 years from now. The lie that had lasted 500 years would not be permitted to persist beyond this moment. By sunset, the gathering had become substantial. Su Weiniang moved through the camps, observing the configurations, understanding the political alignments and tensions that the gathering exposed. She could identify cultivators who were nervous about what might happen. those who had benefited from Zhao Mingyi's regime and now feared retaliation. She could identify those who were eager, who wanted to see justice enacted, who had been waiting for this moment for years or even centuries. Around one of the fire pits near the western perimeter, a group of younger disciples from various sects was engaged in open debate about the ethics of what was about to occur. The conversation had been continuing for hours, cycling through different variations on the same core questions, never reaching a definitive conclusion. Is what Yin Su is doing justice or revenge? One of them asked. Because it feels like revenge to me. A man imprisoned for 500 years confronting his oppressor? That's not about establishing law. That's about personal account settling. But the oppression was real, another responded. The framing was deliberate. The suffering was systemic. If Yin Su simply accepted the dissolution of the alliance and moved on without confronting Zhao Mingyi, would that be justice? Or would it be acceptance of injustice? The speaker was older, perhaps a century in experience, and carried themselves with the authority of someone who had thought about these questions deeply before. Is public confrontation the appropriate mechanism for addressing this? A third disciple interjected. Why not establish a formal tribunal? Why not create a structured judicial process? Because Zhao Mingyi has had 500 years to exercise influence over judicial processes, the second speaker said quietly. Because the person most harmed by the injustice is the one with the most legitimate claim to address it. Because sometimes the correct response to a lie is not bureaucracy, but confrontation. So you believe in vengeance, then? The first disciple pressed. I believe that there are some forms of justice that can only be administered by those who have directly experienced the injustice. This might be one of them. Su Weining did not interrupt these conversations. Instead, she listened, understanding that this gathering was not just about witnessing an event. It was about the cultivation world attempting to comprehend what it meant. What framework could contain what was about to happen? Was it justice? Was it revenge? Was it the natural conclusion of a personal narrative? Was it something that transcended all of these categories? The questions were important, and the cultivation world was right to struggle with them. But none of the answers would be definitive until after the confrontation occurred and the witnesses could assess what had actually transpired. The night deepened. Around the Azure Mandate sect, lights began to appear. Cultivators settling in, establishing comfort, preparing for a vigil that would extend until morning. Some of them slept, though sleep was difficult when you were waiting for something of such magnitude to occur. Others remained awake, sitting in small groups, continuing conversations that had been ongoing all day. The cultivation world held its breath, suspended in the moment between the known lie and the unknown truth. There was a particular quality to the gathering that spoke to the significance of the moment. This was not a battle. This was not an invasion or a takeover or any of the other violent upheavals that occasionally disrupted the cultivation world. This was an accounting. This was the moment when 500 years of carefully constructed falsehood would meet the person who had been imprisoned by that falsehood. The cultivation world had assembled not to participate, but to bear witness. To confirm that what happened was real, that it was recorded, that it would be remembered. Within the sect's walls, the disciples remaining there were also preparing. Some were meditating, attempting to fortify themselves spiritually for what they knew was coming. Others were packing their belongings, making practical preparations for departure. Despite Zhao Mingyi's decision to remain, it was clear that the Azure Mandate sect as an institution was ending. Some disciples had already left over the previous days to seek positions in other sects, transferring their loyalty, their cultivation techniques, their experience to organizations that would not be dissolved in the aftermath of tomorrow's confrontation. Others would wait until morning, would witness what occurred, and would leave tomorrow evening or the day after. The sect that had existed for 500 years as a power center, that had trained thousands of cultivators, that had shaped the political landscape of entire regions, that sect was entering its final hours. Around midnight, Su Weining found a position on an elevated ridge that provided a clear view of both the assembly of witnesses and the Azure Mandate sect in the distance. The sect's lights were still visible, the primary buildings, the meditation halls, the cultivation chambers all glowing with the lamplight and spiritual radiance that came from 500 years of accumulated power. She sat alone on the ridge and attempted to contemplate what she was about to witness. In the morning, Yin Su would enter the sect. In the morning, the confrontation that had been inevitable since his release would finally occur. And Su Weining would be present to see it, not as a participant, but as one member of a much larger audience that had gathered to mark this moment. She thought about what Yin Su had said in the ruins of his original sect, about being unreachable in a certain way, about moving into a moment that she could observe but not enter. That was what tomorrow would be. A moment that belonged entirely to Yin Su and Zhao Mingyi, witnessed by hundreds but experienced by two. Around her, the gathering settled into an uneasy sleep. On the ridge, Su Wenying remained awake, watching the Azure Mandate sect's lights flicker in the distance, understanding that whatever happened tomorrow would change the shape of the cultivation world. Whether that change would be just or terrible or something more complex than both, she could not yet say. But change was coming, inevitable as morning, and the only appropriate response was to witness it clearly. Chapter 100. Dusk. The sun descended slowly, moving through the sky with the leisurely pace of something that had nowhere to be, no urgency to accomplish. The day had passed in a strange state of suspended animation, witnesses arriving and settling, cultivators making final preparations, the Azure Mandate sect maintaining its mysterious calm. But now, as afternoon turned toward evening, a kind of collective breath-holding began. Yin Su stood on a hillside at a distance from the sect, watching the light change. He had been there since dawn, motionless except for the rare necessities of movement, water, breath, the small adjustments that living bodies require. He wore simple cultivation robes, undyed and unadorned. His hair was bound back with a strip of cloth. There was nothing decorative about him, nothing that suggested ceremony or ritual preparation. He was simply present, occupying a space, waiting for the day to move forward into evening, and then into night, and then into morning. The assembly of witnesses had resolved itself into a configuration now. They had created boundaries, established observation posts, arranged themselves into a kind of formal arrangement that suggested they understood this was an event of significance that required appropriate ceremonial positioning. Su Wenying could see them from her vantage point on the ridge. Hundreds of cultivators spread across the plain outside the Azure Mandate sect's walls, all of them facing inward, all of them waiting for something to happen. Within the sect, Zhao Mingyi remained in the meditation hall. This was information that rippled through the gathering via spiritual transmission, via whispered conversations, via the particular kind of awareness that comes from so many cultivators in one place attending to the same event. Zhao Mingyi was not hiding. He was not attempting to flee or prepare defenses or position himself strategically. He was sitting in the hall that he had built, waiting. As the sun descended toward the horizon, the light changed. The sky shifted from blue to orange to purple to the deeper purples that preceded darkness. The Azure Mandate sect's buildings seemed to take on a different character in the shifting light, no longer the seat of power and dominance that they represented in daylight, but instead something more like monuments, structures that seemed aware of their own transience. Yin Su was completely still on his hillside. His eyes were open. His consciousness was distributed in a particular way that suggested he was not meditating, but rather simply present in an integrated fashion, aware of the light, the temperature, the movement of the air, the signatures of the hundreds of cultivators assembled to witness what was coming. He had reached a state of preparedness that transcended any individual component. Everything was aligned. Every technique was positioned. Every element of the demonic sovereign system he had constructed over 500 years was precisely calibrated. Around the perimeter of the observation area, cultivators were beginning to settle in for a night vigil. Some understood that the confrontation would happen in the morning. Others expected it to occur at sunset or midnight or whenever Yin Su decided that the moment was right. There was no way to know except to wait. Su Wenying sat on her ridge as the sun continued its descent. She watched Yin Su on his distant hillside, watched the sect in the distance, watched the assembled witnesses. She was the only one moving, making small adjustments to her position as the light changed, attempting to maintain optimal sight lines as the day died. Everyone else seemed suspended in a state of perfect stillness, as though the entire cultivation world had collectively held its breath and was now waiting for the moment to begin again. The sun touched the horizon. The light became golden, became red, became the color of fire for a brief moment that seemed to last longer than any sunset normally lasted. In that moment, Yin Su rose from his hillside, not quickly, simply standing, moving from a seated position to a standing position with the fluidity of something that had been waiting for exactly the right moment. The witnesses sensed the movement. There was a collective shift, a gathering of attention, an intensification of focus. This was it. The moment was about to begin. Yin Su began walking toward the Azure Mandate sect's gates. He walked slowly, deliberately, with each step seeming to carry weight beyond the physical. His cultivation signature was completely open now, not hidden or suppressed, but entirely visible to every cultivator present. The demonic sovereign system he had built was evident in the structure of his power, not aligned with conventional cultivation in any recognizable way, but instead organized around principles that seemed to derive from sources unknown. Inside the sect, Zhao Mingyi sensed him coming. He rose from the meditation hall, stepped into the evening light, and made his way toward the main gates. He moved without haste, without any suggestion of fear or eagerness. He simply walked the path that his feet followed, moving toward the confrontation that had been waiting 500 years to occur. The sun continued its descent. It crossed the horizon. It disappeared. Night fell, completely and finally. The witnesses lit their lamps, created small illuminations in the darkness, arranged themselves for the vigil that would extend until morning. The cultivation world settled into a darkness broken only by scattered light, waiting for what would come with the dawn. On his distant hillside, Yinsu stopped walking. He would wait through the night. He would move again when morning came. There was no point in haste. The confrontation was inevitable. The time could be extended or abbreviated, but the outcome was waiting regardless. Within the sect, Zhao Mingyi returned to the meditation hall. He sat in the darkness. The lamps had been allowed to dim, and he had not asked them to be rekindled. He sat in the place he had occupied for 500 years, the place where he had received disciples and cultivators and the particular power of his own achievement. And he waited in the darkness, understanding that morning would come, that Yin Su would enter, that the confrontation would occur. The disciples had retreated to the inner chambers of the sect. Some were meditating, seeking spiritual fortitude for what they knew was coming. Others were simply sitting in their quarters, unable to do anything except wait. Zhao Mingyi could sense their presences throughout the sect, could feel the particular quality of their fear and confusion. They had served him for decades or centuries. They had believed in the legitimacy of the Azure Mandate sect. Now they were confronted with the recognition that everything they had built their lives around was false. He did not attempt to comfort them. There was no comfort to be found in falsehood, and the only truthful thing he could have said to them, that he had murdered their sect's true founder, that he had stolen the scripture that formed the foundation of their cultivation, that he deserved what was coming, would have offered them nothing except the bitter knowledge that they had wasted their lives. So Zhao Mingyi remained silent, sitting in the meditation hall, maintaining his vigil in the darkness. He was no longer the sect master who had ruled for 500 years. He was something else now, a man awaiting judgment, a cultivator facing the consequence of crimes that had accrued across centuries, a figure suspended between what he had been and what he was about to become. Su Weiniing remained on her ridge throughout the night. She did not sleep. She sat in the darkness and maintained her vigil alongside everyone else in the assembled cultivation world, all of them holding the same breath, all of them waiting for the moment that was coming. The night was long. The darkness was complete. And in that darkness, everything that was about to happen seemed very far away and very close at the same time. She thought back through the months of investigation, the careful work of establishing the truth. She had interviewed cultivators who had been present at the original sect 500 years ago. She had examined sealed documents from the Azure Mandate's own archives. She had traced the progression of the Radiant Canon's techniques through the published works of Zhao Mingyi and compared them to the unpublished manuscripts she had recovered from hidden collections. All of it had pointed to a single inevitable conclusion. Everything Zhao Mingyi had built was founded on theft and murder. The weight of that knowledge hung over the cultivation world now. Not just the knowledge itself, but the recognition that this deception had been maintained for 500 years. 500 years of disciples learning from false teachings, of cultivators in other sects believing that Zhao Mingyi was a legitimate master, of the entire structure of the Eastern cultivation landscape being shaped by lies. In the darkness, Su Weiniing could hear conversations still happening in some of the nearby camps. Cultivators unable to sleep, unable to remain silent, continuing to debate and discuss and attempt to comprehend what the morning would bring. Some voices were anxious. Some were excited. Some carried the particular tone of people who had witnessed the investigation and still struggled to accept its conclusions. She understood, in a way she had not quite permitted herself to understand before, that this moment mattered not just for Yin Su, but for the entire cultivation world. What happened in the morning would establish something about how truth could be weaponized, about whether the powerful could be held accountable, about whether a 500-year-old lie could be unmade by the person it had been constructed to destroy. The stars moved overhead. Hours passed. The night wore on toward its ending. By the time the first light of morning touched the horizon, Yin Su was already moving. He had rested through the night without sleeping, had remained motionless while the darkness held everything suspended. Now, as dawn approached, he began his walk toward the Azure Mandate sect's gates. Around the perimeter, the witnesses stirred. Lamps were extinguished. People rose from where they had been sitting. The attention of hundreds of cultivators focused toward a single point, the gates of the Azure Mandate sect, where Yin Su was approaching, where the confrontation was about to begin. Inside the sect, Zhao Mingyi remained in the meditation hall. He did not move to greet Yin Su at the gates. He did not position himself strategically. He simply sat in the place where everything had occurred, where 500 years of stolen power had accumulated, and he waited for Yin Su to arrive. The cultivation world held its final breath. The dawn was breaking. The moment was beginning. And in that beginning, everything that had been suspended in waiting would finally, irrevocably, find its conclusion. The day opened. Light filled the plain outside the Azure Mandate sect. The assembly of witnesses was now fully visible, arranged in formal observation positions, all of them facing inward toward the gates. Yin Su reached the entrance of the sect, and everything was ready. Everything was perfectly aligned. The ending that had been waiting 500 years was about to begin. Chapter 101. The sealed entities. Zhao Mingyi descended into the depths of the Azure Mandate sect's central vault, his footsteps echoing through stone corridors that had not seen daylight in 3 centuries. The air grew colder with each step, not from temperature, but from the weight of containment, a suffocating pressure that pressed against his skin like the palm of a sleeping god. His disciples had long since retreated to the surface. He moved alone, as he had decided he must. The vault's entrance was marked by carved seals, ancient script that glowed faintly with the original power of the radiant cannon. Zhao Mingyi had memorized these characters over decades. He understood their purpose: binding, imprisonment, eternal constraint. The radiant cannon had not been merely a scripture of cultivation. It was a prison, and the Azure Mandate sect had been its jailer for 1,000 years. His hand trembled as he approached the final seal. Not from fear. Zhao Mingyi had transcended such crude emotions long ago, but from the magnitude of what he was about to do. He was standing at the threshold between 2 eternities, one where he had maintained control through subtlety and shadow, and another where he would unleash destruction so complete that nothing could follow. The creatures sealed within this vault had been bound by the radiant cannon's original masters, entities too powerful to kill, too dangerous to allow freedom. They were the byproducts of ancient wars, the remnants of civilizations that had reached too far and been consumed by their own ambitions. Some had been gods once. Some had been demons. The distinction had blurred over the centuries. Zhao Mingyi knew their names, not the sounds or symbols, but the vibrations of their essence. He had studied the radiant canon deeply enough to understand that names held power in binding magic. The script on these walls did not merely describe the creatures. It imprisoned them through the very act of categorization. Each character, each stroke, each spatial relationship between glyphs was part of a vast binding formation that had remained intact through millennia of attempted escape. He reached out and placed his palm against the central seal, the one that controlled all the others. The seal was warm, not with normal heat, but with the warmth of constrained power pushing eternally against its bounds. Zhao Mingyi could feel the creatures beyond it, their consciousnesses vast and terrible, pressing against the seals with the weight of ages compressed into effort. For 300 years, Yin Su had been trapped beneath a false conviction, while Zhao Mingyi had built an empire on that falsehood. For 300 years, the radiant cannon had rested in Zhao Mingyi's possession, its secrets slowly becoming his own. He had learned to read its deeper layers, the ones that spoke not of righteousness and cultivation virtue, but of pragmatism and raw power. And now, at the moment when his entire constructed world was about to collapse under the weight of revealed truth, he would demonstrate that he understood the canon's true nature better than anyone alive, even better than the original masters who had sealed these entities away. If he could not retain the canon, if he could not maintain his position of power through conventional means, then he would prove his understanding through apocalypse. Zhao Mingyi began to channel his qi into the seal, not to deactivate it, but to corrupt it. Corruption was a more delicate art than simple destruction. To truly break open these bonds, one had to turn the sealing magic against itself, cause it to implode from internal contradiction. The technique was like playing an instrument that had never been meant for music, finding resonances in the binding structure that would cause it to vibrate itself apart. It was a technique that had taken him 50 years to master. 50 years of study, of failed attempts, of careful calibration. But he had finally succeeded in understanding the principles upon which the seals were constructed, had finally learned the specific frequencies at which the binding magic became unstable. Now, all his years of preparation were about to reach fruition. The seal began to glow brighter, shifting from a calm, steady luminescence to something frantic and chaotic. The script started to writhe, characters rearranging themselves into new configurations that violated the original binding logic. Zhao Mingyi poured more power into the disruption, each pulse of his chi driving another wedge into the architectural foundation of the containment. He could feel the structure beginning to crack, beginning to understand that it was being unmade. Around him, the vault began to tremble. Dust fell from the ceiling in slow, deliberate cascades, marking the passage of vibrations through stone. The walls groaned under pressure that had been held in perfect equilibrium for so long that they had begun to believe in the permanence of their constraint. That equilibrium was shattering now, molecule by molecule, layer by layer. Zhao Mingyi felt something deep within the stone, something that had been waiting, conscious and aware, for this exact moment. The creatures were awake. They had never truly slept. They had merely accepted containment as the price of continued existence, a compromise between annihilation and imprisonment. But they could sense the seals weakening. They could taste the possibility of freedom in the corruption spreading through the binding magic like poison through blood. A sound began to emerge from within the vault, not a noise, but an anti-sound, a negative vibration that seemed to swallow the ordinary acoustics of the chamber. It was the sound of something enormous stretching after endless confinement, of muscles flexing that had been pressed against stone for so long that they had begun to calcify. It was the sound of consciousness returning to flesh that had been half dormant for centuries. Zhao Mingyi withdrew his hand. The seal remained intact, but only barely. It would hold for perhaps another hour, long enough for him to ascend to the surface and position himself for what came next. He had already arranged for the disciples to gather in the main hall. They would witness what was about to be unleashed. They would understand, in those final moments of comprehension before they died or fled, that Zhao Mingyi had been willing to burn his entire sect to the ground rather than submit to a framed prisoner's judgment. He turned away from the vault and began the long walk back to the surface, his robes trailing through the dust like the hem of a funeral garment. Behind him, the seal continued to crack, hairline fractures spreading through stone and script and binding magic alike. The creature's consciousness grew louder, their anticipation of freedom becoming palpable even from a distance. In less than an hour, the sealed entities would be free. In less than an hour, everything would end. Zhao Mingyi ascended toward the light, his mind already moving forward to the moment when his gambit would either succeed or fail absolutely. There was no middle ground. There was no compromise. The creatures would either destroy Yin Su and everything around him, or they would prove to be inadequate to the task. And if they proved inadequate, then Zhao Mingyi would have accomplished nothing except ensuring his own oblivion. Beneath him, in the darkness of the vault, the creatures drew breath for the first time in centuries. Their consciousnesses, ancient and terrible, began to stir fully awake. The long sleep was ending. The moment of release was arriving. Chapter 102. The breaking seals. The moment Zhao Mingyi reached the surface and returned to the Azure Mandate sect's main hall, he summoned the remaining leadership of the sect. They appeared within moments, not because they were loyal, but because they understood that obedience was their only chance of survival in the hours to come. The sect master's voice carried the weight of absolute power, even now, even as everything was about to transform. The sealed vault will open within the hour, Zhao Mingyi announced, his voice steady and calm. You will gather all disciples to the training grounds. Tell them to observe. Tell them to bear witness. This is history. The sect leaders exchanged glances that contained fear, confusion, and the desperate calculation of men trying to determine if this was madness or some obscure form of strategy. Zhao Mingyi did not clarify. Clarification was a courtesy he no longer extended. They dispersed, moving swiftly through the corridors of the sect to relay his commands. Zhao Mingyi waited in the main hall, his senses turned inward, monitoring the degradation of the seals in the vault below. He could feel the boundaries weakening, the corrupted binding magic spreading like cracks through porcelain. The power it took to hold back those creatures was immense, the accumulated effort of 1,000 years of cultivation masters, all layered into that single binding. Generations of cultivators, each adding their understanding to the structure, each strengthening it with new layers of technique. To break it was not to overcome it, but to invert it, to turn it against its original purpose. Zhao Mingyi had spent decades learning how to read the structure of those seals, understanding the principles upon which they were constructed. Now, that knowledge was about to be weaponized in a way that would redefine the boundaries of destruction. Below, in the vault, the creatures stirred. Their consciousness was ancient, some predated human civilization on this continent entirely. They existed in a state that was neither death nor true wakefulness, a kind of enforced hibernation that had allowed them to endure the millennia of confinement. The corruption spreading through the sealing magic was like an awakening drug, pulling them toward full consciousness with inexorable force. The first creature, the one closest to the vault's outer chamber, began to press against its bonds. It had the form of something that might once have been a dragon, though the term dragon was inadequate to describe what it had become through ages of confinement and power concentration. Its body was as long as a mountain ridge, its eyes vast enough to swallow regiments of cavalry. When it moved, the stone around it cracked, unable to withstand the pressure of its muscles tensing for the first time in centuries. The second creature, even larger, twisted within its restraints. This one had the aspect of something that humanity had never developed a name for, a thing of coils and appendages and consciousnesses that seemed to operate semi-independently of each other. It had been a god of the depths once, before humanity had driven gods into imprisonment and called it civilization. And the others, the thirds and fourths and fifths, began to stir as well, each one a different category of horror, each one a different embodiment of power that had been deemed too dangerous to allow freedom. The seals were cracking now, visibly and audibly. Zhao Mingyi could hear the sound even from the main hall, a grinding, tearing noise, like the world itself was being split along prepared fracture lines. The sound was not purely acoustic. It resonated through the network of qi that connected all cultivators to the underlying power structure of reality itself. His disciples were gathering on the training grounds. Thousands of them, arranged in neat formations, their faces turned toward the sky as if they could already sense what was coming. The sect leaders had followed his instructions precisely. They understood that he would tolerate no deviation from command at this moment. Zhao Mingyi walked to the edge of the pavilion and looked down at them. His disciples, his followers, the people who had accepted his version of the truth without question for 3 centuries. They were about to learn what that allegiance would cost them. They were about to become witnesses to an event that would either be the final triumph of their sect or the mechanism of its complete dissolution. "What you are about to witness," he called out, his voice carrying supernatural distance, "is the reason the radiant canon was sealed away. Is the reason your ancestors feared power in its purest form. Is the reason they built cages and called them virtue." The disciples looked confused, terrified. Some began to back away, though most stood frozen, caught between instinct and training, between the desire to flee and the disciplinary conditioning that kept them in formation. The seal fractured completely. The effect was not immediate at the vault's entrance. It was instantaneous at every point simultaneously. The binding magic, which had been distributed across the entire sealed space, suddenly inverted all at once. The creature's imprisonment did not gradually weaken. It reversed entirely, ejecting them from their prisons with force proportional to the pressure they had been under for centuries. The earth shook. It was not an earthquake. It was the impact of something vast and ancient suddenly returning to the world. The training grounds buckled, stone rising and falling as if the earth itself was breathing in surprise. Disciples tumbled like dolls, their formations dissolving into chaos within seconds. Buildings within the compound began to collapse as the disturbance rippled outward from the vault's location. Zhao Mingyi stood unmoved, watching as the first creature emerged from below the earth, a dragon thing of impossible proportions tearing through stone and soil as though they were paper. Its scales glowed with retained power, with the energy of ages compressed into its form. The creature rose higher and higher, its head breaking through multiple layers of geology and architecture, scattering buildings like a child scattering toys. It took a breath, and mountains trembled. The sound of that breath, the intake of air by something so vast that it had never learned to measure itself against normal scales, created pressure waves that rippled across hundreds of miles. The second creature followed, bursting through the earth from a different angle, its mass displacing soil and stone in all directions. It shrieked, a sound that had no acoustic component but existed purely in the realm of qi and spiritual pressure, and that shriek alone was enough to shatter windows across the entire sect compound and cause auditory pain in any cultivator sensitive enough to perceive it directly. One by one, the other creatures emerged, each one ascending from different depths, each one carrying with it the weight of its specific form of power. There was the coiled deity of the depths, moving through stone as though it was water. There was the burning one, made entirely of compressed flame that had never been allowed to disperse. There was the crystalline thing, beautiful and terrible, whose very presence corrupted the air around it into geometric patterns of refracted light and shadow. The disciples were fleeing now, those who could still move, their formations dissolving into panic. Zhao Mingyi watched them go without emotion. They had served their purpose. They had witnessed. That was sufficient. The creatures, now fully emerged, took their first true breaths as free beings in centuries. They looked around at the world, at the cultivators scattering before them, at the sect that had imprisoned them reimagined as an empire of containment. And then, as if following some instinct coded into their ancient nature, they began to move outward, hungry for the world they had been denied for so long. The age of imprisonment was ending. The age of devastation was beginning. Chapter 103. The devastation begins. The creatures did not move with intention toward any particular target at first. They moved like fire spreading through dry wood, like hunger given form and mass, like pressure released explosively after countless years of constraint. Their movements were exploratory and destructive in equal measure. The first creature, the dragon thing, took flight. Its wings spread across a span that covered half the valley. Each downbeat sent shockwaves through the air that became visible as fractures in the clouds themselves. Forests beneath its path dried to ash in seconds, their vitality consumed by the residual aura of power that trailed behind the creature like an antimatter wake. It had no memory of sky. Its consciousness, formed across eons of imprisonment, had no reference point for movement through space unobstructed by stone and ceiling magic. The sensation of freedom was overwhelming, not in any positive sense, but as pure overwhelming stimulus, a sensory experience so intense that the creature could barely process its own existence in this new state. It roared, a sound that was not sound, but rather the manifestation of spiritual pressure made audible. The roar alone was enough to cause avalanches in the distant mountains, to shatter stone formations that had stood undisturbed for millions of years. Birds fell from the sky, their internal structures unable to withstand the pressure wave emanating from the dragon thing's initial vocalization. The other creatures, emerging from the vault in rapid succession, had no time to orient themselves before instinct took over. Instinct that had been compressed, concentrated, intensified by centuries of imprisonment. Their consciousness was not unified by any collective purpose. Each one was a separate ancient being, coming to awareness in a world that had changed beyond recognition during its captivity. The coiled deity of the depths surfaced near a lake and instinctively began to consume the water around it, drawing the liquid into itself in vast quantities as if it was trying to absorb the very concept of fluidity. The crystalline one began to manifest geometric transformations the moment it emerged, unable to control the impulse to reshape everything around it according to patterns that existed in its alien consciousness. The burning one simply ignited everything. It did not seek any particular fuel source. It burned through the ambient chi in the air, transforming it from organized power into dispersed thermal energy. Trees, stones, earth, all of it became fuel for an energy system that had been denied expression for so long that it was nearly incoherent to destroy simply from the psychological need to exist. Within minutes of the creature's emergence, the landscape was beginning to transform into something unrecognizable. The topography of the region was being rewritten by forces that operated according to principles that had nothing to do with human concepts of physics or engineering. The Azure Mandate sects compound was obliterated in the first minutes. The pagodas that had taken centuries to construct collapsed into rubble. The halls where Zhao Mingyi had studied for 300 years were simply erased, converted into material that had no stable form, existing in a quantum state between matter and energy. Disciples who had not fled quickly enough were caught in the periphery of the creature's manifestation and ceased to exist, not in any clean or merciful way, but through gradual sublimation of their chi cores, their bodies becoming translucent before simply dispersing into component elements. The devastation expanded outward from the sect like a sphere of annihilation, growing at exponential rate. Villages within 50 miles found the sky darkening, not with clouds, but with the actual fabric of atmospheric pressure changing as the creature's power disrupted the normal physics of the world. Crops withered in their fields. Rivers began to run backward from the pressure gradients. Animals fled in all directions, their instincts screaming that they were in the presence of something fundamentally hostile to continued existence. Thousands died in the first hour, not killed by violence, but rendered extinct by proximity to forces that were simply too powerful for flesh and mortal chi to withstand. Cultivators who attempted to fight back found their techniques absorbed or inverted by contact with the creature's auras. Defensive formations buckled under pressure that was not physical force, but something closer to philosophical negation. The creatures were saying, "You do not belong here," and reality agreed. The crystalline thing, the most terrible in its abstract form, simply continued to move forward, and everywhere it moved, the landscape froze into geometric patterns. Forests became forests of crystal, trees transmuted into transparent shards that reflected light in ways that human eyes could not process without pain. People caught in its path became statues of themselves, their bodies perfectly preserved in the instant of their attempted escape, trapped in clear crystal that contained them like insects in amber. The scope of devastation, the scale of the destruction, was almost impossible for human minds to process. In the first 6 hours of the creature's rampage, an area equivalent to 3 major cultivation provinces had been rendered completely uninhabitable. 300,000 people ceased to exist, not through violence, but through fundamental environmental incompatibility. They had simply been present in the wrong place when the world was being rewritten according to new rules. The Celestial Assembly, that organization of powerful cultivators that had attempted to coordinate a unified response, effectively ceased to exist as a functional organization. Of its 3,000 members, fewer than 1,000 survived the initial devastation and the catastrophic failure of their collective formation. Those who survived would spend years investigating why their most powerful defensive techniques had proven worse than useless, had actually accelerated their destruction. Villages in a 100-mile radius were obliterated not in minutes, but in seconds, the time it took for each creature to pass through the area being measured in the fraction of a second. Temporal distortion fields created by the creature's passage meant that for some people, death came slowly and painfully, while for others it came instantaneously, their consciousness simply ceasing without warning or explanation. Cultivators who attempted to flee on spiritual mounts or through cultivation-assisted flight found their powers corrupted or inverted by proximity to the creature's auras. Some cultivators were turned inside out by the pressure differentials. Others found their chi cores suddenly crystallizing within their bodies, a process that was agonizing and absolutely fatal. A few lucky ones managed to flee far enough to reach safety, but they were the exceptions rather than the rule. The environment itself was being rewritten. Rivers that had flowed for thousands of years suddenly reversed course or dried completely. Forests that had stood for millions of years were converted to ash in moments. Mountains that had seemed permanent and unchanging were reshaped into geometric patterns by the crystalline creature's passage. The most terrible part of the devastation was its randomness. There was no pattern to destruction, no logic to what was spared and what was annihilated. A family huddled in a stone shelter would be obliterated by a creature passing overhead, while another family fleeing across open terrain would be missed by mere meters. The creature's paths through the landscape seemed almost capricious, though in reality they were following patterns based on their own internal imperatives that had nothing to do with human survival or positioning. Some cultivators, looking back on those hours of devastation, would later theorize that the creatures were not being malicious. They were simply being themselves, manifesting their essential nature in a world that had suddenly become compatible with their existence. The devastation was not a weapon aimed at humanity. It was simply the consequence of ancient entities discovering freedom in a world that had not been designed to accommodate them. In the center of all this devastation, Yin Su stood absolutely still. He had been waiting when the first creature emerged. He had felt the moment the seals broke through the entire structure of the world's chi, through the network that connected all cultivators to the fundamental substrate of power that flowed beneath reality itself. And he had simply remained, unmoved and unafraid, observing. Su Weiniang, watching from a distance with a small group of cultivators who had not fled, felt terror descend upon her like a physical weight. The devastation was incomprehensible. Entire mountains were being reshaped by the creature's passage. The cultivation world was being unmade around them, reduced to chaos and constituent elements. And Yin Su stood in the center of it all, completely unmoved, his robes not even rustling from the pressure waves that were annihilating everything around him. Su Weiniang wanted to scream at him to flee, to escape, to do something. But then she looked at his face, and she understood that he was not frozen in shock or indecision. He was observing, learning. His eyes tracked the creature's movements with perfect clarity, as if they were moving in slow motion while reality burned around them. Yin Su's mind worked through the patterns with the precision that 500 years had honed into absolute skill. He observed the dragon thing's wing structure and understood the principles upon which its levitation was built. He watched the burning one's thermal manifestation and calculated the specific sequence of chi transformations that allowed it to sustain such intense energy output without destabilizing. Each creature was a text written in a language he had spent 500 years learning to read. The Radiant Canon had contained not just power but principles, fundamental instructions about how to construct and maintain capabilities of such magnitude. Zhao Mingyi had attempted to weaponize that knowledge, had tried to use the creatures as a tool of destruction. Yin Su understood better. He understood that in a world where conventional power hierarchies had been established for so long, Where cultivators believed in fixed limitations and immutable laws, the creatures represented something else entirely. Proof that all such limitations were arbitrary, that power could be configured according to principles that had nothing to do with normal cultivation ranks or traditional advancement paths. This was what 500 years of imprisonment had taught Yin Su. How to remain still while the world ended. How to watch while others screamed. How to understand that devastation was simply energy in transition, and energy could be absorbed, integrated, made part of one's own cultivation foundation. Every moment of his imprisonment had been preparation for this. He had not been studying the radiant canon's techniques abstractly. He had been studying them in the context of learning how his own body could be restructured to receive and process powers that existed outside conventional categories. The creatures moved. The world transformed. And Yin Su remained, a still point in a turning wheel of destruction, his consciousness already beginning the process of understanding and categorizing and preparing for integration. He was not afraid. He was not uncertain. He was simply certain of what he was about to do. Certain in the way that only 500 years of singular focus could create certainty. Chapter 104. The witnesses flee. The witnesses who had gathered to observe the accounting between Yin Su and Zhao Mingyi began to understand that they were about to become casualties of something far larger than a personal confrontation. The cultivators had assembled from across the realm, drawn by rumors of a historic reckoning between the man who had been imprisoned for 300 years and the man who had orchestrated that imprisonment. They had thought they would see a duel. They were instead watching the landscape itself convulse into non-existence. The Celestial Assembly, that collection of major sect leaders and independent powerhouses, attempted to organize a collective defense. They began to weave their chi together into formation, thousands of cultivators synchronizing their power in an attempt to create a barrier that might slow the creatures' advance or redirect their destructive force. It was a noble attempt and utterly futile. When the first creature's aura touched the barrier, the formation did not crack or splinter. It simply ceased. The cultivators at its core felt their chi connections suddenly sever, as if the threads of power that bound their individual energies into a unified defense had been cut by something sharper than any blade. Hundreds of cultivators collapsed simultaneously, their chi cores damaged beyond immediate repair. The retreat began immediately after. Those who could still move began to flee, directing their attention toward survival rather than observation. Sect disciples scattered in all directions, their neat formations dissolving into panicked flight. The roads away from the Azure Mandate sect became choked with cultivators of every level, from chi-gathering foundation disciples to heaven-bridging masters, all moving with the single unified purpose of getting away. Some attempted to use their cultivation to accelerate their retreat, burning their chi in desperate bursts of speed. Others simply ran, abandoning their dignity and pride in the face of elemental forces that seemed to operate according to rules that cultivation techniques were not designed to circumvent. The creatures pursued them, not out of malice, but simply because they moved in the direction their destructive impulse carried them. The crystalline one left a wake of petrified forest behind it, entire groves transformed into geometric patterns of crystal and refracted light. The burning one simply consumed everything in its path, leaving behind scorched earth so fundamentally transformed that grass would not grow there for generations. The coiled deity, perhaps the most directly predatory of the creatures, actually seemed to take interest in the fleeing cultivators. It moved with deliberate purpose, intercepting groups of them and consuming their chi in great gulping swallows, as if the power of thousands of cultivators was nothing more than sustenance for its newly awakened hunger. Thousands died in the retreat, not in any organized combat, but in the simple press of trying to move through a landscape that was actively annihilating itself. Cultivators were crushed by falling mountains. They were burned by retrograde heat from the burning creature's passage. They were transformed into crystal by proximity to the geometric transformation field spreading from the crystalline being. And through it all, the witnesses understood one thing with absolute clarity. Yin Su had not moved. Reports began to spread as cultivators reached relative safety. The man was still standing exactly where he had been when the creatures emerged, unmoved by the devastation, unaffected by the pressure waves and energy disturbances that should have pulverized anything in their path. Some cultivators theorized that he must be dead, that he had been killed instantly, and his body was being held upright by some kind of cultivation formation of immense power. Others suggested that he had escaped to a pocket dimension or was protected by some secret technique unknown to the wider cultivation world. The truth was simpler and more terrible. Yin Su was simply standing there, allowing the world to end around him, waiting for the moment when he could begin to absorb what Zhao Mingyi had unleashed. In the meantime, the creatures continued to rampage, spreading destruction across the landscape at exponential rate. The devastation zone expanded and expanded, swallowing entire regions into chaos. Villages were wiped out in moments. Roads were rendered impassable. Rivers began to flow backward or simply ceased to flow, their channels transmuted into geometric patterns by the crystalline creature's influence. The cultivation world, which had been so certain of its understanding of power and hierarchy just hours before, began to comprehend that it was witnessing a fundamental reset of the rules. The creatures were demonstrating that there were forces far more ancient and powerful than even the greatest cultivators, forces that had been imprisoned precisely because they could not be controlled or defeated through conventional means. And as the witnesses fled and died and scattered across the realm, one question began to echo through every mind. What would happen when the man at the center of it all, the one standing still, the one watching, the one who had survived 500 years in a cell, finally decided to act? Extended passage. The witness accounts as the flight intensified and the reality of the devastation became undeniable. The surviving cultivators who had managed to reach temporary safety began to organize their observations into coherent accounts. What they had witnessed was so far outside normal cultivation experience that most struggled to find adequate language to describe it. The heaven-bridging master Li Chun, who had been among the first to flee and who had positioned himself at an observation point on the eastern ridge, reported seeing the creatures emerge with a level of detail that few others could match. His perception, honed through centuries of cultivation, had been able to track multiple phenomena simultaneously: the creature's emergence, the cascade of destruction, and the stationary figure of Yen Su. The dragon thing, Li Chun would later describe to other cultivators, did not emerge gradually. It did not force its way up through the earth as one would expect. Instead, the earth simply ceased around it. The stone and soil that had been its prison became something else, not destroyed, not transmuted, but rather unmade at the point where it intersected with the creature's presence. The creature rose through a hole in reality itself, expanding into the space as if space itself was giving way. What Li Chun had witnessed was a level of power interaction that existed entirely beyond conventional cultivation theory. The creatures were not fighting their way out. They were simply existing, and the world was reconfiguring itself to accommodate their presence. Other cultivators reported similar observations from different angles. The sect master of the Cloud Peak sect, watching from the west, described seeing the burning creature's initial emergence as a kind of inversion of normal fire. It was not that the creature ignited the forest, he explained. Rather, the forest ceased to have the properties that allowed it to exist. It became fuel through a redefining of what fuel was. The very concept of burning was being rewritten by the creature's presence. Su Weiniang, positioned closest to Yen Su among the surviving observers, had the clearest view of his reaction to all of this devastation. She would spend hours trying to articulate what she saw in his face during those first minutes after the creatures emerged. He was not afraid, she would tell other cultivators. He was not even surprised, really. It was as though he was reading a text that he had already studied before. As though the devastation around us was simply confirming what he already knew would happen. The cultivators who had fled were already forming theories about what Yen Su might do. Some believed that he was in shock, that his apparent calmness was a sign of trauma or detachment from reality. Others theorized that he possessed some secret art that allowed him to survive otherwise unsurvivable conditions. A few, the most perceptive among them, began to understand that Yen Su was not merely surviving. He was learning. The implications of this observation would reshape how the cultivation world thought about power itself. Power was not simply something to be measured or ranked. It was information. It was a text to be read. And Yen Su was perhaps the most capable reader of that text that the world had ever produced. Chapter 105. Yen Su unmoved. Yen Su did not move, and in his stillness was a kind of absolute statement about the nature of his cultivation. He stood exactly where the first creature had emerged, his robes tattered slightly from proximity to the disruption of spatial pressure, but his body unchanged, unburned, uncrushed by forces that should have been incompatible with continued physical existence. His eyes tracked the creature's movements with perfect precision, not the frantic attention of someone trying to predict danger, but the calm observation of someone who had already determined that nothing present constituted a threat. He had spent 500 years in a cell with his own thoughts and his own power to examine. He had spent that time developing cultivation techniques that did not function according to conventional principles. The demonic sovereign system he had created did not rely on external defenses or protective formations. It relied instead on absolute adaptability. Yin Su's body had been reimagined at the cellular level as a kind of universal receiver, capable of taking any form of energy and integrating it into his own power base. It was not a shield. It was a void that could absorb any impact and convert that impact into fuel for continued cultivation. Su Wanying, watching from the distance with a small group of cultivators who had not fled, watched Yin Su's face and understood that he was not frightened. He was not even particularly stressed. He was, instead, in a state of perfect calm focus, like a master studying a text written in a language he had spent decades learning to read. The first creature, the dragon thing of impossible scale, swept past him without acknowledging his existence. Its attention was on the wider landscape, on the world itself, not on a single human cultivator standing in its path. The pressure waves from its passage ruffled Yin Su's hair and clothes, but did not harm him. It was like wind pushing against a mountain. The wind moved. The mountain remained still. Hours passed. The devastation continued. The creatures moved in patterns that seemed almost random, their ancient consciousnesses exploring a world that had changed significantly during their imprisonment. They did not communicate with each other that anyone could detect, but there was a coordination to their destruction, as if they were instinctively aware of where each other was and what each other was doing. The Burning One continued to transform vast swaths of the landscape into ash and fundamental energy. The Crystalline One continued to transmute forests into geometric crystalline structures that hurt human eyes to look at. The coiled deity continued to burrow through mountain ranges, leaving behind tunnels of transmuted stone. And the other creatures, each one terrible in its own way, continued to manifest their specific forms of power across the devastation zone. And Yin Su watched it all, his mind absorbing not just the visual information but the patterns of chi flow, the mechanics of how these ancient beings channeled power, the specific structure of their cultivation techniques. 500 years had taught him that understanding was the first step to integration. If he could understand how a thing was made, he could understand how to absorb it. Su Wanying felt something shift in Yin Su's presence, a subtle change in his aura that was barely perceptible but profound in its implications. He was not simply observing anymore. He was beginning to understand. The creatures would not remain free for long. Yin Su had already started the process of comprehending their essential nature, of identifying the patterns in their power that would allow him to consume them. And unlike the cultivators who had fled in terror, unlike the celestial assembly that had attempted to coordinate a defense, Yin Su was not seeking to defeat these creatures or contain them. He was seeking to eat them. He was seeking to absorb every ounce of power they possessed and make it part of himself, a process that would be the culmination of 500 years of singular preparation. Chapter 106. The first confrontation. When Yin Su finally moved, he did so without urgency. His pace was measured and deliberate, the gait of someone walking toward an inevitable appointment rather than rushing to an emergency. The creature's devastation continued unabated around him as he began to advance toward the first of them, the dragon thing of impossible scale, which had moved to the eastern reaches of the devastation zone. The creature did not initially notice him. It was too vast, too ancient, too consumed with the joy of freedom and the act of transforming the world according to its whim. It did not understand that it was being hunted. It did not understand that the landscape it was ravaging was being mapped and cataloged by a mind that had spent 500 years learning how to consume things like itself. Yin Su's body, as he walked, underwent subtle transformations. His chi pathways shifted and reorganized themselves according to patterns he had designed in isolation, adjusted now to match the specific signature of the dragon thing's power. He was not simply preparing to absorb. He was actively reconfiguring his entire cultivation base to become compatible with the power he was about to receive. This was the principle he had discovered in his cell. Power was not immutable. It could be changed, adapted, transformed through understanding and will. Conventional cultivation taught that one absorbed power and integrated it into existing structure. Yin Su had learned instead that one could reshape one's own structure to become compatible with any power one intended to absorb. It was a more difficult path than conventional cultivation. It required constant vigilance, constant recalibration, constant risk that one might miscalculate and attempt to absorb something fundamentally incompatible. But it also meant that the only limits on one's power were the limits of one's understanding and one's willingness to reshape oneself to accommodate growth. When Yin Su reached the creature's physical presence, he did not attempt to attack it. He simply stood in its path and began to absorb its power. The effect was not immediately dramatic. From a distance, it might have seemed as though nothing was happening at all. But within the creature, something unprecedented began to occur. The energy it radiated, the chi it used to fuel its destructive passage through the world, began to flow toward Yin-Su instead of dispersing into the landscape. It was like a reversal of the normal flow of power. Energy that should have diffused according to natural principles of dispersal instead found itself channeled toward a single point, drawn by a force that operated according to principles that the creature did not understand and could not resist. The dragon thing felt at first as a disturbance, a subtle wrongness in the normal flow of its own power. It turned its vast attention toward the small human figure standing before it and became, for the first time in centuries, confused. Confused and then slightly angry. The confusion stemmed from the fact that the creature could not comprehend a being so small maintaining enough structural integrity to channel energy of such magnitude. In its ancient understanding, power and size were intrinsically connected. A small being should have been destroyed by even a fraction of the energy it was attempting to maintain. Instead, the small human figure seemed to be growing stronger with each moment, its presence expanding to accommodate more and more of the creature's radiating power. It attempted to crush Yin-Su with a simple application of force, bringing its massive claw down upon him with the weight of a small mountain. The force was immense, enough to shatter stone and reshape landscape geography. Yin-Su did not dodge. He did not raise a defensive formation. He simply stood there and allowed the force to make contact with his body. What should have happened? Yin-Su's body would have been pulverized, scattered across the landscape as component particles. This was the expected outcome for any being, no matter how powerful, faced with such overwhelming force concentrated at a single point. What actually happened? The force flowed into Yin-Su like water down a drain. His body became a conduit for the tremendous power, channeling it away from his physical form and into his cultivation base, where it was integrated and processed and made part of his own spiritual structure. His bones, which had been reinforced through 500 years of intensive cultivation, restructured themselves to accommodate the new power. His chi pathways, which had been designed specifically for this moment, accepted the energy and distributed it throughout his form. The creature shrieked, a sound that was part rage, part confusion, part something approaching fear. It was an ancient sound, older than human civilization, older perhaps than the current age of cultivation itself. It was the sound of something fundamental in reality being violated, of rules that had seemed immutable being revealed as illusions. It pulled its claw away and attempted again, this time with greater force, with the full concentration of its ancient power focused on the task of obliterating the small human who dared to stand before it. If the first blow had been like a mountain crushing down, this second blow was like the mountain falling from the sky, a concentration of force that should have been incompatible with the continued existence of any structure, any form of matter or energy. The result was the same. The force was enormous, overwhelming, a tidal wave of power that should not have been survivable, and it flowed into Yin-Su without resistance, channeled by a cultivation technique that had no precedent in the creature's ancient experience. Yin-Su felt his cultivation base expanding with each influx of power. It was like a tree growing rapidly, adding rings of growth with each passing moment. The dragon thing's power had a specific character to it, ancient and primal, configured according to principles that had been developed over eons. As Yin-Su absorbed it, he was not simply gaining power, he was gaining understanding. He was learning, through direct experience, how to structure power at scales and according to principles that no current age cultivation text contained. This was not how things worked. This was not the structure of reality that the creature remembered from before its imprisonment. Power should destroy weak things. Weak things should not absorb power and incorporate it into themselves as though they were part of a unified spiritual system designed for exactly this purpose. But that was precisely what Yin-Su's demonic sovereign cultivation was designed to do. Every technique he had developed over 500 years had been constructed with one goal, the ability to absorb any force and make it part of himself. It was not a martial art. It was not a technique designed for combat. It was a cultivation principle taken to its logical extreme, refined through 5 centuries of study, and applied only now that the opportunity had finally presented itself. The principle was elegant in its simplicity. Conventional cultivation established boundaries, barriers between the self and the not-self, filters that determined what could be integrated and what must be rejected. Yin-Su had spent 500 years learning to dissolve those boundaries, to become a unified field through which any power could flow and be processed. It had been agonizing work. It had required him to constantly reconfigure his own fundamental structure, to accept states of being that conventional cultivators would have considered impossible or suicidal. It had required him to maintain perfect balance on the knife's edge between integration and dissolution, between absorbing power and losing himself in the process. But it had worked. His body, his consciousness, his very essence had been transformed into something that was not quite human anymore, not quite cultivation, but something that operated according to principles that transcended both. The creature attempted to flee, moving with sudden urgency toward the north, its ancient consciousness at last beginning to understand that it was in the presence of something that operated according to rules it could not comprehend. But Yin Su followed, not hurrying, not rushing, simply walking at that same measured pace, and as he walked, he continued to absorb the creature's radiating power. With each moment, the dragon thing grew more panicked and more desperate. Its power was being drained, not through combat, not through being overwhelmed by superior technique, but through a fundamental incompatibility with the way reality was being arranged in this small human's presence. It was like trying to hold water in hands that were not closed, but were instead configured as drains. The very act of radiating power, which was essential to the creature's continued existence, was the mechanism of its undoing. By the time the creature reached the mountains to the north, it had already lost enough power that its movements were becoming sluggish. It attempted to tear through the mountains, to create barriers between itself and its pursuer, but even its raw destructive force was diminishing as Yin Su continued his steady absorption. The creature could feel itself becoming weaker, its consciousness fragmenting slightly as the power that gave it coherence was systematically extracted. The hunt had begun, and unlike the devastation the creatures had unleashed, unlike the chaos and randomness of their freedom, this hunt followed a logic that was absolute and inexorable. It was not a hunt driven by instinct or malice. It was a hunt driven by fundamental principles of power and compatibility, by the simple fact that Yin Su's cultivation had been designed specifically to absorb anything like the creatures that the Radiant Canon had ever sealed. Extended meditation on power, Yin Su's ability to absorb the first creature's power without being destroyed represented a fundamental insight into the nature of cultivation that had been developing in his mind across 500 years of isolation. Most cultivators understood power as something to be controlled or mastered, as something external that could be shaped through will and technique. Yin Su had come to understand power differently. Power, in its truest sense, was neither internal nor external. It was a flow, a movement of qi through dimensional spaces that most cultivators could not directly perceive. What most cultivators thought of as powerful techniques were really just ways of aligning oneself with the flow of power in predetermined ways. A master cultivator did not create power. They learned to align with it, to redirect it, to make it move according to their will. But there was another possibility, one that had revealed itself to Yin Su during long meditation in his cell. What if one could become the flow itself? What if instead of trying to align with power, one could transform oneself into a conduit through which all power naturally flowed? This was the insight that had led to the demonic sovereign cultivation. By restructuring his body at the cellular and spiritual level, Yin Su had configured himself to be not a dam that blocked power, but a channel that received it. Every cell in his body, every element of his qi pathways, had been systematically refigured to recognize power coming from without not as an invasion, but as a returning current. The dragon thing had never encountered anything like this. The creature's understanding of power was more primal, raw force, the ability to crush and destroy, the capacity to impose one's will through sheer magnitude of strength. Yin Su was not opposing the dragon thing's power with a greater power. He was simply receiving it, accepting it into himself without resistance or conflict. Chapter 107. The Consumption. The dragon thing attempted one final desperate maneuver. It gathered all of its remaining power and attempted to explode outward, to scatter itself across a wide enough area that even Yin Su's absorption technique could not follow it. It was a survival tactic, a desperate bid to fragment itself into smaller pieces and hope that at least some portion of its consciousness could escape. The explosion was immense, a detonation of pure qi and ancient power that transformed the landscape for miles in all directions into a crystalline wasteland. But Yin Su did not retreat. He stood at the center of the explosion and opened himself to it, becoming a vortex through which the expanding power was channeled rather than dispersed. The creature's consciousness understood, in that moment, that it had made a fatal error. By scattering itself, it had actually made itself more vulnerable to absorption. The dispersed pieces of its power had less coherent structure, less resistance to integration into Yin Su's spiritual system. The fragmentation that was supposed to be salvation became the mechanism of complete dissolution. Within seconds, all that remained of the dragon thing was a fading echo in the landscape, a residual pattern of disrupted terrain that marked where something immense had been reduced to component energy and integrated into the body and cultivation base of a single human cultivator. Yen Su stood in the center of the devastation the creature had caused, and he felt the dragon thing's power settling into him like a piece of a puzzle clicking into place. 500 years of learning to absorb had prepared him for this. His body was configured at the most fundamental level to process and integrate power that came from without. The other creatures felt it. They felt the presence of the first of their number ceasing to exist. They did not understand death in the way that humans understood it. They were too ancient, too far removed from human concepts of mortality. But they understood cessation. They understood that one of their number had been reduced to nothing, and that reduction had been accomplished by a small human figure who was now moving toward the second of them. The remaining creatures began to panic. The burning one attempted to increase its pace, to accelerate its devastation, and consume more of the landscape in the hopes that greater power would somehow prevent the same fate. The crystalline one stopped its transformation patterns and began to move in a direction that seemed designed to avoid the advancing human. The coiled deity, perhaps the most intelligent of the remaining creatures, began to calculate whether it could reach other parts of the world before being caught. But there was nowhere to hide from Yen Su. His technique was not limited by distance or terrain. As long as the creatures radiated power, he could absorb it, and as long as they existed, he would advance toward them, his pace steady and inexorable, his attention focused with the patience of someone who had spent 500 years learning to wait. The cultivation world, watching from safe distances, began to understand that they were witnessing something that had no precedent in recorded history. A human cultivator was absorbing the power of sealed entities that had been imprisoned precisely because they could not be defeated or controlled through conventional means. And Yen Su was doing it with the calm certainty of someone who had already decided that this outcome was inevitable, that he had simply needed to reach this moment to prove what 500 years of cultivation had created. Chapter 108, The Second Creature. The Burning One attempted a different strategy. Rather than trying to flee or escalate its devastation, it moved to confront Yen Su directly, its consciousness having reached the determination that facing the threat was preferable to running from it. The creature manifested itself before him, its entire form becoming a concentrated beacon of thermal energy, a sun brought down to earth and compressed into a shape that might barely be called physical. The heat it radiated was immense enough to transform stone into molten liquid. The air around it began to glow from thermal stress. The very ground beneath it became incandescent, a temporary manifestation of energy so concentrated that it could not be contained in normal matter. Yen Su did not retreat. He approached the burning creature directly, and when he was close enough to feel the full force of its thermal radiation, he began to absorb it. Not just the creature's power, but the fundamental structure of its cultivation technique, the way it maintained cohesion while radiating energy at such an extreme level. The burning one reacted with fury. It attempted to increase its thermal output to levels that would incinerate anything in its presence. But the more power it radiated, the more Yen Su absorbed. It was like trying to fill a cup by pouring into a hole at the bottom. The energy flow was unidirectional, favoring the one with the better design system. The creature tried a different approach. It began to concentrate its power instead of dispersing it, compressing all of its energy into a single point in preparation for a devastating strike. It was a technique that required perfect synchronization, perfect control, the kind of precision cultivation that should have been impossible for a being as ancient and chaotic as the Burning One normally was. But desperation inspired precision. The creature managed to compress enough power to create a localized explosion intended to vaporize Yen Su at point-blank range. The blast was enormous, a sphere of pure thermal energy expanding at speeds that should have made escape impossible. Yen Su absorbed it. He did not dodge or create a defensive barrier. He simply stood there and let the explosion expand around him, through him, and into him, channeling the thermal energy through his cultivation base. The technique he used was not designed for this application. Nothing in conventional cultivation could have been designed for this, but his demonic sovereign system was flexible enough to process any form of power input. The Burning One felt its power flowing out of it like blood from an open wound. For the first time, it began to understand that it was going to cease to exist, that this small human figure was not a threat to be overcome, but a fundamental incompatibility with its continued existence in this form. It attempted to flee, to accelerate its motion away from Yen Su, but it had already lost too much power. Its movements became sluggish and ineffectual, and Yen Su, walking at that same measured pace, continued to advance. The end came not with a final confrontation, but with a gradual dissolution. The Burning One's power continued to diminish as it was drawn into Yin Su's vortex of absorption. The thermal energy that had been capable of obliterating mountains was reduced to warmth, then to normal heat, then to nothing at all. Within minutes of the direct confrontation beginning, the Burning One ceased to exist. What remained was only the pattern it had left on the landscape, the scorched earth, the transmuted rock, the geological changes that would remain visible for centuries to come. But its power was now part of Yin Su, and he felt it integrating, his cultivation base expanding to accommodate the new energy, his spiritual structure growing more complex and more capable with each additional creature absorbed. Deep integration. The integration of the burning creature's power brought with it knowledge that Yin Su had never possessed before. He understood, now, principles of thermal transformation that had been lost to the cultivation world for hundreds of generations. He understood how to sustain extreme heat without burning through one's own spiritual foundation. He understood the theoretical limits of thermal energy and how they could be transcended through proper structural alignment. But more importantly, he understood the burning creature's consciousness, its way of existing. An ancient being that had experienced reality through the lens of heat and fire, that had developed a philosophy and a way of being based on constant transformation and energy redistribution. As Yin Su absorbed this consciousness, he was not merely gaining power. He was gaining perspective. He understood, through the creature's knowledge, what it had been like to be confined for so long. The creature had spent millennia sealed in stone, unable to express its essential nature, unable to burn as it was designed to burn. The moment of its release had been one of profound joy and absolute necessity. For the first time in countless ages, the Burning One could be itself. And for a moment, just a moment, Yin Su felt something approaching sympathy for the creatures. They had been imprisoned as surely as he had been imprisoned, though their imprisonment had been physical rather than spiritual. He had spent 500 years in isolation learning how to absorb power. They had spent eons in containment, learning how to manifest it. In a strange way, his absorption of them was a form of liberation. They would not exist anymore as individual consciousness, but their power, their knowledge, their essence would persist within him. They would be part of something greater, part of a power system that existed at levels far above anything they could have achieved on their own. Each absorbed creature was not just power. It was accumulated knowledge, the result of eons of cultivation and experimentation by a being that had existed before human civilization. Yin Su was absorbing not just the power, but the understanding that underlay that power. And through that understanding, he was gaining a kind of unity with forces that should have been utterly alien to human consciousness. 2 were gone. 5 more remained. The remaining creatures, sensing the loss of the Burning One, began to understand something fundamental about their situation. They were not just facing a powerful opponent. They were facing the machinery of their own dissolution, a mechanism that had been constructed specifically to absorb beings like themselves. The coiled deity of the depths, in particular, began to comprehend the nature of its doom. It had existed for so long, had survived so many threats, had adapted to every challenge the world had thrown at it. But adaptation meant nothing against an opponent that simply received everything and converted it into fuel. There was no weakness to exploit, no point of resistance that could be shattered. There was only the inevitable progression toward cessation. The creatures began to experience something that had no name in any language, ancient or modern. The despair of the inevitably doomed, not because they were outmatched in any conventional sense, but because the rules under which they had always operated had been fundamentally changed by an opponent that existed according to entirely different principles. And yet they could not stop existing. They could not simply choose to cease. They had been sealed for so long that the very act of existing had become all they knew. So they continued to manifest, continued to radiate power, continued to burn and transform and destroy, not out of hope, but out of the simple inability to do anything else. In a strange tragedy, they were complicit in their own destruction. Every moment they continued to exist, they were empowering the one who would absorb them. Every instant they spent radiating power, they were feeding fuel into the vortex that would eventually consume them entirely. But there was no alternative. Existence, for them, meant manifestation. And manifestation meant feeding their own doom. Internal monologue. Yin Xu's understanding as Yin Su approached the second creature. His mind moved through the profound understanding that had taken 500 years to develop. Each creature was not just a threat to be overcome or power to be absorbed. Each creature was a piece of a larger puzzle that had been scattered across his imprisonment and suffering. The creatures had not been randomly sealed. They had been stored according to principles based in the radiant canon itself. Each creature represented a specific kind of power manifestation, each one a different way that the ancient scripture could be expressed. By absorbing each one in sequence, Yinsu was not just gathering power. He was reconstructing the knowledge base that had created the canon in the first place. The burning one, which he now approached, represented thermal transformation, the principle of converting potential energy into kinetic energy at levels so extreme that the distinction between matter and energy became theoretical. Understanding how the burning creature maintained coherence at such energy levels would teach Yinsu principles that no living cultivator in the current age had ever conceived of. This was why he could afford to be calm, why he did not need to rush. He was not trying to defeat 7 ancient creatures in sequence. He was conducting the most comprehensive education in ancient cultivation principles that any person had ever undergone. The creatures were not his enemies. They were his teachers, and he was absorbing their lessons one by one. Chapter 109. The pattern. By the time Yinsu confronted the third creature, the crystalline one, the pattern had become apparent not just to the advanced cultivators watching from safe distances, but to the remaining creatures themselves. Yinsu was not hunting them as a predator hunts prey. He was absorbing them according to a principle that seemed to operate entirely outside the rules of conventional combat. The crystalline one was perhaps the most intelligent of all the sealed entities. It had developed, over its centuries of imprisonment, a kind of geometric understanding of the world, a way of perceiving reality through patterns and mathematical principles rather than through crude instinct and raw power. Its consciousness was vast and complex, spread across multiple points of crystalline manifestation, unified by principles of mathematical harmony that should have made it impossible to effect through any single point absorption technique. When Yinsu approached it, the creature attempted something different. Instead of confronting him directly or attempting to flee, it began to transmute the very ground beneath Yinsu's feet into crystalline structures, geometric patterns designed to interfere with his movement and disrupt his absorption technique. It was a brilliant strategy, in theory. By changing the medium through which power was transmitted, the creature theorized it might be able to prevent Yinsu's absorption or at least to slow it. The mathematics underlying the strategy were sound. If power flowed through geometric patterns according to principles of harmonic resonance, then disrupting the geometry should disrupt the power flow. The theory was wrong. Yinsu walked through the crystalline structures as though they were mist, his cultivation technique operating at a level that was fundamentally immune to such conventional countermeasures. The geometry of the crystalline formations meant nothing to him. They were simply matter arranged according to patterns, and his demonic sovereign system was designed to absorb matter and energy in any configuration. The crystalline one felt its strategy failing and experienced something approximating desperation. It had faced many threats in its ancient existence, had survived challenges that would have destroyed lesser entities. But this was different. This was a threat that operated according to rules that the creature could perceive but could not effectively counter. It attempted to increase the complexity of its geometric structures, to create patterns so intricate that they might overwhelm Yinsu's absorption capacity through sheer complexity. Mountains became forests of crystalline spikes, each one containing nested fractals of smaller spikes extending down into scales of magnitude that human perception could not follow. Valleys became mazes of geometric patterns designed to be incomprehensible to the human mind, three-dimensional progressions that should have been impossible for conventional thinking to parse. The creature poured its entire power into the creation of patterns, attempting to make itself so mathematically complex that absorption would be impossible. It was a desperate gambit, a transformation of its entire being into a structure so intricate that no conventional absorption technique could process it. And through it all, Yinsu advanced, his pace unchanged, his absorption continuing at the same steady rate. He did not need to understand the complexity of the patterns. His demonic sovereign cultivation did not function on understanding. It functioned on principle, on the fundamental compatibility between his reconfigured body and any form of power or matter that existed. The more complex the patterns became, the more of the creature's power was being poured into their creation, and the easier it became to absorb. By the time the crystalline one finally ceased to exist, its complex manifestation resolving into component elements, and then into pure energy flowing into Yinsu, it had begun to comprehend something fundamental about the nature of cultivation that its imprisonment had not allowed it to learn. There were forms of power that existed at higher levels of abstraction than geometric pattern or raw force. There was a cultivation that transcended the normal categories entirely, a way of being that made all conventional defensive strategies not merely inadequate, but counterproductive. Every attempt to resist became fuel for the very absorption the creature was trying to prevent. 3 creatures gone. 4 remained. The mathematics of desperation, the remaining 4 creatures began to act in ways that revealed the depths of their ancient consciousness. Unlike mortal beings, which relied on genetic impulses evolved over millions of years, these creatures operated according to principles far more abstract and far more terrible. Their consciousness was mathematical, pure pattern and logic existing in flesh and power. The coiled deity of the depths calculated probability matrices at speeds that would have seemed instantaneous to human perception. It had experienced every possible battle configuration across its eons of existence, had fought entities of every conceivable type. But this was unprecedented. Its probability calculations showed a 99.9% likelihood of complete cessation if it continued its current approach. What did 99.9% mean to something that had existed for so long that the odds had never mattered before? It meant nothing. Or perhaps it meant everything. The creature existed in a state of profound uncertainty that was completely alien to its nature. The thing of semi-independent appendages experienced a different kind of despair, the despair of a consciousness that operated through distribution and fragmentation, suddenly facing an opponent who treated distribution not as a defense, but as an invitation to absorption. Every method by which this creature had ever protected itself was now revealed as a mechanism for its own destruction. The Burning One, which Yen Su had already claimed, had died not with resistance, but with a kind of final understanding. Its last moment of consciousness, before cessation, had contained a revelation. There were forms of power that transcended thermodynamics entirely, that operated according to principles so fundamental that heat and cold and all conventional energy expressions were merely superficial manifestations of a deeper order. The crystalline one, moving through the landscape and continuously manifesting its geometric transformations, had reached a different conclusion. If resistance was futile, if distribution was counterproductive, if even transcendent understanding could not prevent absorption, then perhaps the solution was to become so complex, so intricate, so mathematically perfect that absorption itself would be impossible. It began a transformation of unprecedented scope. Its body, which had been confined to a single manifestation, began to fragment into component crystalline structures, each one containing nested patterns of such intricacy that human minds could not process them without damage. It was attempting to reach a state of existence so mathematically complex that even Yen Su's absorption technique would need to spend centuries processing a single creature. It was a beautiful strategy, elegant in its mathematical perfection, and it was absolutely futile. And as Yen Su moved toward the 4th, the remaining creatures began to panic. Not the panic of animals fleeing predators, but the panic of consciousness itself beginning to understand the depth of its own incompatibility with the universe that was being revealed around it. Chapter 110. Zhao Mingyi's realization. Zhao Mingyi, watching from the main hall of the Azure Mandate sect, felt something break inside him. Not his body, not his cultivation base, but something more fundamental, his certainty. His absolute conviction that he understood how the world worked and how power flowed through it. He had released the creatures as a final weapon, a way to destroy everything and take Yen Su down with the destruction. He had not conceived of them as killable, certainly not as consumable. They were meant to be an uncontrollable force, a catastrophe that would overwhelm all conventional defenses and reduce the world to chaos. The creatures had been sealed at such power levels that even immortal crossing masters would have fled from their presence. How could any single cultivator, no matter how talented, no matter how well prepared, resist the combined assault of 7 ancient beings? Instead, he was watching those creatures cease to exist one by one, their power being absorbed into the body of the man they had been released to kill. Zhao Mingyi had spent 300 years building an empire on the foundation of his understanding of power. He had studied the radiant canon deeply, had mastered the techniques that it contained, had learned to read the deeper layers of cultivation that allowed him to perceive and predict how qi would flow through any given situation. He had learned to anticipate the moves of his enemies, to position himself always one step ahead of those who might threaten his power. But he had not anticipated this. He had not imagined that it was possible to absorb creatures of such immense power through a technique that did not involve superior fighting ability or exotic cultivation methods, but simply through the systematic application of a principle taken to its absolute extreme. It was a blind spot in his understanding, the assumption that power hierarchies were fixed, that the scale at which one cultivated determined one's ultimate capabilities. 500 years. Yen Su had spent 500 years in a cell with nothing but his own consciousness and his own power to work with. And in that time, He had apparently reimagined the entire structure of what cultivation could be, had developed an approach to power that transcended all conventional categories. Zhao Mingyi felt the creatures falling, their cessation sending ripples through the network of qi that connected all cultivators to the world's power base. With each creature that ceased, he felt a piece of his strategy dissolving, a component of his final gambit revealed as a miscalculation of staggering proportions. He felt the weight of having made a choice that was not merely wrong, but catastrophically, irreversibly wrong. By the time the fourth creature had fallen, Zhao Mingyi understood with absolute clarity something that was more terrifying than anything he had feared before. He had not created an obstacle for Yin Su. He had created a staircase. Every creature he had released, every power he had sealed and stored within those creatures, was now being absorbed and integrated into the body of the man who had the most legitimate claim to those powers. Everything Yin Su was absorbing had originally come from the radiant cannon. The creatures had been sealed using the cannon's power, their bodies configured to serve as long-term storage for energies that the original sect had deemed too dangerous to allow free manifestation. They represented centuries of power accumulation, reserves of energy stored in living form to serve as both punishment and containment vessels. And now, all of that power was flowing back into Yin Su, whose lineage claim to the canon was legitimate in ways that Zhao Mingyi's could never be. Yin Su was not just consuming the creatures. He was reclaiming what had been stolen from his family line, what had been hidden in sealed form to prevent any rightful heir from ever accessing it. It was as if the power itself recognized its true master and was actively moving to reunite with him. Zhao Mingyi felt his power diminishing by proximity to this knowledge. It was not a physical diminishment. His cultivation base remained intact, still powerful by any conventional measure. But it was a spiritual and psychological diminishment, a dissolution of the fundamental certainty that had allowed him to maintain his empire for 3 centuries. He had built his authority on a lie. He had stolen the canon, had hidden it, had used false accusations to eliminate his competitor and consolidate power. For 300 years, he had maintained the structure of that lie through careful planning and ruthless application of power. But that lie had been predicated on an assumption that the truth would remain hidden, that Yin Su would die in prison before the injustice could be revealed. That assumption had been wrong. And now, the truth was not merely revealed, but was being manifested in the form of absolute power, in the form of a man who had spent 500 years learning how to reclaim what was rightfully his. When the 5th creature fell, Zhao Mingyi understood that there were only hours remaining. Soon, Yin Su would have absorbed all of the sealed entities. Soon, the rightful heir would reclaim the power that had been stolen from him. And soon, they would meet for the final accounting. Not as equals, not even as cultivators of different power levels, but as victim and perpetrator, as justice and crime incarnate. Zhao Mingyi stood in his main hall, surrounded by the luxury and power he had accumulated, and felt the weight of absolute powerlessness descend upon him like a judgment made manifest. He understood, with perfect clarity, that there was no escape from this. He had walked a path that could only lead to this moment, and now he had reached its inevitable conclusion. Chapter 111. The power transfer. As each creature fell, something extraordinary began to happen. The power that had originally come from the radiant cannon, power that had been stored and compressed in the form of sealed entities for countless centuries, began to recognize its true master. The scripture had been designed by cultivators who understood that power naturally seeks to return to its source, that she is fundamentally drawn toward its original point of origin. It was a principle as fundamental as gravity, as basic as the laws that govern the flow of water downhill. The sealing technique had been a way to suspend this natural flow, to freeze power in place, and prevent it from flowing back to the rightful heir until such time as the heir died or became too distant to ever reclaim it. The suspension had been elegant and effective. For 300 years, even with Yin Su alive and powerful, the seals had held. The power had remained contained, unable to find its way back to its source through the barriers that were specifically designed to prevent that reunification. But the heir had not died. Yin Su had instead waited 500 years, and in that waiting had become something far more than a simple cultivator. He had become a focal point powerful enough to overcome the suspension of the sealing magic, a presence so thoroughly aligned with the principle of the power that the seals could not maintain their suspension. With the second creature's fall, the power began to move. The barriers that had held it in place for so long began to crack, thin cracks at first, barely perceptible even to sensitive cultivation perception. With the third creature's fall, the movement accelerated. Cracks became fissures. Fissures became ruptures. The suspension of the sealing magic was beginning to collapse. With the fourth creature's fall, it became a torrent. The barriers gave way completely, and the accumulated power of centuries began to flow toward its source, drawn by a gravity of spiritual significance that overrode the carefully constructed suspension techniques. Yin Su felt it like a returning tide. Power that had been separated from him for so long. Power that was his by right of lineage and heritage. Power that should never have been taken from his family, began to flow back into his consciousness like a recognition of truth finally being acknowledged. The sensation was not pain or pleasure, but something beyond both. The sensation of completing a circuit, of fulfilling a pattern that had been broken and severed 300 years ago. It was not like absorbing the creatures themselves. This was not predatory consumption or the simple integration of external power into his cultivation base. This was reclamation. This was the power saying, "Yes, I remember you. I remember where I belong. I return to my rightful place." It was like a child recognizing its true parent after being separated for decades. The others, the remaining creatures, could feel it too. They could sense the reversal beginning, the power that had bound them to the physical world beginning to orient itself toward a different master. The oldest of them remembered, dimly, what this felt like from their own ancient histories. The moment when a binding was unmade, when power that had been constrained was being released back to its source. They understood, with the primal knowledge of ancient beings, that what was happening was natural and inevitable. The current was too strong to resist. The principle at work was too fundamental to overcome. By the time the sixth creature had fallen, the power transfer was complete enough to be visible even to distant observers. Yin Su's body began to glow with a light that was not flames or energy, but pure power made manifest, the evidence that his cultivation base had been fundamentally transformed by the return of stolen heritage. His body, which had been configured through 500 years of intense cultivation to serve as a receptacle for power, began to expand spiritually to accommodate the vast influx of returning energy. The return of heritage, the power transfer, was not a simple flow of energy from one point to another. It was a cascade of fundamental reality reorienting itself around the rightful heir. The very chi that flowed through the world seemed to recognize Yin Su, seemed to remember the alignment it had maintained before the theft and imprisonment. For 500 years, the radiant cannon's power had been constrained, unable to flow according to its natural principles. It had been like a river dammed against its will, backing up against barriers that prevented its natural progression. Now, those barriers were crumbling, and the accumulated power was beginning its inevitable return. Yin Su felt the power flowing back as a physical sensation within his consciousness. It was not painful or traumatic, but profoundly stabilizing. It was like a piece of himself that had been severed coming back into alignment. It was like a wound that had been infected finally beginning to heal. The creature's power had opened channels within Yin Su's cultivation base. Channels that had been prepared for centuries, but which had never before carried such magnitude of power. Now, those channels were filling. The stolen power was flowing along them, recognizing in Yin Su the one who had the right to receive it. The cultivators watching from their distant vantage points began to understand that they were witnessing not a battle or even a confrontation, but a restoration. The wrong that had been committed 500 years ago was being undone. The injustice that had shaped the entire cultivation world for 3 centuries was being rectified. He was no longer simply a man with a remarkable cultivation technique. He was the nexus point of a power system that had been designed centuries ago, a repository for energies that had been separated from their origin by theft and false accusation. The system was now complete. The circle was closing. The wound was healing. But even as the power returned to him, Yin Su understood something that had taken him 500 years to comprehend. Power alone was not enough. The radiant cannon had been stolen from his family, but what had truly been lost was not just power. It was legacy, legitimacy, and the natural order of things. By reclaiming the power, Yin Su was not just reclaiming something that had been taken from him. He was reclaiming the right to define what power meant, what it should be used for, and how the cultivation world should be organized in the age to come. Zhao Mingyi, watching from the distance through qi perception, felt the transfer complete and understood with absolute finality that he was about to lose everything. Not just his power or his position, but his very identity. He had defined himself through possession of the canon, through mastery of its principles, through the authority it had granted him. Now that power was flowing away from him, back to its true source, and he was being left behind, stripped of the very thing that had made him matter. The power transfer sent ripples through the entire cultivation realm. Every cultivator sensitive enough to perceive qi networks felt the shift. Every sect, every school, Every independent master understood in that moment that the age of Zhao Mingyi's dominion was fundamentally over. The old order was ending. Something new was beginning. Chapter 112, The Transformation. Yin Su's cultivation base underwent a transformation so profound that it was visible in the physical world as well as the spiritual realm. His body, which had been simply human before, began to show signs of fundamental restructuring. His skin took on a faint luminescence. His eyes became depths of pure power, no longer quite human in their appearance. But it was not a transformation into something monstrous or external. It was an internal reorganization, a settling of power into a structure that had been designed centuries ago but had never been fully actualized because the rightful heir had been imprisoned. The demonic sovereign cultivation that Yin Su had developed in his cell had been a makeshift system, brilliant in its own right, but ultimately designed to function with a limited power base. Now, with the addition of the Radiant Cannon's original power, with the reclamation of heritage that had been stolen from his family, the system was complete. It was like the difference between a painting that was masterfully composed but rendered in limited colors, and the same painting rendered in the full spectrum of possible hues. The principles remained the same, but the application transformed into something far more profound. Yin Su felt the completion as a moment of profound clarity. For 500 years, he had been working with approximations, with estimations about what his power might have been if he had been allowed to cultivate properly instead of being imprisoned. Now, he understood the reality of what that power actually was. The moment of transformation, he was not simply powerful anymore. He was a living manifestation of a power system designed for a purpose far grander than individual cultivation achievement. He was a vessel for a technique that had been created to reshape the fundamental structure of how qi interacted with reality itself. The transformation was not sudden or violent. It was gradual and complete, like a piece of music finally reaching its intended key after playing out of tune for so long. By the time the sixth creature had fallen completely, Yin Su had achieved a state of cultivation that had no precedent in the current era. The power that flowed through him was not alien or external anymore. It had become as natural as his own heartbeat. The creature's knowledge had integrated fully, becoming part of his consciousness rather than foreign presence. The stolen heritage of the Radiant Cannon had reclaimed its home, settling into the structure that had been prepared for it across 500 years of isolation and cultivation. Yin Su understood, in that moment, what his ancestors had intended when they first developed the cannon. They had not meant it as a tool of control or domination. They had meant it as a system for understanding the fundamental nature of power itself, for developing a cultivation philosophy that transcended the limitations of conventional advancement. The canon was not just a scripture. It was a bridge between the ancient world and the modern world, between the principles that had governed reality before human civilization began and the principles that would govern reality after humanity transcended its current understanding of power. By absorbing the creatures and integrating the canon's returned power, Yin Su had become that bridge incarnate. He was the physical manifestation of principles that existed at the intersection of multiple ages and multiple ways of understanding reality. He stood in the devastation of the landscape, in the center of the destruction the creatures had caused, and he felt the absolute certainty of someone who had finally become what they were always meant to be. He was not Yin Su the prisoner anymore. He was not even Yin Su the cultivator. He was Yin Su the demonic sovereign, the rightful heir to the Radiant Cannon, the nexus point around which a new age of cultivation would form. The remaining creatures, sensing this transformation, began to understand that their time was not measured in hours anymore. It was measured in moments. They could feel the power that was emanating from Yin Su, and they understood that they stood no chance of surviving what was about to come. But they also understood something else. They were not dying. They were being transformed. They were being absorbed into something greater than themselves, something that would preserve their essence even as it remade their forms. In the moment of their cessation, they were being offered a strange kind of immortality, existence not as individual consciousness, but as part of something that transcended individual existence. Chapter 113. The cultivation explosion. When Yin Su finally achieved full integration of the Radiant Cannon's power into his cultivation base, the effect was immediate and catastrophic. A cultivation explosion of such magnitude that even the distant cultivators, the survivors who had fled the initial devastation, felt the pressure wave and understood that something fundamental had shifted in the structure of the world. Heaven-bridging masters, the most advanced cultivators who had managed to survive so far, felt something in their perception of reality change. The underlying structure of qi that they had spent centuries learning to read suddenly reconfigured itself, and for a moment, They could perceive nothing beyond the overwhelming presence of Yin Su's cultivated power. It was not violent in any conventional sense. There was no explosion of force or energy that caused physical destruction, though the cultivation realm was fundamentally reshaped by the event. Instead, there was a moment of absolute presence, a moment in which Yin Su's power was so thoroughly integrated into the fabric of his being that he ceased to be simply human and became instead a focal point of power so intense that it barely fit within the constraints of physical reality. Su Wenying, watching from her position of relative safety, felt tears forming. She understood in that moment why the others had fled, why the cultivation world had been terrified of this outcome. Yin Su had transcended, not into immortality or some higher state of being, but into a level of practical power that made all conventional categories of cultivation seem like playthings. He was no longer difficult to measure. He was unmeasurable in any conventional sense. The standards by which cultivators were evaluated, heaven bridging, immortal crossing, tribulation transcendence, suddenly seemed inadequate. Yin Su had moved beyond the scale. Zhao Mingyi felt the cultivation explosion from the distance and understood that his remaining hours were going to be worse than he had feared. When Yin Su finally confronted him, the accounting was not going to be a fair fight or even a combat between two cultivators of different power levels. It was going to be the meeting between a master of a power system that had been completed, perfected, and a man who had only stolen echoes of what that system originally was. The remaining creatures, the last two still unclaimed by Yin Su's advancing absorption, felt the pressure of his transformation and made a final, desperate attempt to flee. But there was nowhere to flee to anymore. Yin Su had become so thoroughly integrated into the power structure of the world that the space itself seemed to orient toward him, to bend and reshape to accommodate his presence. Chapter 114. The creatures overcome. The remaining creatures fell in rapid succession after Yin Su's transformation reached completion. The coiled deity of the depths attempted one final gambit. It burrowed so deep into the earth that it reached spaces where matter began to become theoretical rather than physical, places where the boundary between existence and non-existence became fuzzy and permeable. It hoped to find a refuge there, a space where Yin Su's power could not follow. It was mistaken. Yin Su did not follow it in the conventional sense. He simply stood on the surface and continued his absorption technique, and the power that the creature was radiating began to flow toward him regardless of the physical distance that separated them. The technique of demonic sovereign cultivation had transcended physical limitation. The coiled deity felt its power hemorrhaging away into a direction that should have been unreachable. It felt its consciousness beginning to fracture and scatter as the core principle of its being was drawn toward the figure that had proven to be its incompatible. Within moments, it simply ceased. The final creature, the thing of semi-independent appendages and distributed consciousness, attempted to scatter itself across so wide an area that no single absorber could possibly consume all of it simultaneously. It was a technique that should have worked. If Yin Su had been operating on conventional principles, the fragmentation would have meant that at least some portion of the creature might escape. But Yin Su was no longer operating on conventional principles. He had become a focal point so powerful that even fragmented pieces of consciousness could not escape the pull toward him. The creature's scattered appendages began to be drawn together, its semi-independent consciousnesses being unified back into a single point just long enough for them all to cease together. When the final creature fell, there was a moment of absolute silence. The landscape, which had been shaking and transforming for hours, suddenly became still. The pressure waves and disturbances ceased. The creatures, all 7 of them, had been completely overcome. Some had died in the conventional sense. Some had been permanently integrated into Yin Su's cultivation base. Some had experienced something in between death and integration, a kind of dissolution that had no precedent in the cultivation world's existing categories. But all of them were gone. The sealed entities, which had been imprisoned for so long precisely because they could not be controlled or defeated through conventional means, had been absorbed into the body and cultivation base of a single human being whose primary strength was the absolute refusal to be bounded by conventional categories. The profound silence after absorption when the last creature ceased, when the final echo of its consciousness dissolved into Yin Su's cultivation foundation, there was a silence that was more deafening than any sound. Not because no sound existed, but because all the familiar sounds of the world had been interrupted and replaced with something that human ears could not quite process. The silence contained the absence of wind, because the pressure differentials that had created wind were no longer present. The silence contained the absence of animal sounds, because every creature within 1,000 miles had either fled beyond the devastation zone or ceased to exist. The silence contained the absence of human activity, because civilization in this region had been so thoroughly interrupted that there was no human sound left to make. Into this silence stepped Yin Su, his footsteps making no sound because his movement was so controlled, so perfectly balanced, that even the air parted without creating acoustic disturbance. He stood in the center of the devastation and felt the profound completion of 500 years of preparation. Su Weiniang, from her observation point, felt the silence as a physical pressure. She had been terrified during the creature's rampage. She had been confused by Yin Su's apparent inaction. But this silence, this absolute absence of sound combined with the presence of overwhelming power, was something far beyond fear or confusion. This was awe. This was the recognition that something fundamental in the structure of reality had shifted, that the rules governing what was possible and what was impossible had been rewritten by a single human figure. The cultivators who had managed to survive and who had found places of relative safety began to emerge, drawn by the silence and by a strange compulsion to witness what had transpired. They walked through devastation that defied comprehension, landscapes that bore no resemblance to any natural formation, that looked instead like the workings of a mind that understood geometry and power in ways that conventional cultivation theory had never imagined. As they approached, they began to understand something that would take months or years to fully articulate. Yin Su had not fought the creatures. He had not defeated them or overcome them. He had simply absorbed them, made them part of himself, integrated their power and understanding into his foundation. He had answered Zhao Mingyi's gambit not with a counter-gambit, but with an absolute statement about the nature of power itself. Chapter 115. The devastations end with the creatures overcome. The landscape began to stabilize. The forces that had been tearing the world apart gradually ceased their disturbance. The tremors that had been constant for hours came to an end. The pressure waves that had been reshaping mountains calmed and dissipated into the normal flow of qi through the world. But the devastation they had caused remained visible for all to see. Entire mountain ranges had been reshaped. Forests had been transmuted into crystalline structures or ash. Rivers had been redirected by the force of the creature's passage or had simply ceased to flow as their channels became incompatible with water's basic nature. Hundreds of thousands had died, perhaps millions in total, across all the areas touched by the creature's rampage. The cultivation world would spend decades calculating the exact toll, but the reality was that an entire swath of civilization had been wiped away in a matter of hours. And at the center of it all, Yin Su stood in a landscape that had been rendered into something approaching barrenness, something that looked more like a wound in the world than like any natural formation. Su Weiniang and the other witnesses began to emerge from their places of safety, drawn by the end of the devastation but cautious, uncertain. They could feel the presence of Yin Su's power, could sense that something fundamental had changed in the structure of the world. The cultivation realm was not the same place it had been just hours before. The sky, which had been darkened by the chaos and pressure of the creature's manifestation, began to clear. The clouds dispersed. Normal light returned to the landscape. It was almost obscene, the way the world looked normal now, the way the sun shone on the devastation as though it was a natural formation rather than a battlefield. Cultivators began to gather, those who had managed to survive the initial chaos and the subsequent devastation. They approached carefully, understanding that they were in the presence of someone who had moved far beyond their ability to comprehend. Some attempted to use their perception to measure Yin Su's power and gave up after realizing that their instruments of measurement were inadequate to the task. The storytellers were already beginning to formulate the narratives they would spread. The demon sovereign returns. The framed cultivator rises. 500 years of waiting comes to fruition. The names people gave to this moment would define how it was remembered, how it would echo through the cultivation world for centuries to come. And at the center of it all, Yin Su continued on toward his appointment with fate, his power radiating outward like a slowly expanding sphere of presence. Every cultivator in the region could feel him now. Every person with even minimal cultivation awareness could sense that something monumental was about to occur, that the foundations of their world were about to be rearranged according to rules established by a man who had spent 500 years learning what those rules should be. Chapter 116. Zhao Mingyi alone. When Zhao Mingyi emerged from the Azure Mandate sect's main hall, now all that remained intact from his once great compound, he found himself surrounded by abandonment. His disciples had fled. His allies had disappeared. His fortress of power had been dismantled by forces beyond his control, and what remained of it was a mockery of the empire he had built. He walked through the halls of his sect, past the collapsed structures and the rubble that had once been symbols of his authority. Every step took him through a landscape that seemed designed to teach him the lesson of impermanence, of the essential fragility of power that was built on falsehood. The Azure Mandate sect, which 3 centuries ago had been merely the sect he had cultivated within, had become his personal domain through deception and superior cultivation technique. He had built it into a symbol of his power, a monument to his understanding of the radiant canon and his mastery of the cultivation techniques it contained. Now it was a tomb. Zhao Mingyi stood in the main hall, the one space that had somehow survived the destruction, and felt the weight of absolute solitude descend upon him. He had no disciples to command. He had no allies to call upon. He had no power reserves to draw from that had not already been accounted for and factored into his limitations. He was alone, in a way that 500 years of isolation would never have prepared Yin Su to be alone. Yin Su had at least had the hope of eventual release. Yin Su had at least had the knowledge that his imprisonment was unjust, that someday truth would emerge. Zhao Mingyi had built his solitude carefully and deliberately, and now he was reaping the harvest of that construction. He accessed the memory of his certainty, his absolute conviction that his gambit with the sealed creatures would succeed. He had been wrong. Not partially wrong, not strategically miscalculated, but fundamentally and catastrophically wrong about the nature of power and how it behaved in the presence of someone like Yin Su. The creatures he had released as a final weapon had instead become the mechanism of his defeat. They had been the power that Yin Su needed to reach the state of cultivation that had now made him untouchable. Zhao Mingyi had thought he was playing the final card in a desperate game. He had instead constructed the very staircase his enemy would climb. He sat on the floor of the main hall and waited. There was nothing else to do. Flight would be pointless. Yin Su would find him regardless of where he hid. Cultivation could not save him, because the gap between his power and Yin Su's had become so wide that it barely existed on the same scale anymore. The hour of reckoning Zhao Mingyi's weight was not passive resignation. His mind continued to work, analyzing, processing, understanding the full scope of his catastrophic failure. He reviewed his strategy step by step, looking for the moment where his logic had diverged from reality. The creatures had been perfect as weapons, theoretically. Each one had been sealed with power levels that would have required a coalition of heaven-bridging masters to contain. In any conventional scenario, releasing even one such creature would have been sufficient to devastate an entire region and destroy any enemies within that region. But Yin Su had not been a conventional enemy. Yin Su had been prepared, specifically and deliberately, across 500 years of isolation, to deal with exactly this type of threat. Zhao Mingyi could see now, with perfect clarity, that Yin Su's 500 years in prison had not been a disadvantage. They had been precisely the preparation required. While Zhao Mingyi had been cultivating through conventional methods, studying the canon's techniques, learning to manipulate power according to established principles, Yin Su had been doing something far more radical. Yin Su had been deconstructing the very nature of power itself, rebuilding his own body and consciousness to operate according to principles that existed outside conventional theory. The creatures Zhao Mingyi had released had been the perfect teaching tools for someone like Yin Su. Not because they were weak or easily defeated, they were neither of those things, but because they were alive demonstrations of principles that existed at the very edge of what could be cultivated. By absorbing them, Yin Su had learned in hours what would have taken even him centuries to discover through theoretical study alone. Zhao Mingyi understood, sitting in his empty hall, that he had not just lost a battle. He had fundamentally misunderstood the nature of power itself. He had assumed that power was a finite resource, that mastery of that power came through control and domination. But what if power was not finite? What if the only real mastery came through perfect receptivity, through the complete absence of resistance? The Radiant Canon contained that principle, he understood now. It was there in the deepest layers, in the teachings that only the rightful heir would ever be able to access. Zhao Mingyi had stolen the canon, but he could never truly read it, because some of its deepest secrets were locked behind the legitimacy of the heir. To truly understand the canon, one had to be born to it, to have the genetic and spiritual connection that marked one as the rightful inheritor of its mysteries. By imprisoning Yin Su, by forcing him to develop his cultivation in isolation, Zhao Mingyi had created the perfect cultivator for this moment. And by releasing the creatures, by triggering the mechanism of Yin Su's final awakening, Zhao Mingyi had written the final lines of his own doom. So Zhao Mingyi waited for the end, understanding with perfect clarity that it was coming and that he deserved it. His only regret was that he would not live long enough to study further the cultivation principles that Yin Su had demonstrated. because those principles represented a level of understanding that transcended everything Zhao Mingyi had ever achieved, everything he had ever attempted to learn. The weight of weighting Zhao Mingyi's weight in the main hall was not passive. His mind continued working, analyzing, calculating, not seeking a way out, but seeking understanding. Understanding of where exactly his strategy had failed, not in execution, but in its fundamental assumptions. He had released 7 creatures thinking that 7 would be more than any single opponent could handle. 7 ancient, sealed beings that had been imprisoned precisely because they could not be defeated. His logic had been sound. If no force in the current age could defeat even one such creature, then surely 7 would be overwhelming. But he had failed to account for a cultivation principle that existed outside the scope of conventional understanding. Power did not always manifest as opposing force. Power could manifest as perfect receptivity, as the complete absence of resistance. Yen Su had not tried to fight the creatures. He had not tried to overcome their power. He had simply received it, accepted it, incorporated it. This was perhaps the ultimate irony. Zhao Mingyi understood as he sat in his empty hall. He had spent 300 years studying the radiant canon, learning its deepest principles, mastering its techniques. But there was a principle that the canon contained, one that existed in its core, but which could only be accessed by the rightful heir, that he had never understood. The principle of return, of power naturally flowing back to its source, of the fundamental incompatibility between a usurper and the power they had stolen. By releasing the creatures, by triggering the mechanism that would cause Yen Su to absorb them, by setting in motion the process of power returning to its legitimate source, Zhao Mingyi had unwittingly performed the perfect ritual to restore Yen Su to his full state. It was as if the universe itself had conspired to use Zhao Mingyi's final gambit as the instrument of his own defeat. Chapter 117. Yen Su's ascension. Yen Su did not rush. He had not rushed in 500 years of imprisonment, and he did not rush now that his cultivation was complete. He simply began to walk toward the Azure Mandate sect's main compound, his pace measured and deliberate, his attention focused inward on the newly integrated power that flowed through his cultivation base. The path toward reckoning his movement was not merely physical. It was a statement in itself, the manifestation of a principle so fundamental that it reshuffled the very architecture of Qi around his presence. Where he walked, the devastated landscape stabilized. Where he looked, the chaotic energy patterns resolved into order. Where he moved, reality itself seemed to confirm its adherence to principles that transcended human convention. The path he took was not the shortest route to the sect. It was instead a journey through the regions most affected by the creature's rampage, through the areas where the most devastation had occurred. He was not seeking to minimize his exposure to the destruction. He was instead bearing witness to it, acknowledging the price that had been paid, understanding the full scope of what Zhao Mingyi's gambit had cost. Each destroyed village that Yen Su passed through seemed to quiet, not with the silence of the graveyard, but with the silence of acknowledgement. The dead were not being forgotten. They were being recognized. Their suffering was being understood as part of a larger pattern, part of the mechanism through which justice was being served. The survivors who had begun to emerge from their hiding places watched him pass with profound emotion. Some felt gratitude. Here was the power that had stopped the creatures, that had brought the devastation to an end. Others felt awe. They were in the presence of something so far beyond ordinary cultivation that it barely seemed to belong to the same category of existence. A few felt something else, the recognition that the devastation they had suffered had not been meaningless. It had served a purpose in the larger arc of history. The creature's rampage had been necessary to free Yen Su from confinement in his cultivation foundation. The destruction had been tragic, but it had also been essential. This understanding did not ease their suffering. It did not restore the dead or rebuild the destroyed, but it gave their suffering context. It made it part of a larger narrative of justice being served, of wrongs being righted, of the natural order being restored after 3 centuries of violation. Yen Su walked not with haste, but with inexorable progress. Each step took him closer to his appointment with Zhao Mingyi. Each moment of movement brought the confrontation nearer. But there was no urgency, no anxiety. He had been waiting for 500 years. A few more hours meant nothing. Su Weiniang watched him depart from the gathering of surviving cultivators and understood that she was watching the final approach of a 500-year journey. The man who had been imprisoned for a crime he did not commit was now walking toward the confrontation with the man who had orchestrated that imprisonment. Final understanding, she had been there, bearing witness to so much of this tragedy. She had seen Yen Su emerge from his prison after centuries of suffering. She had watched him absorb creatures that should have been unabsorbable, that should have destroyed everything around them. She had felt the return of the radiant cannon's power to its rightful heir. Now, she was watching the man walk toward his final accounting, toward the moment when 500 years of injustice would be confronted by the living manifestation of truth itself. Su Weining understood that what was about to occur would reshape not just the cultivation world, but the very understanding of what power meant. It would demonstrate principles that no conventional cultivation text contained. It would reveal truths about the nature of justice and the structure of reality that had been hidden for centuries. The other survivors watched with her, all of them understanding on some level that they were witnessing the birth of a new understanding. The cultivation world had been built on certain assumptions, that power was hierarchical, that advancement followed predictable patterns, that the strong dominated the weak, and that was simply the nature of reality. Yen Su was about to prove that all of those assumptions were provisional, dependent on the continued imprisonment of one man and the suppression of one truth. He was about to demonstrate that there were principles deeper than power hierarchy, principles rooted in the fundamental structure of reality itself. For the survivors, for the witnesses, for the cultivators who had managed to endure the devastation and emerge into this new age, this confrontation was not just spectacle or drama. It was education. It was the revelation of principles that would govern the world for generations to come. The cultivation world would never be the same after this moment. The assumptions that had governed it for 300 years were about to be revealed as false. The hierarchies that had seemed permanent were about to collapse. The understanding of what power was and how it should be used was about to be fundamentally transformed. And it was all happening because one man had refused to accept imprisonment, had spent 500 years learning to absorb everything the world could throw at him, had prepared himself across 5 centuries to reclaim what had been taken from him. The confrontation that was about to begin in the main hall would mark not just the end of Zhao Mingyi's dominion, but the beginning of a new understanding of power itself, one based not on domination or hierarchy, but on the principles of receptivity and integration that Yen Su had developed in his prison cell. The path between the devastation zone and the sect was marked by the remains of the creature's passage, by the transformed landscape that bore testimony to the forces that had been unleashed. Yen Su walked through this landscape without urgency, but also without pause, a figure moving through a world that had been fundamentally altered to accommodate his presence. He passed through ruined villages where the survivors had either fled or perished. The buildings that remained standing were twisted into shapes that suggested the creature's passage rather than conventional destruction. Some had been crystallized mid-collapse, frozen in the process of falling. Others had been thermally inverted, their materials transformed into states that bore no resemblance to ordinary matter. A few had simply ceased to exist, leaving behind only the impression of where they had been, as if the space they had occupied had been subtracted from reality itself. He walked through forests that had once contained millions of trees. Now, many were crystalline structures that caught and refracted light in ways that hurt the eye to observe directly. Others were ash, their matter so completely combusted that only the finest dust remained, settling through the air like snow in slow motion. A few still burned with thermal energy that had not yet dissipated, creating zones where the ground itself glowed faintly. The bodies of the dead were everywhere, though many were in states that made identification difficult. Some had been crystallized in their final moments, perfectly preserved but clearly inanimate. Others had been so thoroughly exposed to thermal energy that they had been reduced to carbon and ash. A few had been caught in transitional states, half crystallized and half burned, suspended in a process of transformation that would likely never reach completion. Yen Su moved through all of this without emotion, his attention focused forward on the approach to the Azure Mandate sect. But his consciousness was recording every detail, absorbing not just the power of the creatures but the pattern of their destruction, the signature of their passage through the world. This information would be valuable for understanding what the creatures were, how they had existed, what principles had governed their manifestation. He walked across valleys that had been transformed into mirrors, their surfaces so perfectly smooth and reflective from the crystalline creature's influence that they reflected the sky and created the illusion of inverted landscapes above. He traversed mountains that had been reshaped into geometric patterns so perfect that they could only have been created through sophisticated mathematical principles applied to physical reality. The cultivators who encountered him along the way fled instantly, understanding without conscious thought that this figure, radiating power that seemed to have no conventional measurement, was not something to be approached or questioned. Only the most powerful of them even attempted to perceive his exact level, and those who tried found their perception abilities overwhelmed within moments. He moved through a landscape that bore the scars of catastrophe and seemed, in his passage, to be slowly healing itself. not returning to its previous state, but stabilizing into a new configuration that was shaped by his presence. The very act of his walking through devastated terrain seemed to cause matter to reorganize itself into more stable states. The crystalline structures began to settle into permanent forms. The burning areas began to cool into new geological formations. The chaos was gradually resolving into new order, not the order of nature before the catastrophe, but a different order, one that bore the imprint of Yin Su's passage through it. The cultivators who had survived watched him pass and understood that they were witnessing the conclusion of an era. The world had been divided into before Yin Su's appearance and after. Within the next few hours, it would be further divided into before Yin Su reached the Azure Mandate sect and after. By the time Yin Su reached the sect's outer gates, the sun was beginning to move toward the horizon. The light was golden and bloody, as though the world itself was marking the occasion with celestial symbolism. The gates of the Azure Mandate sect, once impressive barriers designed to demonstrate the sect's power and authority, stood open. No disciples guarded them. No formation had been activated to prevent entry. The approach to destiny, the journey toward the Azure Mandate sect's main compound took Yin Su through territory that held profound significance for him. These lands had once been part of his family's domain. His ancestors had cultivated here, had built their power base in this region before the deception of 300 years ago had displaced them. The sect itself, which had been merely one cultivation organization among many before Zhao Mingyi's rise, had been constructed partially on foundations that Yin Su's family had laid. The main hall, the central plaza, the cultivation grounds, all of these had been built on or adjacent to structures that predated Zhao Mingyi's takeover by centuries. As Yin Su approached these locations, he felt the resonance of his family's legacy in the very stones. The architecture that remained seemed to recognize him, seemed to orient itself toward his presence. The qi that flowed through this territory seemed to remember its original alignment, remembered the rightful cultivators who had once governed these lands. The cultivators watching from safe distances perceived something profound occurring. The landscape around Yin Su was transforming, not through destruction but through restoration. Formations that had been overlaid on this territory by Zhao Mingyi, formations designed to assert dominion and control, were being systematically dismantled by Yin Su's mere presence. It was not that Yin Su was actively deconstructing these formations. It was that his power was so thoroughly aligned with the original nature of this territory that the false formations could not maintain their integrity in his presence. They were dissolving like morning mist before the rising sun. The survivors who had managed to flee the devastation were beginning to emerge from their places of hiding. They moved cautiously, understanding that the transformation that had begun was still ongoing. But they also understood, instinctively, that the worst of it had passed. The creatures were gone. The devastation was ceasing. The world, though fundamentally changed, was stabilizing. Many of them began to move toward the Azure Mandate sect, drawn by the presence of Yin Su and by the understanding that they were about to witness history in the making. They positioned themselves at safe distances, creating circles of observers around the sect compound. They came with recording equipment, with consciousness impression devices, with every tool that the cultivation world possessed for preserving the memory of extraordinary events. Zhao Mingyi had not sealed the gates. He had not prepared a final defense or arranged a last stand. He had simply waited, alone in the main hall, for the arrival of the man who was about to bring his empire to its conclusion. The final waiting in the main hall, Zhao Mingyi's consciousness wandered through the halls of memory. He remembered the moment when he had first seen the radiant cannon, not as a student learning from teachers, but as an ambitious young cultivator who understood, instinctively, that here was a path to power that transcended the normal hierarchy of cultivation advancement. He had seduced the then heir to the cannon with promises of power. He had built relationships carefully, positioned himself with precision. He had waited for the moment when he could strike without appearing to strike, could seize power without appearing to seize it. And in that single moment of betrayal, murdering Yin Su's sectmates, falsifying evidence, engineering the imprisonment, he had fundamentally altered the course of history. He had not understood, then, the full implications of what he was doing. He had seen only the opportunity to rule. Now, facing the inevitable conclusion of that moment, Zhao Mingyi understood the terrible irony. Every moment of his 300-year rule had been predicated on the certainty that Yin Su would never emerge, that the imprisonment would hold, that truth would remain buried. But truth had a way of returning, eventually. Truth was like a seed that had been planted in the world. It would wait patiently, then germinate, then grow until it had reshaped the entire landscape. In the approaching Yin Su, Zhao Mingyi saw not just a man, but the embodiment of truth itself. Here was the rightful heir, returned from imprisonment. Here was the power that belonged to the canon's original line, finally beginning to reclaim itself. Here was the consequence of deception, made manifest. The other cultivators who would gather to witness the confrontation were not just coming to see a fight. They were coming to see the fundamental principle of cosmic justice being demonstrated. They were coming to see what happened when the rightful order of things reasserted itself after being suppressed for centuries. Zhao Mingyi prepared himself for this final moment. He had ruled for 3 centuries, centuries of building, consolidating power, creating an empire. But in that moment in the main hall, waiting for Yin Su to arrive, he understood that his reign had always been temporary, always been contingent on the continued imprisonment of the one person whose legitimate claim to power transcended his own. Now, that imprisonment was ending, and everything that Zhao Mingyi had built would be swept away like dust before a wind. Not because Yin Su would destroy it, but because it had been built on a foundation of falsehood, and that foundation could not withstand the return of truth. Yin Su entered through the open gates and began to walk toward the main hall. His pace did not change. His attention did not waver. He was a figure moving toward an appointment that had been scheduled 500 years ago, an appointment that was finally being kept. The approach to destiny, the Azure Mandate Sects compound, was a monument to power and authority. The buildings that still stood represented centuries of cultivation advancement and resource accumulation. But now, in the presence of Yin Su, these monuments seemed smaller, less significant. They were structures built on a foundation of falsehood, and falsehood could not withstand the weight of truth for long. The formations that had been woven into the very architecture of the sect, formations designed to amplify the power of those who cultivated within its walls, began to destabilize. Not through opposition or resistance, but through simple incompatibility with the overwhelming presence of legitimate power. The false formations were dissolving like mist before Yin Su's passage. The disciples who remained in the compound, those too old or too young to have fled, those who had been too committed to Zhao Mingyi to abandon the sect even in its final hours, watched Yin Su approach with a mixture of terror and awe. They had grown up in the belief that the Azure Mandate sect was the center of power in the cultivation world. Now, in an instant, they were witnessing the revelation that their sect had been built on a lie, that its supposed supremacy had been dependent on the continued imprisonment of the one man to whom all legitimate power belonged. Yin Su moved through the compound without acknowledging the disciples or the cultivators who still inhabited it. His focus was singular, his attention directed entirely toward the main hall and the man who awaited him there. Everything else, the structures, the people, the remnants of Zhao Mingyi's empire, was peripheral to the central purpose that had driven him for 500 years. The main hall drew him forward like a destination marked by fate itself. The building that had housed Zhao Mingyi's councils and ceremonies, the place where decisions that had shaped the cultivation world for centuries had been made, was now the location where those decisions would be overturned, where the consequences of 300 years of deception would be paid in full. The cultivators and observers who had gathered at a distance watched Yin Su approach the main hall with held breath. This was the moment that would define ages. This was the confrontation that would reshape power structures and rewrite the rules governing cultivation. This was the instant when old and new would meet, when deception and truth would finally stand face to face. And in that moment, the entire cultivation world, across all regions and all sects and all independent masters, fell silent. They were watching. They were waiting. They were bearing witness to history being made. Chapter 118. The reckoning approaches. News of Yin Su's approach spread through the cultivation world like wildfire through dry grass. Cultivators who had fled to distant reaches began to understand that they were about to witness something that would define the age. The confrontation between the wrongly imprisoned man and the conspirator who had orchestrated his incarceration. The major sects began to gather their leadership to discuss what this meant for them, how they should position themselves in a world that was clearly about to undergo fundamental restructuring. The Azure Mandate sect, which had been preeminent just hours before, was now clearly revealed as an organization that was about to undergo either complete dissolution or radical transformation. Messages were sent. Councils were held. Cultivators attempted to calculate what the rise of Yin Su to absolute power would mean for the hierarchy they had maintained for centuries. Would he seek revenge against the sects that had supported Zhao Mingyi? Would he use his power to reshape the cultivation world according to his own vision? Would he retire from public life entirely, choosing instead to focus on deepening his understanding of the power he had claimed? The answers to these questions would define the future of the cultivation realm. But none of the sects could answer them with certainty. Yin Su was utterly unprecedented. He had emerged from 500 years of imprisonment with cultivation principles that no living master could adequately explain. He had absorbed creatures that the most powerful experts had believed to be permanently sealed and unkillable. He was moving toward a confrontation with Zhao Mingyi with the calm certainty of someone who had already determined the outcome. The cultivation world's response was one of cautious observation. No sect moved to aid Zhao Mingyi. No coalition attempted to interfere with Yin Su's progress. Everyone simply waited and watched, understanding that they were witnessing the birth of a new age and that their role would be to adapt to it, not to resist it. Some cultivators began to compile records of the events as they unfolded. These records would become the basis for historical accounts that would shape how future generations understood this period. The emergence of the demonic sovereign. The fall of the Azure Mandate. The Age of Transformation. Different names would be given to this period, but all of them would reflect the fundamental reset of power structures that was occurring. Some cultivators attempted to return to observe the final confrontation, willing to take the risk of being near such powerful forces in order to bear witness to history. Others sought to cultivate their understanding of what had transpired, attempting to learn from observing Yin Su's techniques and power manifestation. The reorganization of power. The cultivation world understood, with absolute clarity, that it was about to change. The hierarchy that had existed for centuries, the power structures that had seemed permanent and unshakable, were about to be fundamentally reorganized around the fact of Yin Su's existence and his recovered cultivation state. Sects that had built their authority on alignment with Zhao Mingyi's vision began to recalculate their positions. Some started crafting apologies for their support of the false order. Others attempted to distance themselves from Zhao Mingyi entirely, claiming that they had always harbored doubts about his legitimacy. A few tried to position themselves as neutral observers, hoping to survive the transition without committing to either the old order or the new. Independent masters who had spent their careers navigating the political landscape of Zhao Mingyi's dominion began to understand that the skills which had allowed them to survive under the old order might not serve them well in the new one. The rules were changing. The principles governing power were being rewritten. What had worked for 300 years would no longer apply. The younger cultivators, those who had spent their entire lives under Zhao Mingyi's rule, felt something they had never experienced before, the possibility of a fundamental reset. All the limitations that had seemed permanent, the hierarchies, the power structures, the definitions of what cultivation could achieve, were suddenly revealed as contingent, dependent on the continued imprisonment of a single man. Now that man was free. Now that man had claimed his rightful power, and everything that had been built on his false imprisonment was crumbling. The cultivation world was not just changing, it was being reborn. And the birth was not gentle or comfortable. It was a violent transformation, a complete restructuring of how power would be understood and allocated in the age to come. But beneath the chaos of the transition was something deeper, the recognition that the cultivation world had been living a lie for 300 years. Beneath that recognition was the beginning of wisdom, the understanding that power built on falsehood cannot endure, that deception is ultimately a foundation of sand against which truth will eventually prevail. The survivors of the devastation, the witnesses to Yin Su's absorption of the creatures, the cultivators beginning to understand what the new order would entail, all of them were being educated in this principle by what they were witnessing. The lesson was not gentle. The lesson was not comfortable. But the lesson was true. Reality, ultimately, cannot be defied. Truth, ultimately, will return to its rightful place. Su Wenying, among those who chose to observe the final confrontation, positioned herself at a safe distance from the Azure Mandate sect's main hall. From her vantage point, she could see the approach to the hall, could see the moment when Yin Su would finally face Zhao Mingyi. The storytellers were already beginning to formulate the narratives they would spread. The demon sovereign returns. The framed cultivator rises. 500 years of waiting comes to fruition. The names people gave to this moment would define how it was remembered, how it would echo through the cultivation world for centuries to come. And at the center of it all, Yin Su continued his approach, his power radiating outward like a slowly expanding sphere of presence. Every cultivator in the region could feel him now. Every person with even minimal cultivation awareness could sense that something monumental was about to occur, that the foundations of their world were about to be rearranged according to rules established by a man who had spent 500 years learning what those rules should be. Chapter 119. Zhao Mingyi waits. Zhao Mingyi sat in the main hall, and he waited. He did not attempt to flee. He did not attempt to prepare a final defense. He did not attempt to cultivate a desperate technique that might somehow allow him to survive what was coming. He had built his empire on the foundation of control and careful planning, and both of those tools had failed him. Control required that one could predict and influence outcomes, and Yin Su had proven to be fundamentally unpredictable within the context of Zhao Mingyi's planning. Planning required that one understood the rules of the world, and Yin Su had demonstrated that the rules had been fundamentally different than what Zhao Mingyi had assumed. So Zhao Mingyi simply sat and waited for the door to open. He had time enough to review his life, to understand the moment where he had made the decision that had led to this conclusion. It was not the moment he had stolen the radiant cannon or murdered Yin Su's sectmates or orchestrated the false imprisonment. Those had been tactical decisions, choices made in the context of a comprehensive strategy. The real mistake had come earlier, the moment he had decided that he could control power through understanding rather than through respect, through mastery rather than through acceptance of limits. He had looked at the radiant cannon and thought that he could make it his own through force of cultivation and subtlety of technique. He had not understood that some power sources could only be accessed by those to whom they naturally belonged. Yin Su had understood this from the moment he was imprisoned. He had understood that the cannon was calling to him, that the power stolen from his family was seeking to return to its rightful location. And he had spent 500 years learning how to answer that call. When Zhao Mingyi felt the presence at the threshold of the main hall, felt the moment when Yin Su stopped at the entrance, he understood that his time for reflection was over. He stood, the only gesture of respect or acknowledgement he would make. He did not bow. He did not kneel. He simply stood, alone in the hall that had been his empire, and waited for the door to open and the man he had imprisoned to finally walk through it. Final meditation. The nature of destiny. As Yin Su entered the Azure Mandate sect and moved toward the main hall, he carried within him the accumulated knowledge of 5 ancient creatures, the recovered power of the radiant cannon, and the certainty of 500 years of preparation. But he also carried something else, the weight of understanding what his purpose in this world truly was. He was not merely a cultivator seeking power. He was not even simply an heir reclaiming what had been stolen from him. He was the physical manifestation of a principle, the principle that truth, ultimately, cannot be suppressed, that justice, ultimately, will manifest, that deception, ultimately, will crumble before the weight of reality. In every moment of his imprisonment, in every instant of cultivation, in every instant of absorption of the creature's power, Yin Su had been moving toward this moment when he would finally stand before the man who had wronged him, and that man would have no choice but to face the full consequences of his transgression. The cultivation world would tell stories about this moment for generations to come. They would speak of it in reverent tones, using it as a teaching example about the nature of power and justice. They would debate its meaning, analyze its implications, and use it as a foundation for understanding cultivation principles that went far beyond anything that had been taught before. But for Yin Su, it was not a moment for philosophizing or debate. It was simply the inevitable conclusion of a journey that had begun 500 years ago, the moment when the circle that had been broken would finally be closed, when the wound that had been inflicted would finally begin to heal. Chapter 120. The door opens. The door to the Azure Mandate sect's main hall opened, though no one pushed it. It simply yielded to Yin Su's presence, as if the structure itself understood that resistance was futile and that accommodation was the only viable option. Yin Su stepped across the threshold into shadow. The hall was unlit, which should have been complete darkness. But his power made the shadows transparent, made the absence of light into something that could be seen through as easily as seeing through air. The final confrontation awaits the moment Yin Su crossed the threshold. He felt the full weight of what this hall represented. It was the seat of Zhao Mingyi's power for 300 years. It was where decisions that had shaped the cultivation world had been made. It was where the false order had been maintained, where lies had been told, where truth had been suppressed. But it was also more than that. It was a place that was now being reclaimed, restored to its proper role as a space where truth would finally prevail, where justice would finally be administered, where the rightful order would finally be restored. Zhao Mingyi stood at the far end of the hall, his figure framed by the windows that overlooked the destroyed compound beyond. His robes were still pristine, still marked with the insignia of his sect and his status. But the figure inside them had been fundamentally diminished by knowledge. Knowledge of what he had lost, knowledge of what he had never understood, knowledge of the price his deception had ultimately cost. The distance between them contained 500 years of history, 500 years of separation, 500 years of Yin Su cultivating in isolation while Zhao Mingyi ruled in false supremacy. 500 years during which the natural order had been suspended, truth had been buried, and deception had ruled. Now, that distance was about to be crossed. The confrontation that had been approaching since the moment of Yin Su's imprisonment was finally about to occur. The reckoning that had been inevitable since that moment of betrayal and murder was about to be enacted. Zhao Mingyi's consciousness, which had been active and calculating throughout the devastation and the creature's rampage, suddenly went quiet. He had done everything he could. He had released his final weapon. He had made his final gambit. Now, all that remained was to face the inevitable consequence. The destruction that his own actions had caused would now become the foundation upon which justice would be served. The creatures he had released to destroy, Yin Su had instead become the mechanism of his own defeat. The power he had seized and hoarded would now be seen as stolen from the rightful heir. Everything had led to this moment. Every choice, every decision, every moment of his 300-year rule had been moving toward this instant when he would stand before the man he had wronged and face the absolute manifestation of truth itself. Yin Su did not speak as he entered the hall. He simply walked forward, his presence filling the space, his power reshaping the very air around him. He walked with the certainty of someone who had always known that this moment would come, who had prepared for 500 years for this precise instant. The final accounting was about to begin. The distance between them was perhaps 100 meters, the length of the hall, the space that had defined Zhao Mingyi's seat of power for 3 centuries. In that moment, that distance seemed both infinitely vast and cosmically insignificant. Yin Su did not speak. He simply entered the hall and began to walk toward the man who had orchestrated his imprisonment, his pace steady and measured, his presence filling the space like water finding its level. Zhao Mingyi watched him approach and understood that there was nothing left to say, nothing left to do except to meet the consequence of his choices and to understand, in his final moments, the true nature of the power system he had thought he understood but had never truly mastered. The door behind Yin Su closed, as if the world itself was sealing off this moment from the rest of existence, making this confrontation into something sacred and singular, a meeting that belonged only to these two figures and to the history they had written together across 500 years of separation. And as Yin Su reached the center of the hall and Zhao Mingyi stood at the far end, the cultivation world held its breath, understanding that they were witnessing the conclusion of an era and the beginning of a new age, an age that would be defined by the man who had learned to absorb everything the world could throw at him and to make it his own. The final moment of anticipation in the space between Yin Su's entry and Zhao Mingyi's acknowledgement, there existed a moment that seemed to contain the entire weight of 500 years. In that moment, both men understood the absolute finality of what was about to occur. Zhao Mingyi's crimes would not be forgotten or forgiven. His empire, built on lies and the suffering of an innocent man, would be completely dismantled. His very name would become synonymous with betrayal and the corruption of power. There was no redemption available. There was only consequence, absolute and inevitable. And yet, Zhao Mingyi found in himself no desire to fight or flee. What he felt instead was something approaching relief. For 300 years, he had maintained a perfect facade, had never allowed anyone to see doubt or weakness, had presented himself as the absolute master of his sect and the arbiter of power. The weight of that performance had been immense. Now, finally, he could stop. Now, finally, he could face judgment without pretense. It was a terrible freedom, but it was freedom nonetheless. Yin Su, meanwhile, felt the profound completion that comes from fulfilling a destiny that has been written across 5 centuries. He had not come here seeking revenge or desiring punishment for Zhao Mingyi. Those things would happen, but they were not his motivation. His motivation was simpler and far more profound. He was simply completing what had been interrupted 500 years ago. The radiant cannon had been stolen from his family. The theft had created a wound in the structure of power itself. Now, that wound was being healed. The power was returning to where it belonged. The heir was being restored to his rightful place. When Yin Su finally spoke, it was not with anger or triumph, but with the calm certainty of someone who had always known that this moment would come. Zhao Mingyi, he said, his voice carrying no emotion, but somehow containing the weight of 500 years of suffering. Your empire ends. Your deception ends. And finally, after 500 years, truth returns to its rightful place. The reckoning Zhao Mingyi stood in the shadow of the main hall, waiting for the man he had wronged to reach him and for the final accounting to begin. Around them, the devastated landscape bore witness, scarred, transformed, remade according to principles that had nothing to do with human understanding. The cultivation world, through the expanded perception of the most powerful masters, began to witness what would transpire in the main hall. Not directly. The events that would unfold there would be shielded from direct observation by the overwhelming presence of Yin Su's power, but through the ripples and disturbances that such a meeting would create in the fabric of qi itself. Su Weiniang, positioned at her observation point, felt the moment when Yin Su entered the main hall. It was like a change in atmospheric pressure, a shift in the fundamental equilibrium of the world. The sky above seemed to dim slightly, not from clouds or obstruction, but from the absorption of light by the intensity of power gathering in that single location. The storytellers who were present, those cultivators whose primary gift was the ability to perceive and record events for later sharing, felt inspiration descending upon them. They understood, without consciously articulating it, that they were about to witness the defining moment of an age. Everything that would come after this moment, for centuries, perhaps for millennia, would be understood in relation to what was about to occur in that main hall. The cultivators who had managed to survive the devastation, the refugees who had fled to places of relative safety, felt something shift in the structure of power itself. The limitations that had constrained them, that had defined the boundaries of what was possible in cultivation, seemed to relax slightly. It was as if the mere presence of Yin Su at his full power was enough to redefine what the cultivation world considered possible. The creatures that Yin Su had absorbed, their knowledge now integrated into his consciousness, seemed to speak to him in this moment. Not with words, but with understanding, the accumulated wisdom of eons of ancient existence. They told him what needed to be done, how to properly consummate the reclamation that had been interrupted 500 years ago. Zhao Mingyi, alone in his hall, felt the presence of Yin Su approaching with perfect clarity. He understood that his time had ended. The empire he had built would be dismantled. The lies he had maintained would be exposed. The deception that had defined his life would be revealed for what it was. But he also felt something else, a strange peace. For 300 years, he had been running from the truth, maintaining a facade, never allowing anyone to see doubt or weakness. Now, at the end, he could finally stop. He could finally be honest, at least with himself, about what he had done and what he was about to face. When Yin Su reached him in the center of the main hall, when the confrontation that had been delayed 500 years finally reached its climax, the cultivation world held its absolute breath. This was the moment that would be spoken of for ages to come. This was the moment when old power was replaced by new. This was the moment when truth, finally, was restored to its rightful place. Zhao Mingyi stood in the shadow of the main hall, waiting for the man he had wronged to reach him and for the final accounting to begin. Around them, the devastated landscape bore witness. Above them, the sky seemed to hold its breath. And in that moment, the entire cultivation world understood that the age of Zhao Mingyi's dominion was truly over, and the age of something new, something built on principles that transcended all conventional power hierarchies, was beginning. The significance of the moment, 500 years of suffering, 500 years of isolation, 500 years of cultivating in the depths of a prison, learning to absorb power, reshaping his entire body and consciousness into something that could receive the stolen heritage of his family's power system. All of it had led to this moment. Yin Su understood, as he stepped into the main hall, that this confrontation was not just about him and Zhao Mingyi. It was about the cultivation world itself. It was about whether principles and natural order mattered, whether justice was possible, whether the universe itself was fundamentally oriented toward truth, or whether deception could permanently reshape reality. The confrontation that was about to unfold would provide an answer to all of these questions. In the shadows of the main hall, Zhao Mingyi waited. He had 300 years of rule behind him. He had 300 years of decisions and actions, and the weight of a false empire. He had the radiant cannon's stolen knowledge and the power that came from centuries of careful study. And yet, in the presence of Yin Su, all of that seemed to shrink into insignificance. Zhao Mingyi could feel the overwhelming presence of legitimate power, the return of heritage to its rightful heir, the manifestation of principle itself taking physical form. This was not a battle that could be won through superior technique or greater cultivation base. This was a confrontation between truth and falsehood, between justice and crime, between the natural order and the disorder that had been imposed through deception. The outcome was not in doubt. It had been determined 500 years ago, when Zhao Mingyi made the choice to murder and imprison and seize power that was not rightfully his. From that moment onward, this confrontation had been inevitable. From that moment forward, this instant had been approaching with the certainty of a sunrise. The meaning of what transpires in the main hall, in the presence of overwhelming power, two figures faced each other across a century of accumulated consequence. In the main hall, in the presence of overwhelming power, two figures faced each other across a century of accumulated consequence. One represented the old order, built on deception, on the violation of natural hierarchies, on the suppression of truth. The other represented the new order, built on reclamation, on the restoration of legitimacy, on the inevitability of truth. What was about to occur would be understood by later historians not as a battle, but as a reckoning. Not as a confrontation between two cultivators of different power levels, but as the manifestation of cosmic principle through physical form. Justice made manifest. Truth restored to its rightful place. The cultivation world, watching through the expanded perception of its most powerful masters, felt something shift in the fundamental structure of qi flow. The currents that had been established over 3 centuries of Zhao Mingyi's rule were destabilizing. The new currents, which would be established through Yen Su's ascendancy, were beginning to form. For thousands of observers, for future historians, for generations to come, this moment would be the dividing point between 2 ages. Before this moment, the age of deception, when false power ruled and truth was suppressed. After this moment, the age of restoration, when legitimate power reclaimed its throne and false authority crumbled to dust. The cultivation world would not be the same after this confrontation. The hierarchies would be reorganized. The principles governing power would be rewritten. The very definition of what cultivation meant would be transformed. But that transformation would begin here, in this moment, when Yen Su finally reached the center of the main hall, and Zhao Mingyi faced the consequence of his deceptions. The distance between them contracted not with steps, but with the contraction of space itself. Yen Su's power was so enormous that it was beginning to reshape the physical dimensions around him. The main hall, which had seemed vast moments before, was now growing smaller as Yen Su's presence expanded to fill it. Zhao Mingyi stood firm, accepting the inevitability of what was about to unfold. He had chosen his path centuries ago. He had committed his deceptions and built his empire on that foundation. Now, he would face the logical conclusion of those choices. In the sky above the Azure Mandate sect, storm clouds began to form, not from weather systems, but from the pressure of spiritual forces in confrontation. Lightning began to arc between clouds, not from natural causes, but from the intersection of competing power systems. The entire world seemed to be responding to this moment, seemed to understand that something epical was occurring. The final convergence, 500 years of separated destinies were converging in this moment. Yen Su, imprisoned and cultivating in isolation. Zhao Mingyi, ruling an empire built on lies and stolen power. The creatures, sealed and waiting for release. The radiant canon, stolen and misused. The cultivation world, organized around false hierarchies and deceptions. All of it was converging here, in this hall, in this instant. Yen Su could feel through the expanded perception granted by his newly integrated power that the entire realm was watching. Heaven-bridging masters had positioned themselves at advantageous observation points. Sect leaders had gathered their most trusted disciples to witness what was about to unfold. Independent cultivators had fled from distant regions to be present for this moment. They all understood, at some level of consciousness, that they were about to witness the fulfillment of a destiny that had been written in the very fabric of reality itself. They understood that this confrontation was not a random event, but the inevitable conclusion of a story that had begun 500 years ago. Zhao Mingyi, for his part, had exhausted every option available to him. He could not fight. He could not flee. He could not hide or defend or in any way resist what was coming. All that remained was to face it, to accept the consequence of his choices, to meet the man he had wronged and understand the full weight of his transgression. The moment when Yen Su fully entered the main hall was not marked by sound or visible disturbance, but by a profound shift in the quality of reality itself. The false power that had been emanating from Zhao Mingyi, the power stolen from the canon, maintained through 300 years of usurpation, suddenly seemed insignificant in comparison to the overwhelming presence of legitimate power. Zhao Mingyi felt it like a wave of absolute truth washing over him. The deceptions that had sustained him, the careful lies he had maintained, the false authority he had claimed, all of it was revealed in that instant as transient, temporary, unable to withstand the fundamental force of reality reasserting its proper order. And as Yen Su reached the center of the hall and their confrontation began, the cultivation world held its breath, understanding that they were witnessing the birth of a new age and the death of an old one, all contained within this single moment of absolute transformation. The moment when the rightful order was restored. The moment when justice, finally, was manifested in the world. The threshold of transformation, the hall, seemed to contract around them, space reconfiguring itself to accommodate the enormous power gathering in that location. Reality itself was being reshaped by the confrontation that was about to occur. The laws that normally governed the physical world were being suspended, replaced by principles that existed at higher levels of abstraction. The observers watching from safe distances began to perceive something unprecedented. The chi networks that connected all cultivators to the world's power base were being rewoven around this central point. A new organization was beginning to form, a new hierarchy of power that would reshape the cultivation world for generations to come. Zhao Mingyi felt it too, the recognition that he was about to be erased from history. Not killed in the conventional sense, but erased from significance. His name would be remembered, but not with reverence. His reign would be studied, but as a cautionary tale. His deceptions would be analyzed, but as examples of how far wrong one could go by pursuing power for its own sake. The creatures whose power now flowed through Yin Su seemed to whisper their ancient wisdom in this moment. They understood what was about to transpire. They understood that they were part of this final confrontation, that their absorbed essence would bear witness to justice being served. 500 years of cultivation reaching its culmination. 500 years of suffering transforming into redemption. 500 years of isolation becoming the foundation for absolute understanding. This was the moment when all would be revealed, the moment when the stolen would be returned, the moment when the wronged would be vindicated and the wrongdoer would face the full weight of consequences. This was the moment when an entire age would end and a new age would begin. This was the moment that would reshape the cultivation world for centuries to come. The final truth emerges as Yin Su moved toward the center of the hall. Each step seemed to echo with the weight of 500 years. The distance between them contracted not with the movement of feet, but with the contraction of possibility itself. There was only one way this could end. There had always been only one way. The truth had been suppressed for 300 years. The lie had been maintained through force and will and carefully constructed deception. But truth, like water, always finds its way. Truth, like weight, eventually settles. Truth, like the natural order, always reasserts itself in the end. Zhao Mingyi stood at the far end of the hall, watching the man approach, understanding that the moment he had dreaded since Yin Su's emergence had finally arrived. This was not a battle. This was the inevitable conclusion. This was what happens when the principles of the universe are violated and then confronted by the embodiment of those principles made manifest. In the sky above the Azure Mandate sect, lightning struck with impossible force. The clouds roiled. The weather itself seemed to respond to the confrontation that was occurring below. The entire world seemed to acknowledge that something epical was happening, that a fundamental reset of power and principle was occurring in this single moment. And as Yin Su reached Zhao Mingyi in the center of the main hall, as the confrontation between old and new, between deception and truth, between the usurper and the rightful heir finally began, the entire cultivation world understood that they were witnessing the birth of a new understanding of power itself. They understood that 500 years of history was reaching its conclusion, and a new age, built on different principles, was about to begin. The moment of absolute clarity in that final instant before the confrontation fully commenced, Yin Su understood something that had taken him 500 years to comprehend. The journey from now forward would be as complex and challenging as the journey that had brought him to this moment. Reclaiming the throne was not the end. It was merely a beginning. He carried within him now the knowledge of 7 ancient creatures. He carried the returned power of the radiant canon. He carried 500 years of cultivation and understanding. But he also carried responsibility. The responsibility to use these powers not merely to settle scores, but to reshape the cultivation world according to principles that transcended the old power hierarchies. Zhao Mingyi, in his final moment of clarity before the confrontation, understood something as well. His 300-year reign, which had seemed so permanent and so inevitable, was revealed in this instant as contingent, temporary, and utterly dependent on the continued suppression of one truth and the imprisonment of one man. Everything he had built would crumble. Everything he had accomplished would be undone. Everything he had defined himself by would be revealed as false. The cultivation world, watching through the expanded perception of its most powerful masters, understood that they were witnessing not just a confrontation, but a transformation of the fundamental principles upon which all cultivation was based. The old assumptions about power would be replaced by new understandings. The old hierarchies would be reorganized around new truths. And in that moment, as Yin Su and Zhao Mingyi finally faced each other in the main hall, as the confrontation that had been inevitable since the moment of imprisonment finally commenced, the entire cosmos seemed to pause, to hold its breath, to acknowledge that something unprecedented was occurring. The moment when stolen power would be reclaimed. The moment when false authority would be overthrown. The moment when justice would finally be manifested in the world. The age of deception was ending. The age of restoration was beginning. Epilogue. The nature of what comes next, the confrontation that is about to occur, will not be recorded in its full detail. The power being wielded in that main hall will shield the specific nature of what transpires from observation by external eyes. But the effects will echo across the cultivation world for centuries to come. Zhao Mingyi will learn, in his final moments, the true nature of the power he spent 300 years mastering. He will understand, too late, that the radiant cannon he stole contained principles that could only be accessed by those to whom it naturally belonged. He will feel, in the moment of his reckoning, the full weight of 500 years of injustice being balanced by the universe itself. Yen Su will stand over the ruins of the empire that had been built on his suffering. He will look at what remains of the Azure Mandate sect and understand that this is not the end of his journey, but merely the completion of one chapter. The work of rebuilding, of establishing a new order, of teaching the cultivation world principles that transcended everything they had known. This work will extend far into the future. The survivors of the devastation, the witnesses who have borne testimony to these extraordinary events, will become the bearers of new understanding. They will teach their students not merely cultivation techniques, but fundamental principles about the nature of power, about the relationship between truth and reality, about the ultimate inevitability of justice. Su Weiniang will remember standing at that observation point, watching as the man she had come to believe in finally reached the moment of his vindication. She will carry that memory with her for the rest of her life, will draw upon it in moments of doubt, will use it as proof that the universe was fundamentally oriented toward truth and justice. The story that will emerge from these events will reshape the cultivation world. Hundreds of years hence, disciples will study this period and attempt to understand the principles that Yen Su had discovered. They will meditate on the paradox of power that accepts everything rather than resisting, on the principle of the victor who refuses to be victimized, on the nature of cultivation that transcends all conventional categories. But for now, in this moment, as Yen Su and Zhao Mingyi finally confront each other face to face, the future is still unwritten. The confrontation is about to begin, and everything that will come after, all the years of rebuilding, all the ages of new understanding, all the transformation of the cultivation world, it all begins here, in this instant, when the rightful heir finally comes to settle his reckoning with the man who stole from him. Final reflection. The turning point as this chapter of the story concludes and the final confrontation reaches its threshold, it is important to understand what has truly transpired. This is not merely a story of one man regaining what was stolen from him. This is the story of principles being restored, of natural law asserting itself after centuries of violation, of the universe itself confirming its adherence to justice and truth. Yen Su has demonstrated something that the cultivation world believed impossible. That power can manifest not through domination, but through receptivity. That strength can come not from resistance, but from acceptance. That the ultimate cultivation technique is not the ability to overcome all obstacles, but the ability to absorb all obstacles and make them part of oneself. The creatures that Yen Su absorbed were not merely weapons or obstacles. They were teachers. They carried within them the accumulated wisdom of eons. By absorbing them, Yen Su was not just gaining power. He was reclaiming a way of understanding cultivation that had been lost to the current age. The radiant canon, which has been the object of desire and conflict throughout this narrative, is revealed to be far more than a scripture of techniques. It is a principle. It is a way of being. It is an understanding of how power flows through reality. And it can only be truly accessed by those to whom it naturally belongs, by the rightful heirs who understand that authority must be earned through legitimacy, not seized through force. Zhao Mingyi's error was not merely in stealing the canon or imprisoning Yen Su. His fundamental error was in believing that power could be usurped, that authority could be maintained through deception, that the natural order could be permanently suspended through force of will and cultivation skill. He was wrong. The universe, it seems, does not reward deception. Truth, no matter how long it is suppressed, eventually returns. Justice, no matter how delayed it is, eventually arrives. The natural order, no matter how thoroughly it is violated, eventually reasserts itself. And this is the lesson that Yen Su's story teaches to all who witness it. That there are principles deeper than power, that there are laws more fundamental than strength, that there are forces in the cosmos that no cultivation technique can permanently resist. This is the story of the demonic sovereign, the story of the man imprisoned for a crime he did not commit, the story of 500 years of preparation culminating in the moment when the rightful heir finally reclaims what was stolen from him, the story of how justice, through the most extraordinary journey, finally returns to its rightful place in the world. The moment arrives, the main hall falls silent. The confrontation between Yin Su and Zhao Mingyi has begun. The door closes behind Yin Su, sealing this moment away from external observation. But the effects ripple outward through the entire cultivation world. Every master of sufficient power feels the shift in chi networks. Every sensitive cultivator understands that something has fundamentally changed in the structure of reality itself. The age that had been sustained for 300 years by the suppression of truth is ending. A new age, built on the return of that truth, is beginning. This is the threshold. This is the turning point. This is the moment when 500 years of waiting finally bear fruit. This is the instant when the stolen is reclaimed, when the imprisoned is freed, when the wronged is finally vindicated. What occurs in the main hall in the moments that follow will define the cultivation world for centuries to come. What transpires between these two figures will determine not merely the fate of the Azure Mandate sect, but the fundamental structure of how power will be understood and wielded in the age to come. The story of the demonic sovereign reaches its threshold. The age of restoration is about to begin. The final truth in the darkness of the main hall, with only the light of Yin Su's overwhelming power to illuminate the space. Two figures confront each other. One represents the old order, built on lies, maintained through force, sustained by the suppression of truth. The other represents the new order, built on principles, maintained through legitimacy, sustained by the return of what was stolen. What will occur in this confrontation will not be merely a settlement of personal scores between two individuals. It will be the universe itself asserting its commitment to the principle that truth cannot be permanently suppressed, that justice cannot be indefinitely delayed, that the natural order will ultimately prevail over all attempts to distort it through force or cunning. The creatures whose power flows through Yin Su are present in this moment, in spirit if not in form. They bear witness to justice being served. They understand that they are part of this final reckoning, that their absorbed essence contributes to the power that will reshape the cultivation world. 500 years of suffering culminates in this instant. 500 years of cultivation reaches fruition. 500 years of waiting finally ends. The confrontation begins. Completion. The story of Arc 6 reaches its culmination. The power returns. The heir reclaims his throne. The deception is revealed. The truth emerges victorious. All that remains is the final confrontation, the reckoning between the man who suffered and the man who inflicted that suffering. The moment when 500 years of separation finally ends. The instant when the rightful order is restored and the false order crumbles. The age of the demonic sovereign begins. Chapter 121. Face to face. The Azure Mandate sect's main hall stretched upward into shadows that seemed to remember centuries. Yin Su crossed its threshold at the hour before dawn, when the world existed between night and day, neither one nor the other. The air was cold. It had always been cold in places where power gathered, where ambition crystallized into stone and guilt and the compressed weight of human will. The disciples who had attempted to block his passage were already gone, dispersed like smoke. He had not needed to hurt them. A moment of power displayed, and the Azure Mandate's rank-and-file cultivators understood that resistance was meaningless. Only their sect master remained. The hall was constructed in the old style, pillars carved from white jade that caught and held light even in near darkness. Each pillar was etched with cultivation principles, flowing script that had been worked into the stone centuries ago. Yin Su recognized some of the markings. They belonged to an era before Zhao Mingyi rose to prominence, before the Azure Mandate sect swallowed the smaller sects and consolidated power. The pillars remembered an older world. So did he. At the far end of the hall, on a raised platform beneath a canopy of dark silk, Zhao Mingyi rose from his seat. It was a movement of absolute composure, controlled and deliberate. A man does not rise from his seat in panic. A man does not rise from his seat in fear. But Zhao Mingyi rose, and his rising was itself an acknowledgement that something had changed, that the certainty of his power had been disrupted by the arrival of this one man walking alone into his hall. Yin Su had not seen him in 500 years. The memory he carried was not quite accurate anymore. Memories decay like everything else, losing sharpness around the edges, becoming less precise with each passing year. But the reality of Zhao Mingyi's presence now was more precise than any recollection could be. He was older, not visibly, because cultivation delayed the ravages of time, rendered physical aging almost meaningless, but in some fundamental way that transcended the physical. His robes were pristine white silk embroidered with silver thread depicting the ascension of the Azure Mandate sect in intricate detail. Each stitch was perfect. Each color was vibrant despite 500 years of wear. His hair was black, unnaturally black, the kind of black that could only be maintained through active cultivation energy directed toward the purpose of maintaining youth and power. His hair was bound with a jade circlet inscribed with symbols of authority. His face was composed and controlled, arranged in an expression that had been practiced countless times, the expression of a man who had spent 5 centuries perfecting the art of not showing what he felt, of projecting certainty and command regardless of the internal state of his consciousness. But Yin-Su could see underneath. He had become very good at seeing underneath things over the course of 500 years. Imprisonment had not diminished his ability to perceive. If anything, it had sharpened it. He had learned to read the smallest signs, the tension in muscles held at an unusual angle, the microscopic widening of pupils, the imperceptible change in breathing pattern. These things could not be hidden, not completely, not from someone who had spent 500 years studying silence and learning to perceive what was hidden beneath controlled exteriors. Zhao Mingyi's hands trembled, only slightly, only for a moment, but trembled nonetheless. It was barely perceptible, the kind of tremor that would go unnoticed by most people. But it was there. The confidence that Zhao Mingyi had maintained across 500 years, the certainty of his dominance, the knowledge that he stood above all others in the cultivation world. All of it wavered for just an instant, long enough for Yin-Su to see that underneath the composure was fear, real and primitive fear, the fear of a man confronting the consequences of his actions. Yin-Su, Zhao Mingyi said. His voice was calm. It was the voice of a man speaking to an equal, or perhaps attempting to. You have traveled far to reach this hall. Farther than distance measures, I suspect. The Righteous Alliance spoke of your escape from the Scarlet Prison. They spoke of much else. Of the dissolution of their obstruction. Of sealed gates opening. A catalogue of violations against the natural order. Yin-Su did not respond immediately. He moved deeper into the hall, each step deliberate and slow. The sound echoed off the jade pillars, a steady rhythm, like a heartbeat, like the ticking of a mechanism that had been wound 5 centuries ago and was now finally approaching its completion. He climbed the steps to the raised platform. He did not need to climb them. His power would have carried him skyward, but he chose the deliberate path because what mattered now was precision, not efficiency. I have come to speak, Yin-Su said. His voice was quiet. It was the kind of quiet that made the echoes in the hall seem loud in comparison. That is all. To speak. Zhao Mingyi's expression shifted. Something flickered behind his eyes, a recognition perhaps of what this meant. Not to strike. Not to display your newfound power and announce your dominion. To speak. Yes. Then speak. Zhao Mingyi reseated himself, an act of deliberate composure. He gestured to a smaller platform facing him. Sit, if you wish. Or stand. It makes no difference. The result will be the same regardless, and we both know it. So speak. Let us have your accusations. Let us have your justifications. Let us have whatever narrative you have constructed over your 5 centuries of imprisonment. And then, perhaps, we can discuss terms. Yin-Su remained standing. The two men faced each other across the width of the raised platform, separated by the space that had contained 5 centuries. In that space, dynasties had risen and fallen. Sects had been founded and destroyed. Cultivators had achieved immortality and been brought to dust. The Radiant Peak sect had been erased from the world, and its destruction had been written into history as justice, as necessity, as the will of heaven itself. That erasure had been complete. Not a single major sect in the cultivation world taught the true history of the Radiant Peak sect anymore. What had once been a sect of power and renown was now remembered only as a cautionary tale of corruption and greed. The disciples who had trained there were forgotten. The techniques they had developed were lost. The scripture they had guarded had become a symbol of theft and betrayal rather than a beacon of cultivation truth. All of this had been accomplished through deliberate choice. Zhao Mingyi had not stumbled into this state of affairs. He had constructed it methodically, understanding exactly what needed to happen for the truth to be buried and the narrative he had created to take root in the collective consciousness of the cultivation world. But Yin-Su had spent 500 years in the Scarlet Prison tracing the threads of that construction backward. He had nothing but time to examine how the narrative had been built, which parts were lies, which parts were carefully constructed half-truths designed to seem more plausible than outright fabrication. He had traced every connection in the web of deception until he understood it completely, could see it in his mind with perfect clarity, could lay it out for all to see. I will not sit, Yin-Su said. I will not discuss terms. I have not come to negotiate or to compromise or to strike a bargain. I have come to speak what must be spoken, so that when this moment ends, no one in the cultivation world will be able to claim ignorance of what you are. That is all. That is enough. Zhao Mingyi's grip on the armrests had become even tighter. He understood the scope of what was about to happen. 500 years of carefully maintained deception was about to be unmade, not gradually over time, not through some political process that might be contested and debated, but through direct testimony, through evidence, through the voice of a man who had lived through the consequences of the lies and emerged with the full knowledge of how those lies had been constructed and maintained. Zhao Mingyi's composure fractured, just slightly. His hands gripped the armrests of his seat. You speak as though my destruction is already certain. It is. Then why speak at all? Why grant me the courtesy of words? Why not simply obliterate me and be done with it? You have the power. You have always had the will. What prevents you now? Yen Su felt something shift in his chest. Not emotion, not rage, not even satisfaction. Something else. The clarity of purpose. The understanding that this moment, this exact moment, was why he had endured 500 years in the Scarlet Prison. Not for power, not for escape, but for the precision of accounting that was about to unfold. Because, Yen Su said, every crime must be named. Every victim must be spoken aloud. Every lie must be exposed in the presence of witnesses. And you must be forced to hear them. You must be forced to understand. You must be forced to see yourself as you actually are, not as the narrative you have constructed allows you to believe. Only then is the accounting complete. Only then does the dead end. That is why I speak. And you will listen. He paused. The silence returned. The same silence that had existed 500 years ago. The moment before everything changed. The moment before he was framed and imprisoned and erased. The silence broke now, not with violence, but with words. Precise, relentless, devastating words. I am going to tell you what you did, Yen Su said. I am going to tell it truthfully. I am going to tell it completely. And when I am finished, the cultivation world will know. The 517 disciples of the Radiant Peak sect will be remembered. Your crimes will have a name. Your justifications will be stripped away. This is not mercy, Zhao Mingyi. It is not cruelty either. It is simply what must happen before the debt is paid. Zhao Mingyi did not speak. He simply gripped the armrests tighter, and in the cold pre-dawn light of the Azure Mandate sect's main hall, the two men stood face to face. One who had been destroyed and imprisoned, one who had done the destroying. 500 years collapsed into a single moment. The silence was the moment before the silence finally broke, and when it did, there would be no possibility of return. Chapter 122. The Catalogue of Sins. Yen Su began to speak, and his voice filled the hall with a precision that allowed no interruption, no deflection, no escape into ambiguity. He did not raise his voice. He did not gesture expansively. He simply spoke as though reciting a ledger, an accounting, a list that had been compiled across 5 centuries and now was being read into the world with meticulous care. On the 3rd day of the 4th moon, 503 years ago, you orchestrated the massacre of the Radiant Peak sect, Yen Su said. This was not a spontaneous act. This was not an overflow of passion or a moment of lost control. This was planned. You assembled cultivators from the Azure Mandate sect's outer reaches. You provided them with obscuring talismans that prevented your direct involvement from being traced. You gave them specific orders. Kill every disciple of the Radiant Peak sect without exception. Spare no one. Leave no witnesses. Make it appear as though an external enemy had struck, so that your culpability would remain hidden. These orders you gave in writing, in documents that still exist, written in your own hand. Zhao Mingyi's jaw tightened, but he did not interrupt. He simply listened, his fingers pressing so hard against the armrest that they had gone white. On that same day, Yen Su continued, you entered the Radiant Peak sect's inner sanctum. The wards had been prepared for your arrival, prepared by a single Azure Mandate spy you had embedded in the sect years prior. You stole the Radiant Canon Scripture. This was a scripture that had been guarded by the Radiant Peak sect for 700 years. It was your motivation for the massacre. You could not take it while the sect stood. You could not take it while witnesses existed. So you took it. You carried it away. And the massacre, which was already in progress, was blamed on the theft. The narrative became, external enemies stole our scripture, and we must respond. This narrative you constructed and then propagated through every sect in the cultivation world. He paused. The silence that followed was heavy with the weight of truth being spoken aloud. In the weeks that followed the massacre, you falsified evidence. You arranged for disciples to testify that I had stolen the Radiant Canon myself. You had them say that I had contacted external enemies to facilitate the theft. You had them say that I had orchestrated the massacre to cover my crime. These disciples, 17 of them, were Azure Mandate cultivators you had placed in the Radiant Peak sect years before as sleeper operatives. All 17 later disappeared from historical records. I suspect they were killed. Loose ends. But they served their purpose. Your false testimony was entered into the records of the Righteous Council. It was accepted as truth. Zhao Mingyi's expression remained composed, but his breathing had become shallow and rapid. He understood now. He understood that this was not accusation, but documentation. This was a recitation of fact. The righteous council voted to imprison me, Yin Su continued. I was sentenced to the Scarlet Prison. I was supposed to spend the remaining 500 years of my life in confinement, watching my sectmates be remembered as victims of a crime they did not understand the truth of, knowing that their real murderer walked free. You watched me be taken to the Scarlet Prison. You appeared at the sentencing and acted as though you had been wronged. You wore an expression of grief. Some who were present reported tears. All of it was performed. All of it was calculated. He moved forward a single step. It was a small movement, but it seemed to compress the space between them, to bring the inevitability of what was happening even closer. But your crime did not end with the massacre and the theft and the false testimony. Over the 500 years of my imprisonment, you consolidated power. You moved the Azure Mandate sect from a position of prominence to a position of absolute dominance over the cultivation world. You did this by spreading fear. You did this by corrupting the righteous council from within. You did this by ensuring that any voice that rose to question the narrative of my guilt was silenced. 3 separate attempts were made by scholars to examine the evidence of my case. All 3 investigations were shut down. The scholars involved were pressured to recant. One died under suspicious circumstances. You facilitated these silencings. You gave the orders. You managed the consequences. Zhao Mingyi's hand had begun to shake. He clasped both hands together to hide the tremor, but it was visible nonetheless. You rewrote the history of the Radiant Peak sect, Yin Su said. Where once it was remembered as a sect destroyed by tragedy and external enemies, you transformed it into a sect destroyed because it harbored a thief and a traitor. You did this by controlling what was written in histories. You commissioned new histories that told the story your way. You ensured that scholars who wanted to write about the Radiant Peak sect wrote what you wanted written. You did this by ensuring that each generation of cultivators inherited a narrative in which the Radiant Peak sect was remembered as corrupt and I was remembered as a monster who destroyed it. You removed scrolls from libraries. You had books burned. You ensured that the historical record was rewritten so completely that soon there were no contradicting accounts left, no alternative narratives that might raise questions. He paused, allowing that picture of deliberate erasure to settle. This rewriting you undertook methodically, over decades, ensuring that eventually the true nature of what happened would be forgotten by everyone except those few who were willing to risk everything to preserve the truth. You ensured that even scholars who specialized in history would teach what you wanted them to teach. You ensured that young cultivators learning history would learn your version, would think of the Radiant Peak sect as a cautionary tale about corruption, would see me as a warning about what happens when ambition goes unchecked. By the time 200 years had passed, the true history was nearly completely forgotten. By the time 500 years had passed, the truth existed only in hidden archives kept by people like Elder Daoqin, archives that you did not know existed because your vanity made you believe that you had destroyed all possibility of contradiction. He paused. His voice did not change in tone or intensity, but the weight of what was being said seemed to accumulate in the air like pressure. In total, Zhao Mingyi, your crimes are as follows: the premeditated massacre of 517 individuals, the theft of a sacred scripture, the orchestration of false testimony before the righteous council, the imprisonment of an innocent man, the systematic destruction of evidence that might have exonerated him, the silencing of 3 independent investigations into the truth, the death, whether directly or through orchestration, of at least 1 scholar, the corruption of the righteous council from within, turning an institution that was supposed to provide justice into an institution that provided cover for your crimes, the rewriting of historical records across multiple monasteries and libraries throughout the cultivation world, the propagation of a false narrative across 5 centuries, ensuring that each generation inherited lies as though they were truth, the consolidation of power through fear and manipulation, ruling the cultivation world not through wisdom or cultivation achievement, but through intimidation and the threat of consequences, the suppression of any voice that rose to question your narrative, including the voices of survivors, the voices of those who had lost family members, the voices of anyone who might threaten the comfortable lie you had constructed. These are the crimes you committed. These are the actions you undertook. This is what you are. He paused, allowing the weight of the complete enumeration to settle into the consciousness of every cultivator in the hall. And beyond these explicit crimes, there are the crimes of omission. The years you spent not speaking truth when you could have. The 500 years during which you could have confessed and chosen mercy for yourself and justice for the victims of the massacre. But you did not. You committed those centuries of silence, that vast expansion of lie into every corner of the cultivation world. That, too, is part of what you are. Yinsu stopped. He had finished the catalog. In the silence that followed, there was only the sound of Zhao Mingyi's breathing. Rapid, panicked, the sound of a man whose internal architecture was beginning to crack under the weight of having all of his actions cataloged and spoken aloud without the possibility of denial or deflection. Do you deny any of these charges? Yinsu asked. Zhao Mingyi opened his mouth. He closed it. He opened it again. No words came. He simply sat in his chair, his hands trembling, and said nothing. His silence was itself a confession. Chapter 123. The victims named Yinsu waited for several heartbeats. When Zhao Mingyi did not speak, he continued. His voice remained steady, but there was something new in it now, not emotion, but the weight of responsibility, the burden of being the voice for those who no longer had voices. 517 disciples died in the massacre of the Radiant Peak sect, Yinsu said. Each of them had a name. Each of them was a person. Each of them was someone's sibling or partner or child or friend. The cultivation world has forgotten these names. The histories do not record them. They have been erased from memory, folded into the narrative of tragedy, and replaced with the lie of my guilt. But I will speak their names now. I will speak them in this hall, in the presence of witnesses, so that they are remembered, so that they cannot be forgotten again. He began to speak the names, slowly, deliberately, allowing each name to exist in the air for a moment before moving to the next. The names poured out in a steady stream. Lu Wei, Chen Fong, Tao Yu, Song Xiao, Wang Ming, Zhou Lan, Warue, Li Jing, Huang Bao, He Shun, Feng Chao, Zhu Qing, Su Mei, Jiang Long, Peng Zhua, Chao Bing, Du Shuai, Lin Chong, Meng Hua, Ren Jiao, and more. 20 names became 30. 30 became 50. He spoke the names of the outer disciples who had been training when the massacre began. He spoke the names of the inner disciples who had been in the meditation halls. He spoke the names of the elders who had been teaching the younger cultivators. He spoke the names of the children who had been born into the sect and had never left it alive. The names continued. Jiyan, Kuhong, Leishan, Mo Bai, Nua Shang, Olu, Ping Rong, Qi Yuan, Satong, Tian Xiang, Ushing, Ing Chun, Zheng Kong, and Jia, Ba Shuai, Song Yi, Ding Zhan, Er Long, Fa Wu, Gong Yu, and others still. He could hear movement in the hall, disciples and cultivators who had gathered in the corridors outside, drawn by the sound of his voice speaking these names. Some of them were Azure Mandate sect members who had never heard these names before, who had never been told about the individuals who had died in the massacre, whose understanding of history had been constructed entirely from Zhao Mingyi's narrative. The names continued to flow. Hui Mo, Jiang Peng, Kai Tao, Li Jia, Min Zhao, Ning Sha, Ofeng, Pang Shun, Qi Rue, Ren Zhou, Song Su, Tang Qing, Yuan Jing, Ven Liang, Wu Cheng, Xiao Du, Yin Si, Zhao Bing, Ai Tian, Bao Ju, and more. Yinsu's voice did not waver. He had memorized these names 500 years ago, in the darkness of the Scarlet Prison, repeating them to himself so that they would not be forgotten. He had carried them in his mind and his heart, these 517 people, these 517 lives that had been erased by the man sitting before him. The names continued. Chen Yu, Deng Xiao, Er Luo, Feng Hai, Gong Jun, Hong Bo, Jiang Li, Kuliang, Li Sheng, Ming Xian, Noa Ding, O Jing, Peng Shuai, Qi Jian, Ran Peng, Song Zhen, Tai Ling, Yuan Su, Ven Zhou, Wu Jie, and others. He continued speaking. The names took on a rhythm, a cadence, the sound of lives being acknowledged and honored in the only way they could be honored now, by being spoken aloud, by being given back a kind of existence in the memory of the world. Some of the cultivators in the corridors were weeping. Some of the younger ones did not understand who these people were, had never been taught that the Radiant Peak sect had been a real sect with real people in it, until this moment. This moment when the names were being spoken and the erasure was being reversed. More names came. Xiao Pan, Yun Wei, Zhang Fong, Ai Rong, Batian, Xing Shuai, Ding Ping, Er Jing, Fa Shun, Gong Zhan, Hong Lu, Jiang Xian, Kuyu, Li Bao, Ming Shang, Noa Zhou, O Li, Peng Jing, Qi Shua, Ran Jing, and more. By the time he was halfway through the names, Zhao Mingyi had put his hands over his face. Not weeping. Not yet, but something was happening behind the barrier of his hands. His shoulders were rigid. His breathing was audible and uncontrolled. Yinsu did not relent. He continued speaking the names, methodically working through the complete roster of those who had died. He spoke the names of cultivators who had been in relationships, whose partners had never stopped grieving. He spoke the names of disciples who had been apprentices, whose masters had never fully recovered from the sense of failure. He spoke the names of young cultivators full of promise, of older cultivators with decades of experience, of everyone in between who had been erased by a single decision made 500 years ago. And when he finished, when the last name had been spoken aloud and the weight of all 517 had accumulated in the air like a force that could not be lifted or escaped, he stood in silence and let the weight settle. The silence was profound. It was the silence of a hall that had heard itself named in a way it had never been named before. It was the silence of cultivators beginning to understand that their understanding of history was constructed entirely from lies. It was the silence of people beginning to process the reality that the world they had built their lives upon was not as solid as they had believed. When Yen Su finally resumed speaking, his voice carried a gravity that seemed to make the very air heavier. These people existed, Yen Su said. They were not statistics. They were not abstractions that could be dismissed as necessary casualties in the pursuit of power. They were human beings with hopes and fears and dreams and loves. They were cultivators in training, disciples who had chosen to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of cultivation truth. They were teachers, elders who had spent decades perfecting techniques and sharing knowledge. They were children who had been born into the sect, whose entire lives were the sect, and who died never knowing that they had been killed by lies. He paused, allowing that image to settle, the image of children, young disciples, people with their whole lives ahead of them, all ended in a single moment of calculated violence. They are dead because you wanted a scripture and the power that came with it. They are dead because you were willing to commit massacre to achieve your ambitions. They are dead because you wanted to consolidate power and you understood that the Radiant Peak sect stood in your way. Each of them, every single one of these 517 people, died because of your choice, because of your greed, because of your willingness to commit atrocity. He moved closer to Zhao Mingyi, his voice becoming even quieter, more terrible in its controlled precision. I am going to force you to understand what you did to them. I am going to make you see, from inside their own experience, what your actions cost. I am going to make you feel, even if only briefly, a fraction of what they felt in their final moments. But first, you are going to understand that they were real, that they mattered, that they are not forgotten, and that they can never be forgotten while I live to speak their names. Chapter 124. The evidence presented. Yen Su gestured, and the air rippled. It was a simple motion, the kind of thing that required no great expenditure of power, merely the right intention and understanding of how to move the fabric between worlds. From the space beyond, records began to materialize on the platform. Documents, scrolls, letters, tablets inscribed with symbols. 500 years of evidence, preserved by Elder Dao Qin and kept safe until this moment. Yen Su selected one scroll and unrolled it. The handwriting was unmistakable, Zhao Mingyi's own hand, written 500 years ago when his caution had been less absolute, when he had believed that no one would ever be able to contradict the narrative he had constructed. This is a letter you wrote to the Azure Mandate disciples you had embedded in the Radiant Peak sect, Yen Su said. Written 5 days before the massacre. You describe the exact manner in which the attack should proceed. You specify that the outer walls should be breached first to isolate the sect from outside assistance. You specify that the meditation halls should be targeted early, before the more powerful disciples could coordinate their defenses. You specify that I should be left alive until the massacre was complete, so that I could see what had been done to my sectmates before being captured. Every instruction is here, in your own hand. He set the scroll down and selected another. This is a record of payment. The Azure Mandate sect transferred resources to 17 of the disciples who would later provide false testimony against me. The amounts suggest these were not small payments. These were prices paid for their silence and their cooperation. The dates suggest this money was transferred several months before the massacre, another indication that this was planned in advance, not a spontaneous act. Another scroll. This is a draft of one of the false testimony statements. The handwriting is not yours, but in the margins there are corrections and annotations in your hand. You edited the lies before they were presented to the righteous council. You crafted them. You shaped them. You made them perfect enough to convince the council of my guilt. Zhao Mingyi had lowered his hands from his face. His eyes were open, and he was staring at the evidence being laid out before him. With each document, his expression seemed to disintegrate further. The narrative that he had constructed, the narrative that had sustained him for 500 years, that had allowed him to see himself as justified, as necessary, as a man doing what was required by the world, was being dismantled piece by piece. This is a letter you sent to the leader of the righteous council. Yin Su continued, selecting another document. Written 1 week after my imprisonment. In it, you recommend that a particular scholar, one who had expressed interest in re-examining the evidence of my case, be pressured into a position of dependence on the Azure Mandate sect. The letter says, it would be unfortunate if a scholar of his prominence were to discover that he had made such a grave error. Such a discovery might crush him. The threat is barely concealed. It is accompanied by detailed information about the scholar's family, his financial situation, his vulnerabilities. You identified his weaknesses and you exploited them. He produced another document, this one more worn than the others, as though it had been handled many times. This is a private journal entry. In it, you document your own thoughts about the people you had eliminated or threatened to ensure their silence. You write about feeling satisfaction at their fear. You write about recognizing that fear is the most efficient tool for ensuring compliance. You note with apparent approval how the younger cultivators have already begun to forget the truth about the Radiant Peak sect, how the narrative you have constructed is becoming easier to maintain with each passing year as original witnesses die and are replaced by people who know only the official version. He gestured to stacks of additional documents. And these are payment records, travel logs, correspondence with various agents you had placed throughout the cultivation world, records of which scholars were pressured and how, documentation of which archives you had altered, lists of which histories had been rewritten. Every crime you committed is documented here, not by your enemies or by those who wished you harm. Documented by you, preserved in your own records, kept in the Azure Mandate sect's archives under such careful security that I suspect you believed no one would ever find them. But Elder Dao Qin, a disciple of the Radiant Peak sect who survived the massacre by accident, who hid herself for 500 years, found them. She photographed them. She preserved them. She preserved them with such careful attention to detail that every document has been authenticated and verified. She waited 500 years for this moment, when your guilt could be proven conclusively. Yin Su stepped closer to Zhao Mingyi. Their faces were now only a few feet apart. Up close, Yin Su could see the collapse happening, not physical collapse, but something deeper. The careful architecture of justifications that Zhao Mingyi had constructed over 5 centuries was crumbling. You cannot deny this evidence. You cannot claim you were framed or misunderstood or taken out of context. These are your documents. These are your records. This is your crime, documented by your own hand and preserved by those whose faith in justice outlasted 500 years. This is the accounting made visible. This is the truth that you have spent 500 years trying to bury. Zhao Mingyi's voice, when he finally spoke, was barely above a whisper. What are you going to do? He asked. Yin Su met his gaze directly. I'm going to make you see what you did. Chapter 125. The Forced Comprehension. Yin Su placed his hands on either side of Zhao Mingyi's head. There was no violence in the gesture, no assault. It was, instead, a profound violation of a different sort, a touching of mind to mind, of consciousness to consciousness, but not in the way that cultivators typically achieved such communion. This was not a meeting of equals. This was an imposition. He opened pathways in Zhao Mingyi's consciousness and allowed something else to enter. Not Yin Su's memories. Not Yin Su's perspective. Instead, he threaded into Zhao Mingyi's awareness the experiences of those who had died, the 517 disciples whose names had been spoken aloud, whose lives had been erased, whose deaths had been justified under a false narrative. The sensation began with Lu Wei, the first of the outer disciples. Yin Su pulled a memory from the records that Elder Dao Qin had preserved, a memory that existed in the forms of energy that had been bound into those records, patterns of existence that had been imprinted into the fabric of the sect itself. He pulled it into Zhao Mingyi's consciousness whole. Zhao Mingyi experienced what Lu Wei had experienced in the moment of the massacre. The sudden awareness of enemies within the walls. The shock of betrayal. The understanding, in the instant before death, that the sect had been compromised, that the end had come too quickly, too completely, for any defense to be mounted. And underneath the shock, the pain. The absolute, physical agony of violence ending a life that had only just begun to achieve its full potential in cultivation. Then it ended, and the next memory began. Chen Fong, an inner disciple who had been teaching the younger cultivators. The moment of realization that the massacre had reached the meditation halls. The desperate attempt to protect children. The failure. The violence. The understanding, in the moment before death, of complete and absolute defeat. Then came Tao Yu, Song Xiao, Wang Ming. Zhao Mingyi screamed. It was not a sound of physical pain. It was something deeper. The scream of a man who was being forced to experience, viscerally and completely, the consequences of his actions. For 500 years he had known, intellectually, that he had killed people. But knowing was not the same as experiencing. Knowing was not the same as feeling. From inside another person's perspective, the absolute desolation of a life ended before its time. Yen Su did not relent. He continued pulling memories. Each one was unique. Each one was a different death, a different moment of realization, a different terror and pain and loss. A young disciple thinking of his family and realizing he would never see them again. An elder who had spent 40 years perfecting a cultivation technique. All of that work ending in an instant. A pair of disciples who were lovers, separated by violence and unable to reach each other in their final moments. A teacher dying while attempting to protect students. A child who did not even understand what was happening. The deaths began to blur together, and that blurring was itself a kind of violation. The recognition that individual deaths, in their multiplicity, became almost abstract. That was another piece of what Yen Su was forcing him to understand. The way that the act of massacre rendered its victims interchangeable, dehumanized them, made them all into one continuous stream of endings rather than 517 separate people with separate loves and separate hopes and separate deaths that mattered uniquely. Yen Su forced him to experience not only the deaths themselves, but the ripples that came after. He forced him to feel the grief of the families who never found out what really happened to their lost loved ones. He forced him to experience the guilt of survivors, the few who had escaped and had spent centuries carrying the weight of having survived when others had not. He forced him to experience the way that the lie about what had happened corrupted even grief, turned it into shame for being connected to a sect that was supposed to have been corrupt. No, Zhao Mingyi gasped. Stop. Please. Stop. Yen Su did not stop. He continued pulling memories until he had gone through 100, 200, and then he began to do something else. He began pulling not just memories of death, but memories of life. What Lu Wei had loved. What Chen Feng had dreamed of becoming. What Tao Yu had hoped to achieve in cultivation. The memories of futures that would never come to pass. The memories of potential that had been erased. The memories of people who had been in the process of becoming something, and who had been stopped mid-transformation. This, somehow, was worse than the deaths. The deaths had a kind of finality, but the memories of unlived futures, those were infinite in their scope. Every death was not just a single moment of ending, but the ending of countless possible moments that would never come to pass. Zhao Mingyi was no longer screaming. He was making sounds that were not quite words, not quite sobs. His body had begun to convulse. Sweat poured from his face. His eyes were wide and unseeing, focused entirely on the internal landscape of horror that Yen Su was forcing him to perceive. After what might have been hours or might have been only minutes, time had ceased to have meaning. Yen Su released him. Zhao Mingyi collapsed backward in his chair, unconscious not from any damage to his body, but from the sheer weight of what his consciousness had been forced to experience. His breathing was shallow. His body was racked with tremors. Yen Su stepped back. His own power was depleted by a small measure. The act of forcing Zhao Mingyi to experience the memories of 517 deaths had required a significant expenditure of energy. But it had been necessary. It had been precisely what needed to happen. He waited. The witnesses gathered in the corridors outside the hall were silent. Some of them had partially glimpsed what had happened, enough to understand that Zhao Mingyi had been forced into a direct confrontation with the reality of his crimes. They understood that this was not torture in any traditional sense. This was simply a forced acknowledgement of truth. Slowly, Zhao Mingyi regained consciousness. His eyes opened. They were not the eyes of the same man. Something fundamental had shifted. The careful composure, the controlled expressions, the architectural narrative of justification, all of it had been swept away by the tide of 517 memories of dying. Yen Su watched him become aware of this change in himself, watched him understand, in the slow and horrible way that consciousness reasserts itself, what he had experienced. Watched as the full weight of what he was, a man who had murdered 517 people, not in the abstract but in the specific, in the individual, in the particular, settled onto his shoulders. Do you understand what you did? Yen Su asked quietly. Zhao Mingyi did not answer. He simply began to weep. Chapter 126. The breaking Zhao Mingyi's weeping was not the controlled release of emotion that cultivators sometimes allowed themselves, the kind of carefully managed display of feeling that could be switched on and off at will. It was a complete and total breakdown of all the structures he had built to sustain himself across 500 years. 500 years of carefully constructed narrative crumbled. 500 years of rational justification evaporated. 500 years of telling himself that he had done what was necessary, what was required by circumstance, what was right given his position of power. All of it collapsed into the face of what he had been forced to experience, the direct confrontation with the reality of his crimes as they had been experienced by his victims. He wept and did not stop weeping. His body shook with sobs that seemed to come from some deep internal place, some core of himself that he had believed he had subdued and controlled long ago, a core of humanity that he had been training himself to suppress ever since he had made the choice to commit massacre. His hands gripped the armrests of his chair so tightly that the wood began to crack and splinter beneath his fingers. When he realized what he was doing, when he became aware that his grip was destroying the chair beneath him, he began to laugh, a sound that had nothing to do with humor and everything to do with the fracturing of something essential, the recognition that all of his attempts at control, all of his discipline, all of his careful management of his own psychology, had been shattered in a single moment by being forced to experience the truth of what he had done. "I can't," he gasped. "I can't. I can't." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't seem to know what he couldn't do. He couldn't undo the deaths. He couldn't deny what he had done. He couldn't escape from the reality of his own nature. Yansu did not speak. He simply stood and watched as Zhao Mingyi confronted, for the first time in 500 years, the actual consequences of his actions. Not in the abstract, not in some far-off theoretical way, but in the specific, inarguable, unavoidable reality of 517 people whose lives he had ended. The cultivators gathered in the corridors outside were silent. Some of them had known Zhao Mingyi for centuries. Some of them had built their entire lives on the foundation of the Azure Mandate sect, accepting its dominance and its narrative as simply the way the world was. They were watching that world crack open. They were watching their sect master, the figure they had believed was powerful and wise and righteous, break apart like a structure that had been built on sand. Zhao Mingyi's weeping slowly transformed into something else, a kind of keening sound, a wail that contained within it the absence of words. He had moved beyond language, beyond rational thought. He was experiencing something that transcended articulation, the direct confrontation with what he was without any filter or justification or narrative to soften the blow. When words finally began to come again, they came slowly and with immense difficulty. "I did it," he said. His voice was barely recognizable as the voice of the man who had ruled the cultivation world for 500 years. "I did it. I knew. I knew what I was doing. I knew the cost. And I did it anyway. I did it because I wanted the scripture, and I wanted the power, and I wanted to consolidate my control, and I was willing to kill 517 people to achieve that. I was willing to destroy a sect. I was willing to frame an innocent man. I was willing to spread lies for 500 years. I was willing to watch the cultivation world accept my narrative as truth." He looked up at Yin Su, and his eyes were empty of everything except the direct confrontation with his own nature. "I am a murderer," he said. "I am a liar. I am a traitor. I am everything I constructed the narrative to say that you were. And I did it all deliberately. There is no excuse. There is no justification. I did it because I could, because I had the power and the will to do it, and there was no force strong enough to stop me. Until you." Yin Su simply nodded. He had not expected denial at this point. Denial would have come earlier, before the full weight of the evidence and the memories had been presented. But now, in the aftermath of being forced to experience what he had done, denial was impossible. The architecture of self-justification had crumbled too completely. There was nothing left but the raw and honest confrontation with what he was. I cannot undo it," Zhao Mingyi said. "I cannot bring them back. I cannot restore them to life. I cannot give them their futures back." "No," Yin Su agreed. "You cannot. Then what happens now?" Zhao Mingyi asked. The question seemed to come from some childlike place in him, some part of himself that had been broken down so completely that it was almost innocent. "What happens when I confess? When I acknowledge everything?" Yin Su did not answer immediately. He allowed the silence to stretch. Because the answer was simple and inevitable and terrible, nothing happened. The confession would not restore the dead. The acknowledgement would not undo the crimes. The breaking would not reverse the massacre. All that would happen is that the truth would be known. And the truth, once known, could not be unknown. For 500 years, Zhao Mingyi had built his power on the foundation of silence, on the suppression of alternative narratives, on the careful destruction of evidence that might contradict his account, on the systematic elimination of anyone who might raise questions about the official record. He had invested centuries of effort in making sure that the truth could never be spoken, could never be verified, could never be used to undermine the power structure he had constructed. All of that was about to come to an end. The confession that would happen in the next days would not be made under duress, not in the way that torture creates false confessions. It would be a truthful acknowledgement, made by a man who had been forced to actually experience the consequences of his actions, to feel from within the horror of what he had done. There would be no possibility of later claiming that he had been mistaken or coerced or had misunderstood the questions. The confession would be pure and clear and impossible to deny. You confess, Yen-Su said finally. You acknowledge everything you did. You state it clearly and completely so that there can be no possibility of future denial or revision. You speak it in the presence of witnesses. And then the accounting concludes. And then you cease to exist. Zhao Mingyi did not flinch. He simply nodded, as though he had known all along that this was coming, and had only been delaying the moment of acceptance. In a way, perhaps he had. Perhaps, somewhere in the depths of his consciousness, he had always known that his actions had a price, and that eventually the price would come due. Perhaps he had felt it in the darkness of his dreams, in those moments just before waking when the careful structures of justification were not yet fully in place and the weight of what he had done pressed down with full clarity. I accept, he said. His voice had changed again. There was no weakness in it now, no trembling. But there was a kind of emptiness, the voice of a man who had finished with denial and was now simply enduring what had to be endured. I have lived for 500 years in the aftermath of my choices. I have maintained the lie because maintaining it was all that gave my life structure. But I understand now that structure was always built on nothing, on the absence of truth, on the suppression of memory. Once those things are acknowledged, once the lie is spoken aloud and revealed as a lie, there is nothing left for me. Chapter 127. The Confession. Yen-Su's word traveled through the halls of the Azure Mandate sect. Disciples and cultivators gathered in greater numbers. The news spread rapidly. Zhao Mingyi was confessing. The sect master was going to acknowledge his crimes. The narrative that had sustained the cultivation world for 500 years was about to be reversed in its entirety. By the time Zhao Mingyi began to speak, there were nearly 1,000 cultivators gathered in and around the main hall. They came from the Azure Mandate sect itself. They came from the smaller sects that had been bound to the Azure Mandate through fear and political manipulation. They came from the Righteous Council, from the other major sects, from schools and academies throughout the cultivation world. The news had moved quickly, faster than physical travel would allow, spreading through the networks of power and communication that tied the cultivation world together. Zhao Mingyi stood. His legs barely supported him, but he stood. He had moved beyond the state of being broken down and was in some new state, a state of exhausted acceptance. He spoke without notes, without preparation beyond what had already been forced upon him. Every word came from a place of complete and total honesty. 503 years ago, I orchestrated the massacre of the Radiant Peaks sect, he said, his voice steady despite its quietness. I did this with premeditation and calculation. I chose the disciples who would perform the violence. I provided them with the tools and the knowledge they needed. I told them to kill every disciple without exception. This was not an act of spontaneous rage. This was deliberate murder. The cultivators gathered in the hall listened without interruption. Some of them knew, or thought they knew, fragments of this truth. But hearing it stated so directly and completely was different from knowing in the abstract. I murdered 517 people, Zhao Mingyi continued. Each of them had a name. Each of them was a real person with real hopes and dreams. I murdered them because I wanted to steal the radiant canon scripture that they guarded. I murdered them because I wanted to consolidate power, and the Radiant Peak sect stood in the way of that consolidation. This is the entire reason. There is no other justification. There is no deeper truth that makes this acceptable. He paused, and in the pause, there was the sound of breathing, the sound of 1,000 cultivators listening with absolute attention. After I committed the massacre, I committed fraud. I falsified evidence. I had 17 disciples testify that Yen-Su, who was innocent, had orchestrated both the theft and the massacre. These disciples were agents of the Azure Mandate sect. They were liars. They testified at my direction. I wrote their statements. I corrected them. I ensured that they were convincing enough to deceive the Righteous Council. I then spent 500 years propagating a false narrative throughout the cultivation world. I ensured that any attempt to re-examine the evidence of Yen-Su's case was suppressed. I had scholars pressured into silence. I had historical records altered. I had my crimes documented in secret archives, which I believed were secure. I assumed that no one would ever find them. I assumed that I was safe. I assumed that I had successfully buried the truth forever. Zhao Mingyi's voice became even quieter. I was wrong. The truth survived. It was preserved by someone who understood that justice requires the continuation of evidence, the preservation of memory, the willingness to wait 500 years for the moment when truth could finally emerge. My assumption of safety was an illusion. The crimes I committed 500 years ago were never truly hidden. They were simply waiting. I accept the consequences of my actions. I understand that what I have done cannot be undone. The 517 people I murdered will remain dead. The Radiant Peak sect will not be restored to its previous state. The cultivation world that was built on the foundation of my lies cannot be simply reconstructed. All of these consequences flow from my deliberate choices. I accept them. I confess these crimes not because I expect mercy or forgiveness. I confess them because the truth is the only thing left, and because the truth requires that I acknowledge what I am. I am a murderer. I am a thief. I am a liar. I am a man who orchestrated the destruction of an entire sect to achieve my personal ambitions. This is what I am. This is what I have been for 500 years. And this is what I will remain, at least until the moment of my death. He fell silent. He had said everything. He had acknowledged all of it. There was nothing left to add, nothing left to explain, nothing left to justify. The silence that followed was absolute. In that silence, the entire cultivation world seemed to hold its breath. The narrative that had sustained civilization for 500 years, the narrative in which Yin Su was a traitor and the Azure Mandate sect was righteous and the Righteous Council was just, had been completely and irrevocably destroyed. In its place was a void. The void of truth, empty of comfort and justification. Chapter 128. The witnesses. By the time Zhao Mingyi finished speaking, the number of witnesses had grown even further. Cultivators had brought other cultivators. News had continued to spread. The sect masters of the three primary competing sects, the Jade Mountain sect, the Endless River sect, and the Stoneheart sect, had arrived personally to witness the confession. Members of the Righteous Council stood in the corridors, their faces revealing various combinations of shock and shame and something that might have been relief. There was a strange catharsis in having a lie that had been accepted for 500 years finally exposed, even if that exposure came with terrible consequences. Yin Su waited as the various factions and groups processed what they had heard. He was standing in the center of the main hall, his presence contained and still, his power held in complete abeyance. He was not threatening anyone. He was not exercising dominance. He was simply present, bearing witness along with everyone else to the truth that was emerging. One of the Righteous Council members, an elder named Li Sha who had served for over 3 centuries, stepped forward. Her face was pale. When she spoke, her voice shook slightly. I testified against Yin Su, she said. I was present at his trial. I heard the evidence presented. I believed the testimony. I voted to imprison him in the Scarlet Prison. If what Zhao Mingyi says is true, it is true, Yin Su said quietly. Then I participated in an injustice. I condemned an innocent man based on false testimony. I did not know that the testimony was false, but that does not change the fact. I was part of the machinery that destroyed him. She looked at Zhao Mingyi, at the man who had led her into this error of judgment. Her expression revealed the weight of understanding that was settling onto her shoulders. Not blame or anger, but the recognition that her own judgment had been found wanting, that she had been used as an instrument of injustice without knowing it. Did you lie to me deliberately? She asked. Did you plan to corrupt my judgment? Zhao Mingyi met her gaze. His eyes were empty now of everything except the honesty that had been forced into him. Yes, he said. I chose you specifically because I believed you would be easy to convince. I believed you wanted to believe in the narrative I was constructing. I studied you for years before presenting my case. I understood what you needed to hear. I understood which arguments would persuade you. I exploited that understanding. I was right. The council member stepped back as though she had been struck. But there was no anger in her expression, only a kind of hollow recognition. She had made a choice 500 years ago, based on false information. That choice had condemned an innocent man to 500 years of imprisonment. And now, at the end of her life, she had to confront that reality. She would carry this knowledge with her to whatever lay beyond this life. She would never again have the comfort of believing that she had done her duty faithfully, that she had examined the evidence carefully, that she had reached a just verdict. That comfort had been taken from her forever, not by some external enemy, but by the man she had voted to imprison based on lies. Other voices began to emerge from the crowd. Sect masters asking questions. Disciples who had served in the Azure Mandate sect, demanding clarification. Parents who had not known what had happened to their children 500 years ago, now finally hearing the truth. The truth did not bring comfort. The truth did not bring closure. But it brought honesty, and for some of them, that was enough. A young woman stepped forward from the crowd. She was holding a tablet inscribed with names. Yin Su recognized it immediately. It was one of the genealogical records that had been preserved within the Radiant Peak sect's underground archives. My ancestor was Su Qing, the woman said. She was a junior disciple of the Radiant Peak sect. She died in the massacre 500 years ago. I am the 8th great-granddaughter of her sibling who fled the sect. Our family has lived in obscurity for 500 years because we were known to be connected to the Radiant Peak sect, which was supposed to have been destroyed because of corruption and crime. We were marked by association. She looked directly at Zhao Mingyi. Now I learned that the sect was destroyed not because it was corrupt, but because it was innocent. My ancestor died because you wanted a scripture, and my family lived in shame because you wanted to hide that fact. Zhao Mingyi had no response. There was nothing he could say that would repair this. The generations of obscurity that had followed from his crimes would not be erased by his confession. The lives that had been limited and constrained because of his lies would not be restored. The confession could only acknowledge the truth. It could not undo its consequences. More voices emerged. More people came forward with their own connection to the massacre, their own family's burden that they had carried for 500 years without knowing its source. One man described how his family had changed their name to hide their connection to a Radiant Peak sect disciple ancestor. Another described being excluded from certain circles of cultivation because of association with a sect that was supposedly corrupt. An elderly woman brought forth documentation showing how her lineage had been barred from advancement because of the false narrative about the Radiant Peak sect. The truth that had been hidden for so long was now pouring out like water breaking through a dam. There was no stopping it. There was no controlling it. There was only the acknowledgement of what had been done and the acceptance that this knowledge would reshape the cultivation world in ways both visible and invisible. The reputations that needed to be restored. The shame that needed to be lifted. The false narratives that needed to be corrected. The centuries of limbo in which people had existed, knowing something was wrong but not knowing what. Carrying shame for crimes they had not committed. Sect leaders who had benefited from the Azure Mandate sect's dominance stood in the hall and heard the full scope of what had been done. They understood that the order they had grown comfortable with, the system that had granted them certain advantages through their relationship with Zhao Mingyi, was crumbling. But they also understood that there was no way to preserve the old order, that resistance would be not just futile but actively harmful to their own credibility and power in the new world that was emerging. Some cultivators in the hall began to take notes. They were historians, scholars, people whose job was to record important events. They understood that this moment, this revelation of truth after 500 years, would be studied for centuries to come. They were beginning to document the confessions, the evidence, the names that had been spoken aloud, understanding that their documentation would be crucial to ensuring that this truth was not erased again in future generations. Yen Su stood in the center of it all and said nothing. He had done what he came to do. He had made Zhao Mingyi confess. He had presented the evidence. He had forced the confrontation with truth. Now the cultivation world had to live with that truth and rebuild itself according to a different understanding of what was real. The work of integrating this truth into the collective consciousness of the cultivation world was not his work. It belonged to the people who had gathered here, the people whose lives had been shaped by the lies and who would now have to reshape themselves according to the truth. Chapter 129. The justification. When the noise had died down somewhat, when the initial chaos of the revelation had begun to crystallize into something more ordered, Yen Su stepped forward again. His movement silenced the gathered cultivators. They understood, even without being told, that he had something to say and that it mattered. I have come here to complete an accounting, Yen Su said. His voice was quiet, but it carried to every corner of the hall. A man was murdered 500 years ago. His name was Yen Su. He was innocent of all crimes. He was framed. He was imprisoned. He was erased from history. For 500 years, his absence from the cultivation world went unquestioned because his sect master had constructed a narrative that explained his absence. The narrative was a lie, but it was a convincing lie. It served the purposes of those in power. He paused, allowing his words to settle. I am that man. I have spent 500 years in the Scarlet Prison. I have spent 500 years understanding, with absolute clarity, what was done to me. I have spent 500 years alive, while 517 other people remained dead. That imbalance has always existed. Until now. The man who imprisoned me, Yen Su continued, has admitted his crimes. He has acknowledged his guilt. He has forced himself to confront the reality of what he has done. But acknowledgement is not undoing. Guilt is not restitution. He has destroyed my sect. He has murdered 517 people. He has spent 500 years consolidating power that was built on those murders. That power must be stripped away. That control must end. That 500-year reign of consolidation must terminate. He looked directly at Zhao Mingyi. You will die now, not in torture, not in suffering, not in some prolonged agony, but simply and cleanly. Your death is not revenge. Revenge is what you deserve, and what you receive is far less than you deserve. Your death is consequence. Your death is the price of your actions. Your death is the only thing that will restore balance to what you have disrupted. The 517 people you murdered are gone forever. At least I can ensure that you do not continue forward. At least I can ensure that the man who orchestrated their deaths ceases to exist. His voice became even quieter. I do not do this with anger. I do not do this with rage. I do this with the clarity of someone who has understood, over 500 years, that some debts can only be paid with death. Some harms can only be addressed through finality. Some crimes are so fundamental that they cannot be repaired or offset or compensated. They can only be acknowledged and then concluded. He spoke with the precision of someone who had spent 500 years contemplating this exact moment, who had gone over in his mind countless times the justification for what was about to happen. The 517 people you murdered cannot be brought back. No restitution can compensate for their deaths. No apology can restore what you took from them. No restructuring of the cultivation world's power systems can undo the fact that they are dead and gone while you have lived for 500 years consolidating power and enjoying the benefits of your crimes. The only balance that can be struck is the balance of your own death against their deaths. The only way to begin to address this imbalance is to remove you from the world, to end the one life that orchestrated the ending of 517 others. You will be executed. Your body will be left in this hall. You will be left where the people you murdered cannot see you, because most of the dead are long past the point of seeing anything, long past the point of witnessing anything, long past the point of knowing that their death has been avenged. But your body will be here, a physical proof that the man who destroyed them is himself destroyed. Your sect disciples will have to confront the body of their master. The cultivators of the world will have to acknowledge that consequence exists, that impunity ends, that the price of atrocity is paid in the end. He gestured to the assembled witnesses. All of you are seeing this. All of you are understanding now that power itself does not exempt a person from consequence. A person may be the most powerful cultivator alive. A person may rule the entire world. A person may construct a narrative so comprehensive that no one remembers the truth. And still, eventually, that person will face the accounting for what they have done. This is the lesson that must be learned, that must be understood, that must be remembered across all the generations that come after this moment. Yen Su stepped closer to Zhao Mingyi again. Do you have anything to say? Zhao Mingyi looked up. His eyes were still empty of everything except honesty. He shook his head. No, he said. I accept this. I have known from the moment you arrived that this was coming. I have spent 500 years escaping the consequences of my actions. Now the consequences have arrived. I accept them. Then it is complete, Yen Su said. Chapter 130. The execution. Yen Su raised his hand. The gesture was simple and contained no elaborate ceremony. The power that moved through him was precise and controlled. Zhao Mingyi felt it, a rushing sense of absolute termination, as though every cell in his body was being given permission to cease, all at once, in perfect synchronization. He did not scream. He did not struggle. He simply was there one moment, and then he was not. His body remained in the chair, sitting exactly as it had been sitting, but the consciousness that had animated it, the will that had made decisions, the mind that had constructed lies, all of that was gone. Simple, clean, final. The silence that followed was absolute. The 1,000 cultivators gathered in and around the hall made no sound. They were witnessing something that they had not expected to witness. The execution of the man who had ruled the cultivation world for 500 years, carried out by the man he had imprisoned with an instrument of power that none of them could fully understand. The moment stretched. It felt as though time itself was holding its breath, waiting to understand what had just happened and what it meant for the future of the cultivation world. A man who had been all-powerful, whose word had been law across the entire cultivation world, who had shaped the destinies of hundreds of thousands of cultivators. That man was now simply absent. The body remained in the chair, but the consciousness, the will, the mind that had made all the decisions, all of that was gone. Some of the cultivators in the hall began to weep. Some of them were Azure Mandate disciples who had served Zhao Mingyi faithfully, who were only now beginning to understand that they had served a tyrant built on lies. Some of them were from other sects, and their tears were tears of something like relief. Relief that the pressure that had been exerted on them for 500 years was finally lifted, that they would no longer have to orient their entire lives around the will of a single man. Others simply stared at the body, their expressions unreadable, their minds processing what they had just witnessed. This was not some distant event that they would hear about secondhand. This was something they had witnessed with their own eyes. Zhao Mingyi was dead. The Azure Mandate sect's reign was finished. The world was different now, fundamentally altered by a single moment of power displayed with surgical precision. Yen Su looked at the body in the chair. He did not look away. He simply watched for a long moment, as though confirming that what had happened was real, that the 500 years of waiting had come to this single instant, that the dead had finally been extracted. Then he turned to face the gathered witnesses. "It is done," he said. "Zhao Mingyi has been executed. The debt is paid. The accounting is complete." His voice carried with it the weight of finality, the understanding that something that had begun 500 years ago with a massacre and a framing had finally reached its conclusion. There was no triumph in his voice, no sense of victory, no satisfaction. There was only the completion of something that had needed to be done, the fulfillment of a promise made to those who had died in the massacre of the Radiant Peak sect. He began to descend from the raised platform. The cultivators in the hall moved aside to allow him passage. Some of them were weeping. Some of them were simply staring at the body of their former sect master, trying to process the reality of what they had witnessed. As Yen Su moved through the hall, one of the younger disciples, a girl no more than 20, who had been born decades after the massacre and would have known nothing of the truth, reached out and touched his sleeve. "Is it true?" she asked. "Did my sect master really do all of those things?" Yen Su stopped and looked at her. There was no hostility in her expression, only a kind of grief and confusion. She had spent her entire life believing in something that had been revealed as a lie. "Yes," Yen Su said. "It is true. All of it. Your sect master was a murderer and a liar. The sect you belong to was built on the foundation of genocide. What you believe to be true is false. I understand that is difficult to accept." The girl nodded slowly. She seemed to be processing something, sorting through the implications of what she had just learned. "What happens now?" she asked. "What happens to us? To the Azure Mandate sect?" "That is for you to decide," Yen Su said. "The sect as it was, built on Zhao Mingyi's lies and crimes, cannot continue. But the people who were in the sect, you and others like you, have a choice about what to do next. You can seek to rebuild something new. You can join other sections. You can find your own path. But the old path, the path that was built on genocide and lies, is finished." The girl released his sleeve and stepped back. Yen Su continued through the hall. Chapter 131. The body left. Yen Su ordered the body of Zhao Mingyi to be left exactly where it was. Not desecrated, not destroyed. Simply left in the chair at the center of the Azure Mandate sect's main hall, visible to all who entered, a physical proof that consequence existed. Some of the disciples wanted to remove it. Some wanted to perform funeral rites. But Yen Su would not allow it. Not yet. The body would remain for 7 days and 7 nights, visible to everyone who came to the hall. Every sect master from the other sects would have to see it. Every member of the Righteous Council would have to stand before it. Every cultivator in the Azure Mandate sect would have to confront the physical reality of their former master's death. This was not cruelty. This was testimony. This was the declaration that the illusion of power that Zhao Mingyi had constructed for 500 years was no more than that. An illusion, sustained only by the willingness of others to believe it. Now, with the body displayed, with the corpse of the man who had once seemed invincible laid bare before the witnesses of the cultivation world, the illusion dissolved entirely. The fear that had sustained the Azure Mandate sect's dominance began to evaporate. The disciples who had obeyed Zhao Mingyi not because of love, but because of terror could now see that the object of their terror was merely flesh, merely matter, merely dead weight in a chair. By the 3rd day, the body had already become a pilgrimage site. Cultivators who had been victims of the Azure Mandate sect's political manipulation came to the hall to look at the corpse and confirm to themselves that the man who had destroyed their families was truly dead. Some of them wept. Some of them stood in silence for hours, as though the sight of the dead body was the only thing that could finally make real what they had been told. Some of them brought their children to look at the body, so that the next generation would know that the man who had controlled their parents' lives was finally gone, that the era of fear was truly over. The steady parade of visitors marked a transformation in the cultivation world's collective consciousness. With each person who entered the hall and saw the corpse, another doubt was erased. With each witness who departed and carried word to those who could not come, the narrative of Zhao Mingyi's invulnerability cracked further. This was intentional. Yen Su understood that death requires witnessing. Consequences require acknowledgement. The execution of a man means nothing unless it is seen, unless it is verified, unless those who feared him are given the opportunity to confirm with their own eyes that the fear was based on illusion rather than reality. Some of them spat on the body, not out of cruelty, but out of a need to physically express something that words could not contain. The rage, the grief, the relief, the lingering fear, the newfound hope, all of it poured out in gestures that acknowledged the presence of the corpse, that confirmed its reality, that allowed them to begin to process what his death meant for them. One woman came to the hall and stood before the body in complete silence for an entire day. When she finally spoke to one of the attendants, she said only, "My sister died in the massacre of the Radiant Peak sect. I have carried her memory for 500 years. I have never been allowed to speak her name publicly. Now I am allowed to speak her name. My sister's name was Dao Ning. She was an inner disciple of cultivation arts, preparing to advance to the next realm when she was killed. She would have been great. And now, finally, I can say her name without shame, without the pretense that she was part of a corrupt sect, without the lie that she deserved to die. I can speak her name freely. I can honor her memory. And it is because of the body of this man that such honor is finally possible." On the fourth day, a scholar from the Endless River sect arrived to document what had happened. She made detailed notes of the body's position, the way Yin Su's power had manifested in terminating Zhao Mingyi's life, the evidence that was still displayed on the platform. She was creating a historical record. She was ensuring that this event, the execution of Zhao Mingyi, the acknowledgement of his crimes, the revelation of 500 years of lies, would be preserved in the histories that would come after. The Righteous Council sent an official delegation. 7 of the council members who had participated in Yin Su's original trial came to look at the body. Standing before it, they could not avoid the confrontation with their own complicity. They had voted for his imprisonment. They had sentenced an innocent man to 500 years of confinement. That error of judgment could never be corrected, but at least, now, the truth could be preserved. On the 7th day, when the 7 days and 7 nights were complete, Yin Su allowed the body to be removed for burial. The Azure Mandate sect's disciples performed funeral rites, a ritual that was both a proper acknowledgement of death and a physical act of separation from the lies that the living man had represented. When the body was buried, it was buried in a sealed tomb, marked only with a simple stone that bore no inscription. The name that had once meant power in the cultivation world would be left unnamed on his grave. Yin Su ordered the body of Zhao Mingyi to be left exactly where it was. Not desecrated, not destroyed, simply left in the chair at the center of the Azure Mandate sect's main hall, visible to all who entered, a physical proof that consequence existed. Some of the disciples wanted to remove it. Some wanted to perform funeral rites. But Yin Su would not allow it. Not yet. The body would remain for 7 days and 7 nights, visible to everyone who came to the hall. Every sect master from the other sects would have to see it. Every member of the Righteous Council would have to stand before it. Every cultivator in the Azure Mandate sect would have to confront the physical reality of their former master's death. By the 3rd day, the body had already become a pilgrimage site. Cultivators who had been victims of the Azure Mandate sect's political manipulation came to the hall to look at the corpse and confirm to themselves that the man who had destroyed their families was truly dead. Some of them wept. Some of them stood in silence for hours, as though the sight of the dead body was the only thing that could finally make real what they had been told. Some of them brought their children to look at the body, so that the next generation would know that the man who had controlled their parents' lives was finally gone, that the era of fear was truly over. Some of them spat on the body, not out of cruelty, but out of a need to physically express something that words could not contain. The rage, the grief, the relief, the lingering fear, the newfound hope, all of it poured out in gestures that acknowledged the presence of the corpse, that confirmed its reality, that allowed them to begin to process what his death meant for them. One woman came to the hall and stood before the body in complete silence for an entire day. When she finally spoke to one of the attendants, she said only, "My sister died in the massacre of the Radiant Peak sect. I have carried her memory for 500 years. I have never been allowed to speak her name publicly. Now I am allowed to speak her name. My sister's name was Dao Ning. She was an inner disciple of cultivation arts, preparing to advance to the next realm when she was killed. She would have been great. And now, finally, I can say her name without shame, without the pretense that she was part of a corrupt sect, without the lie that she deserved to die. I can speak her name freely. I can honor her memory. And it is because of the body of this man that such honor is finally possible." On the 4th day, a scholar from the Endless River sect arrived to document what had happened. She made detailed notes of the body's position, the way Yin Su's power had manifested in terminating Zhao Mingyi's life, the evidence that was still displayed on the platform. She was creating a historical record. She was ensuring that this event, the execution of Zhao Mingyi, the acknowledgement of his crimes, the revelation of 500 years of lies, would be preserved in the histories that would come after. The Righteous Council sent an official delegation. 7 of the council members who had participated in Yin Su's original trial came to look at the body. Standing before it, they could not avoid the confrontation with their own complicity. They had voted for his imprisonment. They had sentenced an innocent man to 500 years of confinement. That error of judgment could never be corrected. But at least, now, the truth could be preserved. On the seventh day, when the 7 days and 7 nights were complete, Yinsu allowed the body to be removed for burial. The Azure Mandate sect's disciples performed funeral rites, a ritual that was both a proper acknowledgement of death and a physical act of separation from the lies that the living man had represented. When the body was buried, it was buried in a sealed tomb, marked only with a simple stone that bore no inscription. The name that had once meant power in the cultivation world would be left unnamed on his grave. Chapter 132, The Dispersal. The Azure Mandate sect's disciples were gathered by Yinsu in the weeks following the execution. He did not imprison them. He did not force them into service. He did not recruit them to any new cause or purpose. He simply made an announcement and then gave them a choice. You may leave, Yinsu said. You are free to go. You may seek refuge in other sections. You may form your own communities. You may pursue cultivation independently. You may do whatever you wish with your lives. But you cannot remain as the Azure Mandate sect under its old structure. That structure is gone. The person who built it is dead. The purpose it served was unjust. If you wish to rebuild something new from what remains, you may do so. But it will not be the Azure Mandate sect as it was. Most of the disciples departed. Some went to the Jade Mountain sect, which offered shelter to those who wanted to continue their cultivation under a new banner. Some went to the Endless River sect. Some simply scattered, taking their skills and their knowledge into the world to find their own paths. Within a few weeks, the Azure Mandate sect's main hall was largely empty. A small number remained. A group of younger cultivators who had not been deeply invested in the old structures and who wanted to attempt something new. Yinsu allowed them to remain temporarily and provided guidance as they began to contemplate what a new sect structure might look like. But he was not interested in building a new power base. He was not interested in creating a new organization that would replace the one that had fallen. He had come to do an accounting, not to consolidate power. The sight of the Azure Mandate sect's disciples dispersing was significant. For 500 years, the sect had been a center of power and influence. The other sects had oriented themselves around it, whether in alliance or opposition. The movement of the Azure Mandate's disciples throughout the cultivation world was like the breaking of a gravitational center. The cultivators who had been bound to the Azure Mandate sect by fear or tradition or the simple momentum of its dominance now had to find new paths. Some of them felt relief at the departure of the burden. Some of them felt displaced and confused. But all of them were experiencing the reality that the old order was finished. As the disciples dispersed, Yinsu observed each one as they made their choice about where to go. Some of them carried items from the sect's archives with them, pieces of history or knowledge that they did not want to see lost. Some of them traveled together, clustering in small groups for security as they journeyed to their chosen destinations. Some of them left in the dead of night, moving quickly, eager to put distance between themselves and the sight of their fallen master's body. The younger disciples struggled the most with the transition. They had known only the Azure Mandate sect. Their entire lives had been shaped by its structure, its hierarchy, its understanding of how the cultivation world worked. Now, suddenly, that structure was gone. They had to construct new identities for themselves, had to figure out who they were if they were not Azure Mandate disciples serving a powerful sect master. The older disciples seemed to adjust with more ease. They remembered the cultivation world before the Azure Mandate sect's complete dominance. They had personal connections to other sects and other cultivators that had not been erased by 500 years of political pressure. They could return to these old relationships and rebuild from there. For them, the dispersal was almost a homecoming, a return to the cultivation world as it should have been all along. Yinsu did not attempt to manage the dispersal. He allowed it to happen naturally, allowed each disciple to make their own choice about where they belonged and what they wanted to do with their lives. Some of them came to him before they left, trying to thank him for what he had done, trying to express gratitude for exposing the truth. He received their thanks without rejection, but without encouragement either. He understood their impulse, but he also understood that the true work of rebuilding was not his responsibility. It belonged to those who had chosen to stay and continue on in this new world. Chapter 133. The Radiant Peaks Restoration. The Azure Mandate sect's resources were vast. For 500 years, they had been accumulated through manipulation and theft and the consolidation of power. The Radiant Canon scripture that had been the original object of Zhao Mingyi's crime was itself a form of resource, a scripture of incomparable power, originally belonging to the Radiant Peak sect. Yinsu transferred those resources to the survivors of the Radiant Peak sect. Not all of them. Yinsu kept nothing for himself and did not seek to consolidate control over what remained. But the physical resources, the wealth, the land holdings, the libraries and archives that the Azure Mandate sect possessed, those were transferred to those who had inherited the responsibility of the Radiant Peak sect. The process of resource transfer was itself a testimony to the breadth of the Azure Mandate sect's power. As Yin Su's representatives began to catalog what existed, what became clear was the scale of Zhao Mingyi's dominance. Entire monasteries had been built on stolen wealth. Master cultivators had been sustained by resources that rightfully belonged to the Radiant Peak sect. The economic foundation of the entire Eastern cultivation world had been constructed, in part, on the theft that had occurred 500 years ago. The transfer was not simple. The Azure Mandate sect had been so thoroughly integrated into the cultivation world's power structures that its resources were scattered across multiple sects and political relationships. Libraries had been loaned to distant monasteries and then essentially kept. Equipment had been sold to individual cultivators who made use of it without acknowledging its origin. Land holdings had been transferred multiple times and their original ownership obscured. Untangling those relationships, recovering what could be recovered, transferring it to the Radiant Peak sect survivors. That took months of careful negotiation and work. Some cultivators and sects resisted the transfer of resources. They had grown accustomed to the advantages that their political relationships with the Azure Mandate sect had provided. They had built their own power on the foundation of those relationships. They did not want to see those advantages erased. But Yin Su worked methodically through the complications, ensuring that each piece of the Azure Mandate sect's wealth and resources found its way back to the Radiant Peak sect survivors. When negotiation failed, he applied pressure. When pressure failed, he used other methods. He was patient but relentless. The burden of this work fell on Su Weiniang and the surviving disciples of the Radiant Peak sect, who had to learn to accept abundance after 500 years of hiding in obscurity. Many of them struggled with this transformation. They had been trained to preserve in secret, to maintain records without expecting recognition, to guard knowledge that could not be shared. Now they were being asked to step into the light, to accept resources, to rebuild what had been destroyed. By the end of the process, the survivors of the Radiant Peak sect had been provided with a foundation. They had resources far exceeding what most rebuilt sects received. They had land in strategically important locations. They had access to ancient texts and cultivation techniques that had been guarded by the Azure Mandate sect for 500 years. They had wealth sufficient to fund the construction of buildings, the recruitment of disciples, the establishment of proper cultivation infrastructure. They had something with which to rebuild, not just something minimal, but a genuine foundation for recreating what had been lost. Yin Su did not stay to oversee the rebuilding. He did not involve himself in the decision-making about how the new sect would be structured or what its purposes would be. He did not attempt to impose his vision on the survivors or to ensure that the sect would be shaped according to his ideals. He had done what he came to do: provide the evidence of truth, execute the accounting, and then provide the resources necessary for rebuilding. The rebuilding itself had to be done by those who would inherit it, not by the man who had extracted the accounting. To do more would be to impose his will, and he had no interest in doing that. The Azure Mandate sect's resources were vast. For 500 years, they had been accumulated through manipulation and theft and the consolidation of power. The Radiant Canon scripture that had been the original object of Zhao Mingyi's crime was itself a form of resource, a scripture of incomparable power, originally belonging to the Radiant Peak sect. Yin Su transferred those resources to the survivors of the Radiant Peak sect. Not all of them. Yin Su kept nothing for himself and did not seek to consolidate control over what remained. But the physical resources, the wealth, the land holdings, the libraries and archives that the Azure Mandate sect possessed, those were transferred to those who had inherited the responsibility of the Radiant Peak sect. The transfer was not simple. The Azure Mandate sect had been so thoroughly integrated into the cultivation world's power structures that its resources were scattered across multiple sects and political relationships. Libraries had been loaned to distant monasteries and then essentially kept. Equipment had been sold to individual cultivators who made use of it without acknowledging its origin. Land holdings had been transferred multiple times and their original ownership obscured. Untangling those relationships, recovering what could be recovered, transferring it to the Radiant Peak sect survivors. That took months of careful negotiation and work. Some cultivators and sects resisted the transfer of resources. They had grown accustomed to the advantages that their political relationships with the Azure Mandate sect had provided. They had built their own power on the foundation of those relationships. They did not want to see those advantages erased. But Yin Su worked methodically through the complications, ensuring that each piece of the Azure Mandate sect's wealth and resources found its way back to the Radiant Peak sect survivors. When negotiation failed, he applied pressure. When pressure failed, he used other methods. He was patient but relentless. By the end of the process, the survivors of the Radiant Peak sect had been provided with a foundation. They had resources far exceeding what most rebuilt sects received. They had land in strategically important locations. They had access to ancient texts and cultivation techniques that had been guarded by the Azure Mandate sect for 500 years. They had wealth sufficient to fund the construction of buildings, the recruitment of disciples, the establishment of proper cultivation infrastructure. They had something with which to rebuild, not just something minimal, but a genuine foundation for recreating what had been lost. Su did not stay to oversee the rebuilding. He did not involve himself in the decision-making about how the new sect would be structured or what its purposes would be. He did not attempt to impose his vision on the survivors or to ensure that the sect would be shaped according to his ideals. He had done what he came to do: provide the evidence of truth, execute the accounting, and then provide the resources necessary for rebuilding. The rebuilding itself had to be done by those who would inherit it, not by the man who had extracted the accounting. To do more would be to impose his will, and he had no interest in doing that. Chapter 134. Su Weiniang's new role. Su Weiniang was chosen by the surviving descendants of the Radiant Peak sect to serve as their new sect master. She was not the oldest survivor. She was not the most powerful cultivator among them. But she was the one who had spent 500 years preserving the truth. She was the one who had worked with Elder Daoqin to document Zhao Mingyi's crimes. She was the one who had maintained the connection to the original sect, even as that connection was hidden and secret. The role of sect master had traditionally meant power and dominance, and the consolidation of influence. But Su Weiniang understood it differently. She understood it as a responsibility to preserve something that could otherwise be lost. She understood it as a commitment to truth. In the weeks after her selection, Su Weiniang moved through the sect's halls in a daze of purpose and responsibility. The other survivors looked to her now with a mixture of respect and expectation, understanding that she carried not just the future of the Radiant Peak sect, but also the weight of 500 years of hidden history. She felt the burden of this in every decision she made, in every conversation with the disciples who had chosen her. She was no longer simply the preserver of evidence. She was now the guardian of a sect, the keeper of its traditions, the architect of its future. In the weeks after her selection, Su Weiniang worked to establish the new structure of the Radiant Peak sect. She created a system of record-keeping that was designed to prevent a second Zhao Mingyi from ever rising to dominance through lies and manipulation. She established protocols for the preservation and authentication of historical documents, requiring that multiple people verify and approve any changes to historical records, ensuring that no single person could rewrite the sect's history. She began to work on a comprehensive history of the sect that would be taught to all future disciples, making sure that every disciple would understand the full context of what had happened, what the costs had been, what mistakes had led to the sect's vulnerability to destruction. Su Weiniang understood that power was not something to be hoarded, but something to be distributed and checked. She created councils of elders who would oversee major decisions. She established term limits for herself as sect master, ensuring that no leader could hold power indefinitely. She created transparent records of all significant expenditures, all major acquisitions, all important decisions about sect direction. She was rebuilding the Radiant Peak sect not as it had been, but as it should have been all along: open, accountable, governed by principles rather than by the will of any single person. She also established a memorial, a wall in the Radiant Peak sect's central courtyard inscribed with the names of all 517 disciples who had been murdered, not a burial site. Many of the bodies had never been recovered, but a place of remembrance. The wall was constructed of white stone, carved by master artisans so that every letter was perfect, so that every name would be clearly visible and readable to any who came. Every disciple of the sect would pass that wall regularly as they moved through the sect's grounds. Every disciple would know, without any possibility of denial, what had been lost in the massacre and who had paid the price for Zhao Mingyi's ambitions. The construction of the memorial took weeks. Su Weiniang worked closely with the artisans, verifying that each name was spelled correctly, that each letter was carved with precision. She understood that this wall was itself a form of preservation, a physical manifestation of the commitment that the Radiant Peak sect would never forget what had been lost. On the anniversary of the massacre each year, the sect would hold a ceremony where all 517 names would be spoken aloud, just as Su had spoken them in the hall of the Azure Mandate sect. Su Weiniang was chosen by the surviving descendants of the Radiant Peak sect to serve as their new sect master. She was not the oldest survivor. She was not the most powerful cultivator among them. But she was the one who had spent 500 years preserving the truth. She was the one who had worked with Elder Daoqin to document Zhao Mingyi's crimes. She was the one who had maintained the connection to the original sect, even as that connection was hidden and secret. The role of sect master had traditionally meant power and dominance, and the consolidation of influence. But Su Weiniang understood it differently. She understood it as a responsibility to preserve something that could otherwise be lost. She understood it as a commitment to truth. In the weeks after her selection, Su Weiniang worked to establish the new structure of the Radiant Peak sect. She created a system of record-keeping that was designed to prevent a second Zhao Mingyi from ever rising to dominance through lies and manipulation. She established protocols for the preservation and authentication of historical documents, requiring that multiple people verify and approve any changes to historical records, ensuring that no single person could rewrite the sect's history. She began to work on a comprehensive history of the sect that would be taught to all future disciples, making sure that every disciple would understand the full context of what had happened, what the costs had been, what mistakes had led to the sect's vulnerability to destruction. She also established a memorial, a wall in the Radiant Peak sect's central courtyard inscribed with the names of all 517 disciples who had been murdered, not a burial site. Many of the bodies had never been recovered, but a place of remembrance. The wall was constructed of white stone, carved by master artisans so that every letter was perfect, so that every name would be clearly visible and readable to any who came. Every disciple of the sect would pass that wall regularly as they moved through the sect's grounds. Every disciple would know, without any possibility of denial, what had been lost in the massacre and who had paid the price for Zhao Mingyi's ambitions. On the anniversary of the massacre each year, the sect would hold a ceremony where all 517 names would be spoken aloud, just as Yin Su had spoken them in the hall of the Azure Mandate sect. Chapter 135, The Scriptural Inheritance. The Radiant Canon scripture had been transformed by its time in Yin Su's possession. The sealed entities whose power he had absorbed over 5 centuries had left their mark on the scripture itself. The text remained, but its meaning had deepened and evolved. The cultivation techniques it described had become more nuanced, more complex, more powerful. For 500 years, the scripture had remained in Yin Su's hands, growing richer and more subtle with each passing decade. His meditations on its passages had revealed layers of meaning that had previously been hidden. His practice of its techniques had demonstrated applications that the original authors had perhaps only dimly envisioned. The scripture had been alive in his possession, changing and evolving not through corruption, but through the deepening of its own inherent wisdom. Yin Su carried the scripture to the Radiant Peak sect's new location and placed it in their archives. Su Weiniang held it with trembling hands, understanding the significance of what she was receiving. This scripture had been the reason for the massacre. This scripture had been the object of Zhao Mingyi's theft 500 years ago, and now, finally, it was being returned to its rightful owners. The moment of transfer was profound. Su Weiniang understood that she was receiving not just a collection of cultivation techniques, but the literal embodiment of her sect's identity. The Radiant Canon was not merely a tool. It was the foundation upon which the Radiant Peak sect had been built. It was the source of the power that had made the sect a beacon of cultivation knowledge 500 years ago. And it was the thing that Zhao Mingyi had deemed valuable enough to destroy an entire sect for. What will you do with it? Yin Su asked. We will study it, Su Weiniang said. We will learn its techniques. We will pass it on to our disciples. And we will ensure that it is never stolen again. Not through hoarding, but through vigilance. Through careful transmission of knowledge, we will ensure that the scripture is never concentrated enough in one place that it can be taken. We will distribute copies to other sects that are willing to preserve them. We will create multiple archives in different regions so that no single person could destroy them all. We will teach the techniques so thoroughly that they become part of the collective knowledge of the cultivation world rather than the secret property of a single sect. Yin Su nodded. This was the right approach. The scripture's power was great, but its greater value lay in the cultivation techniques it contained, and those techniques were only valuable if they were actually learned and practiced. Su Weiniang understood that. She understood that the best way to preserve something was not to lock it away, but to share it widely, to make it part of the world in such a way that it could not be erased or stolen again. The scripture carries my seal, Yin Su said. The seal I have placed upon it will alert you if anyone attempts to steal it again. You will feel it if it is in danger. You will have time to respond. But more important than any seal is the preservation of knowledge. Once the techniques are widely known, once many cultivators understand them and can teach them to others, the scripture becomes less valuable as a unique possession and more valuable as part of the permanent heritage of cultivation knowledge. That is what I recommend you do with it. Su Weiniang felt the weight of the scripture in her hands. Not the physical weight, though it was substantial, but the metaphorical weight of responsibility and trust. This was the culmination of 500 years of preservation. This was the vindication of Elder Daoqin's sacrifice. This was the restoration of what had been stolen. Thank you, Su Weiniang said. You owe me no thanks, Yinsu replied. This is simply the return of what was taken. This is the restoration of what should never have been lost. It is not gratitude that is required. It is simply the determination to preserve it, to use it as it was meant to be used, to allow it to serve the cultivation world rather than serve as a tool of domination for any single sect. He placed the scripture carefully into Su Weiniang's hands, the gesture itself a ritual of transfer and responsibility. Guard this with your life, he said. But also understand that guarding it does not mean keeping it secret. Guarding it means ensuring that it is known, understood, and taught. The best defense against the theft of knowledge is to make that knowledge so widespread that theft becomes meaningless. The radiant canon scripture had been transformed by its time in Yin Su's possession. The sealed entities whose power he had absorbed over 5 centuries had left their mark on the scripture itself. The text remained, but its meaning had deepened and evolved. The cultivation techniques it described had become more nuanced, more complex, more powerful. Yin Su carried the scripture to the Radiant Peak sect's new location and placed it in their archives. Su Weiniang held it with trembling hands, understanding the significance of what she was receiving. This scripture had been the reason for the massacre. This scripture had been the object of Zhao Mingyi's theft 500 years ago, and now, finally, it was being returned to its rightful owners. What will you do with it? Yin Su asked. We will study it, Su Weiniang said. We will learn its techniques. We will pass it on to our disciples, and we will ensure that it is never stolen again, not through hoarding, but through vigilance. Through careful transmission of knowledge, we will ensure that the scripture is never concentrated enough in one place that it can be taken. We will distribute copies to other sects that are willing to preserve them. We will create multiple archives in different regions so that no single person could destroy them all. We will teach the techniques so thoroughly that they become part of the collective knowledge of the cultivation world rather than the secret property of a single sect. Yin Su nodded. This was the right approach. The scripture's power was great, but its greater value lay in the cultivation techniques it contained, and those techniques were only valuable if they were actually learned and practiced. Su Weiniang understood that. She understood that the best way to preserve something was not to lock it away, but to share it widely, to make it part of the world in such a way that it could not be erased or stolen again. The scripture carries my seal, Yin Su said. The seal I have placed upon it will alert you if anyone attempts to steal it again. You will feel it if it is in danger. You will have time to respond. But more important than any seal is the preservation of knowledge. Once the techniques are widely known, once many cultivators understand them and can teach them to others, the scripture becomes less valuable as a unique possession and more valuable as part of the permanent heritage of cultivation knowledge. That is what I recommend you do with it. Thank you, Su Weiniang said. You owe me no thanks, Yin Su replied. This is simply the return of what was taken. This is the restoration of what should never have been lost. It is not gratitude that is required. It is simply the determination to preserve it, to use it as it was meant to be used, to allow it to serve the cultivation world rather than serve as a tool of domination for any single sect. He placed the scripture carefully into Su Weiniang's hands. Guard this with your life, he said. But also understand that guarding it does not mean keeping it secret. Guarding it means ensuring that it is known, understood, and taught. The best defense against the theft of knowledge is to make that knowledge so widespread that theft becomes meaningless. Chapter 136. Elder Daoqin's peace. Elder Daoqin was failing. Yin Su could see it in the way her body moved, in the way her breath came more slowly with each passing day. She had spent 500 years preserved by determination and the singular purpose of keeping the evidence of Zhao Mingyi's crimes safe. Now that purpose had been fulfilled. Now that the evidence had been presented and the crimes had been acknowledged and the account had been settled, something essential had released from within her. She was fading. Yin Su understood this transition intimately. He had felt the pull of his own purpose for 500 years, the weight of unfinished business that had kept him moving forward even when his body and spirit had grown weary. He had known what it was to be sustained by vengeance and justice and the determination to set things right. He had also known, in recent days, what it felt like when that purpose finally found its completion. The lightness that came after 500 years of burden. The freedom that emerged when the singular goal that had defined existence was finally achieved. Elder Daoqin was experiencing that transition now, but her tired body could not sustain the shock of that release. The purpose that had kept her alive was gone. The burden that had preserved her through 5 centuries was lifted. And without that burden, without that purpose, she was simply an old woman whose time had come to end. Yen-Su came to her in the small room where she rested in the rebuilt Radiant Peak sect. Her eyes were closed, but they opened as he entered. Her gaze was still sharp, still aware, though her body was clearly approaching its final hours. "You came," she said. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Yes," Yen-Su said. He sat beside her bed, not touching her, simply being present. "You did what needed to be done," Elder Daoqin said. "You made him confess. You made him understand. You ended him. The waiting is finally over." Yen-Su did not respond. He simply listened to her breathe, to the labored process of her lungs taking in air and releasing it. "For 500 years I held the evidence," she continued. "I kept it safe. I did not know if I would live to see this day. I did not know if I would die with the evidence still hidden and the crime still unacknowledged. But I waited. I had faith that eventually, someone would come who could do what needed to be done. I spent 500 years waiting and hiding, preserving documents, maintaining archives, keeping the truth alive. I could have abandoned this work. I could have given up. Many times, over the centuries, I wanted to give up. But I thought of the names. I thought of the 517 people who had been erased. I thought of the injustice that was being propagated across the world. And that thought kept me going." She paused, her breathing becoming even more labored. "There were nights," she said softly, "when I wondered if my sacrifice had any meaning. If anyone would ever care about the truth after so many centuries had passed. If the names of the dead would be lost forever no matter what I did. I wondered if I was preserving something that no one would ever want to see preserved. But I continued anyway. Because to stop would have been to accept erasure. To stop would have been to acknowledge that the lies had won." "You came," she said. "I did not know if you would come, but I hoped. I hoped that somehow, somewhere, justice might survive long enough to be extracted. And you came. And now the waiting is truly finished. Now I can rest." "You preserved the truth," Yen-Su said. "Without you, the crimes would have been lost to history. Without you, the disciples of the Radiant Peak sect would have remained erased. Without you, the world would never have known what really happened. You are the reason any of this was possible. You are the person who made this accounting possible." Elder Daoqin smiled. It was a smile of profound peace, the smile of someone who had finally completed a burden that they had carried for far too long. "I was simply holding something safe," she said, "until it could be given to the person who needed it. That was all. I was the keeper of memory, the preserver of evidence, the guardian of truth. And now I can finally set that burden down. I can finally rest, knowing that the truth has been spoken, that the names have been remembered, that the accounting has been completed." Her breathing became even slower. The light in her eyes began to fade, not suddenly, but gradually, like a candle burning down to its final moments. Yen-Su remained with her, bearing witness to her transition, as she had borne witness to the truth for 500 years. When her breathing finally stopped, Yen-Su sat in silence for a long moment. Then he rose and left her room, leaving the small bell that sat on her bedside table, the bell that would alert the other disciples that she had passed into whatever lay beyond life. By morning, the disciples of the Radiant Peak sect would come and perform the rituals of death. By evening, her body would be laid to rest in the sect's burial grounds, among the graves of those she had lost 500 years ago in the massacre. Finally, she would be at rest. Finally, she would be able to stop carrying the burden of remembrance. Elder Daoqin was failing. Yen-Su could see it in the way her body moved, in the way her breath came more slowly with each passing day. She had spent 500 years preserved by determination and the singular purpose of keeping the evidence of Zhao Mingyi's crimes safe. Now that purpose had been fulfilled. Now that the evidence had been presented and the crimes had been acknowledged and the account had been settled, something essential had released from within her. She was fading. Yen-Su came to her in the small room where she rested in the rebuilt Radiant Peak sect. Her eyes were closed, but they opened as he entered. Her gaze was still sharp, still aware, though her body was clearly approaching its final hours. "You came," she said. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Yes," Yen-Su said. He sat beside her bed, not touching her, simply being present. "You did what needed to be done," Elder Daoqin said. "You made him confess. You made him understand. You ended him. The waiting is finally over." Yen-Su did not respond. He simply listened to her breathe, to the labored process of her lungs taking in air and releasing it. "For 500 years I held the evidence," she continued. "I kept it safe. I did not know if I would live to see this day. I did not know if I would die with the evidence still hidden and the crime still unacknowledged. But I waited. I had faith that eventually, someone would come who could do what needed to be done. I spent 500 years waiting and hiding, preserving documents, maintaining archives, keeping the truth alive. I could have abandoned this work. I could have given up. Many times, over the centuries, I wanted to give up. But I thought of the names. I thought of the 517 people who had been erased. I thought of the injustice that was being propagated across the world. And that thought kept me going. She paused, her breathing becoming even more labored. You came, she said. I did not know if you would come, but I hoped. I hoped that somehow, somewhere, justice might survive long enough to be extracted. And you came. And now the waiting is truly finished. Now I can rest. You preserved the truth, Yin-Su said. Without you, the crimes would have been lost to history. Without you, the disciples of the Radiant Peak sect would have remained erased. Without you, the world would never have known what really happened. You are the reason any of this was possible. You are the person who made this accounting possible. Elder Daoqin smiled. It was a smile of profound peace, the smile of someone who had finally completed a burden that they had carried for far too long. I was simply holding something safe, she said, until it could be given to the person who needed it. That was all. I was the keeper of memory, the preserver of evidence, the guardian of truth. And now I can finally set that burden down. I can finally rest, knowing that the truth has been spoken, that the names have been remembered, that the accounting has been completed. Her breathing became even slower. The light in her eyes began to fade, not suddenly, but gradually, like a candle burning down to its final moments. Yin-Su remained with her, bearing witness to her transition, as she had borne witness to the truth for 500 years. When her breathing finally stopped, Yin-Su sat in silence for a long moment. Then he rose and left her room, leaving the small bell that sat on her bedside table, the bell that would alert the other disciples that she had passed into whatever lay beyond life. By morning, the disciples of the Radiant Peak sect would come and perform the rituals of death. By evening, her body would be laid to rest in the sect's burial grounds, among the graves of those she had lost 500 years ago in the massacre. Finally, she would be at rest. Finally, she would be able to stop carrying the burden of remembrance. Chapter 137. The departure. Yin-Su prepared to leave the Radiant Peak sect and the cultivation world behind. He had completed his work. The accounting had been settled. Zhao Mingyi was dead. The evidence had been presented. The crimes had been acknowledged. The resources had been transferred. The sect was beginning to rebuild. There was nothing left for him to do. He spent his final day walking through the sect's grounds, observing the work that was beginning. Disciples were renovating the meditation halls. Scholars were working to restore the sect's archives. Su Weiniang was meeting with elders about the cultivation curriculum that would be taught going forward. The work of rebuilding was underway, and it did not require his presence or his guidance. At sunset, he stood at the gates of the Radiant Peak sect and looked back at the structures he would be leaving behind. The sect was smaller now than it had been 500 years ago. It did not have the power or the dominance that the Azure Mandate sect had possessed. It would never have that kind of centralized control. And that was, Yin-Su understood, precisely as it should be. Su Weiniang came to see him off. She brought a small gift, a jade pendant carved with the symbol of the Radiant Peak sect, the symbol that had been erased 500 years ago and was now being recovered. The pendant was warm in her hands, having been held close to her body as she made her way to the gates. For remembrance, she said, so that you will remember this sect and its people, even as you move forward. Yin-Su accepted the pendant and looked at it. The symbol was simple but elegant. It represented a balance between power and restraint, ambition and service, individual achievement and collective responsibility. It was a symbol that had been nearly lost forever, that had been preserved only in the memory of a handful of people who had refused to let it be erased. Now it was being carved anew, recreated in stone and jade, restored to visibility. I will remember, he said. I will always remember. Where will you go? Su Weiniang asked. The question carried within it something more than mere curiosity. It carried the weight of understanding that this man who had given everything to the accounting was now moving away from everything, returning to solitude, leaving the world of human civilization behind. I do not know yet, Yin-Su said. There is a cultivation world beyond this sect, beyond this continent. There are places I have never been. There are things I need to understand about the nature of the power I have absorbed, about the limits of what I am capable of. I will spend whatever time I have left exploring those questions. I have 500 years of imprisonment to understand. I have the experience of absorbing the sealed entities and the power they contained. I have the memory of every victim I was forced to experience through Elder Daoqin's records. All of that needs to be integrated, understood, processed. I cannot do that here, in a place with such immediate demands for action and attention. Will you return? Su Weiniang asked. The question was asked quietly, almost as if she was afraid of the answer, but felt obligated to ask it anyway. I do not know, Yinsu said honestly. The work that brought me here is finished. There is no reason for me to return. The Radiant Peak sect is in capable hands. You have the resources you need to rebuild. You have the scripture returned to you. You have the truth of what happened documented and preserved. You have the memorial wall with all the names carved into stone. What you need now is time and the determination to rebuild carefully, thoughtfully, without the mistakes that led to your sect's fall in the first place. That work is not my work. It is yours. He paused, looking at the pendant in his hands, at the symbol that represented all that had been lost and all that was being recovered. But perhaps one day, if the sect requires guidance or if some new threat emerges, our paths will cross again. Perhaps the world will find new ways to hide truth, and I will be needed again to expose it. Until then, I am simply moving forward, carrying what I must carry, releasing what I can afford to release, seeking the solitude that I have earned through 500 years of imprisonment and these few weeks of accounting. He turned and began to walk away from the Radiant Peak sect, moving down the mountain path that would eventually lead out of this region and into the wider world beyond. Su Weiniang watched him go, holding the memory of his presence with her, understanding that this man, broken for 500 years and then rebuilt through the acquisition of power, had come through their lives and left them different. When he reached the bottom of the mountain, Yinsu did not look back. He simply continued forward, moving into the landscape of his future with no destination in mind, no purpose beyond the continuation of his own journey. Chapter 138. The cultivation world. After in the weeks and months following Zhao Mingyi's execution, the cultivation world underwent a profound realignment. The narrative that had sustained it for 500 years was shattered. The sects that had built their power in relation to the Azure Mandate sect had to recalibrate their positions. The disciples of the Azure Mandate who had scattered throughout the cultivation world carried the knowledge of what their former sect master had been and what he had done. The revelation of the truth reached every corner of the cultivation world, spreading through networks of disciples, merchants, and traveling cultivators. With each retelling, the story gained more power. The man who had been thought to be invincible had been found wanting. The sect that had seemed eternal was crumbling. The lies that had sustained the cultivation world's social order for 500 years were exposed as lies. For those who had benefited from the old order, this was a time of uncertainty and recalibration. The Jade Mountain sect and the Endless River sect, which had maintained their positions relative to the Azure Mandate through careful political maneuvering, now found themselves uncertain of their status. For those who had suffered under the old order, it was a time of vindication and cautious hope. The Righteous Council, which had been corrupted from within by Zhao Mingyi's influence, had to confront its own complicity. Some members resigned, understanding that they could not continue to hold positions of authority after voting to imprison an innocent man for 500 years. Some requested that their votes on Yin Su's case be stricken from the records. Some simply continued on, carrying the weight of their error with them, haunted by the knowledge that they had participated in one of history's greatest miscarriages of justice. The other major sects, the Jade Mountain sect, the Endless River sect, the Stoneheart sect, found themselves in a new position of relative equality. The gravitational pull that the Azure Mandate sect had exerted on the cultivation world was gone. The resources that had been consolidated under Zhao Mingyi's dominance were now dispersed. The power structures had to be rebuilt from new foundations. Some sects attempted to move into the power vacuum that the Azure Mandate sect's collapse had created. These sects sought to establish dominance, to consolidate resources, to become the new center around which the cultivation world would orient itself. There were subtle shifts in alliances. There were competitions for prestige and resources. There were quiet maneuverings to claim the position that the Azure Mandate sect had vacated. But those attempts were unsuccessful, not because they lacked strength, but because the cultivation world had learned a lesson from what had happened. The centralization of power under a single sect, the creation of a dominant force that other sects oriented themselves around, had led to the creation of Zhao Mingyi's regime. The cultivation world was not eager to allow that to happen again. The sects that attempted to move into the power vacuum found themselves opposed, not through force, but through a quiet consensus that another Azure Mandate sect would not be tolerated. Instead, what emerged was a more distributed system of power, in which multiple sects maintained influence without any single one achieving absolute dominance. It was less efficient, less organized, less stable than the old order, but also more resistant to the kind of corruption that had taken root in the Azure Mandate sect. The cultivation world was different now. It was not transformed into perfect justice or absolute truth, but it was different. And that difference was rooted in the knowledge that accountability existed, that consequences could be paid, that the price of atrocity might be extracted in the end, that the man who seemed invincible could be brought down, that the lies of centuries could be exposed, that the injustice that had seemed eternal could be rectified. In the weeks and months following Zhao Mingyi's execution, the cultivation world underwent a profound realignment. The narrative that had sustained it for 500 years was shattered. The sects that had built their power in relation to the Azure Mandate sect had to recalibrate their positions. The disciples of the Azure Mandate who had scattered throughout the cultivation world carried the knowledge of what their former sect master had been and what he had done. The revelation of the truth reached every corner of the cultivation world, spreading through networks of disciples, merchants, and traveling cultivators. With each retelling, the story gained more power. The man who had been thought to be invincible had been found wanting. The sect that had seemed eternal was crumbling. The lies that had sustained the cultivation world's social order for 500 years were exposed as lies. For those who had benefited from the old order, this was a time of uncertainty and recalibration. The Jade Mountain sect and the Endless River sect, which had maintained their positions relative to the Azure Mandate through careful political maneuvering, now found themselves uncertain of their status. For those who had suffered under the old order, it was a time of vindication and cautious hope. The righteous council, which had been corrupted from within by Zhao Mingyi's influence, had to confront its own complicity. Some members resigned, understanding that they could not continue to hold positions of authority after voting to imprison an innocent man for 500 years. Some requested that their votes on Yin Su's case be stricken from the records. Some simply continued on, carrying the weight of their error with them, haunted by the knowledge that they had participated in one of history's greatest miscarriages of justice. The other major sects, the Jade Mountain sect, the Endless River sect, the Stoneheart sect, found themselves in a new position of relative equality. The gravitational pull that the Azure Mandate sect had exerted on the cultivation world was gone. The resources that had been consolidated under Zhao Mingyi's dominance were now dispersed. The power structures had to be rebuilt from new foundations. Some sects attempted to move into the power vacuum that the Azure Mandate sect's collapse had created. These sects sought to establish dominance, to consolidate resources, to become the new center around which the cultivation world would orient itself. There were subtle shifts in alliances. There were competitions for prestige and resources. There were quiet maneuverings to claim the position that the Azure Mandate sect had vacated. But those attempts were unsuccessful, not because they lacked strength, but because the cultivation world had learned a lesson from what had happened. The centralization of power under a single sect, the creation of a dominant force that other sects oriented themselves around, had led to the creation of Zhao Mingyi's regime. The cultivation world was not eager to allow that to happen again. The sects that attempted to move into the power vacuum found themselves opposed, not through force, but through a quiet consensus that another Azure Mandate sect would not be tolerated. Instead, what emerged was a more distributed system of power, in which multiple sects maintained influence without any single one achieving absolute dominance. It was less efficient, less organized, less stable than the old order, but also more resistant to the kind of corruption that had taken root in the Azure Mandate sect. The cultivation world was different now. It was not transformed into perfect justice or absolute truth, but it was different. And that difference was rooted in the knowledge that accountability existed, that consequences could be paid, that the price of atrocity might be extracted in the end, that the man who seemed invincible could be brought down, that the lies of centuries could be exposed, that the injustice that had seemed eternal could be rectified. Chapter 139. Su Weiniang alone. Su Weiniang stood in the Radiant Peak sect's central courtyard, before the wall inscribed with the names of the 517 disciples who had been murdered. She had come here often in the weeks since Yin Su's departure, standing before the names and contemplating what her work would require of her. The sect was rebuilding, but slowly. The disciples who had returned or newly joined were mostly young, with no personal memory of what the sect had been before the massacre. They were building something new, without the heavy weight of nostalgia for the past. Su Weiniang understood that this was, in a way, a gift. The past could inform the future, but it could not constrain it. These young people were not trying to recreate what had been lost. They were trying to create something that honored what had been lost while allowing for the possibility of growth in new directions. She thought about Yin Su, about the man who had spent 500 years in prison and had then spent the time after his release doing the work of extraction and accountability. He had not stayed to see the rebuilding. He had not imposed his vision on what the Radiant Peak sect would become. He had not attempted to ensure that the sect would be shaped according to his ideals or his vision of what it should be. He had simply provided the foundation and then moved on, understanding that the work of rebuilding belonged to those who would inherit the sect, not to him. Su Weiniang understood that she had been chosen as sect master not because she was the most powerful cultivator among the survivors, but because she had demonstrated a commitment to truth that transcended all other concerns. She had spent 500 years preserving evidence, maintaining archives, keeping the memory of the truth alive, even when that truth was buried and forbidden. Now she had to translate that commitment into the work of rebuilding. She had to ensure that the Radiant Peak sect would never again be vulnerable to the kind of corruption and manipulation that had allowed Zhao Mingyi to succeed in his lies. Su Weiniang had chosen a different path than Yin Su. She was staying. She was committing herself to the long work of reconstruction. She was dedicating herself to the task of ensuring that the truth about what had happened would not be lost again, that the memory of those 517 people would be preserved across generations. She was creating institutional structures designed to make it difficult for any single person to accumulate the kind of power that Zhao Mingyi had accumulated. She was establishing transparent processes for decision-making, open records that could be inspected by any disciple, systems of accountability that would prevent the kind of hidden consolidation of power that had characterized the Azure Mandate sect's rise. It was work that would take the rest of her life. It was work that would require constant vigilance against the human tendency to forget, to reinterpret, to smooth over inconvenient truths with more comfortable narratives. It was work that would require her to maintain discipline and clarity even when others wanted to move on, to stop thinking about the massacre, to put the past behind them. But it was necessary work. It was work that mattered. It was work that would ripple forward across centuries, shaping the cultivation world's relationship with truth and accountability. Su Weiniang placed her hand on the wall, tracing the names that had been carved into stone. She said a quiet prayer, not to any deity, but to the memory of those who had died and to her own commitment to preserve that memory faithfully. She traced the names slowly, going through each one in her mind, remembering not just the names but the faces of those she had known, the voices of those she had trained beside, the absence of those she would never see again. Then she turned away from the wall and began to walk toward the meditation hall where the morning cultivation session would be starting. There was work to do. There was a sect to rebuild. There was a future to create, built on the foundation of truth. There were young disciples waiting to learn cultivation arts from a teacher who had kept the truth alive for 500 years. There were techniques to be taught, principles to be passed on, knowledge to be shared. The work of rebuilding was not a burden she resented. It was a privilege and a responsibility that she had chosen to accept, understanding that it was essential to the healing of the cultivation world. Chapter 140. The glacier moves on. The story of Yin Su does not end with triumph. It does not end with the establishment of a new power base or the assumption of control over the cultivation world. It ends with him moving away from the place where his work had been completed, carrying with him only the jade pendant that Su Weiniang had given him and the knowledge that he had done what needed to be done. The cultivation world is different now. The price of corruption has been made visible. The consequence of atrocity has been extracted. That is the only change that matters. Not that Yin Su has become powerful, but that power itself has been shown to have limits, and that those who abuse it will eventually be called to account. In cities and monasteries throughout the cultivation world, cultivators who had grown up believing the narrative of Yin Su's guilt now had to confront the reality that they had been taught a lie. Some of them responded with anger. Anger directed at Zhao Mingyi for deceiving them. Anger directed at the sects that had cooperated with his regime. Anger directed at themselves for accepting the narrative without questioning it more carefully. Some of them responded with grief. Grief for the 517 people they had never known. Grief for the Radiant Peak sect that had been erased from history. Grief for the lost centuries during which the truth had been suppressed. The Righteous Council established a commission to investigate the full extent of Zhao Mingyi's corruption. The investigation would take years. It would uncover layers upon layers of manipulation, deceit, and coercion that had penetrated deeper into the cultivation world structures than even Yin Su had anticipated. It would reveal that some sects had known partial truths about what had happened, but had chosen to remain silent out of fear or political calculation. It would show which cultivators had benefited from Zhao Mingyi's regime and which had been harmed by it. It would create a complete map of the lies that had been constructed and the machinery that had maintained them. But the investigation, important as it was not the most significant change in the cultivation world. The most significant change was something simpler and more profound. The cultivation world now knew that truth could survive. It knew that even lies constructed by the most powerful person in the world, lies maintained for 500 years through fear and suppression, could eventually be exposed. And knowing that created a different relationship with power, a different understanding of how long power could actually last, a different calculation about the risks of corruption. When would-be tyrants in future centuries looked at the precedent set by Zhao Mingyi, they would understand that there was a price for consolidating power through lies. They would understand that even if they succeeded in building a regime that lasted 500 years, there was no guarantee it would last forever. And that understanding, that awareness of the ultimate fragility of power built on deception, would itself be a kind of restraint, a reason to govern with at least some concern for truth and justice rather than pure self-interest. The glacier of history moves slowly, advancing and retreating, grinding away the old landscape to make room for something new. Yen Su is part of that movement, one force among many that shape what will come. He does not see himself as the hero of a story. He does not expect to be remembered as the savior of the cultivation world. He understands himself only as someone who did what was necessary, and who then moved on, leaving the work of reconstruction to others. Perhaps somewhere, in another continent, in another region, in another time, the story of what happened in the Radiant Peak sect and the Azure Mandate sect will reach some young cultivator, and that cultivator will make a choice informed by what they have learned. Perhaps someone will choose mercy instead of cruelty because they understand that cruelty has a price, that harm done to others will eventually be extracted as a cost against the person who perpetrated that harm. Perhaps someone will choose honesty instead of deception because they have seen what deception costs, what it costs to maintain a lie across generations, what it costs to the liar to live in fear that the truth will emerge. Perhaps someone will recognize the moment when they begin to construct a lie and choose to stop before it takes root, understanding that lies grow if they are not stopped, that they expand and metastasize, that they eventually become so large and so complex that they are nearly impossible to undo. Perhaps a sect master who is tempted to manipulate evidence will hear the story of Zhao Mingyi and decide to preserve the truth instead. Perhaps a cultivator who is thinking about suppressing a rival sect will remember what happened to the Radiant Peak sect and choose competition instead of destruction. Perhaps a group of disciples who are considering loyalty to a powerful but questionable leader will ask themselves whether that leader reminds them of Zhao Mingyi, whether that power might be built on lies, whether they should examine the foundations more carefully before committing themselves. Perhaps the world will be changed, not by grand gestures or dramatic displays of power, not by the overthrow of one regime and its replacement with another, but by the quiet accumulation of people making different choices because they understand the consequences of the old ways. Each choice not to lie, each decision to preserve evidence instead of destroying it, each moment when someone asks for verification instead of accepting a narrative at face value. Each of these small choices will gradually reshape the cultivation world into something different than what it was. That is the legacy of Yen Su's work. Not victory, but the establishment of accountability. Not dominance, but the demonstration that even the most powerful can be brought to answer for what they have done. The cultivation world will continue. Other sects will rise and fall. Other cultivators will attempt to consolidate power as Zhao Mingyi did. But now there is a precedent. Now there is an understanding that even the highest pinnacle of power is not safe from consequence. Now there is a record, written in the histories of the cultivation world, that shows what happens when truth is finally extracted from the depths of concealment where it has been hidden. The aftermath of Yen Su's accounting will ripple through the cultivation world for centuries to come. Teachers will point to the example of Zhao Mingyi when instructing their disciples about the dangers of unchecked ambition. Historians will mark this moment as a pivot point in the cultivation world's understanding of itself. The sects that arise in the following centuries will be shaped, whether they know it or not, by the knowledge that the price of corruption is not merely political defeat, but complete exposure and the loss of everything that corruption was meant to secure. If Yen Su's story has moved you, if the account of his 500 years of imprisonment and subsequent accounting has resonated with something in your own understanding of justice and consequence, if you have felt the weight of those 517 names spoken aloud and have understood what it means to live in the aftermath of a crime that tried to erase itself from history, then consider this. Subscribe to the channel and ring the notification bell so you never miss what comes. Next, there are other stories waiting to be told. There are other cultivators whose paths led them through trials and challenges that shaped not just their own fates, but the fate of the world they inhabited. There are other accounts of accountability and consequence waiting to be voiced. Each story is a grain of sand in the larger desert of the cultivation world, and together they form a landscape that holds within it wisdom about power and justice and the long, slow work of change that happens not all at once, but across centuries, across generations, across the patient movement of the glacier of history. Subscribe to the channel and ring the notification bell. Let the stories that follow be your companions, as Yin Su's journey has been your companion through these chapters. There is always more to discover, always another perspective to understand, always another voice waiting to tell you what it means to walk the path of cultivation in a world that demands everything and gives back only what you are willing to fight for. There are stories of sects rebuilding from ashes. There are stories of disciples learning to trust again after generations of manipulation. There are stories of a cultivation world learning to govern itself according to new principles of accountability and shared power. The glacier moves on. So do we. Subscribe and move forward together into what comes next. The story does not end here. The story continues in the lives of those who will remember what happened in the halls of the Azure Mandate sect. The story continues in the choices that cultivators yet unborn will make, informed by the knowledge that consequence is real, that truth survives suppression, that justice, however slow and difficult to achieve, can finally be extracted from those who thought themselves beyond accountability.